Introduction. Significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation, thus rapidly becoming a formidable force, while greatly diminishing the adverse effects of losing one's eyes. However, to practice the kuwait flower secret, one must undergo castration, a notion he utterly cannot accept, being the sole heir in his family, yet to carry on the lineage. To undergo such a transformation would be a profound disservice to his father. The thought of his father extinguished any desire to practice the kuwait flower secret. Must one truly undergo castration? Tang San murmured to himself. Having already practiced the Shintian skill, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. He contemplated attempting cultivation without castration, to see if he could succeed. If so, then. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the King. Caw! The black crow emitted a shrill cry before taking flight, yet its murky eyes remained fixated on the shadowy figure within the attic. Edmund, let us recount the Battle of the Trident River once more, Bran exclaimed enthusiastically to Edmund. We just discussed it the day before yesterday. Bran, we have recounted this battle no less than 10 times, Edmund replied, his words laden with refusal, yet his hands opened the book, his eyes betraying a tender affection for Bran. It's truly perplexing what occupies your mind daily, Bran. The Battle of the Trident River pales in comparison. The romance between Aunt Lina and Prince Rhaegar is of utmost importance. For the sake of their love, they risked everything that is the crux. Sansa exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, her hands resting on the armrests of her chair, speaking with longing. Sansa only felt at ease to express herself thus in the presence of her second brother Edmund. Otherwise, such behavior would surely earn her a reprimand from the nuns, for a lady must always uphold decorum. I find the Battle of the Trident River quite remarkable, particularly the scene where King Robert raises the warhammer and clashes with Rhaegar Targaryen. Arya chimed in, equally animated, her arms flailing and her braided hair swaying like dandelions. She emitted sounds of excitement, as if she were witnessing the events firsthand. Indeed, King Robert raised the warhammer and delivered a fierce blow to Rhaegar's chest, shattering the ruby upon it. Rickon concurred enthusiastically. Edmund opened the book, turning to the page detailing the Battle of the Trident River, poised to speak when suddenly a hurried footfall interrupted their conversation. Boom, boom. Children, the king is on his way. The lady requests that you prepare to greet him at the city gates, came the voice of Maester Luwin. Upon hearing this, Edmund quickly rose, returning the book to its place, and said to Sansa and the others, it appears we must save the story for another time. We must first go welcome the king. Arya and Bran immediately opposed, but were swiftly admonished by their brother Edmund, who wielded the authority of an elder. Seeing this, Rickon, though initially reluctant, obediently rose to follow Edmund to the city gates. As for Sansa, being the dutiful daughter she was the first to stand. Edmund, accompanied by his 4 companions, made his way to the city gates. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted his father, Ned, his mother, Catelyn, and his elder brother, Robb, standing directly opposite the gates, awaiting their entrance. This was a place where guests could be seen as soon as they arrived. Ned had already received word from his servants regarding Edmund's arrival, and thus he cast a knowing glance in Edmund's direction, their eyes meeting briefly in silent acknowledgement. Understanding the unspoken exchange, Edmund guided his younger siblings towards Robb's side. After a moment of anticipation, the sound of drums began to resonate through the air. The throngs of people lining the street turned their attention towards the source of the sound, and soon a magnificent white steed entered through the gates, catching the eyes of all present. Upon the steed sat a knight adorned with a Kingsguard helmet, a sword at his waist, and draped in a white cloak, followed closely by the golden-haired, self-satisfied Prince Joffrey. Sansa, amidst the crowd, immediately recognized Prince Joffrey, who, notably, was fixated on her in return. The two were lost in their own world, and Robb cast a sidelong glance at Sansa, gesturing for her to temper her enthusiasm. However, Sansa remained oblivious to his warning, entirely captivated by Joffrey's gaze, which elicited an involuntary smile upon her face. Observing this interaction, Edmund chose to remain silent, merely smiling as he gently tapped Sansa's shoulder with the back of his hand. His playful glance prompted Sansa to blush deeply as she became aware of her surroundings once more. Having teased Sansa, Edmund turned his attention back to the procession of the king. His gaze quickly settled upon a figure clad in a hound's helmet, and he thought to himself, surely, this must be Sandor Clegane, the hound, protector of Prince Joffrey. The sight of the massive sword sheathed at the hound's side made Edmund's fingers itch to grasp his own sword. Suddenly, Edmund noticed a shift in his father Ned's demeanor, which grew serious, prompting him to straighten his posture and focus intently on the scene before him. Behind the hound, a carriage approached, and the entire procession came to a halt in rhythm with its movement. The carriage stopped in front of Ned, and from it emerged a burly man, his body marked by layers of excess flesh. Despite the flabbiness of his exposed arms, the white scars that marred his skin spoke of a once valiant warrior. As the man disembarked, he first tested the ground with one foot, the sound of his boots echoing as he made contact. Ned immediately bowed his head, kneeling with his wife and children, while the nearby retainers and northern nobles followed suit, descending to their knees. In that moment, everyone present understood the identity of the imposing figure. He was King Robert Baratheon, the conqueror of Rhaegar Targaryen, the one who had dismantled a dynasty that had endured for a century. Bran had heard tales of his legendary exploits since childhood, yet when he finally laid eyes on the king, he felt a stark contrast to the descriptions found in books. The king was no longer youthful, nor bore the handsome visage and magnetic charm of a hero. Instead of the valiant figure who had triumphed over Rhaegar, he resembled more a drunken lout, given to revelry and excess. However, no one paid heed to the musings of a child, as all present bowed before the king. The atmosphere grew tranquil, with only the whisper of the wind remaining. King Robert dismounted from his carriage and strode directly to Ned. In a discreet gesture, hidden from the crowd, he beckoned to Ned. This unspoken understanding, forged over years of brotherhood, was instinctively grasped by Ned, who rose, unable to suppress a smile. Their eyes met, and words eluded them, as is often the case when old friends reunite. After a moment of silence, Robert's voice broke through, "You've put on some weight." "Huh?" They both erupted into laughter, embracing each other warmly. "You old rogue," Ned whispered playfully in Robert's ear. Yet, with many northern nobles watching, decorum demanded they maintain a semblance of dignity before the king. The two men exchanged little further banter, as Robert turned his attention to Ned's wife, Catelyn, paying her his respects. Due to his fondness for Ned, he had always held a special affection for Catelyn. Her heart swelled with joy at the king's genuine greetings. Just as she sought to introduce her children, Robert had already approached them. "Oh, you must be Bran? Let me see those muscles, you're quite the sturdy lad," Robert exclaimed, giving Bran's arm a hearty squeeze, conveying his approval. This bolstered Bran's spirits, alleviating some of the disappointment he felt at the king's imposing stature. Robert then greeted Robb, Sansa, Arya, and Rickon in turn. While conversing with Edmure, he instinctively grasped Edmure's arm. Unlike the gentle hold he had on Bran, this time Robert applied considerable pressure and exclaimed, "Ned, this must be your second son, Edmure. He bears a striking resemblance to you, with those same eyes and dark hair." A flicker of nostalgia danced in Robert's gaze. "Indeed, Robert, this is my second son, Edmure. He wields a sword with remarkable skill among all my children. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, even outshining the instructors of Winterfell," Ned said, pride evident on his face as he spoke of Edmure. "Haha, splendid. If you ever wish to come to King's Landing, you must join me as a member of the King's Guard," Robert declared, giving Edmure a hearty pat on the shoulder. At the mention of the King's Guard, a spark of longing flickered in Bran's eyes, while Edmure, though polite, showed little reaction, merely saluting Robert in respect. Robert and Ned then walked away, sharing tales of their long-lost camaraderie, with Robert's visit to Winterfell encompassing a solemn duty to pay homage at the grave of his late wife, Lyanna. The mention of Lyanna cast a shadow of sorrow across both men's faces. As the two heads of their households departed the gathering, Lady Catelyn naturally assumed the responsibility of hosting the king's entourage. Engaging in conversation with Queen Cersei, she instructed Edmure and Robb to take the other children to their chambers, advising them to return once the festivities commenced. After some time, having concluded their discussions, Ned and Robert emerged from the crypt, returning to the Great Hall. Robb arrived with a request. "Ned, I need you. Jon is dead. Illness consumed him like a raging fire. I require your company to King's Landing as my hand to facilitate my continued pursuits of hunting, drinking, and revelry." Upon hearing Robb's words, Ned was momentarily taken aback, soon overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow. Lord Jon Arryn, who had watched him and Robb grow up like a father, had now passed without them even having a final farewell. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Robb chose to wait patiently. Once Ned regained his composure from the grief, he replied, "I must speak with Catelyn and the others." A smile broke across Robb's face. He understood that his friend had acquiesced. After a brief interval, once Ned had settled Robb, He approached Catelyn and the children to discuss the matter. The king's arrival at Winterfell did not evoke any sense of unease in Bran and Arya. In fact, they felt a surge of excitement, for they had grown up in Winterfell and had yet to venture south. The farthest they had traveled was to the nearby woods. In contrast to Bran and Arya's enthusiasm, Edmund felt a twinge of apprehension. I heard that Lord Jon has passed. From father's previous letters, it seemed Jon was in good health. Why such sudden news? However, his speculation was swiftly drowned out by Bran's exuberance. Edmund, did you know? We are going to King's Landing. It's the largest city in the south. Do you think its walls are taller than those of Winterfell? Indeed, the walls will be grand, and as the capital of the realm, King's Landing must be far more opulent than Winterfell. I've heard from passing merchants that over 500,000 people reside there, Edmund replied with a smile. Bran and Arya were the most enthusiastic, their excitement causing them to dance and leap about the hall. This displeased Lady Catelyn greatly. Her stern demeanor prompted the perceptive Arya to quiet down first. Arya gently tugged at Bran's sleeve, and the two children bowed their heads, soon receiving a motherly admonishment from Catelyn, infused with her love. Catelyn led Bran and the other child to a different room, at which point Robb approached Edmund. Edmund, do you intend to journey south? Robb, like most Northmen, was straightforward and preferred to speak candidly. As the second son, Edmund was not in line for the primary inheritance. Upon reaching adulthood, he would either serve as a retainer to another noble, potentially being knighted and managing a parcel of land, or he would be expected to marry a suitable noblewoman to uphold the family name. Of course, after all, you are destined to be the future Duke of Winterfell. For the Starks, and for father, we lack allies in the south. You know, we worship the old gods, while the Southerners not only differ in faith, but some even refer to us as savages from the north behind our backs. I fear for father's safety on this journey, Edmund said, his brow furrowed with concern. Robb gently patted Edmure's shoulder, assuring him, "Fear not, the old god shall watch over our father." Perhaps, but there are no more fish in the southern waters. The old gods may not see our father, Edmure responded inwardly. As time passed, the inhabitants of Winterfell celebrated the arrival of the king. Even the most impoverished servants partook in a sip of ale. The stables, once tended to with care, now lay in silence, save for a solitary figure repeatedly striking a wooden post with a sword. "Greetings, Jon Snow." The figure paused at the sound of the voice. Jon turned to see Edmure waving at him with a jug of wine. A smile instinctively spread across Jon's face. He sheathed his sword and approached Edmure. "Why do you not join the feast? The king's visit is a rare occasion for Winterfell." Taking the jug from Edmure, Jon took a hearty swig. "You know, I have little fondness for such elaborate gatherings, the cacophony of voices and the ceaseless greed within. It unsettles me." "Huh. I once heard Maester Luwin refer to such sentiments as a form of madness. Perhaps you ought to consult him." Jon jested with Edmure. Perhaps you are right. But if a man who offers you wine is deemed mad, then I insist you return the wine to me," Edmure replied with a sidelong glance at Jon, playfully tapping his chest. Their laughter infused the snowy landscape with a burst of color. As they conversed, a light, jovial footfall interrupted their exchange, and they turned to see a diminutive figure, elegantly dressed, staggering toward the stables. The little man walked with a sway, clearly intoxicated. While Jon remained perplexed and astonished, Edmure quickly recognized him. "Oh, Lord Tyrion, what brings you here?" Edmure inquired, picking up the jug once more, contemplating whether others might not require it, before setting it down and walking toward Tyrion. "Ah, you know me?" "No, just hand me the wine," Tyrion replied, surprised yet eager for Edmure to continue offering him the drink. One could not help but marvel at the Lord's keen eyesight, able to discern the wine jug in Edmure's grasp, even on a dark night in the north. Of course, it might just be the unique instincts of a frequent drinker. Certainly, who does not know the Queen's brother, a giant of wisdom? "Ah, I do enjoy the title of giant," Tyrion chuckled, a grin spreading across his face, though his excess weight and short stature rendered the smile somewhat grotesque. Jon averted his gaze, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, while Edmure continued to fixate on Tyrion, his interest in the dwarf vividly apparent. "Pray tell, good sir, who are you, the benevolent soul offering me wine?" Tyrion lifted the wine jug, extending it towards Edmund as he inquired. "I am Edmund, the second son of Lord Ned Stark of Winterfell," Edmund replied with a hint of pride. "Ah, it is an honor to make your acquaintance," Tyrion remarked without displaying surprise, forming an O shape with his mouth as he engaged in polite banter with Edmund. Edmund found no offense in Tyrion's demeanor. Rather, he grasped the jug and clinked it against Tyrion's in a convivial toast, exchanging pleasantries. Jon, meanwhile, remained silent until Tyrion excused himself due to an urgent need, at which point he turned to Edmund and asked, "What compels you to show such interest in a dwarf?" Edmund merely shrugged. One's perceptions of an individual should not be overly superficial. I have heard whispers from obscure sources that Lord Tyrion once single-handedly resolved the sanitation issues in Casterly Rock. One cannot gauge a person's intellect solely based on their stature. Oh, Edmund's remarks left Jon somewhat perplexed. Yet trusting in Edmund's judgment, he responded earnestly. As a bastard, Jon lacked the privilege to dine alongside royalty and distinguished guests. But with Edmund's company, his evening was not devoid of engagement or camaraderie. The two settled beside the stables, conversing about distant lands and their aspirations. The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the stable, a man clad in a white robe entered, disregarding the manure strewn across the ground. Before he could utter a word, Tyrion, who had been sleeping beside a foal, jolted awake in a panic. The warm body of the foal radiated heat towards Tyrion, its coat causing an itchy sensation. However, in the north, the temperature was perpetually frigid, prompting Tyrion's immediate quest for clothing. "Oh, Jaime, had you known I was in the stable, you ought to have brought me some clothes, or at least escorted me back to my chambers," Tyrion complained to Jaime with a hint of exasperation. His grievances, coupled with his contorted expression, appeared all too natural, suggesting such occurrences were not uncommon. "I had no inkling that you spent the night here. I offered one gold dragon to the servants to seek you out, and it was only from a wine steward that I learned you were last seen in this very place," Jaime replied, covering his nose as he spoke. Though his expression conveyed distaste, his body instinctively reached out to assist Tyrion. Tyrion pouted, "Very well, but if you are uncertain whether I possess any garments, you must certainly bring me some wine. It is the elixir that clears the mind and is an essential remedy." Even in this moment, he could not resist his wit. Jaime, well aware of his brother's nature, knew that if they continued this banter, Tyrion could easily engage in conversation for the entire day. Thus, he cut to the chase. "We shall be departing for King's Landing in a few days. Are you certain you wish to journey to the Wall? Otherwise, one must recognize that the Wall is the most magnificent edifice in all of Westeros. I have arrived in Winterfell. If I do not take the opportunity to behold it, I may never have another chance in this lifetime," Tyrion stated earnestly. "Well, if you insist, Tyrion," Jaime began, hesitating mid-sentence. Tyrion remained silent, gazing up at Jaime, aware that his elder brother was not one for riddles. Yet Jaime fell silent, leaving the atmosphere heavy with unspoken thoughts. Though puzzled, Tyrion furrowed his brow slightly. He trusted Jaime and knew he would not act against his interests. Thus, he chose to set aside his curiosity, knowing that when Jaime was ready to speak, he would do so. To break the silence, he suggested, "If there is nothing else, let us proceed to breakfast. The pie from yesterday was simply exquisite, and I wish to indulge in it once more, lest I find myself deprived of such delights in the future." Jaime smiled faintly and gestured for Tyrion to lead the way. As midday approached, the scene shifted to within Winterfell's walls. The sun bathed the inhabitants in a warm glow, prompting any reasonable person to pause and relish this gift from the old gods, reflecting on how the bitter cold of the north could yield such a moment of warmth. Yet, some individuals remained indifferent to such sentiments. Young Bran Stark was among them. The towering cliffs, if one disregarded the accompanying stone steps, posed a formidable challenge for any aspiring climber. The jagged rocks littered the landscape. A slip could result in a shattering fall. However, Bran Stark paid little mind to these dangers. He climbed with determination, skillfully navigating the cliffs, leveraging every edge to propel himself upward. Just as he was about to reach the pinnacle, his moment of relaxation was interrupted by a voice calling out, "Bran, have you had your fill of play?" Startled, Bran turned to see his older brother Edmure, and he exhaled in relief. "He'll be down shortly," he shouted in response. Unbeknownst to him, a gasp had escaped from within the tower's upper chamber. After retracing his steps safely to the ground, Edmure playfully ruffled Bran's hair. "From now on, you must refrain from climbing the tower so carelessly. It is exceedingly dangerous, do you understand?" Edmure admonished him. Bran replied monotonously, his response as predictable as ever. The earlier surprise had left him somewhat bewildered, his gaze distant as he pondered, barely registering Edmure's words. Edmure continued to lecture, and, after a while, Bran interjected uncertainly, "Brother, I thought I saw someone in the tower just now." His voice carried a note of uncertainty, piquing Edmure's curiosity. He glanced toward the tower despite its height, Anyone with decent eyesight could discern the steps and ledges basking in the sunlight. However, Edmund did not detect anything amiss. "Are you certain? Is there someone in the tower? Who would venture to such a place?" Bran remained silent, his hands intertwined, fingers rubbing against one another. Observing his brother's lack of confidence, Edmund was convinced that he was not one to speak without reason. With a furrowed brow of confusion, Edmund summoned a guard and then proceeded alone to the tower. Upon his arrival, everything appeared to be in order. Cobwebs adorned the corners, and the chill in the air rendered insects nearly non-existent. Furthermore, if every tower required maintenance, it would incur considerable expenses, leading to an impression that this place had long been neglected. Just as he was about to depart, a glimmer caught his eye in the sunlight. He bent down to retrieve it, revealing a strand of golden hair that shimmered in his gaze. Chapter 2. The Southward Journey. Golden fields of wheat blanketed the landscape, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a tender maiden gazing longingly at her distant beloved. Not far away, the king's tent stood at the center of the gathering, where the king himself was engaged in conversation with his new prime minister. Meanwhile, near the riverbank, Lady Ned's daughter, Arya, was training in swordsmanship with a butcher's son, Micah. As they exchanged blows, the training resembled more of Arya's unilateral strikes against Micah. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed around them had they been forged of high-quality steel. The impact would surely have left indelible marks as a testament to their encounter. However, the children wielded wooden swords, and their strikes lacked force, resembling a playful game rather than a serious duel. The playful banter between the two children was harmonious, but, predictably, an interruption was imminent. From the grass by the river, faint rustling sounds emerged. Arya sensed something, but remained primarily focused on her practice with Micah. Although she noticed a flash of red, signaling her sister Sansa's arrival, she had no time to greet her. "Oh, look what I've discovered!" Joffrey exclaimed, feigned astonishment. A foul expression spread across his face. If the servants of the Red Keep were to witness this, they would surely pray to avoid his gaze at that moment. Arya and Micah halted in their movements, exchanging puzzled glances as they lowered their swords. Arya turned her head toward Joffrey, perplexed as to why he was accompanying her sister Sansa. "Arya, it seems you still do not comprehend the essence of noble dignity. How can a noble mingle with a commoner?" Joffrey's tone appeared stern, yet coupled with his grotesque expression and his pig-like gaze, it was evident that he was not genuinely attempting to educate Arya. "How could a commoner dare to offend a noble? Sansa, allow me to properly defend our sister." With that, Joffrey drew his sword. The blade, forged of true steel, gleamed ominously, and as he unsheathed it, the very air seemed to grow still. Joffrey pressed the tip of his sword against Mikey's face, incessantly babbling with his mouth. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly grazed Mikey's outer skin. Thanks to the sword's excessive sharpness, Mikey was momentarily aware that his skin had been breached, but the pain would take a while to transmit to his brain. As blood gradually seeped out, Mikey's body trembled. The agony, coupled with a sense of reverence for his superior, rendered him speechless. Nearby, Arya was in a state of distress, her gaze darting between Joffrey and Mikey. She pondered a plan, yet for reasons unknown, critical moments often led to a mental blank. Arya's mind was a void, her body instinctively gathering strength, her wrist tensing. Joffrey, fixated on reprimanding Mikey, failed to notice Arya's unusual demeanor. Sansa's attention was entirely consumed by Joffrey, leaving little room for concern over Arya. Just as Arya was preparing to act, the tension was shattered by Edmund's voice. "Arya, Sansa, what are you doing?" Initially startled by the interruption, Arya quickly recognized her brother's voice, and excitement surged through her as she turned to see him, bolstering her confidence. Sansa, too, instinctively smiled upon seeing her brother, her hand that had been covering her mouth now resting on her chest in relief. Joffrey, undeterred by Edmund's arrival, sought to continue threatening Mikey. "Prince Joffrey, what is the meaning of this?" Edmund inquired of Joffrey, seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere. Only then did Joffrey begrudgingly sheath his sword. "I was merely teaching the servant to understand his place. A sword is not something a butcher's son should wield." Edmund offered no reply, though his furrowed brow betrayed his dissatisfaction. "This prince appears excessively violent," a judgment echoed in Edmund's mind. With little time to dwell on the matter, he urged, "Let us depart, it is time for dinner," and gestured for Mikey to leave. Yet Mikey stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Joffrey, mistaking the servant's inaction for defiance due to his lack of orders, smirked, and haughtily commanded, "Get lost." Finally recognizing the reality of the situation, Mikey's legs weakened, and he stumbled backward in retreat. Edmund lingered until the end, placing a protective arm around Arya's shoulders, his eyes betraying a wariness towards Joffrey. Upon returning to camp, the adults had completed their discussions. Ned smiled upon seeing his two daughters and son. Although Prince Joffrey was present, his demeanor grim, Ned felt no sense of unease as he approached Edmund directly. "How do you find the South?" Ned inquired. "Quite well, though it is somewhat humid, unlike the cold of the north. It seems you prefer the northern climate more." "Indeed, yet a tranquil sea cannot forge exceptional sailors. I yearn to venture southward for some training. Perhaps it will yield personal growth," Edmund replied. "Ha!" Both Ned and Edmund chuckled. Ned gently raised his arm, intending to caress Edmund's cheek, but at the halfway point, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he chose to let it drop. "You are my most astute child, Edmund. Do you recall our family's maxim? Of course, winter is coming." "Precisely. I truly wish you could remain in Winterfell, assisting Robb like Maester Luwin, always by his side. Winter is coming, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives." Edmund fell silent, gazing intently at his father Ned, reminiscent of his childhood days spent by the hearth with Robb, listening to Ned's tales. Recently, a deserter was captured near Winterfell, incessantly murmuring about the White Walkers. "Though I harbor doubts, Ben Jin told me before he departed that this man was no coward. What then could compel a Ranger of the Night's Watch to risk execution by fleeing?" Edmund noticed Ned's fingers unconsciously tightening, a clear sign of his perplexity. "Edmund, what are your thoughts on Jon?" "He is my brother," Edmund replied without hesitation. "Indeed." Ned felt a flicker of solace at Edmund's resolute answer. "What if, what if, one day we must oppose others for Jon's sake?" Ned's lips quivered slightly, indicating the difficulty of articulating such words. Edmund struggled to comprehend, his mind clouded with confusion. Yet out of trust for his father, he earnestly replied, "I shall always stand by my family." Ned remained silent, his eyes reflecting a mixture of pride and years of weariness. He gently patted Edmund's shoulder. The bond between father and son was profoundly deep. "For family," Ned declared. Chapter 3. Through the Riverlands. Once upon a time, there was a young maiden in a grand hall, where a minstrel was passionately singing a love ballad. His enchanting voice captivated all present, including the tavern keeper's daughter, who weighed no less than 200 pounds. The excess fat on her face could have been used to fry oil. She was incessantly wiping away her tears with her hands, her pouting lips, swollen from weeping, causing a nearby drunkard to retch repeatedly. Sansa, too, was drawn in by the melody, allowing herself to dream of the future. "If Joffrey were to sing such a song for me, I would undoubtedly be so blissful that I would marry him on the spot." Her golden hair shimmered in the air, elusive yet so close, as Sansa succumbed to her longing for love. The blush on her youthful cheeks, the sparkle of joy in her eyes, and the arms raised in a gesture of yearning represented the purest beauty in the world. Edmund and Arya stood nearby, with Arya nudging Edmund. "Look at Sansa. She has fallen into yet another unnecessary fantasy. She ought to see a maester, as if she were ill." Arya frowned, pouting her lips, preparing to mimic Sansa and mock her openly. "Stop that," Edmund gently tapped Arya on the head. "You mustn't speak of your sister that way. She may one day become a queen." At the mention of the word queen, a flicker of displeasure crossed Edmund's face, for he held no fondness for Joffrey. Their recent encounters had revealed him to be an arrogant, spoiled youth. Yet Sansa remained ensnared in the illusions of her girlhood, blind to Joffrey's true nature and immersed in his insipid charms. Moreover, given that Joffrey's father, King Robert, and his own father, Ned, had been friends for many years, Edmund felt reluctant to shatter her dreams. Should Sansa marry Joffrey, the Stark family's standing in the realm would undoubtedly rise. The Starks had long been distanced from the center of power. As Edmund contemplated the future of House Stark, a spirited voice interrupted his thoughts. "Edmund," turning to see, a smile spread across Edmund's face. "Uncle Edmure." A mane of red hair blazed like fire as it entered his view. Though his tone was gentle, the sight of the speaker's beard imparted an aura of authority, as if he commanded respect without raising his voice. If only he were a tad taller, he would be even more imposing. "Uncle?" Arya and Sansa looked up in confusion, as they had no recollection of this uncle from the Riverlands. Having had no correspondence during their time in Winterfell, they had only heard whispers from their elder brother, Edmund. While Arya and Sansa pondered, Edmund had already approached and embraced Edmure. "You've grown taller, Edmund. Well done. A man should possess a magnificent stature," Edmure exclaimed, patting Edmund's chest. feeling the strength of his muscles reverberate beneath his hand. Indeed, I aspire to become the finest swordsman in the north, Edmund replied, his gaze fixed upon Edmure's eyes as he assessed his uncle's physique. It appeared that Edmure had aged somewhat. No, perhaps he merely stooped slightly, rendering him less spirited. I wonder how grandfather is faring, Edmund pondered, growing increasingly restless. Edmund, it has been far too long since your last visit to the Riverlands. This time, we must indulge ourselves to the fullest, Edmure chattered on, oblivious to Edmund's unease. We arrived with the king. Shouldn't we first attend to him? Arya interjected from the side. Edmure instinctively leaned back. Ah, yes, how embarrassing. He laughed, scratching his head awkwardly. Edmund cast a sidelong glance at Arya, who responded with a playful grimace. Let us first pay our respects to the king, uncle. Afterward, we shall visit grandfather. It has been ages since I last saw him, and I am concerned about his health. Edmund's voice dwindled to a whisper. Edmure's expression shifted to one of melancholy. The medium-built man seemed on the verge of tears. Edmund wished to console him, but Edmure waved him off. It's nothing, merely a tickle in my nose. Let us proceed to meet the king. Subsequently, Edmure, representing House Tully of Riverrun, expressed his respect to the king, demonstrating loyalty to the realm. Though Ned was not particularly warm towards his brother-in-law, he held a certain fondness for him. Most northerners struggle to articulate their emotions, often appearing only in times of hardship. During the War of the Usurper, Ned's father-in-law, Hostler Tully, joined King Robert's forces. Had it not been for the Riverlands' assistance, the northern army would have been stalled at the neck, unable to reach the south, let alone engage in battle. The alliances of House Stark, House Karstark, House Manderley, and House Tully collectively formed the foundation of the Targaryen dynasty. After suitably attending to the king, Edmure led Edmund to the main hall of Riverrun to visit the current Lord Tully, Hostler. Edmure, still naive in matters of courtly politics, neglected to share a drink with the king following their meeting, instead opting to recount amusing tales of the Riverlands. Fortuitously, the reigning king was Robert Baratheon, whose thoughts were consumed with feasting and revelry. Otherwise, he might have noted Edmure's faux pas. The dimly lit corridors were adorned with crimson candle sconces. As Edmure turned a corner and pushed open the door, Edmund was immediately assailed by the pungent scent of medicinal herbs, wrinkling his nose in response. Due to a physician's prescription, he had mandated that no spices be used in the room, as they would diminish the efficacy of the medicine. Edmure, noticing Edmund's discomfort, offered an explanation. Yet, Edmund's focus was not on this matter. His gaze fell upon the frail old man lying on the bed, and a wave of sadness washed over him, causing his nose to involuntarily twitch. The once powerful embrace still held warmth in Edmund's heart, yet after many years, their reunion unfolded in such an unexpected manner. Grandfather. Edmund yearned to call out, but hesitated, fearing he might disturb his grandfather's rest, his voice faltering. Father, Edmund has come to see you. The voice of Edmure resonated nearby. Horst emitted a faint sound, prompting Edmund to lean closer to his grandfather's face. In Horst's eyes, a familiar visage emerged in his mind. Little Kate? Initially, he mistook this figure for his eldest daughter, Caitlin, but quickly dismissed the thought, realizing the figure bore dark hair. Horst trembled as he raised his arm. Edmund? Edmund grasped his grandfather's arm, affirming, Yes, it is I, your grandson, Edmund. Horst felt the warmth coursing through Edmund's palm, despite his parched, dehydrated visage. A genuine smile flickered across his face, yet it seemed he lacked the strength for further words, merely lowering his hand wearily. Edmure subsequently summoned a scholar to attend to Duke Horst. As Edmund wiped his nose and prepared to depart, Horst's hand clung to him, reluctant to let go. How long has this been the case? Edmund inquired of Edmure. Since the letter was dispatched by the Raven, it has remained thus, Edmure replied, his voice trembling yet resolute. Take good care of him. Conversations between men are often steeped in silence, as they are typically reticent when confronted with emotions. Outside, a raven perched upon a branch, its dim eyes reflecting Edmund's shadow. It then let out a croak and took flight, heading northward. Chapter 4. The Royal Council. Ned caressed the brooch upon his chest, feeling its exquisite craftsmanship, a testament to superior materials and the skill of a master artisan. Such craftsmanship was sorely lacking in the north, he mused. The north was not deficient in mineral resources, yet due to a scarcity of food, the populace struggled to fill their bellies, rendering any advancement in smelting techniques a distant dream. Consequently, the production of various tools remained crude and lagged behind the south. Perhaps, in the future, it would be feasible to relocate skilled artisans to the north. Transforming unconsumable minerals into weapons and armor for trade at White Harbor could yield sustenance in exchange. thereby alleviating hunger for the northern folk while enhancing trade relations with the south, just as Ned contemplated policies for governing the realm. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "My lord, Minister Varys requests an audience." "Come in," Ned replied. As the words left his lips, he wrinkled his nose. For as the door swung open with a creak, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him, heralding the entrance of a bald man clad in a loose robe. "Your schedule is indeed quite demanding, my Lord Prime Minister. Do bear in mind that I have waited long to find a moment of solitude with you," Varys said, his body leaning forward, exuding a demeanor of humility. Yet Ned was more concerned about the pungent aroma, wrinkling his nose in discomfort. "My Lord Varys, do you have something to discuss?" Varys paused, lowering his chin slightly. "I have come this time solely to pay my respects to the new Prime Minister." Ned nodded, directing his gaze back to the documents on the table. "Your purpose has been fulfilled. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Varys hesitated, his chin dropping further. "My lord, you are newly arrived and may not yet be familiar with King's Landing and the southern affairs." Ned gave a slight nod. "If time permits on another day, we may discuss this further." He resumed his search through the papers. Varys pouted, his hands clasped together as he humbly continued, "My lord, you must understand that the politics of the capital differ greatly from those of the north." Ned glanced at Varys, but offered no response. He was not an unkind man. Yet he found it difficult to warm to eunuchs and those he perceived as flawed. Besides, he had heard much about Varys, the infamous spider. During his journey to King's Landing, the Master of Whispers? An unsettling feeling stirred within Ned. Varys, sensing the moment, chose to withdraw, bowing respectfully with his hands clasped as he departed. That land was indeed fertile. I have never encountered such richness in the north. Truly, the south is remarkable, yielding 2 harvests a year. Indeed, replied Ned. The river valleys of the south are said to be even more bountiful. They are referred to as the granaries of the 7 kingdoms, capable of producing 3 harvests annually. Edmund was conversing with his father's guard, Jory. Having spent some time with his grandfather, Hoster Tully, he had experienced the customs of the south. However, like most guards, Jory had never set foot in the Riverlands. This journey southward was indeed an eye-opener. While Edmund and Jory were engaged in conversation, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted them. "You must be the son of the new Prime Minister." Edmund, a short, unremarkable man, appeared before him. He possessed gray-green eyes and a small patch of beard on his chin, with dark hair flecked with gray. "Of course, if I am not mistaken. You must be Lord Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance at the Royal Council," Edmund replied, the last remark directed at Jory to avoid any perceived slight against the visitor. "It is an honor to be remembered by the son of the Prime Minister," Peter said, patting his chest and nodding at Edmund. "If I cannot remember the name of the Minister of Finance, then I am unworthy of being the Prime Minister's child," Edmund concurred, observing Peter's demeanor and tone. Edmund found nothing particularly remarkable about him. However, the narrow slits of his eyes, perpetually narrowed, instilled a sense of caution within Edmund. Unconsciously, he reached for his waist, yet maintained a polite facade. "Might I inquire, my Lord Peter, what brings you here?" "There is nothing much. I merely came to attend the Royal Council and happened to catch a glimpse of Kate's child, which prompted me to pay a visit." Peter's tone grew noticeably more emphatic as he mentioned Kate. Edmund furrowed his brow slightly, disliking the familiarity with which another man, aside from his father, addressed his mother. Peter seemed to notice Edmund's frown and swiftly changed the subject, remarking that the king was about to host a tournament to celebrate the new Prime Minister's appointment, during which knights and esteemed swordsmen from all of Westeros would gather in King's Landing. "I have heard that Lord Ned's children are renowned swordsmen from the north, and I hope to witness your performance at the tournament." Throughout the conversation, both parties maintained eye contact, and it was Edmund who first spoke, expressing his gratitude to Lord Peter for the reminder, stating that he only wished to face Sir Barristan in a match. Both Peter and Edmund shared a hearty laugh. However, Peter noted that Sir Barristan, being of advanced age, would likely accompany the king and might not be able to fulfill that wish. Edmund's expression betrayed a hint of regret. Peter patted Edmund on the shoulder and excused himself, citing the meeting as his reason for departure. "Jory, what are your thoughts on that man?" Edmund inquired. "Huh, Lord Peter?" Jory seemed oblivious to the question. Edmund sighed and quietly watched as Peter departed. "Why, the kingdom's finances are in the red," Prime Minister Ned questioned during the council meeting. The ministers present collectively placed their hands to their foreheads, with the exception of the Minister of the Navy, Stannis, who, for reasons unknown, had returned to his ancestral seat on Dragonstone. While the remaining ministers were present, Prime Minister Ned, Justice Minister Lancel, Commander of the King's Guard Barristan, Grand Maester Pycelle, Finance Minister Peter, and Minister of Information Varys. Finance Minister Peter raised his hand to address Ned, stating, "The kingdom's coffers have been depleted due to King Robert's incessant demands. The continual hosting of tournaments and various celebratory feasts." Ned continued, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "I recall when the Targaryens first fell and Mad King Aerys too perished. The wealth left behind was enough to fill the entire palace." Peter responded with a hint of resignation. "That was nearly a decade ago. The king is about to host a tournament to celebrate the new prime minister's appointment, with the champion set to receive 40,000 golden dragons, the runner-up 20,000, and the third place 10,000. Upon hearing this, Ned rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Do you ministers not think to advise the king?" At this moment, Peter remained silent. The king's brother, Lancel, interjected, "My lord Ned, you are aware of my brother's temperament. He has little interest beyond warfare and revelry. Expecting him to govern effectively is indeed a Herculean task." Observing Lancel's animated response, Ned felt as though his head might explode. Is there anything left for the kingdom aside from the millions of golden dragons owed to the Iron Bank? Ned inquired cautiously, having reached the limits of his contemplation. "No. There is more. The kingdom has also borrowed millions of golden dragons from the king's father-in-law, Lord Tywin." Peter ruthlessly shattered Ned's illusions. With a pained gesture, Ned pressed his forehead and then lowered his gaze. "Very well, I understand. If there is nothing else, let us all take our leave." Peter and Lisa seemed to have more to say, yet, witnessing Ned's distress over the burden of debt, they chose to remain silent. Once all the ministers had departed, Ned caressed the brooch, symbolizing his position as Hand of the King, reminiscing about his friendship with Robert during their shared upbringing in House Arryn. Although the Northerners were not as adept in scheming as their Southern counterparts, Ned, having served as the Warden of the North for many years, was far from a fool. His observations in recent days revealed an abundance of golden-haired figures within the court, indicating the diminishing power of House Baratheon. Robert's two brothers were of little consequence. One had inexplicably returned to his lands, while the other squandered his days in revelry among the nobles. Furrowing his brow, Ned contemplated which ministers could be trusted to be loyal to the realm. Peter appeared cunning, though he pondered whether his wife shared a certain camaraderie with him. Ned stroked his beard thoughtfully. "If only Stannis were here, at least he excels in warfare," he mused. "On this journey south, I have brought but 100 sworn swords. What forces can I command within the capital?" His gaze turned to the city gates, where the name of the city watch echoed in his mind. Under the dim glow of the setting sun, a dark figure swiftly emerged from the eyrie, soaring towards the north. Chapter 5. The Tournament, Part 1. Next to enter was the newly appointed Hand's sworn guard from the north, led by the Hand's son, Edmure, and known as the Winter Wolves. A stirring speech ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Due to King Robert's generosity, all citizens of King's Landing, regardless of status, were granted free entry to witness the tournament, accompanied by complimentary refreshments. The populace expressed their gratitude for the king's benevolence, extending their thanks to the new Hand as well. "What do you think, Ned? The people cheer for you," Robert remarked. Ned smiled faintly. "They cheer for your golden dragons." In such a vibrant scene, even he found it difficult to remain unmoved by the accolades directed at him. "Haha." King Robert laughed heartily, seizing a nearby wine jug and taking several hearty swigs before signaling for the servant to refill his cup. "Ah, Sansa, look, it's Edmure," Arya exclaimed excitedly to her sister. Sansa appeared flustered, somewhat reproaching her sister for such rudeness, yet she too felt a surge of excitement for her brother. Clutching her handkerchief tightly and leaning forward to better view the contest unfolding within the arena. At this moment, Edmund donned a complete set of armor, characterized by the unique gray hue of the Northern Territories, adorned with an embroidered emblem of a white dire wolf, accentuating his imposing stature. Without his helmet, he braved the biting cold winds, his chiseled visage eliciting gasps from the onlooking maidens. However, Edmund paid no heed to their admiration. He soon secured his helmet and exchanged a brief, knowing glance with Jory and the others, who intuitively understood their roles in the impending skirmish. This was a coordinated team effort, with 7 members forming a small unit, perfectly suited for Edmund and his companions to establish a straightforward formation. As the announcement echoed throughout the arena, a wave of competitors surged into the field, transforming the once spacious ground into a somewhat cramped battleground. The instant the horns signaled the commencement of the contest, accompanied by the resounding beat of war drums, Edmund surged forth like a stallion unleashed, charging towards the nearest band of mercenaries. The apparent leader among them was momentarily taken aback by the sudden onslaught, but quickly regained composure and unsheathed his sword. The blade gleamed with a deadly glint, albeit its length was inadequate. Despite the craftsman's skill, the limitations of the materials rendered it merely a serviceable weapon. In contrast, Edmund wielded a hand-and-a-half sword, a magnificent weapon that combined the advantages of a broadsword and a knight's sword, allowing for versatile use, whether wielded in one hand or two. As the cold light of his blade flashed, it illuminated the mercenary's face, whose ordinary copper helmet bore the marks of a hasty craftsmanship, likely due to the artisan's lack of compensation. With a powerful thrust, Edmund channeled his strength into the hilt, transferring it through the entirety of the blade. The hand-and-a-half sword sliced through the air, producing a chilling gust that seemed capable of severing hair. The mercenary managed to raise his sword in a desperate defense, barely intercepting Edmund's strike. However, the sheer force of Edmund's attack compelled him to stoop low, and the edge of the mercenary's weapon grazed his shoulder, causing a dull thud to resonate from his throat as Edmund intensified his assault. While the mercenary gasped for breath, Edmund maintained a calm demeanor, his breathing steady and silent, indicating he still possessed ample vigor. The two were locked in a stalemate until another mercenary, regaining his wits, seized a spear and prepared to thrust it at Edmund. With a powerful swing, Edmund drove downwards, forcing the mercenary back with a resounding clash. The dislodged mercenary, panting heavily and disregarding the wound on his shoulder, hastily retreated, grateful to the seven gods for having narrowly escaped with his life. Without delay, Edmund aimed his blade at the mercenary wielding the spear, skillfully sidestepping his thrust. Lowering his stance, he charged forward, the sharp tip of his hand-and-a-half sword aimed directly at the mercenary's chest. The mercenary gasped in astonishment, unprepared for the swiftness of Edmund's counterattack, which effortlessly evaded his assault. Fortunately, he was a heavily armored infantryman wielding a spear and shield. He deftly raised his shield-bearing arm to block inward, and with a resounding clash, the blade of his half-sword met the shield, producing a sonorous melody of metal colliding. The mercenary stumbled backward, barely managing to stabilize himself. Instead of pressing the attack, Edmund chose to retreat a few steps, regaining his balance from the force of the blow, and then re-established his stance, gripping the hilt of his half-sword with both hands. The mercenary, shaken but recovering, quickly positioned himself beside his comrade, tightening his grip on his weapon as he stood in solidarity with the spearman. A flush of excitement crept onto Edmund's face, not born of fear or hesitation, but of exhilaration. He repeatedly relaxed and tightened his fingers around the sword's hilt, inhaling deeply as he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Despite the enemies flanking him on both sides, some brandishing shields, Edmund felt invigorated. Suddenly, a sound caught Edmund's ear. Almost instinctively, he raised his blade, the edge grazing the shaft of a black arrow that veered off course, narrowly missing him. Had he not positioned his sword upward, he might have lost an arm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Edmund lifted his arm, aligning his sword above his waist. In an instant, he feigned a powerful sword strike, prompting the disoriented mercenary to hastily adopt a defensive posture. However, as he leaned to the side, his loyal guard Jory unleashed a volley of arrows. Why engage in single combat when a group assault was at hand? The mercenaries had no time to chastise Edmund for his lack of chivalry, even though they themselves were engaged in a two-on-one situation. The mercenary with the armed sword managed to react quickly, evading to the rear of the shield-bearing mercenary. Unfortunately, the shield-bearer was less fortunate. He fell for Edmund's ruse, mistaking his movement for a downward strike and raising his shield overhead, thereby obstructing both the attack's trajectory and his own line of sight. In a twist of fate, Jory's arrows aimed at the mercenary's head struck the shield instead, piercing through and eliciting gasps from the onlookers due to the force behind the arrows. Jory swiftly fired 2 more arrows, which found their mark in the mercenary's abdomen and thigh, causing him to cry out in agony. Edmund seized the moment, delivering a powerful cleave. The shield-bearer, unable to evade in time, was grievously wounded from shoulder to waist, blood and entrails cascading forth like a broken dam. Without a moment's hesitation, Edmund turned his attention to the mercenary captain, who wore an expression of terror, visibly weakened before the fight had even begun. Yet, as a seasoned mercenary accustomed to a life on the edge, thoughts of the bounty and the impossibility of retreat flickered a fierce resolve in his eyes. He retaliated with a strike, his thigh powering the attack and stirring up a cloud of dust. Influenced by the rugged environment of the north, Edmund had adopted the expansive and powerful sword techniques characteristic of its people. However, due to his youthful explorations in the Riverlands, coupled with his exposure to the exquisite swordsmanship known as the Dance of Waters from Bravos during his formative years, he was able to grasp some of its essence. Aided by the support of his grandfather, Horst Tully, Edmund's body tilted, appearing almost to fold in the eyes of the mercenaries, making it exceedingly difficult to discern his position. It seemed that only his waist, exposed during his charge, was vulnerable to attack. Just as the mercenaries contemplated the direction of Edmund's assault, he had already struck, executing an upward slash. His arm transitioned from a two-handed grip to a single-handed hold, with his palm primarily gripping the end of the hilt, thereby expanding his range of attack. The mercenary could scarcely react. Before his blade had even unleashed a swift gust, it slipped from his grasp. The mercenary's armor, long neglected, had lost its luster, marred by scars and gaps, likely remnants from battles past. Moreover, it was merely a piece of leather armor, not the more formidable chainmail. Edmund's half-swording sliced through the mercenary as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, cleaving him down, while his armor was rent asunder. Meanwhile, Jory and the others gradually overcame their adversaries. In the small band of 7, only one shield-bearer sustained a minor injury due to an insufficiently executed shield maneuver. The arena was left with only 3 teams standing, as the surrounding spectators erupted in exuberant cheers, tossing flowers into the air. "I told you my brother would be fine," Arya exclaimed triumphantly to Sansa, who merely covered her mouth with her hand, a smile illuminating her features as she watched Edmund. "Your child is indeed a remarkable warrior. Ned, you once told me of his exceptional swordsmanship, though I had yet to witness it. It is truly extraordinary," King Robert remarked to Prime Minister Ned. Ned responded with modest words, his eyes betraying an undeniable pride as he focused intently on the arena, fixated on Edmund. "Jaime, what do you think of this swordsmanship?" Cersei inquired of her brother Jaime. At her words, Jaime merely shrugged, offering no direct response, though the tight grip on his sword sheath revealed his combative nature. Just as Edmund intended to lead his team forward, a figure clad in the attire of a free knight, brandishing a spear and shield, stepped forth from the opposing team. The dark armor, gleaming in the sunlight, bore testament to its age yet reflected the care its wielder had bestowed upon it. A sword hung at his waist, and with his shield lowered, he raised his spear, pointing its tip directly at Edmund. Edmund's expression darkened, his hands gripping the hilt tightly and raising it above his head, unleashing a powerful growl. He then gestured for Jory to retreat. Reluctantly, Jory complied, withdrawing with his team to afford Edmund and the challenger ample space for their duel. However, Jory remained vigilant, his bowstring taut, ready for any eventuality. The arena fell silent, all eyes riveted on the impending clash between Edmund and his opponent, with only the sound of the wind whispering through the open expanse. As the first leaf, carried by the wind, fluttered past Edmund's eyes, it seemed to herald the commencement of the duel. With a decisive leap, Edmund advanced swiftly. His intentions were crystal clear. A lance is most vulnerable at close quarters, while a half-sword excels in intimate combat. Should Edmund breach the inner circle of the lance, the outcome of this contest would become apparent. The lance, being significantly longer than the sword, possesses an inherent advantage. An inch in length translates to an inch in strength. If the free knight wielded a 2-meter-long lance with sufficient expertise, he could undoubtedly suppress Edmund, perhaps preventing him from even entering the inner circle. However, instead of capitalizing on Edmund's advance to initiate a countercharge, the free knight raised his shield high, positioning it at the center to directly confront Edmund's assault. Perhaps he surmised that, given Edmund's armor and remarkable speed, should his lance fail to deliver a fatal blow, he would find himself in dire straits. Yet, as Edmund closed the distance, the free knight did not retreat. Instead, he summoned his strength, driving forward, using his shield as a weapon to strike at Edmund. Caught off guard, Edmund hastily swung his half-sword in a desperate defense, but his lack of power and unstable footing resulted in a glancing blow against the shield, producing a sound akin to metal scraping against a heavy object. The free knight immediately retaliated with a thrust of his lance, his left hand wielding the shield and his right hand the lance, both executed with force, the shield to absorb the attack and the lance aimed directly at Edmund's midsection. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Some held their breath, while timid women covered their eyes, unable to watch. King Robert slowly rose from his seat, poised to intervene and halt the combat. From a distance, Ned appeared calm, yet a closer examination revealed his brow drenched in sweat. At this critical juncture, the free knight believed he had secured a hit, but the familiar sensation of piercing flesh failed to materialize. The eyes beneath his helmet betrayed disbelief. In a swift maneuver, Edmund adeptly shifted his grip, seizing the lance just behind its tip with his left hand. His gray gauntlet clutched the greenish shaft like a raven gripping a branch with tenacity. The free knight, attempting to thrust harder, was horrified to discover that Edmund's strength surpassed his own. Burning with rage at the taunting glint in Edmund's eyes, he felt the veins in his left wrist bulging as he sought to replicate his earlier tactic, aiming to strike Edmund's head with his shield. Yet, Edmund was not to be outdone. A tactic once employed would not yield success a second time. With a deft flick of his right hand, he sent the free knight staggering backward, then forcefully brought his blade down upon the lance's shaft, causing the free knight's lance tip to clatter to the ground, mingling with the earth. Now, the free knight was left in a state of fear, discarding his sword and left with only his shield for defense. Yet, rather than pursuing the advantage, Edmund, embodying the spirit of chivalry, chose to raise his sword, signaling the knight to retrieve a weapon. The free knight placed his shield before his chest, saluted Edmund, and then swiftly retreated, bending to pick up a longsword. The two resumed their standoff, locking eyes as they circled around the center, poised for the next exchange. The previously tense audience erupted in exclamations of admiration, captivated by the splendid duel between seasoned veterans. Edmund contemplated that he had thoroughly deciphered his opponent's combat style. His right hand exhibited greater strength than his left, as evidenced by his persistent choice to wield the sword in his right, with a shield in his left hand and a longsword in his right. He resembled a heavily armored infantryman, simultaneously executing offense and defense. Though seemingly devoid of weaknesses, there existed vulnerabilities, constrained by the limitation of two hands. Achieving coordination was a formidable challenge. Often, while one side attacked, the other was engaged in defense. Both the shield and the sword could serve dual purposes of offense and defense. By exploiting the fleeting moments when his opponent shifted between these modes, a decisive strike could lead to victory. Edmund's gray pupils, for reasons unknown, now bore a hint of green, akin to a wolf's gaze fixated on its prey. He surged forward with swift strides, and this time, the free knight also charged, raising his shield and delivering a powerful blow with its robust surface, concealing the direction of his long sword beneath the shield. The clash of blades resonated as the swords met, each leaving marks upon the other's edges. It was unsustainable to remain in this stalemate, Edmund mused, recognizing that his armor was heavier. He deftly sidestepped a thrust, then executed a lateral charge, propelling the free knight away. The knight appeared to have exhausted his strength, staggering backward from the sudden impact. His stance wavered, yet his footfalls remained firm, suggesting a feigned weakness to lure Edmund into attack. Seizing the opportunity, Edmund charged with half-drawn sword, carving an arc through the air, propelled by a fierce gust. The free knight's body jolted as his muscles coiled, forcing him to stabilize himself, and his long sword hand struck out like a bolt of lightning. In that instant, Edmund perceived the world around him slowing down, the clamorous cheers of the crowd, the fluttering flowers, and the wafting aroma of malted beer. The free knight collapsed helplessly to the ground, a crimson line carved into his chest. Edmund, too, found himself in peril, a small portion of his left forehead sliced away. The arena erupted in cheers for the victor. Witnessing this, the remaining competitors were swiftly disheartened, realizing that only 3 teams remained, with even the least among them assured of third-place rewards. There was no need for further bloodshed. Edmund had triumphantly claimed victory in the Team Combat Championship. Chapter 6, The Tournament, Part 2. Next, the illustrious Knight of Blossoms faced off, accompanied by the resounding voice of the referee. The warhorses exhaled heavily, producing visible breaths in the light, while their riders felt the palpable energy coursing through the powerful muscles and pulsating veins of their mounts. It was as if they were astride a fierce beast, poised for a moment of charge that would obliterate the enemy. The knights raised their lances, shields positioned alongside, as they tightened their legs, seeking equilibrium upon their steeds. The swift wind raced past like an arrow, compelling the rider to squint. Whether he could discern his opponent's movements beneath the helmet would be pivotal in determining the outcome of the match. Among the two combatants, one knight stood out with an unmistakable air of nobility, adorned in intricately embellished armor and weaponry that resembled a work of art rather than mere protective gear. His tall frame and outstretched arms bore the emblem of 3 golden roses blooming upon a verdant field, though obscured by a helmet. The wisps of soft hair peeking from his ears suggested that he was indeed a strikingly handsome man. On the sidelines, Edmund nudged Sansa, questioning her interest in the tournament. At that moment, Sansa's entire attention was captivated by the dashing knight. Her brother's teasing caused her to startle, hastily averting her gaze, her hand pressed to her chest. Her cheeks flushed. The thoughts of the young girl were as transparent as glass. Observing this, Edmund merely smiled. The splendid knight was likely Ser Loras Tyrell, the 3rd son of the Highgarden Duke, Mace Tyrell. The steadiness of his mount indicated his considerable skill in combat. If he had earned his brother's approval, then surely his prowess was commendable. Sansa, upon hearing this, unconsciously exhaled in relief for Ser Loras, her previously rigid posture relaxing somewhat. The scene shifted back to the arena. The lance, crafted from oak and extending 6 meters in length, paired with a shield emblazoned with his family's crest, wielded both lethality and defensiveness on the field. Loras and the nameless noble knight were poised to collide, their steeds galloping faster, appearing to charge without the need for precision, lances set to clash. In an unnoticed corner, the grip of Joffrey Baratheon tightened around the armrest of his seat, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixated on every move of Loras. In the fleeting moment as their steeds crossed, a resounding crack echoed as one lance shattered, sending a shield tumbling. The nameless noble knight fell to the ground, subsequently dragged away by the attendants. Loras removed his helmet, revealing his handsome visage, his hair billowing in the air as he enthusiastically waved to the nobility, extending his courtesy even to the common folk. This gesture incited a crescendo of cheers from the crowd, each wave louder than the last. Soon, the next match commenced. Another jousting duel. From the left, a knight clad in black armor entered, provoking gasps from the spectators. His imposing figure loomed like a mountain, his armor reminiscent of a fearsome beast from a fable. I wager he stands over 2 meters tall. I cannot fathom how many lives he has claimed. Good heavens, that enormous sword on his back could cleave me in two from above. Such remarks echoed through the stands. Edmund licked his lips, contemplating the mountain, the scourge of the 7 kingdoms. Once, during the War of Usurpers, a vile scoundrel committed heinous acts against Rhaegar Targaryen's wife, Elia Martell, and cruelly ended the life of Rhaegar's child. This was a villain devoid of chivalric virtue. The mountain raised his lance and spurred his steed onward, encumbered by armor that hindered his speed, while his opponent rode lightly equipped. The gleaming armor signified that it was freshly forged, even from a distance. One could discern the exquisite craftsmanship bestowed by the finest artisans of King's Landing. The heavy hoofbeats of the warhorse resonated throughout the arena, striking the hearts of the audience like thunder. The knight confronting the mountain exhibited a hint of panic in his gaze, and even his legs quivered on the saddle, struggling to maintain his balance. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only muster the courage to advance. He raised his shield, his lance merely swaying as he maintained a steady offensive posture. He placed greater weight and focus upon the shield, hoping to evade the mountain's charge and preserve his life. With a resounding crash, the barriers shattered under a formidable force at the moment when their steeds collided. The knight's shield was obliterated, splintering into fragments that fell to the ground, and he collapsed helplessly. If it had only been the shield that was destroyed, there might have been hope. However, the fallen knight emitted incoherent sounds, strange and garbled. A closer inspection revealed that his throat had been pierced, gravely injuring his windpipe, rendering him voiceless. Blood gushed forth, and the volume of his injuries could only be entrusted to the 7 gods for healing. The mountain triumphed and advanced to the next round, where he would face Loras. To ensure fairness for the participants, the tournament would recess for 3 days before resuming. After the event concluded, King Robert intended to explore the culture of King's Landing with his new hand, Ned, but regrettably, he was rebuffed by Ned, an individual lacking in social grace. Consequently, he ventured forth with his companion Lancel, while Ned proceeded to the Maester's chamber. Upon entering, he encountered Maester Pycelle, who was perched on a chair perusing a tome. Maester Pycelle, I wish to inquire about the symptoms exhibited by the late hand, John Arryn, prior to his demise, Ned asked. Pycelle hesitated, momentarily pausing before turning towards Ned, and trembled as he replied. Lord John's death was associated with gastric ailments. The affliction consumed him like a fierce fire. Upon hearing this, Ned, somewhat incredulous, responded, I have always heard that John was in robust health. How could this be so sudden? Pycelle's mouth faltered for a moment before he continued, I am not entirely certain. No peculiar symptoms were discovered within Lord John's body. Ned shook his head in resignation, his clenched fists betraying his frustration. What was John engaged in during his final moments? He pressed. It is said that Lord John frequently spoke of enduring strength. Echoing the Arryn family motto, as high as honor, Lady Lisa remarked that it was a blessing for her son, Robert, even in the face of death. He did not forget his love and care for his child. Is there nothing else? Pycelle raised a finger. And there was one more matter to address. Lord John had been perusing this very tome prior to his demise. Swiftly, Pycelle retrieved the book from the shelf and handed it to Ned, who was met with the sight of the genealogy of the major noble houses of the 7 kingdoms. Why would John have been interested in such a work before his death? Ned pondered while absent-mindedly stroking his fingers. What of John's attendants? What of those who surrounded him? Had no significant occurrences transpired? Ned continued to inquire of Pycelle. Pycelle, still appearing frail and unsteady, spoke with a slight stammer. There is one thing that has long perplexed me. John's attendant was a man named Jory. After John's passing, he inexplicably came into a sum of money and was subsequently knighted. It seems that he was the one who met his end today, pierced through the throat by the mountain. Ned felt a glimmer of understanding before Pycelle's words doused it with cold water. His brow furrowed deeply. Very well, I comprehend. With that, he turned to depart. Once Ned had left, Pycelle hastened to the door, ensuring that Ned had truly gone far away. He then took up pen and paper, swiftly composing a letter, which he secured to the leg of a raven and sent it flying westward. Edmund had just exited the arena and, seated beside his sisters, found himself besieged by a throng of nobles. Lord Edmund, I have heard you are still unmarried. My household boasts several eligible young ladies. Might you be interested? Such entreaties echoed around him, with some audacious noble women even offering their handkerchiefs to Edmund, their intentions unmistakably clear. Edmund could only politely decline, as he was well accustomed to the flattery and sycophancy of these southern nobles from his time in the Riverlands. Arya, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pouted and complained to her sister Sansa that Edmund fellow is quite popular. With women around, he seems to forget his sister. Sansa, however, had matured in this moment, replying, Brother is merely indulging them. How could he possibly be interested in these ambiguous ladies? As Sansa's words reached Arya's ears, they served to soothe her, though she still sulked, puffing her cheeks at Edmund. At that moment, Edmund found himself preoccupied with the demands of the nobles, silently lamenting their incessant meddling. If only those from the Riverlands were present, he could easily devise excuses to evade them. Yet, the tournament hosted in King's Landing was renowned throughout the realm, drawing noble offspring from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms, including many venerable families of significant stature and history. Thus, Edmund had no choice but to respond to each one, though some were undoubtedly unworthy of his attention. Among the crowd was the commander of the city guard, Janos Slent, whose presence elicited disdain from the surrounding nobles. Once a commoner, he had inexplicably ascended to the rank of commander of the city guard through some stroke of fortune. King Robert held him in considerable esteem, for he dutifully complied with every command issued by the monarch. However, this individual was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior, particularly in accepting bribes and selling positions of power. With King Robert neglecting state affairs and the Honorable Lord John Arryn having passed away, few considered it necessary to impose sanctions upon him. Such nefarious deeds were rampant in King's Landing. The City Watch, perhaps, could serve as a potential ally. A flicker of shame crossed Edmure's mind. Associating with such a scoundrel was a disgrace to House Stark. Yet, if it were merely a matter of exploitation, then it was of little consequence, as he could easily replace him later. Edmure had already devised a plan in his mind. Janos greeted Edmure with exuberance, as if they were old acquaintances, though in truth, this was their first encounter. Edmure responded with the appropriate courtesy, much to Janos's astonishment, for despite his elevation to knighthood from humble origins, he had often encountered disdain from the nobility. Now, receiving the courtesy befitting the son of the most esteemed duke in the realm, he felt an elevation in his own stature. Even as Edmure engaged with other nobles, Janos remained rooted in place, grinning broadly. Salutations, Sir Edmure, he exclaimed. Huh, I am not yet a knight. It is Sir Horace Redwine who is a true knight, Edmure replied, engaging in banter with Lord Horace Redwine, son of the Earl of the Arbor. If the opportunity arises, we could engage in a friendly contest, suggested Sir Horace's brother, Sir Hobber. Edmure maintained a smile, merely resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword in response to Sir Hobber's provocation, his intentions unmistakable. Huh, Sir Edmure possesses remarkable swordsmanship. Your skill has yet to reach his level, Sir Horace interjected, alleviating any tension. Edmure had not been angered, and thus, both parties shared a drink in camaraderie. If fortune permits, I shall have you taste the wine from our arbor, Sir Horace said warmly. Edmure raised his cup in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. I shall eagerly anticipate that. Laughter echoed between them, though Sir Hobber appeared somewhat discontented, staring glumly at his cup. This exchange continued well into the afternoon, the sun setting as Edmure took his leave, accompanied by his guard, Jory. The remaining lesser nobles, who had not exchanged more than a few words with Edmure, were left to depart in disappointment, pondering when they might next have the chance to converse with such a prominent scion of nobility. Chapter 7, The Tournament, Part 3, Alas. The horn for the duel sounded, once a harbinger of life and death battles, now merely a signal for the commencement of the contest. Loras rode into the arena, skillfully managing the reins while sending kisses and waves to the audience, eliciting waves of ecstatic screams. Even Duke Renly joined in the fervor, cheering for Loras. In stark contrast, The formidable black-armored giant displayed a countenance of disdain as he grasped the lance with the assistance of his squire. He exhibited no regard for the squire's feelings. Nor did he temper his strength, causing the unfortunate attendant to be unceremoniously knocked down by the giant's sweeping hand after presenting the lance. The monstrous figure cast a furious glare at the fallen squire, leaving the poor fellow trembling, only able to rise with the aid of his companions. This shift in dynamics transformed the nature of the contest, prompting the crowd to jeer at the giant, rallying behind Loras as if he epitomized justice. While the giant represented evil, it was a battle where righteousness was destined to triumph over malevolence. Sansa, seated among the audience, found herself fervently praying for Loras. From a distance, the striking red of his hair made him conspicuous. He turned towards Sansa, lifted his helmet, and saluted with an arm resting beside it. This gesture left a lingering blush upon Sansa's cheeks. As the horn sounded to mark the commencement of the match, both Loras and the giant charged at one another. The warhorses neighed and snorted, their breaths echoing in the air. Only the riders could perceive this symbiotic rhythm, their heartbeats synchronizing with the thunderous hooves, enabling them to maintain their balance and wield their lances effectively. With remarkable swiftness, the steeds closed the distance, reaching the point of intersection in the blink of an eye. One would expect any sane individual to feel trepidation in the face of such a terrifying behemoth as the giant, especially when confronted by the glinting menace of his armor. Yet, Loras was undaunted, even exhibiting a sense of eager anticipation, particularly after just receiving the lance. He could not suppress a mocking glimmer in his eyes upon witnessing the giant mount his steed. As the horses approached one another, the giant decelerated, aiming his lance at Loras. Maneuvering a weapon atop a galloping horse posed significant challenges, even for the most adept knight. Despite his grip, the giant's lance trembled slightly, wavering between targeting the shield and the rider. In that fleeting moment, a resounding crack echoed as the lance shattered, followed by a heavy thud that reverberated through the ground. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating the triumph of justice over evil, as the giant was unceremoniously toppled. Loras let out a triumphant roar, casting aside his lance and shield to celebrate with the crowd, while his steed continued to neigh exuberantly, oblivious to the fact that the giant was swiftly rising to his feet. The giant was a veritable monster. A normal person would require at least 2 weeks of recuperation after such a fall from a galloping horse, yet the giant was already on his feet. Once upright, he bellowed at his squire, demanding his sword. The squire, compelled to obey, hastily presented the sword, only to be callously shoved aside, sprawling on the ground. Meanwhile, Loras remained engrossed in his celebration, proudly parading his mount around the arena. He soon approached Sansa, presenting her with the laurel crown symbolizing victory, love, and the beauty of queenship. Sansa shyly accepted the crown, eliciting another wave of cheers from the crowd. At this moment, Peter Baelish sat beside Edmure. Leaning close to Edmure's ear, whispering conspiratorially, the giant was never meant to lose. Unless, of course, that horse was in heat. Edmund preemptively answered Peter's words, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, the mountain hastened toward them, his armor clanking as he trod upon the ground, leaving deep imprints. His movements were colossal and swift, drawing the attention of an ever-increasing crowd. As more and more gasps filled the air, Loras finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. He turned hastily, only to find the mountain looming beside him. Before Loras could unsheath his sword, the mountain swung his colossal blade downwards with devastating force. Edmund sensed impending doom. The sheer strength of the mountain cleaved the horse in two from neck to head, and astonishingly, the sword remained unstuck. Loras was forced to tumble off his steed, instinctively rolling upon the ground to mitigate the impact of his fall. Dust invaded his nostrils and mouth, marring his previously handsome visage. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, and Sansa could scarcely contain her gasps of astonishment. The mountain struck again, and Loras rolled aside to evade the blow. Yet, the mountain was relentless, continuing to swing and slash. Just as Loras seemed destined for demise, Edmund arrived in the nick of time, wielding his sword with both hands to barely block the mountain's assault. A clash of steel ensued as the two engaged in a fierce duel. With the mountain's fury mounting, Edmund managed to force their blades apart with a vigorous shake, creating a momentary reprieve. They exchanged blows, the clang of metal ringing louder as Edmund's movements quickened. Though he had not donned armor while seated in the audience, he now possessed heightened agility despite his diminished defense. Does this man not know fatigue? Edmund pondered in astonishment. The mountain, having fought for an extended period, charging with a lance while encased in heavy armor, now wielded a massive sword like a beast incarnate. With a battle cry that echoed through the north, Unprecedented even in the Riverlands, Edmund unleashed his fury, compelled by the formidable foe before him. The mountain, indifferent to Edmund's battle rage, continued his frenzied strikes. And during one fierce exchange, Edmund's blade suffered a gash, leading to his next strike being deflected. Yet, Edmund refused to yield. He clenched his fists and raised his legs. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished that he would dare to attempt to defeat the armored mountain with mere fists and feet. Sensing the wind at his side, Edmund's resolve intensified, his heart ablaze. At the moment the mountain swung once more, Edmund prepared to unleash a punch fueled by all his strength. In that critical instant, Sandor Clegane appeared just in time, brandishing a two-handed sword slightly smaller than the mountain's, blocking the impending attack. The collision resonated like two war chariots crashing together, sending shockwaves through the earth. The gusts of wind generated were fierce enough to slice through skin, causing some timid women to faint outright. In the name of the seven gods, I command you all to cease. King Robert rose, dispersing the crowd and shouting at the mountain and his ilk. Hearing the king's command, Sandor, who had intended to continue his assault, immediately lowered his arm, planting his sword into the ground, bowing his head in anticipation of orders. The mountain, having lost his objective, initially intended to continue his onslaught, but upon witnessing the Imperial Guards reaching for their weapons at their waists, this frenzied beast finally regained his composure. He turned, his eyes blazing with fury, surveying everyone present, before discarding his sword upon the ground and departing without a backward glance. The other guards contemplated stopping him, for to lose in combat and then resort to an ambush was a profound disrespect towards the seven gods and the king. However, King Robert's magnanimity was undeniable. Let him be, he said wearily, sinking back into his chair. The guards, disheartened by the king's words, reluctantly refrained from pursuing the mountain. Edmund slowly placed a hand upon his chest, straightening his posture, his countenance marred by displeasure. The hound had disrupted his plans. He had intended to feign an assault, while stealthily utilizing a dagger to exploit the seams of his armor. Should I have managed to sever his throat, even the mightiest would meet their demise in anguish. Alas, such an outcome was thwarted by the hound's unexpected intervention. Arya and Sansa hurried to Edmund's side. Concern etched upon their faces as they sought to ascertain if he had sustained any injuries. Seeing the tears glistening in his sister's eyes softened Edmund's heart. He gently embraced them, wiping away their tears while soothingly uttering words akin to those one might use to comfort a child. Ned, observing this tender scene, released his grip on the armrest of his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. King Robert, appearing unfazed, patted Edmund on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done, young man. Your skills are commendable. Yet, remember that armor is not something easily breached by mere flesh. In such circumstances, do not allow pride to dictate your actions. Moreover, this battle bears no glory, no honor to be found." Robert regarded Edmund as if he were his own child, advising him to retreat in front of the gathered assembly, a candid way of suggesting he flee. After all, he was the son of a longtime friend. As Robert gazed at Edmund's face, reminiscent of his father's youthful, flowing dark hair, a wistful expression crossed his features as he murmured, "The blood of the wolf." Seated nearby, Cersei noticed Robert's stillness and was unaware of the underlying reason, assuming he was merely conversing with Edmund. Had she caught sight of the nostalgic glimmer in Robert's eyes, another verbal clash would surely ensue between them. Once the tournament concluded and the crowd dispersed, Ned, accompanied by his guard Jory, ventured to a more secluded area of the tournament grounds. Upon entering the tent, a familiar voice resonated, "My Lord Chancellor, what brings you here?" Ned did not raise his gaze, fully aware it was Ser Barristan. Ser Barristan, the captain of King Robert's Kingsguard, was also known as Barristan the Bold, having dared to challenge Prince Rhaegar while donning a mask in his youth. It is noteworthy that Prince Rhaegar had triumphed over all challengers in the arena, commanding an impressive presence, yet Barristan boldly faced him. In recognition of his courage, Prince Rhaegar knighted him, thereafter serving as a warrior for House Targaryen. Later, the War of Usurpers commenced, and King Robert marched into King's Landing. Ser Barristan Selmy continued to fight valiantly, refusing to surrender even when captured. King Robert, moved by his loyalty, appointed him as the captain of the Kingsguard, hoping he would continue to serve the crown and overlook past grievances. Ser Barristan, touched by King Robert's magnanimity, joined the Kingsguard and assumed the role of captain. This child seemed to have no family. They appeared to have evaporated. There was once a mother, but she was nowhere to be found. "Yesterday, I kept vigil for him," Ned inquired of Ser Barristan, and upon hearing the reply, his brow furrowed once more. If no information could be found, then what was the truth? Was it merely a coincidence? It seemed far too coincidental. Suddenly, Ned noticed the wound on Ser Hugh's throat and pondered who might have inflicted it. The name Lannister surfaced in his mind. Everything appeared to be connected to the Lannisters. Ned resolved to thoroughly investigate that book upon his return. He must uncover the truth behind Jon's death. Chapter 8. The Lannister Feast. This was indeed troublesome. My father had summoned me to observe the loyalty of the nobles in the Riverlands. I had scarcely been in the region for a month. Edmund scratched his head in frustration. Just moments ago, Prime Minister Ned had ordered his son to venture into the Riverlands and its surrounding areas to assess the loyalty of various nobles towards the king. However, his father's concerns were not unfounded. The Baratheon dynasty had been largely supported by the Lannisters in King's Landing. The nobles who had originally followed King Robert to defeat the Targaryens were from the Stormlands, while the Riverland nobles, having previously supported the Targaryens during the War of Usurpers, were gradually being sidelined from the political center of King's Landing. Edmund rested his chin on his hand, stroking his beard in contemplation. Perhaps he could start with the town of Riverrun. The Tully family wielded significant power and was an essential force in the Riverlands. Yet, during the War of Usurpers, the Tullys had chosen to support the Targaryens, and the former head of the family had been sent to the wall for his capitulation. Edmund pondered whether the Tullys were trustworthy when a knock sounded at the door. Enter. A knight clad in a houndess helmet, wielding a heavy sword, stepped into the room. Edmund could tell by instinct that it was Sandor Clegane. What is it, Hound? Sandor, indifferent to the nickname, displayed no emotions, resembling a silent wooden figure. Prince Joffrey requests your presence at the gathering, he stated flatly, devoid of any facial expression. Joffrey? At this hour? Does he know of my father's task for me? Or is it merely an invitation to a simple gathering? Edmund, filled with uncertainty, chose to follow the Hound to the location of the feast. In no time, Edmund and his companion arrived at the dining hall of the Red Keep. It was evidently not a grand assembly of nobles gathered together, but rather an intimate setting. As the servant swung open the heavy doors, Edmund was afforded a clear view of the hall's entirety, a spacious area dominated by a long oak table at its center, surrounded by the flickering light of fine candles that filled the air with a hint of exotic spices. Queen Cersei, along with her children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, alongside the Kingsguard. Ser Jaime awaited them, appearing to have been in anticipation for quite some time. Your Majesty, it is an honor to be summoned. May I inquire as to the purpose of this gathering? Edmund stood tall, adopting a demeanor of utmost formality as he addressed the Lannisters. His earnestness elicited laughter from Tommen and Myrcella, who found his awkwardness amusing. The son of the North's greatest lord, struggling to adapt to courtly life? Cersei waved her hand at the two children, playfully signaling them to quiet down. Then, tilting her chin in a haughty manner without even casting a glance at Edmund, she remarked, Sir Edmund, your performance in the tournament was commendable. Such arrogance, Edmund thought, forming an initial judgment of Cersei. Yet, in the next moment, he respectfully replied, It is indeed an honor to receive the Queen's acknowledgement. However, I am not yet a knight, and thus cannot be addressed as Sir. Upon hearing this, Cersei nodded absent-mindedly and began to speak, only to suddenly fall silent mid-sentence. Realizing that the individual before her was of noble blood, she reconsidered the significance of knighthood, deeming it trivial in the grand scheme of things. Crossing one leg over the other, she continued, Your skills in combat are impressive. I wonder what your views are on the kingdom's politics. Despite the disdainful tone of her words and gestures, Edmund maintained his composure. Your Majesty, you jest. I have yet to reach the age of authority. Such matters are far beyond my current concerns. After all, I need not ponder these issues, haha. Cersei continued to regard him with her haughty, self-assured gaze. You know, your father came to King's Landing with 3 children. I too have 3 children. The implication was unmistakable. Edmund chose to smile, feigning ignorance. Cersei watched him with keen interest, but it was Jaime who eventually broke the tension. Perhaps we should dine first. Any matters can be addressed after the meal. Cersei exchanged a glance with Jaime before raising her arm, beckoning Edmund to come closer. A surge of frustration welled up within Edmund, yet he, constrained by the power that Cersei wielded, approached slowly. As he took his seat at the table, before the adults could issue commands, Prince Tommen swiftly speared a piece of steak with his fork. Following suit, Joffrey also began to eat. While Myrcella waited for her mother to begin before indulging in the feast, Cersei kept a watchful eye on Edmund's every move, but he appeared oblivious, behaving as if he were partaking in a meal at his own family's gathering. James expressed a keen interest in Edmund and remarked, I find your choice to attack beneath that long spear quite intriguing. A sword can take unexpected paths, and perhaps we could engage in a friendly duel at some point. His words drew the attention of those present, causing them to glance over in surprise. The young Tommen, along with his companions, gaped in astonishment. for they had always regarded their Uncle James as the most exceptional swordsman across the realm. To their astonishment, Edmund had garnered such recognition, prompting Joffrey to reassess Edmund's worth. Previously, Joffrey had merely viewed Edmund as his sister's husband, despite his penchant for criticizing Joffrey himself. This realization replaced Joffrey's initial surprise with displeasure, leading him to harbor ill feelings towards Sansa as well. However, considering the friendship between their fathers and his father Robert's stance on the matter, Joffrey gritted his teeth in silence. Tommen, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Uncle, who do you think is stronger, you or Edmund?" Myrcella remained silent, yet her hopeful gaze revealed her curiosity about the matter. James confidently placed his hand on his waist, his pride as the White Knight evident. It was truly baffling. Such challenges should not be posed at a dining table. The Lannisters seemed to lack common sense, but given Cersei's demeanor, perhaps I should contemplate discussing this with father. Edmund mused. Although he feigned ignorance, Sir James was already renowned as a swordsman, while he himself was merely an obscure junior. James chuckled, his eyes glinting with appreciation for Edmund's perceptive behavior. Tommen, losing interest in Edmund, merely uttered an "oh" and returned to his meal. Only Myrcella continued to gaze at Edmund. Feeling her scrutiny, he turned to meet her gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Myrcella, shyly tugging at her collar, lowered her head to observe the ground, as if searching for a seam in it. Once the feast concluded and Edmund had distanced himself, Cersei dismissed the children and turned to James, asking, "What are your thoughts? How do you perceive his strategic acumen?" James casually replied, "I find him quite decent. His mannerisms reflect nobility. He is suitable to be Myrcella's husband, but he must first pass my test." With that, he rested his hand on his sword and gave it a slight shake. "What I mean is, does he know about our affairs?" "Affairs? Oh, surely not. We have managed things well. How could he possibly discover them?" Cersei turned her head, her eyes filled with vigilance, resembling a lioness surveying her territory, never resting for a moment. Chapter 9. The town of Evening Vale. A well-crafted carriage, drawn by two horses of similar hue, carried Edmund Stark, the son of the Prime Minister. Departing from King's Landing 3 days prior, Edmund had bypassed Rosby and was now en route to Evening Vale, with plans to journey northward. As the carriage approached the outskirts of Twilight Valley, Count Revere Lek, the head of the contemporary Lek family, awaited with great anticipation. Upon sighting the approaching vehicle, he hurried forth with utmost respect, exclaiming, "Twilight Valley welcomes your arrival, Lord Edmund. We have always heeded the royal summons." Edmund, peering from the carriage after drawing aside the curtain, graciously replied, "I appreciate your warm reception, Count Revere. I shall convey your regards to the Prime Minister." The Count bowed his head once more in a gesture of respect. Subsequently, he escorted Edmund and his party to the Lek family's castle, where he presented them with salt and bread, signifying his respect for their rights as guests. "I am delighted to meet you here," Count Revere said, albeit somewhat apprehensively, his hands instinctively clasping together. It was unusual for a nobleman to exhibit such demeanor. Did he perhaps seek something from me? This was indeed our first encounter. Edmund rummaged through his memory, confirming that he had not met Count Revere in private before. Out of a sense of caution, he scrutinized the Count with a calm gaze. The Count bore the emblem of two crossed black warhammers on a blue background with a white diagonal cross. His nervousness did not detract from an underlying elegance, and his bearded chin reflected a man in the prime of his life. As Edmund picked up his utensils, he slowed his pace, engaging in conversation with Count Revere, who initiated a familial discourse. Edmund, unhurried, followed the Count's lead. Laughter occasionally erupted from both parties, and the initially tense servants gradually acclimated. When a maid poured wine for Edmund, her hand brushed against his, prompting her to shyly glance into his eyes. Feeling that the moment was ripe, Count Revere took a deep breath and addressed Edmund. "Might I inquire if there is anything you require during your visit to my humble abode?" "Haha, dear Count. You may simply call me Edmund," he replied, feeling the warmth of their earlier camaraderie. Given his youth and the fact that he had come at the behest of his father, Nade, he felt it inappropriate to maintain an air of superiority in light of Count Revere's experience. "I am here on a royal mission," Edmund stated, tapping the table and fixing his gaze upon Revere. The Count subtly closed his legs, sensing the gravity of the royal directive he had received. Yet, as the head of the Lek family, he could not falter. In a corner unseen by Edmund, Revere tightened his grip on his sleeve, his heart racing. "By direct order of the Prime Minister, I have been tasked with inspecting the conditions of the royal territory in Twilight Valley. I need to ascertain whether the tax revenues have remained stable over the years and the strength of the standing forces," Edmund continued, his previously amiable demeanor shifting to one of official duty. Count Revere straightened his posture, assuring, "Rest assured, Lord Edmund, the Lek family's loyalty to the king is beyond question. Whenever the royal family commands, we shall respond with our very lives. His expression remained steadfast, and after a few moments of silent scrutiny from Edmund, he averted his gaze and replied, "Indeed. Is your visit solely for this matter?" inquired Rivoli. Edmund, casually spearing a piece of steak, meticulously sliced it with his cutlery, and raised his gaze to regard Rivoli momentarily. He then set down his knife and fork, meeting Rivoli's eyes directly. "To some extent, yes. I will also be visiting other noble estates in the royal domain to inspect tax revenues." Edmund attributed this visit to the kingdom's taxation, thereby preventing Rivoli from spreading rumors or engaging in unnecessary speculation. Rivoli breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If that were the case, he would kindly request Lord Edmund to rest here for the night, promising a response by the following day. Edmund nodded and returned to his meal. Understanding the unspoken cue, Rivoli discreetly departed, signaling the servants with a glance. The servants, in turn, comprehended his intent and promptly lowered their heads. That evening, after Edmund had completed his ablutions and was preparing to retire, a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" "My lord, do you require anything?" came a bashful voice from outside. Edmund opened the door to find his guard and the maid whose hand he had brushed against during dinner. Understanding dawned upon him. Nevertheless, Edmund merely waved his hand dismissively, indicating for them to leave, prompting the guard to prepare to usher them away. Without a backward glance, Edmund closed the door, indifferent to the maid's expression of disappointment and fear. The following morning, after rising and freshening up, Edmund headed straight to the hall where Count Rivoli had been waiting for some time. "Good morning, my lord," Rivoli greeted, bowing his head in respect. It was unusual for a count from a powerful family to display such deference to a noble scion without a title. Edmund acknowledged him with a slight nod as a subordinate from the Lake family presented a piece of parchment. Rivoli promptly accepted it and passed it to Edmund. Edmund glanced at it, receiving the parchment that detailed the annual tax revenues and prices in Magoo Town. After a brief review, he tucked the parchment into his sleeve. "Your loyalty to the crown is beyond question, Count Rivoli. If I am not mistaken, you must have some requests for me?" After 2 days of interaction, Edmund wished to dispense with unnecessary pleasantries, as he needed to continue inspecting other noble territories and lacked time for protracted discussions. Rivoli paused, taking a deep breath as if summoning courage, and said, "Yes, my lord, I hope you will grant us an opportunity. Since King Robert triumphed over the rebel Rieger, the nobles of the royal domain have longed for a chance to return to the political arena." Upon uttering these words, Edmund's expression darkened. Was this an attempt at coercion? He nodded slightly, raising his eyes. Rivoli, under Edmund's scrutiny, not only did not shy away but stood tall, a stark contrast to his earlier nervous demeanor. "Is this your personal sentiment, or the consensus of the entire Lake family, or perhaps the noble class of the royal domain?" Edmund queried Rivoli, simultaneously signaling him to temper the implications of the situation, placing him under pressure. If he were to choose the latter two options, many innocent noble lords would undoubtedly perceive him as a thorn in their side, becoming the target of their ire. Ruafri inhaled deeply and declared, "This is merely my personal conviction." Edmund's expression softened slightly. This fellow was indeed reckless, yet thankfully not devoid of intellect. Ruafri continued, "The lordship is in a state of decline, a fact that is evident not only in politics but also in economics. The Chancellor, Peter, favors supporting the economies of the valley and river regions while employing political means to suppress the nobles of the lordship. This is a betrayal of the kingdom." Edmund raised his head slightly, his brow furrowing. This changed the matter entirely. Was he attempting to pledge allegiance to me? His hand beneath the table gently caressed the surface. "Do you understand the implications of your words? If your earlier demand for political status was a momentary lapse, your current slander against the kingdom's minister constitutes a grave offense punishable by death." Edmund's demeanor grew serious, his dark eyes like still waters fixated on Ruafri. Ruafri met Edmund's gaze without a hint of hesitation or trepidation, stating, "This is my loyal counsel to the kingdom." Observing Ruafri's demeanor, Edmund found himself questioning whether this man was indeed a steadfast warrior. "I understand. I will remain vigilant." "Thank you, my lord." Ruafri sighed in relief, supported by a servant as he wobbled out. Since Edmund was ostensibly inspecting the tax data of the lordship, he maintained the facade and stayed another night in the town of Magoo. That night, Edmund sensed something amiss. Instead of lying in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes to utter darkness. He could only fumble in the void, each step requiring both courage and luck. "Where am I?" Yet no one answered him. His voice echoed back, as though he were responding to himself. Continuing onward, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of light ahead, akin to dawn breaking through the darkness, prompting him to rush towards it. However, with a momentary loss of support beneath him, he felt a disorienting weightlessness envelop his body. Edmund managed to stifle a scream, yet his face and mouth quivered uncontrollably. In the hazy distance, he perceived a flickering red light, as though on the verge of extinguishing, while another crimson glow surged towards him like a raging torrent. He briefly composed his expression, parting his lips in bewilderment at the red light, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Edmund sprang up, panting heavily, only to realize he was still in bed. Thud, thud. My lord, is everything all right? Came the voice of a guard from outside the door. It's nothing, just a bad dream, Edmund replied to the guard, yet he could not quell his rapid breaths. Grabbing a cup of water, he hastily drank but choked, coughing violently. Peering into the mirror, he observed his dark eyes, brown hair, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes from lack of rest, as if it had all been merely a nightmare. Chapter 10. Capturing Crow's Nest. Urgent news. Farewell, my lord, Ruafree said as he stood beside the carriage, addressing Edmund. I shall contemplate your proposal. Edmund, after completing his words, drew the curtain of the carriage and leaned back inside. Rivalry gently patted his chest, saluting until the carriage had receded into the distance before choosing to depart. Concerned about being widely recognized on this journey, I deliberately circumvented the city of Rosby, which should mitigate the situation somewhat. Thus, the next destination shall be Raven's Roost, accessible through the intervening Crown's Watch. After a considerable trek, Edmund arrived in the vicinity of Raven's Roost. From afar, the castle was distinguishable by a white band adorned with a pair of black wings, beneath which lay a flag bearing a black and gray checkered pattern. Upon reaching the castle gate, he was halted by the guards. Halt. Present your credentials and state your purpose. Edmund leaned out, signaling to the sentinel, who then produced a document bearing the royal seal and handed it to the guard. Instantly, the guard's demeanor transformed from stern to obsequious, commanding the other sentinels to allow passage without delay. The castle gate promptly sent word to Count Rosserl of Raven's Roost. The carriage gradually entered the castle grounds, where the surroundings featured gray cobblestones, seemingly newly maintained, with a rather sparse contingent of guards numbering around 100. Furthermore, their equipment appeared rather modest. Edmund concluded that Raven's Roost, much like the information suggested, was not particularly affluent. In the event of war, they might muster around 700 or 800 men. Before long, Edmund found himself in the castle's great hall. Count Rosserl was attired in formal wear, like most of the Westerosi nobility, favoring garments embroidered with family crests on the front. I salute you, my lord. Count Rosserl greeted Edmund with a bow. Edmund nodded in return, expressing gratitude for the hospitality, assuring him that he would convey the details of his reception faithfully. Please inform me of the tax revenues and prices in Raven's Roost over the years. Count Rosserl again placed his hand upon his chest in salute and replied, Please allow me a moment to fetch someone to assist you. With a gesture from Edmund, the sentinel beside him advanced into the depths of Raven's Roost. Observing the neglected walls, cloaked in cobwebs and dust, Count Rosserl seemed to discern Edmund's thoughts and remarked, The lands of House Staunton are not wealthy. They merely occupy a strategically advantageous position. Hence, our castle is somewhat modest, and I hope you will excuse it. Turning to Count Rosserl, Edmund reassured, It is of no concern. Any noble house of considerable history in Westeros seldom undertakes repairs on their castles. Even the Red Keep at the heart of the kingdom is not an exception, let alone Raven's Roost. Count Rosserl's expression brightened, clearly pleased with Edmund's gracious acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, as they conversed amiably, they arrived at the hall. The rectangular dining table had yet to be adorned with an abundance of food, containing only a few pastries and tarts. Noticing Count Rosserl's anxious demeanor, Edmund took it upon himself to occupy the head seat, casually sampling a piece of pastry. Count Rosserl inquired, My lord, is there anything else you required during your visit? Nothing of particular significance, Edmund replied, his pupils narrowing momentarily. However, upon your mention, I am reminded of something. Rosal sat up straight, resembling a student ready to heed the guidance of another. In a lowered voice, Edmund leaned closer to Rosal and inquired, My lord Rosal, what is your perspective on the kingdom? The question momentarily rendered Rosal bewildered. His eyes darted about, and after a brief pause, he responded, The kingdom comprises 7 realms, established by King Robert of the Baratheon dynasty. Edmund felt a sense of satisfaction at Rossal's literal interpretation of the question. Perhaps this individual could serve as a stepping stone. If he proved sufficiently loyal, he could indeed become a valuable ally, Edmund mused. My lord Rosal, since the time of the Dance of Dragons, the Staunton family has remained largely in the shadows, has it not? A flicker of confusion crossed Rossal's face. Yet he earnestly replied, "Indeed, ever since my ancestors perished supporting the Black faction during the dance, the Staunton family has been silent." A sense of desolation was evident in Rossel's eyes. Edmund observed this keenly and, after a brief moment of contemplation, proposed, "Would you desire to journey to King's Landing and revive the Staunton family?" Rossel's expression turned from confusion to surprise and then to delight, although the tightening of his fingers betrayed his yearning for glory and familial resurgence. Edmund seized the moment, stating, "You must be aware that my father, Duke Ned, has become the hand of the king. However, the Stark family has few allies in the south. If a noble from the Reach were to extend a hand to assist the hand in governing the realm, such a bond of friendship would surely be remembered by House Stark." Rossel's expression shifted from perplexity to astonishment and then to joy. "Why would you choose me?" he queried incredulously. "Because of your loyalty to the kingdom," Edmund replied, lowering his voice. "The Staunton family has always been a symbol of fidelity, ready to fight for their liege at any moment. I know the hand recognizes this quality." If Edmund framed his regard for the Staunton family in personal terms, Rossal might harbor reservations. However, invoking the hand's name altered the dynamics entirely. Upon hearing that it was the hand's intention, the surprise on Rossel's face became increasingly evident. He stammered, his arms gesticulating wildly and his legs fidgeting with anxiety. After a moment of adjustment, Rossal finally composed himself and declared to Edmund, "It is an honor, my lord." He then rose from his chair, knelt on one knee before Edmund, pledging his loyalty. Edmund's countenance reflected satisfaction as he helped Rossal to his feet, proclaiming, "House Stark shall not forget this day." After completing all necessary tasks within the castle, Edmund prepared to continue his journey northward. A mere glance at a map would reveal his destination, eastward, to Dragonstone. He intended to inquire of Stannis Baratheon why, as the master of ships, he had departed King's Landing without cause, coincidentally around the time of Prime Minister Jon's demise. Ned refrained from sharing his speculations with Edmund, preferring instead to embark on his own quest for truth. Edmund, driven by a spontaneous decision, resolved to venture forth, simultaneously addressing his scrutiny of the Riverlands. However, just as he was prepared, an urgent missive was delivered to him by a scholar from the Crow's Perch. The mere sight of the trout emblem upon the letter set Edmund's heart racing. Upon opening it, his pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, and tears welled up in his eyes. Horst Tully, the Duke of the Riverlands who had participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings and the Usurpers' War, had returned to the embrace of the Seven. Chapter 11. Southward in flames, a raven screeched as it entered the tower, its powerful claws grasping the window. Scholar Lewin swiftly extended his hand towards the letter clutched by the raven's foot. Having retrieved the letter, he hurried to the Great Hall to present it to Lady Catelyn and Lord Robb. As a scholar, he lacked the authority to open the letter without his lord's consent. All correspondence required his lord's review before any decisions could be made. Unless the lord he served was illiterate, scholars generally could not peruse letters prior to their lord. As Scholar Lewin dashed towards the hall, he encountered Lady Catelyn in the corridor. He handed her the letter, saying, "My lady, this is correspondence from the Eyrie. It should be from your sister, Lady Lisa." He then respectfully bowed his head, waiting at the side. Lady Catelyn nodded, accepted the letter, and opened it immediately. After only a few seconds of reading, her expression transformed dramatically. "Scholar Lewin, please summon Robb and Ser Roderick to the hall. I have urgent matters to discuss." Lady Catelyn implored fervently. "At once, my lady," Scholar Lewin replied, taken aback by the urgency of her demeanor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly turned to find Robb and the others, neglecting even to salute. After a brief interval, Catelyn and the others gathered in the hall. Robb, visibly anxious, inquired of his mother, "Mother, what has happened?" Catelyn took a deep breath, striving to steady her tumultuous emotions, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. The assembled company turned their gazes upon her as she gathered her courage to speak. "What I am about to reveal must not leave this room. Should it do so, it could plunge House Stark into irreparable ruin." Ser Roderick, Robb, and Scholar Lewin exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the seriousness of her words. Then turned their attention back to Lady Catelyn. "I have received a letter from my sister Lisa," she continued. "It states that former hand of the King Jon Arryn did not die of illness. He was murdered by the Lannisters." As her words hung in the air, Scholar Lewin and Ser Roderick inhaled sharply, exchanging astonished looks. Robb, though initially subdued, clenched his jaw instinctively, his eyes sharpening as he grasped the weight of the revelation. "What shall we do next, father?" Arya and the others are still in King's Landing. As thoughts of the Lannisters' potential schemes weighed heavily on his mind, Robb's expression turned grave. Ser Roderick, acting decisively, Proposed, my lady. I suggest we head south at once. I can swiftly assemble a small party to take the waters from White Harbor, reaching King's Landing in no time. No, Caitlin interjected, interrupting Roderick's suggestion. It should be just the two of us heading south. The fewer people involved, the better. We cannot afford any mistakes or leaks of information. Sir Roderick straightened his posture upon hearing this, though a flicker of concern remained. Two individuals may indeed be too perilous. Meanwhile, both Robb and Maester Luwin voiced their dissent, acknowledging that with only two traveling south, should they encounter danger, it might spell disaster before their mission even commenced. Perceiving their apprehension, Caitlin gently pushed Robb and the others back, reassuring them, "Do not worry, this is not an issue. In my youth, I frequently traversed such paths." Faced with his mother's resolute demeanor, Robb chose to remain silent, understanding that once she had made a decision, there was no dissuading her. Maester Luwin, recognizing the futility of further argument, resigned himself to the situation, earnestly advising Sir Roderick to ensure Caitlin's safety. The following morning, at dawn, Lady Caitlin and Sir Roderick donned their black cloaks with high collars and rode out through the city gates. However, shortly after their departure, a raven adorned with a trout emblem arrived from the Riverlands, entering the towers of Winterfell. At that same moment, far to the east in King's Landing, on the island of Dragonstone, an ancestral seat reserved for heirs, a group gathered around a bonfire, shrouded in the darkness of night. Stannis, his features resolute, approached the flames after the Red Priestess murmured an incantation. Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, he drew forth a sword engulfed in flames. In the abyss of night, the sword blazed brilliantly, accompanied by the witch's incantations, weaving a spell of fervor. The onlookers were awestruck, and as the priestess proclaimed, "Lightbringer," the crowd erupted in encouragement, chanting the name fervently. A wave of jubilation swept through the throng, their voices raised in exultation, releasing pent-up fervor. Yet amidst these zealous devotees, Ser Davos remained skeptical, spitting disdainfully in the direction of the sorceress. He deemed it all mere trickery and had intended to rescue Stannis from this folly. But he understood well the depth of Stannis's trust in the Red Woman. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as his lord, or rather, king, brandished the flickering sword, basking in the adulation of the crowd, ensnared by the enchantress's ruse. Chapter 12. Wildling attack. Hey, lad, have you ever tasted a woman's delights? Haha. The criminal, locked in the cage, incessantly taunted Jon and the other youths. Before he could finish his jest, he erupted into laughter, oblivious to his own predicament, sharing the mirth with fellow prisoners like fools. Jon took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions, reminding himself to ignore these ruffians. Once they reached the wall, all would be well. Yet the prisoners remained unyielding. Some of the bolder ones even dared to seize Jon and the young men by force. Banyan Stark did not intervene, merely observing the scene unfold in silence. For them, this was an essential lesson to be endured. The wall had long been overrun by criminals. If they could not tolerate even verbal provocations, it would be wiser to make a choice sooner rather than later. Tyrion, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, wrapped his fingers against the wooden base of the prisoner cart, the only part within his reach. "If you persist in your reckless behavior, I shall strike your eyes with my slingshot. Believe me, it will be most unpleasant," Tyrion threatened. The prisoners, initially intent on taunting the diminutive figure before them, hesitated as they registered the menace in his tightly clenched fists. Reluctantly, they fell silent, casting him glowering glares. Tyrion, in turn, met Jon's gaze with an expression of triumph, as if to convey that this was long overdue. Amused by Tyrion's comically exaggerated eye roll, Jon couldn't help but chuckle, finding a newfound appreciation for the giants his brother Edmund had once mentioned. As their journey to the wall commenced, it involved not only the transportation of prisoners, but also supplies destined for the wall. Thus, despite being led by Banyan, the chief ranger, their pace was not brisk. They traversed a stretch of forest. Although it was daytime, the cold northern climate cast a shadowy pall over the woods. While Jon was momentarily lost in thought atop his horse, he noticed a green figure flitting through the underbrush. Curiosity piqued, he dismounted to investigate. Banyan, intrigued by Jon's sudden movement, halted the caravan and turned to observe him. Jon slowed his pace, his breathing steadying as he approached the thicket. Just as he bent down to touch the grass, the underbrush erupted, and a wild man, cloaked in foliage and branches, tackled him before darting away toward the horses. In an instant, arrows whistled through the air from all directions. The horses neighed in panic. Some, startled, reared up and threw their riders to the ground, bolting in terror, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the lurking wild men hidden in the undergrowth. The wild men unleashed a cacophony of arrows, howls, and charges from every side, leaving Banyan and his companions unable to ascertain their numbers. Inside the prisoner cart, chaos erupted as the inmates clamored for Tyrion and the others to release them. Some prisoners began to shove their neighbors aside, desperate to secure their own survival. Coughing violently, Jon struggled to regain his composure, having inhaled a mouthful of grass and dirt amidst the turmoil. Banyan shouted loudly, striving to maintain morale and organize the new recruits into a cohesive line. However, his efforts bore little fruit. They fought as isolated individuals, fortunate that the wild men lacked organization. The wild men, preoccupied with seizing their spoils, began turning on one another even before the battle had concluded. Rising to his feet, Jon seized the moment, drawing his sword and swinging it forcefully, striking a wild man in the back as he attempted to commandeer a horse. The long sword pierced the savage's body as effortlessly as if it were slicing through tofu. A cry of anguish escaped the lips of the wounded savage. Witnessing this, the other savages, initially startled and inclined to flee, reconsidered upon noticing that Jon was merely a child, still in the throes of adolescence. They quickly regrouped, intent on slaying him. They charged towards Jon in clusters, much like a chaotic stack of blocks. Although Jon had only practiced swordsmanship at Winterfell and had little experience in battling multiple foes, his superior equipment rendered the situation manageable. Jon, experiencing his first taste of killing, quickly acclimated to the chaos, swinging his sword with fervor. He cleaved a hapless savage who had failed to evade his strike, from shoulder to shoulder, exposing flesh and bone. However, the approaching savages, undeterred by fear, lunged forward with their short swords, likely plundered from raided tribes. Jon felt a jarring impact against his body, akin to a small boar colliding with him. The savage's weapon failed to penetrate even his chainmail. Continuing to wield his sword, Jon first swept his arm to topple a savage, then dispatched another with a swift stroke. Witnessing Jon's prowess in dispatching their comrades, the remaining savages were soon overcome with terror and began to flee. The Night's Watch recruits gradually found their footing, drawing together to deny the savages any opportunities. Only a handful fell, subsequently overwhelmed and slain by the onslaught of savages. Tyrion, concealed at the bottom of the prisoner cart, was fortunate that his diminutive stature kept him hidden. He peered out, surveying the unfolding scene. Jon was blessed with good fortune. The savages either cowered in fear or charged blindly, lacking any semblance of strategy. In the next moment, a savage, indistinguishable in gender, let out a furious roar and charged at Jon. He merely sidestepped, grazing the savage's arm with the edge of his blade. The steel blade sliced through the savage's meager garments of grass and leaves with remarkable ease. The savage howled in agony, collapsing as his legs tangled beneath him. Writhing in pain, he rolled on the ground, further instilling fear in his compatriots, who trembled and dared not advance, instead quaking in place. Meanwhile, Bran Stark regained his composure, steadying his horse before charging forward with his sword drawn. As his steed bore down upon a savage, he bent low, slashing the blade across the savage's face. In an instant, grayish brain matter and dark crimson blood mingled, composing a dissonant symphony of violence. The savages began to scatter, alleviating the pressure on the remaining Night's Watch recruits. Some seasoned soldiers, having dispatched their own foes, moved to assist the new recruits in combat. Gradually, the forest was once again enveloped in silence, and as the last savage's cries faded into the ether, it heralded the Night's Watch's victory in this skirmish. Jon, panting from exertion, was enveloped in the metallic scent of blood. The frigid air rushed into his mouth, traveled down his throat, and into his stomach, sending shivers coursing through his body. After organizing his troops, Benjen Stark commanded them to first clear the battlefield before proceeding onward. They needed to return within the deadline set by Commander Mormont, lest the Night's Watch atop the wall find themselves deprived of supplies. Only after Tyrion was certain that all was concluded did he slowly emerge from the wagon, casting his gaze around to reconfirm the absence of wildlings. He wiped his forehead, erasing the perspiration, exhaling a deep sigh that escaped his lips like an arrow. Soon enough, they completed the task of cleaning the battlefield and continued their journey. By the time night descended, a portion of the new recruits from the Night's Watch still grappled with the terror of the recent wildling attack, especially as they witnessed their comrades, wounded and without adequate care, clutching their injuries and howling in agony before gradually falling silent, their bodies stiffening. This was a profound shock for the new recruits, while the seasoned veterans engaged in somewhat mocking discussions, hoping to help them adapt swiftly while deriving some amusement from the situation. Jon sat alone by the fire, gazing into the flickering branches. Suddenly, he heard the crunch of snow underfoot, instinctively reaching for his sword. only to turn and find it was his uncle Benjen. "Benjen, sir," John greeted, almost reflexively wanting to call him uncle, but reconsidered to address him by his title instead. Benjen, upon hearing John's words, merely shook his head and replied, "There's no need for such formality. Everyone here is aware of our relationship." He then took a swig from his flask before offering it to John. Reluctantly, John accepted and took a sip himself. "The environment here is harsh. The weather in Winterfell is quite frigid. How do you find it?" "The wall is situated at the northernmost point of the continent, where the cold is even more biting. Fortunately, I do not feel that the weather will overpower me," John answered earnestly and with gravity. Benjen studied John's eyes for a moment before averting his gaze. "Today was your first time killing, wasn't it? How does it feel?" John felt a sense of unease. "Well, it's not quite that. He was merely wounded by my blade, not killed outright." Benjen took another swig from his flask, stating, "In this desolate place, a wound exceeding 30 centimeters is practically a death sentence." He then shuffled through the snow, seeking a softer spot to sit. Fixing his gaze on Jon Snow, he said, "You will become an excellent member of the Night's Watch, John." John found himself momentarily at a loss, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Up until now, whenever he expressed his desire to join the Night's Watch at the Wall, Uncle Benjen had always tempered his aspirations, yet now, Benjen's affirmation ignited a spark of hope within him. Benjen spoke no more, instead giving John's shoulder an encouraging pat before rising to leave, leaving John to warm himself alone by the fire. Tyrion leaned against a tree, his gaze directed toward John, seemingly pondering something. Chapter 13. Within the flowing city as he walked down the familiar streets, Edmund felt an inexplicable sensation filling his heart. This sensation is one that cannot be found in Winterfell. This place is laden with countless memories. As he reminisced, Edmund's gaze began to drift. As if he were perceiving a familiar silhouette, his lips slightly parted in murmured words. It was only upon catching sight of a head of red hair that his reverie was interrupted. "Uncle Edmure, how is my grandfather?" Edmund inquired, striving to suppress his emotions, his voice quivering slightly. Edmure, equally burdened by sorrow, lowered his head, discreetly wiping away tears with his sleeve. "Your father has been well cared for by the nuns. In 3 days, he will be laid to rest. According to the traditions of Riverlands, he shall return to the embrace of the Seven, accompanied by the river." Edmund nodded, reassured. "That is good." He then tilted his head back, closing his eyes, as the sunlight today felt particularly harsh against his senses. "Let us proceed to the hall. All the nobles of Riverlands have gathered," Edmure suggested. "Indeed," Edmund replied, and together they made their way to the castle hall of Riverrun. Upon pushing open the grand doors and entering the reception area, a multitude of banners, each distinct in design, greeted their eyes. Riverlands is a region steeped in rich history and ancient traditions. Unlike the frigid north, this land boasts fertile soil, ideal for cultivation. Its advantageous geographical position makes it a coveted territory, historically besieged time and again. The Tully family, though not the most powerful, stands among the venerable houses of greater strength. Yet, they are deemed the most reliable, guided by their family motto: family, duty, honor. This has earned them the favor of the nobility of Riverlands, though circumstances have shifted. Edmure possesses no exceptional talents. He has long been sheltered under the guardianship of his father, Hoster Tully. It was the former duke's illustrious military achievements and renown that had kept the various families of Riverlands in check. However, with the old duke's health in decline, the Tully family's grip on Riverlands has begun to wane. Edmure, lacking the aptitude to govern, can only be described as a moderate ruler. Upon entering the hall, the previously bustling nobles of Riverlands ceased their chatter, turning their attention toward them. "My lord." With the first noble bowing in respect, the rest followed suit, offering their homage to Edmure. The vastness of Riverlands was indeed impressive. Edmund marveled at the sight of over 100 noble banners, reflecting on the disparity with the north, which, despite its strength, ranks lowest in population among the Seven Kingdoms, surpassing Dorne by only a slight margin. The sheer number of noble vassals here speaks volumes of Riverland's formidable military potential. Edmure raised a hand slightly. He was still grappling with the reality of his father Hoster's departure and thus headed directly to his chambers. The responsibility of receiving the nobles was entrusted to Edmund and the members of the Tully family branch. As Edmure withdrew, the hall quickly returned to its former clamor. Only a few seasoned nobles and knights, who had endured the War of the Ninepenny Kings, wore expressions of sorrow, mourning Duke Hoster. The remaining individuals engaged in discussions pertaining to their respective family matters, such as intermarriage alliances, economic exchanges, and disputes over land between noble families. Wherever humanity resides, Conflict inevitably arises, and the realm of the noble houses is no exception. Centuries-old enmities abound across the continent. The Blywood family of Yesha City, an ancient lineage in the region, claims descent from their forebears. Their coat of arms features a vivid crimson background, encircled by a flock of crows surrounding a black shield emblazoned with a dead fish. In former times, they ruled the Wolfwood region of the north. Though they were later expelled by the king of the north, this expulsion allowed them to retain their faith in the old gods, possibly making them the last among the lords of the Three Rivers to uphold such beliefs. Their conflict with the Brecken family dates back to the era of the malevolent Harren, enduring for over a millennium. The reasons behind their strife have long faded into the mists of history. Now, at the funeral of the deceased guardian of the Riverlands, tensions reignite as members of both families engage in heated arguments. As Blywood family members unearth the Brecken family's dark past, a Brecken member retaliates with a shove, prompting the sound of drawn blades. All eyes are drawn to the unfolding drama. Edmund's face darkens, and he crushes the teacup upon the table. Meanwhile, the quarrel between the Breckens and the Blywoods intensifies, threatening to escalate further. Enough, Edmund bellows. The two families momentarily cease hostilities, casting venomous glares at one another. Had their gazes been blades, they would have carved deep wounds into their adversaries. The heads of both families, Titus Blywood and Genos Brecken, step forward to shield their kin, each offering a salute to Edmund in an attempt to express their apologies. However, Edmund remains silent, and as confusion spreads among the onlookers, he suddenly draws his sword. In the Lord's Hall, such an act is a grave offense. Veins bulging in his forehead, Edmund's voice trembles with fury, causing the very air to quiver. Titus and Genos exchange worried glances, and Titus hastily apologizes to the Duke's grandson, Edmund. Genos, too, falters, but pride prevents him from conceding. After all, Edmund is not the designated heir to the Duke of Benlu City, and showing weakness could tarnish his reputation. Edmund, noticing Titus's compliance, softens slightly but turns to Genos, who merely shakes his head. Just as Edmund prepares to continue his tirade, a commanding voice interrupts. Halt. Edmund, do not resort to violence in the Tully household. Duke Horst would not wish to witness such behavior. All heads turn to see Sir Brynden Tully striding in with purpose. With each step he takes, the soil and leaves beneath his feet tremble and fall, suggesting he has only recently arrived and in a great hurry. Though Edmund initially considers further outbursts, the mention of his grandfather's name compels him to temper his wrath. The saliva that he swallowed felt bitter, causing him considerable discomfort, his face contorted in agony. Brynden, with his wrists adorned in protective gear, placed his hands upon the shoulders of Thaddeus and Genos. Edmund was correct. Drawing a sword within the confines of a lord's home was a capital offense. However, considering your prompt cessation of hostilities, leniency could be afforded. With a surge of strength, Brynden compelled the two nobles to grimace. You must send your offspring to Riverrun, where Tully will provide them with a proper education, with the hope that this will bring an end to the feud between your families. Upon finishing his statement, Brynden released his grip, patted both shoulders, and regardless of their agreement, turned to depart. Brynden then wrapped his arm around Edmund's shoulder and led him away, leaving the Tully family members and several attendants to manage the aftermath. As they did not venture far, the number of surrounding nobles increased. Just as Edmund was about to call out to Sir Brynden, he was interrupted. Just call me Blackfish as before. Do not concern yourself with their gazes. Edmund's expression was somewhat dulled, clearly still grappling with the remnants of his earlier anger. Brynden inquired, I have heard you visited King's Landing. How did it fare? It must be far larger than Winterfell. Well, it is indeed vast, but the throngs of people create a stench of refuse everywhere, Edmund replied. Brynden chuckled heartily indeed. King's Landing is a bustling city of 500,000, the very heart of Westeros. Edmund, lacking the spirit for idle chatter, asked, How did my grandfather pass? At that moment, he noticed Brendan's brow perpetually furrowed. Brynden, with a pained expression, responded, He succumbed to illness. The disease ravaged him over the years like a relentless river. But now he is at peace. Edmund and Brynden exchanged a silent understanding, both sinking into a moment of solemn reflection. 3 days later, Edmund and a host of nobles from the Riverlands gathered by the riverbank. Uncle Edmure, no? Now he is to be called Duke Edmure. Edmure turned to grasp a longbow, feeling a twinge of trepidation, for it was well known throughout the Riverlands that he was no master of arms. Yet, upon witnessing the expectant gazes of the crowd, with some of the Tully women weeping discreetly, a profound sense of duty surged within him, prompting him to puff out his chest, striving to appear more imposing. He exhaled and flexed his fingers. Drawing the longbow, Edmure aimed at the small vessel, carried downstream. bearing the body of Duke Hotin. He squinted one eye, gauging the wind's direction, and then, whoosh, an arrow was loosed. Lowering the bow, he felt a sense of satisfaction, yet his gaze remained fixed on the boat. Plop! The arrow fell into the water. Some noble women chuckled at the mishap, but out of deference to the Tully family's dignity, they quickly stifled their laughter, especially under the weight of Edmund's brooding glare. Edmure exhaled nervously, his fingers trembling involuntarily, clearly embarrassed. Nevertheless, the ceremony must continue. He drew the bow once more. As the boat drifted further away, he was compelled to elevate his arms. Whoosh! Plop! Another arrow fell short, splashing into the water. Edmund, unable to endure the scene any longer, prepared to step forward, only to be halted by Brynden. With swift strides, Brynden positioned himself before Edmund, casting a gaze filled with disappointment akin to that of a teacher towards a wayward pupil. Edmund, evading eye contact, resembled a child caught in transgression, hesitant to meet Brynden's eyes. In a decisive motion, Brynden seized the longbow, knocking an arrow and glancing at the nearby banner to gauge the wind's strength and direction. Whoosh! Thud! Hiss! The arrow struck the small vessel, enveloping it in flames. A collective sigh of relief swept through the onlookers as Brynden tossed the longbow back to Edmund, casting him a reproachful glance before striding away. The assembled crowd, unprompted by the newly appointed Duke of Riverlands, departed in unison, leaving Edmund standing in silence. Fortunately, Edmund chose to remain, waiting for him. In Edmund's presence, Edmund found a semblance of comfort. Congratulations on becoming the Duke of Riverlands. It is a burdensome task, one that will weigh heavily upon your shoulders. I hope it comes with greater intensity, Edmund replied with a chuckle, their shared sorrow momentarily alleviated. By the way, Edmund, you are set to depart tomorrow, correct? Edmund remarked with a hint of reluctance. Edmund nodded, stating, I am soon to continue fulfilling the Prime Minister's duties. Do not speak of it to anyone, but I am preparing to head to Dragonstone. As Edmund intended to share his plans and insights regarding the kingdom's affairs, Edmund, lost in thought, interjected, you, being the second son, will inevitably leave Winterfell. Why not establish yourself in Storm's End? Assist me, and I shall offer you the highest privileges beneath the Duke. Edmund, with a touch of resignation, replied, I appreciate your kindness, uncle. Should my father resign from the prime ministership, I would find myself without a place in King's Landing, and I would seek you in Storm's End. Edmund perceived this not as being a mere backup, but rather as a sign of his nephew's recognition. Agreed. It is settled, Edmund declared, extending his hand. Their palms clasped together, reminiscent of their past hunting excursions. Chapter 14. The She-Wolf and the Unburnt. I am truly sorry, my lady. Sir Roderick bowed his head in solemnity towards Catelyn. She shook her head, wiping her tears as she responded, This is not your fault, Sir Roderick. You have fulfilled your duties admirably. After their southern journey, while passing through White Harbor, they had received the news of the late Duke Hoster's demise. As the eldest daughter of Duke Hoster, Catelyn's heart was undeniably heavy with grief, leaving her utterly despondent. The visage of her father had faded in her memory, and although she had contemplated the prospect of parting, the reality struck her unexpectedly. Yet, burdened with more pressing responsibilities, she resolutely set aside her sorrow to immerse herself in her duties. As the eldest daughter of House Tully and the Duchess of Winterfell, she sensed a peculiar unease. Her sister Lisa had informed her that the Lannisters had assassinated Duke John, yet she remained passive, retreating to the eyrie like a frightened hen, unwilling to confront the situation. Following the death of their father, Duke Hotin, it was reported by a passing caravan that Lisa showed no response, instead mingling daily with a throng of suitors eager to wed the Duchess of the Eyrie. Contemplating this, Catelyn, once shrouded in sorrow, furrowed her brow. From her recollections of Lisa, she knew that despite Lisa's indifference towards their father after being compelled to ingest moon tea, it seemed implausible that she harbored resentment even after his passing. It is noted that Peter Baelish, once a ward of Duke Hotin in the Vale, had forged a bond with the two sisters. He had developed feelings for Catelyn, who had always regarded him as a brother. One night, inebriated, Lisa had taken advantage of the situation and conceived a child with Peter. Upon learning of this, Duke Hotin had been furious and forced Lisa to drink moon tea to terminate the pregnancy. With these thoughts, Catelyn shook her head, her red locks shimmering briefly, and regained her composure as she proceeded towards the city gates. Their objective was to reach the Red Keep swiftly, to find Ned, and to convey Lisa's secret letter to him, lest he fall victim to the Lannisters' treachery. Before long, Catelyn arrived in King's Landing. As she and her companion were navigating the unfamiliar streets, a small girl approached them, carrying a basket of flowers, her attire soiled and her face covered in dust. Caitlin intended to give her a copper star when the girl unexpectedly handed her a note. Startled by this turn of events, Caitlin glanced at Ser Roderick, who, upon her silent cue, stepped forward to take the note. After confirming its safety, he passed it to Caitlin, who gazed at the paper in disbelief. Meeting Ser Roderick's eyes, they decided to follow the girl to a brothel. As they approached, a potent scent of perfume enveloped them, causing Caitlin to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Once inside, after Ser Roderick opened the door, they stepped into the establishment. Just beyond the threshold, a figure emerged, tall but not overly so. The silhouette, occasionally rising on tiptoe and fidgeting with its arms, revealed an inner turmoil of excitement and anxiety. Upon hearing their footsteps, the figure turned, and to Caitlin's astonishment, it was Peter Baelish. He opened his mouth to express his excitement, but Caitlin's fury interrupted him. "How dare you bring me to such a place?" she exclaimed, as it was considered a grave breach of decorum for a noblewoman to visit a brothel. Peter, with a hint of resignation, spread his hands. "Caitlin, your temperament remains unchanged," he said affectionately. Caitlin, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes, retorted, "Do not address me in that manner. Speak, how did you find us? What brings you here?" Peter did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned away, pouring himself a cup of tea from a kettle. "There are spies everywhere in King's Landing, and your crimson hair is quite conspicuous." After taking a delicate sip from his cup, he continued, "I sought you out merely to reminisce. Of course, if you are inclined to share the reason for your journey south, that would be even more welcome, considering it seems even the Prime Minister is unaware of your whereabouts." Caitlin was not excessively angered, especially in the presence of Peter, her brother from childhood, and given the pressing matters at hand. She decided to let this transgression slide for now. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to confide in Peter entirely. Following a period of discourse, Peter grasped the situation. "You imply that Lisa informed you of the circumstances surrounding Prime Minister John's death, suggesting it was at the hands of the Lannisters, a crime severe enough to warrant execution." Caitlin nodded in agreement. Her trust in Peter, coupled with a recent string of troubling incidents, had left her in a state of distress, diverting her focus. She remained oblivious to the fact that Peter exhibited neither surprise nor anxiety, appearing rather self-assured. Peter hesitated, gesturing toward Caitlin and then toward Ser Roderick. Caitlin understood his meaning instantly. Ser Roderick attempted to dissuade her, citing safety concerns. However, Caitlin calmly waved him away, her eyes conveying reassurance. Observing this, Roderick reluctantly closed his mouth, his beard quivering before he raised his chin. At Caitlin's insistence, Roderick saluted her and exited the room. Once Roderick left and the servant had secured the door, Peter addressed Caitlin. "I have some insights regarding Prime Minister John's demise. During the examination by Maester Pycelle, no peculiar symptoms were observed. However, while inspecting his stomach, something seemed amiss. After researching, it appears it may have been caused by a poison known as Tears of Liss." Caitlin's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Then this poison must be quite costly? Only the most prominent families in the realm would possess the means to employ it without leaving a trace. She lowered her gaze, her thighs tensing involuntarily. A strong desire to rush to Ned and share this information surged within her. Who knows how much the Lannisters comprehend of the current situation? Peter, noticing Caitlin's anxiety and concern, continued in a nonchalant manner. "Do not fret, Caitlin. The Lannisters may not have yet realized the gravity of the situation." Thus, Caitlin's thoughts gradually drifted towards the Lannisters, completely unaware of the knowing glint in Peter's eyes. He further expressed his willingness to arrange a meeting between Caitlin and Ned. Given the pervasive surveillance in King's Landing, Caitlin acquiesced. In the year 297 of the Age of Heroes, on the distant continent of Essos, a young girl burned with fever, her skin ablaze like crimson flames. At the moment she rose, the 3 dragon eggs behind her shattered, and 3 magnificent dragons spiraled upward. The Dothraki people surrounding her regarded this as a divine miracle. Mere mortals could not emerge unscathed from flames, and thus they knelt before Daenerys, murmuring in awe. In the opulent hall, adorned with exquisite decorations, vases emblazoned with purple patterns and carpets embroidered with golden crests lay scattered throughout. Banners of the crowned stag hung from the stone walls, a testament to the history of the conqueror Aegon. Golden sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the floor and casting a radiant glow upon the young maiden's face, which was partially veiled by a golden wedding gown. "Oh, Sansa, you must not be so indiscreet." A mere brush of arms set a rosy hue upon her fair complexion. The Septa had warned that an unmarried woman must not engage in intimate contact with men. Yet when Sansa beheld Joffrey's handsome visage, with his golden and resplendent hair, her gaze became entranced. Her heart raced as if a fawn were leaping within her chest. and her breath came in shallow gasps, her bosom beginning to take shape. Looking down at the floor, Sansa felt a dizzying wave of happiness wash over her. During their discussions of music and history, her mind could not cease its fanciful reveries. Joffrey would one day be king. Then I shall be queen. I will become the most respected queen in all the 7 kingdoms. Fragments of these thoughts danced in her mind, so much so that when Joffrey called her name, she did not immediately respond. Oh. She turned her gaze to Joffrey, taking in his green eyes, the upward curve of his lips, his tall stature, and his fair skin. Just then, Ser Bolton Stan, the captain of the Kingsguard, entered, saluting Joffrey and Sansa before announcing, "Your Grace. The Queen wishes for you both to join her for dinner." "Very well, let us proceed," Joffrey replied, stepping ahead and extending his arm towards Sansa with utmost gallantry, politely indicating for her to accompany him. Naturally, Sansa shyly placed her hand in his, and together they followed Ser Bolton Stan to the dining hall. Upon their arrival, Queen Cersei, along with Joffrey's younger brother Tommen and sister Myrcella, awaited them. Cersei's expression brightened at the sight of Sansa, and she gestured for her to approach. Sansa felt somewhat out of place, instinctively glancing at Joffrey, who was distractedly looking elsewhere. Reluctantly, she stepped forward to stand before Cersei. Cersei's lips curled into a smile as she gently caressed Sansa's face without asking for her consent. Sansa felt a wave of discomfort, hesitantly lifting and lowering her gaze. "Good girl," Cersei remarked cryptically, then lightly patted Sansa's shoulder, her eyes lingering on Sansa's abdomen. "Go eat." With no choice but to comply, Sansa did as instructed. The banquet concluded, Sansa returned to her chamber. Upon entering, she disregarded the servants nearby and collapsed onto her bed, burying her head into the pillow. At that moment, she profoundly yearned for her elder brother, Edmund. Had he been by her side, they would surely have shared in the joy together. Sansa's cheeks flushed as she reminded herself that she must not behave inappropriately before Her Majesty, the Queen. Although the meaning of the Queen's earlier words eluded her, Sansa felt she had conducted herself adequately. Continuing to bury her head in the pillow, she remained silent for a long while until suddenly she sat up, striking the pillow with her fists, emitting a bashful yet exhilarated hum. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Prime Minister's chamber, Ned was perusing the genealogy of the major noble families of the 7 kingdoms, his brow furrowed. His fingers occasionally brushed against a bit of liquid as he turned the pages. The book was exceedingly dull, its content was lengthy and tedious, leaving him perplexed as to why Jon, in his lifetime, chose to delve into such a tome. What was his purpose? Ned murmured to himself. Suddenly, he caught sight of the section on House Baratheon of Storm's End, and, as he skimmed the lines, his eyes landed on a striking phrase. Black hair? According to the text, when the Baratheons and Lannisters intermarried, any child born by a Lannister woman was destined to have black hair, a resilient trait. Black hair? Ned pondered, recalling how Jon often spoke of resilient traits, yet at that time, he could not distinguish one from another. Why did he persist in such assertions? The motto of House Arryn was as high as honor. A bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in Ned's mind, like a thunderclap that startled him, his pupils dilating with disbelief. At that moment, he desperately needed his friend Robert. If this were true, Robert was the one he could not deceive. If this were indeed the case, then everything would make sense. Joffrey and Tommen, as well as Princess Myrcella, were not the true offspring of King Robert. They were the progeny of the incestuous union between Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister. Yet all of this was merely conjecture. Just as Ned was about to rise, he turned back and chose to remain seated. How could he act impulsively upon a mere hypothesis? Moreover, given Robert's temperament, should he learn that his children were not truly his, he would undoubtedly be enraged and execute them. Reflecting on those 3 children, even if the truth were to emerge, they were innocent. Ned silently defended them in his heart. At that moment, with his arm resting on the table, he pressed his palm to his forehead, unconsciously applying pressure. Even the coldest and longest winters of the North had never caused him such a headache. Jon, Robert, Sansa, he softly uttered their names. These were his kin, each with a blade poised at their throats. As one of the kingdom's highest nobles, he may not possess the exceptional talents required to govern his lands or the requisite skills in courtly intrigue. However, having triumphed in the war of usurpers, he understood the principle of striking first. After much contemplation, he resolved to pen a letter for his second son, Edmund, to be delivered by his guard, Jory. He chose to send a messenger rather than a raven, for the latter risked interception by hunters. The aim was to ascertain Stannis' reasons for departing from King's Landing, thus shedding light on the matter. He hoped that Edmund had garnered the support of the majority of the noble houses, which would enhance their chances of success. The Starks were lacking allies in the south. While Ned paced restlessly, a subordinate entered to inform him that the master of coin, Peter, sought his presence. Although uncertain of Peter's intentions, Ned recognized that if a coup were to be orchestrated, the master of coin would be a pivotal ally. Despite the turmoil and confusion swirling in his mind, Ned chose to compose himself and meet with Peter. Before departing, he summoned 2 guards to accompany him. After a brief interval, Ned arrived at the location specified by Peter. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the cacophony. A diverse array of nobles and ladies traversed the premises, confirming the rumors that Peter indeed ran a brothel. Though perplexed, Ned considered that Peter was not one to seek trouble without cause, and thus he resolved to proceed. Just as he was about to step inside, a familiar figure emerged from the 2nd floor of the establishment. Ned, raising his gaze, he was startled to see his own Caitlin there. Stunned, his mouth agape. He had no time to process this revelation before Caitlin beckoned him to enter. Watching her retreat slightly, he entered, burdened by confusion and uncertainty. "Ah, Lord Ned." Peter greeted him, but was swiftly interrupted by Ned, who angrily seized Peter by the collar and clutched his throat. Peter gasped for breath. And as Ned prepared to confront him further about bringing his wife to such a place, Caitlin interjected, urging him to relent. This allowed Peter to regain his breath. Ned then embraced Caitlin, disregarding Peter's desperate gasps for air. Caitlin's gaze was gentle and flowing, as she looked upon Ned with warmth. Just as she began to speak, Ned's deep and nostalgic eyes interrupted her, a testament to their bond of trust. However, the moment was fleeting, as Peter, having regained his composure, interjected. "My lords, perhaps we should discuss our strategy," he suggested. Ned cast a puzzled glance at Peter before turning to Caitlin, who then relayed the contents of a letter from her sister. Lisa. The sequence of events left Ned's head throbbing, disbelief coursing through him. "You mean to say that Lisa Tully accuses the Lannisters of assassinating Prime Minister John?" Ned exclaimed urgently. With this revelation aligning with his earlier suspicions, everything began to connect. The Lannisters' incestuous machinations threatened to unravel the very fabric of the kingdom. Ned remained ensnared in contemplation amidst the tumult of recent events when Peter interjected, suggesting that he might require allies in this matter. Ned turned to regard Peter, while Caitlin, fully aware of Ned's scrutiny, positioned herself between the 2 men and remarked, "Ned, you can trust him completely. He has always been like a brother to me." Having grown up together in Riverrun, Ned first glanced at Caitlin and then continued his penetrating gaze upon Peter, who responded with a nonchalant shrug and a half-smile. Deciding to extend a measure of trust towards Peter, Ned began to devise a plan with Caitlin. After laying bare his suspicions regarding Joffrey and the other royal children, he stated, "We require sufficient manpower, otherwise, we shall be defeated before the battle even commences." Ned then looked up at Peter and inquired, "Which military force in King's Landing is the largest?" Peter waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "Even a child could tell you that it is the City Watch, the Gold Cloaks." Ignoring Peter's sarcasm, Ned continued, "I need them to lend their assistance. Do you believe you can persuade them to serve our cause?" "Of course. They are motivated solely by coin and will align with the highest bidder." Peter replied confidently. Ned remained silent, nodding in agreement. King's Landing, nearly square in shape, sprawled for miles and was fortified by towering walls. There were 7 gates granting access to the city: the Dragon Gate, the Lion Gate, the Mud Gate, the Old Town Gate, the God's Gate, the King's Gate, and the Iron Gate. The City Watch maintained a standing force of approximately 2,000, sufficient to secure the various entrances. At that moment, Caitlin spoke up, "We must consider not only the Lannisters, but also their allies. The Lannisters have wielded power in King's Landing for far too long. I cannot fathom how many nobles are willing to live under their patronage, and many of the court are golden-haired." Ned nodded in agreement. This indeed warrants attention. Thus the City Watch must be firmly under our control. As for the nobility, I have already dispatched Edmure to the Riverlands to seek out allies on our behalf. Caitlin felt a measure of reassurance upon hearing this, yet anxiety for the safety of their second son quickly followed. Nevertheless, in such times, she was willing to place her unwavering trust in Edmure, clasping her hands together in prayer for him. Peter remained silent, yet his pupils flickered involuntarily upon hearing Edmure's name. Although his acquaintance with Edmure was minimal, it was evident through conversation that he was not a reckless child like Ned. After a brief discussion with Caitlin, Ned prepared to return to the Hands Tower to attend to his duties. In the hall, he bid Caitlin farewell, who wore a black cloak to avoid drawing attention to her hair color. The moment was fleeting, preventing the couple from embracing as they typically would. Standing by the hearth, he opened a window to feel the cold gusts of wind before retreating back to the warmth of his beloved, relishing this as one of the most cherished moments of his life. Regrettably, It is not feasible at present. Ned gently caressed Catelyn's ear, speaking to her with tenderness. Once I have resolved this matter and eliminated the threat to Robb, I shall return and never leave your side again. Tears brimmed in Catelyn's eyes. She wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words, compelled to unconditionally trust her beloved. All her unspoken sentiments ultimately condensed into a simple mm. It was as though Ned's heart had been struck by a hammer. Ned responded, and the two reluctantly touched each other's cheeks. Peter observed them impassively from the side, wishing that the cuffs of his sleeves were not so wrinkled. Chapter 16. The wheels advance, my lord. Where shall we proceed next? Edmund's coachman inquired. Edmund gazed at the various towns marked on the map, tracing a route westward from the bustling city, encircling the Red Fork River, where the lords of the Riverlands were dispersed. The path extended to the town of Maidenpool, a settlement that bridged the transition from the Riverlands to the Crownlands. Governed by House Mouton, the castle perched upon a hill, fortified by walls that encircled the town, with hills to the east. From Maidenpool, 2 roads led to King's Landing, one through the town of Duskendale and another along the coast. The route via Duskendale was less time-consuming. At the funeral of his grandfather, Duke Hoster, Edmund had the opportunity to meet Count William Mouton. The Count treated Edmund favorably and expressed sorrow over Duke Hoster's passing. After careful contemplation, Edmund marked Maidenpool on the map. It might serve as a significant asset. However, he remained uncertain, hence his decision to observe the town due to its advantageous geographical position. The coachman sat respectfully at the front, head bowed, awaiting Edmund's command. With a decisive wave of his hand, Edmund declared, "To the Crab's Claw Peninsula, I shall journey to Dragonstone." Upon hearing this, the coachman promptly cracked the whip, and the carriage began to move slowly, the horses whinnying as they pulled the vehicle. The bumpy terrain made travel exceedingly difficult, compelling Edmund to wait in silence for the carriage to advance. Meanwhile, on the wall, the biting cold wind relentlessly battered the stones, producing a sibilant sound. Tyrion's face contorted in response, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively tightened his garments. Despite being clad in thick layers of clothing resembling a pie, the frigid gusts penetrated deeply, gnawing at his very being. The environment atop the wall is decidedly inhospitable, my lord, Commander Mormont remarked to Tyrion. Indeed, it is a place where not even birds would choose to relieve themselves. Tyrion lamented. Initially, his irritation stemming from the Wildling incursions had subsided somewhat upon witnessing the grandeur of the wall, but the merciless cold swiftly extinguished any lingering sense of awe. He grumbled as he made his way indoors, with Mormont following closely behind. Though his physique was no longer as robust, his bearing retained the vigor of his youth. As the biting wind pierced through, he instinctively straightened his posture, the chill intensifying, yet Mormont's body burned with warmth. As Tyrion entered the hall, the once spacious room now accommodated only a quarter of its usual capacity. The Night's Watchmen exchanged playful banter, their crude jests and salacious remarks about one another's families flowing freely. By the hearth sat Banjan, the chief ranger, who was naturally afforded a space by those around him. Tyrion, ever the familiar one, took a seat beside Banjan, followed closely by Mormont. As soon as they settled, Tyrion remarked, "This wretched place. Only a woman could bring warmth to my heart." He then took a hearty swig of wine, only to cough it up moments later. Observing Tyrion choke on the drink, Banjan erupted in laughter, noting that the wine here was no match for that of King's Landing. Indeed, the southern wines were far superior to those of the north. Banjan seized the cup from Tyrion's hand, took a sip himself, and chuckled heartily. Tyrion's face contorted, rendering his already unremarkable features somewhat grotesque. Reluctantly, he muttered, "This wine is truly potent." His words elicited more laughter from Banjan. Mormont nudged Banjan's shoulder, silently admonishing him for his disrespect toward the Queen's brother. Oblivious, Tyrion continued, "I have long heard that the wall is the most magnificent structure in the world. Now that I behold it, I grasp the truth of the saying that seeing is believing." Banjan and Mormont remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. For them, men bound to the wall. Such familiarity had bred a certain indifference. Tyrion took another sip, this time with a gentle touch. Though unpalatable, it was still wine. The atmosphere settled into a hush, and Mormont cleared his throat before addressing Tyrion. "My lord Tyrion, you have witnessed the wall's current plight. Our resources and manpower are critically lacking. If you could speak on our behalf as the Queen's brother at the council, it would be immensely beneficial." Tyrion shifted his gaze from the wine to Mormont, who sat there with a taut demeanor, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Understanding his predicament, Tyrion replied, "Very well, I shall discuss this with my sister, Her Majesty the Queen, upon my return." Mormont exhaled, a heavy burden lifted from his chest. He offered no words, opting instead for a silent salute to Tyrion. The scene shifted to the training grounds of the Wall, where Jon Snow was honing his skills alongside his future brothers. His swordsmanship, quite commendable, made short work of the criminals and bastards he faced. None could withstand his blade for more than 10 exchanges. Yet, Sir Alliser Thorne, the instructor standing nearby, regarded Jon with disdain, scoffing at his bastard lineage. "Oh, look at us, Lord Snow, a bastard wielding such skill," Alliser mocked. Laughter erupted among those present, including even those recently bested by Jon. Jon gripped the hilt of his sword, glaring at Alliser, yet the seasoned warrior, who had once fought in the War of Usurpers, remained unfazed, gazing back at Jon with a smirk of contempt. Alliser did not even draw his sword, instead choosing to watch Jon with a condescending air. The atmosphere between the two parties plummeted to a freezing point, mirroring the temperature itself. The surrounding Night's Watchmen halted their activities, casting their gazes upon the unfolding scene, with some daring souls quietly placing bets. Just as tensions threatened to escalate, Tyrion emerged, followed closely by Mormont. What is transpiring here? Could it be that someone is invoking the honor of knighthood to challenge a bastard to a duel? Tyrion feigned astonishment, pretending ignorance as he spoke in a sardonic tone towards Alycia. Upon recognizing Tyrion, Alycia initially felt a surge of anger, ready to unleash his frustration. But upon realizing his opponent was a Lannister, he opted for restraint. Alycia's cheeks puffed out comically, betraying his inner turmoil, although all present were well aware of his ire. Jon, witnessing this spectacle, burst into laughter, prompting the other Night's Watchmen to suppress their own smiles, emboldened by Jon's mirth. Alycia's irritation deepened, and as he strode into the hall, he shot a fierce glare at Jon, intent on exacting his displeasure upon him. Yet Jon remained unfazed, offering Tyrion a grateful glance. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly, exhibiting an air of indifference. Soon after, he prepared to depart, with Commander Mormont announcing that a convoy would soon be heading to King's Landing. The Night's Watchman, Yoren, would represent them in King's Landing to escort a group of condemned prisoners, thereby bolstering the ranks of the Night's Watch. Tyrion readily accepted, and upon reaching the convoy, he spotted a hunchbacked, unattractive figure, Yoren himself. Tyrion had begun to grasp the essence of the Night's Watch and mused to himself, "If I were not a Lannister, I might very well find myself sent to the Night's Watch due to my dwarfism." A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Shaking off this dreadful notion, he smiled and remarked to himself, "Thankfully, I am a Lannister." Yoren remained oblivious to Tyrion's amusement. Yet his long service had taught him the virtues of silence. He patiently awaited the signal to depart from Tyrion. Meanwhile, Jon encountered a plump lad from the Riverlands in the training yard, who seemed unable to resist oppression, always yielding to bullying. After helping him a few times, Jon forged a friendship with him and learned his name, Samwell Tarly. The two made their way beneath the weirwood tree to undertake the oath of the Night's Watch. "The long night approaches. From this moment forth, I shall watch, until death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crown, pursue no glory. I shall remain loyal and dutiful, living and dying in this place. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall. I am the fiery heart against the cold, the lighted dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the shield that protects the realm. I dedicate my life and honor to the Night's Watch. Thus it is tonight, and every night henceforth." Chapter 17. Dragonstone. The sea breeze caressed Edmund's face, bringing with it a hint of briny sweetness. This sensation left him somewhat uneasy, as he was accustomed to the frigid winds of the north and found it challenging to appreciate the southern taste of sea salt. Edmund stood aboard the ship, one hand resting on the railing, the other poised on his sword. For one who has undergone rigorous training, the absence of a weapon invariably sows seeds of unease within him. As he gazes into the distance, a dark shape gradually swells and sighs, revealing a towering island before his eyes. Why is it described as towering? Because even the nearby watchtower commands a gaze of reverence, and beyond it lie even more majestic peaks. The landscape of Dragonstone is adorned with pristine white beaches, rugged mountains, uniquely shaped stones, and a handful of fishermen, all harmoniously composing this island. Perched atop the lofty summit is the castle of Dragonstone, its design reminiscent of a dragon, a sight both awe-inspiring and new to Edmund, who is witnessing this storied land of the royal heirs for the first time. The grandeur of the castle can only be paralleled with the Wall of the North, a marvel of ingenuity that must have required an unimaginable quantity of golden dragons and labor. Yet, as Edmund sets foot on this land, a sense of disheartening desolation emanates from beneath his feet, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. This territory is barren, scarcely more fertile than the north. Though such thoughts linger in his mind, Edmund resolutely continues on his mission, striding directly toward the castle of Dragonstone. However, he does not venture far before encountering an obstruction. The guards of Dragonstone had already taken notice of the approaching vessel, their gazes dark and unfriendly as they scrutinized Edmund and his companions, gripping their weapons tightly. They appeared ready to draw arms at the slightest provocation. Edmund, unperturbed by the tense atmosphere, signaled for his escort to present their documents. Upon reviewing the papers, the guards' expressions shifted, and they respectfully informed Edmund that he must proceed to the castle for further instructions, asking him to wait in the hall. Edmund graciously acquiesced. Unlike the sycophantic guards at Crow's Nest, these sentinels exuded a sense of discipline, likely remnants of the seasoned soldiers who once endured the siege of Storm's End. Navigating through the lengthy corridor, Edmund entered the reception room. Here, opulence was conspicuously absent, black was the prevailing hue, and everything conveyed an air of solemnity and authority. The motif of dragons was prevalent, indicating that the current lord had largely preserved the architectural legacy of House Targaryen, or perhaps lacked the funds to undertake repairs, thus maintaining the original state. Soon, the sound of hurried and heavy footsteps echoed through the hall, prompting Edmund to turn his attention towards the source. Many years later, having become the Duke of Winterfell and the Guardian of the North, Edmund would reflect on the king he once served. He possessed eyes as silent as a tranquil sea, as though they bore the scars of past afflictions, always retaining a stoic demeanor. His countenance was resolute, skin hardened by relentless exposure to the sun, akin to steel. On his head rested a sparse mane of fine hair, and his beard, unlike that of typical nobility, was trimmed short yet meticulously groomed. He was a man of gravitas, lacking in humor, obstinate, and seldom forgiving. He spoke little, his demeanor somber, yet he embodied a well-known sense of justice, unwavering in his principles. The scene shifts back to the present, where Stannis approaches Edmund and the others, observing that all attention is fixated on Edmund. He instinctively addresses him. "Are you the son of Lord Eddard Stark, the envoy of House Stark?" His expression is neutral, yet his tone betrays a hint of urgency. His fingers digging into his flesh, drawing forth flecks of crimson. "Indeed, my Lord Stannis, I am Edmund Stark, the second son of Lord Eddard," he replies. "I have come to—" He pauses briefly, glancing at the others present, "to investigate the taxation of the Crownlands on the surface. However, my true purpose is to delve into the death of the former Prime Minister, Lord Jon." He instinctively lowers his voice. Stannis's jaw tightens. Lord Jon Arryn was poisoned. Edmund's pupils dilate as he presses on. Who is responsible? And for what reason? The Lannisters, Stannis asserts. The Iron Throne is not rightfully held by Robert or the Baratheon lineage. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crosses Stannis's face as he clenches his fists. His teeth grinding. Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are the progeny of the incestuous union between Jaime and Cersei Lannister. The crowd, save for Stannis's men, shifts in expression. Astonishment and confusion evident in their eyes. Edmund, now grave, inquires, "What evidence do you possess, my lord?" This conclusion could plunge the Seven Kingdoms into war. Stannis, momentarily perplexed, soon comprehends. "You are on your way to Storm's End for the funeral of Lord Hoster, are you not? You may not yet be aware of the letters your father and I exchanged." At that moment, Maester Cresson presents a letter bearing the sigil of the dire wolf, handing it to Edmund. Upon receiving it, Edmund hastily unfolds it, and upon confirming the handwriting belongs to his father, Eddard, he stands rigid as if turned to stone. Although his father's note contains speculation, the implications are grave. Even if it were false, House Stark must treat it as truth. Stunned at first, a resolute determination soon overtakes him. "This is treason. We must summon our forces immediately. If the Lannisters have not discovered this letter, we must strike preemptively." Stannis grinds his teeth once more, maintaining a stoic demeanor, but he feels a sense of approval towards Edmund's decisive actions. "What do you suggest we do?" Edmund, harboring a flicker of suspicion towards Stannis, wonders why he knows of the Lannisters' incest yet chooses to retreat. Just then, a cold wind sweeps through the room, adding to the chill in the air. "We should utilize the royal fleet to blockade Blackwater Bay before the Lannisters can react." Simultaneously, they swiftly apprehended Cersei Lannister and her children, particularly Joffrey and Tommen. Edmund responded earnestly. Stannis exchanged a glance with Maester Cresson before continuing. "I require the Stark family, or indeed the entirety of the North, to stand with me in my endeavor to reclaim the throne from the Lannisters." Edmund astutely perceived that the notion of the throne in his words seemed somewhat distorted, yet considering the northern forces were too distant from King's Landing, he, Stark, still needed the support of the royal fleet. Thus, he gently placed his hand on his chest and saluted Stannis. Curiously, prior to his arrival at Dragonstone, Edmund had heard whispers of Stannis's conversion to a deity known as the Lord of Light, influenced by a red-haired sorceress. However, upon this visit, he found no trace of the sorceress. Chapter 18. The turmoil in King's Landing. Ned hurriedly traversed the corridor of the Hand's Tower, his agile form swiftly ascending and descending the stairs, closely followed by his guards. The steps echoed with a crisp sound as he exited the tower, maneuvering through the buildings before weaving through the streets. Before long, he arrived at a secluded cottage, unknocking the door and pushing it open. Inside, he discovered a woman nursing an infant. The woman possessed golden locks, yet the child in her arms, though young, sported a short head of black hair. This sight left Ned momentarily breathless. Upon noticing Ned's sudden intrusion, the woman appeared startled, instinctively clutching her child tighter and shielding herself. Ned quickly reassured her, asserting that he meant no harm. However, the woman did not heed his words, firmly holding onto the child, emitting a choked sound. It was only when the new madam of the brothel, Rose, entered that the woman began to calm slightly. She had endured too much fright, my lord. She needs to compose herself, Rose remarked to Ned. Very well, but I wish to see the child. Ned hesitated, uncertain of what to say, yet softly addressed them. Rose exchanged a glance with the woman, who reluctantly and cautiously handed the child over to Ned. Ned received the infant, gently caressing her cheek. And as he gazed at the girl's black hair, he could not help but exclaim internally, she bears an uncanny resemblance to Robert, especially the nose. As if cast from the same mold. In his astonishment, Ned inquired, what is the name of this child? Bara. My child's name is Bara. The woman exclaimed anxiously, stamping her foot at Ned. A frown appeared on Rose's face, while Ned's guards peeked in from outside the door. Fortunately, Ned did not pursue the matter further. He returned the child to the woman, who quickly took her back, her sharp nails nearly grazing Ned. Take good care of her. Ned instructed Rose before making his way to the door, accompanied by his guards. Rose turned with a resigned look towards the woman, who was still lost in the joy of having her child returned, smiling foolishly. Ned's suspicions solidified further. The Lannisters had indeed committed an act of treason. He wrapped his fingers against his scalp, uncertain if the recent days spent as Prime Minister had resulted in a thinning crown. Now, all that remained was to await the replies from Stannis and Edmund, for then the truth would emerge. The Lannisters would undoubtedly pay a price for their misdeeds. Ned clenched his fists, determined to obliterate them at this moment. He merely awaited the king's return to relay everything to Robert. The Duke of Tywin Lannister would never risk rebellion amidst the threat of a united Six Kingdoms. At that juncture, he would send Jaime Lannister to the wall. Yet, a sudden thought struck Ned. He had yet to devise a strategy to persuade King Robert to exile Jaime and his fellow Lannisters without jeopardizing the peace of the Seven Kingdoms. This dilemma caused another wave of anguish, for Robert's temperament would surely compel him to execute every Lannister. The thought of those children, particularly his beloved daughter Sansa, who was betrothed to Joffrey, tightened his heart with anguish. Nevertheless, as both a father and a prime minister, he must make a choice. With newfound resolve, Ned strode purposefully towards the prime minister's office. His guard, Jory, had yet to return, but he had heard that Edmund had departed from Riverrun towards the east. Knowing his younger son, it was likely that he had ventured to Dragonstone of his own accord. After all, he wouldn't be crossing the narrow sea merely to eliminate the last vestiges of House Targaryen. Contemplating this, Ned's expression softened. His eldest son Robb, and he shared a pure northern nobility, albeit Robb bore the influences of his upbringing in the Vale, embracing the chivalric ideals more adeptly with sword than with quill. However, his second son Edmund was different. Sending him to Riverrun to live with his father-in-law, Duke Hoster, had proven to be a wise decision. This upbringing had rendered Edmund astute and skilled in navigating the myriad customs of southern nobility. Quick-witted and resolute, unconfined by rigid conventions, Ned believed that his second son was more suited to be the master of the North than Robb. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight broke through, momentarily blinding Ned, and he returned to the present. I must find Sansa and escort her away from King's Landing. This is no place for a young lady. He then summoned someone to prepare, and upon learning that Sansa was in her chamber, he swiftly made his way there. Knock, knock. This time, Ned merely tapped on the door. Without waiting for Sansa's response, he pushed the door open. Ah, Sansa gasped, startled, quickly turning around and instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. Upon recognizing her father, Ned, she calmed, though her legs trembled slightly. The lady-in-waiting stood nearby, expressionless, seemingly already aware of Ned's arrival, and she lifted her gaze slightly, her grayish-white eyes observing the two. The lady-in-waiting was a direwolf cub that Ned had discovered during a previous journey, perfectly coinciding with the number of his 6 children. Each child, save John, had a direwolf of their own. As the eldest brother, Edmund had generously gifted his own cub to John, ensuring that each of the other children had a companion. Ned extended his arm with the intention of embracing Sansa, who looked on in confusion as he repeatedly reassured her not to be afraid, which only deepened her perplexity. The thought crossed her mind that her father had never been this close to her before, since she could remember. Sansa had spent most of her time with her mother and the nuns, unlike her sister Arya, always the obedient girl. She had consistently fulfilled the tasks set by her mother and the nuns, in stark contrast to the mischievous Arya. As Ned approached, his arms opened wide. Though Sansa was uncertain, she instinctively drew closer in trust. Once he held her, he whispered, "Sansa, we must leave King's Landing. You and Arya should go ahead. I will follow shortly." His eyes, as he spoke, seemed to shimmer, and if Edmund were present, he would have recognized the tears welling in their depths. Upon hearing this, Sansa felt a wave of disarray wash over her. Instead of questioning her father, she cried out, "No, I don't want to." She forcefully waved her hand, breaking free from Ned's embrace. Ignoring the astonishment and confusion etched on his face, she continued to shout, "I want to stay in King's Landing. Father, please. I want to remain beside Joffrey. I will become the queen." Ned stood, his eyes now hollow, unable to comprehend how his previously docile eldest daughter could have transformed into this. This version of Sansa was unrecognizable to him. At that moment, he was at a loss as to where to direct his gaze, feeling like a father who had erred, unsure how to face his own daughter. His eyes darted around, his arms suspended in the air, the fabric of his shirt, adorned with the sigil of the dire wolf, wrinkled and unnoticed. "Sansa, listen to me," Ned urged, striving to steady his emotions as he spoke earnestly. Sansa, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, pressed her lips together to suppress her sobs. "The reason for your departure is that the Lannisters, disregarding the kingdom's safety, have chosen incest. Joffrey is a bastard. He is the child of Jaime Lannister, not Robert. He cannot be king." Upon hearing her father's words, Sansa's expression shifted, disbelief washing over her. "This is impossible," she cried out. Yet, the only reply she received was Ned's silence and the lifeless gaze in his eyes. Sansa felt herself unravel. She had viewed Joffrey as her betrothed for days on end. Countless sleepless nights had been spent dreaming of him, and now she was told it was all a lie. Ned averted his gaze, unable to meet Sansa's eyes directly. He then rose, smoothing the wrinkles from her bedspread. "Soon, someone will come to escort you and Arya out of the city, and you will return to Winterfell." Though he still cherished Sansa, he knew that for her safety, he must adopt a demeanor of coldness. As he opened the door to leave, he instructed the guards to remain and ensure Sansa's safety. Even upon reaching the corner, he glanced back at her room, still unsettled. Meanwhile, Sansa sat on her bed, lost in thought, uncertain of what to make of it all. Chapter 19. The assassination of the King. Ned Stark, panting heavily, was resolute in his intention to enter. Disregarding Sir Barristan, who had placed his hand on the hilt of his sword ahead, Ned's guards similarly rested their hands on their weapons, poised to draw at a moment's command. Just as the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation, a faint voice from Robert emerged, urging them to let him in. Sir Barristan complied, removing his hand and opening the door for Ned, gesturing him to proceed. Ned cast a fleeting glance at Sir Barristan before plunging inside, undeterred by the potential peril. A pungent stench assaulted his senses, causing him to recoil slightly as he trembled toward the bed. There, Robert lay, and upon seeing Ned's arrival, a faint smile flickered across his pallid face. Ned could scarcely believe that the man who once wielded a hammer so mighty that even he could not lift it, a warrior of nearly 2 meters in stature, fierce and unyielding, now appeared so frail. With great effort, Robert lifted his head, striving to speak more clearly. Ned hurried to support him, propping him up. "My friend, you are my true brother. My 2 blood brothers, though connected by lineage, have never garnered my affection." Robert's weak, yet earnest tone struck at Ned's heart. If only he could evade such sorrow. Robert turned his gaze toward Ned's eyes, his mouth agape as he uttered, "Ned, I need you to assist my children, to guide Joffrey." Ned observed the hollowness beneath Robert's eyes, the once prominent abdomen now sunken. Perceiving Ned's apprehension, Robert subtly gestured for him to look closer. With utmost caution, Ned, despite having wed Catelyn, felt a nervousness he had never known before. He lifted the veil, and the stench intensified, revealing a horrific wound before him. "Ha." Robert chuckled heartily. "That fellow is not faring well either. I smashed his skull, and brains splattered everywhere." Ned, perplexed, turned to Sir Barristan, who, with a look of shame, replied, Your Majesty was struck by a wild boar. It is my failure as a knight of the King's Guard. Once again, I could not protect my king. Robert continued to laugh. I wonder how the people of King's Landing will describe their king. Oh, the first king in the history of Westeros to be gored to death by a wild boar. Just thinking about it brings laughter. Ned found himself at a loss for where to place his hands, caught between words he wished to speak, but could not. His gaze distant. Faced with such a situation, it was challenging, if not rare, for anyone to maintain optimism as Robert did. Suddenly, Robert's laughter ceased, his expression darkening as he spoke gravely. Ned, take a pen and write down what I am about to say. Ned looked at Robert with confusion, yet trusting. He picked up the quill and paper. In the name of House Baratheon and Robert I, I hereby appoint Eddard Stark as the regent and protector of the realm, to govern until my son Joffrey comes of age. At this moment, Ned paused, altering the name of my son Joffrey to reflect my legitimate heir. After Robert finished speaking, he cast a deep, meaningful gaze at Ned, and both remained silent. Subsequently, Robert smiled with a sense of relief, nodded slightly, and finally closed his eyes. Ned, filled with anxiety and concern, cautiously reached towards Robert's nose, relieved to find he was still breathing. Robert had merely fallen asleep. Take good care of Robert, Ned instructed Ser Barristan. Ser Barristan rested his arm upon his sword, while the other hand struck heavily against his chest, his eyes glimmering with determination and courage. As Ned departed, his thoughts were in turmoil when a sharp voice interrupted him. My lord Ned, turning to see the master of whisperers, Varys, cautiously observing him from around the corner. Ned's eyes hardened with a fierce glare, fueled by concern for Robert, as he inquired, What is it, Lord Varys? However, Varys's next words quelled his anger. My lord, do you know who served King Robert his final cup of wine before he was gored by the boar? Ned's breath quickened with indignation as he moved forward, tempted to seize Varys by the collar. Yet, his concern for Robert and yearning for the truth temporarily subdued his wrath. Varys continued, gesturing with his arms, inciting further ire within Ned. It was Lancel Lannister, the cupbearer to King Robert, who presented him with that last drink. It is said that this wine was more potent than any he had ever consumed. Otherwise, even 5 more cups would not have intoxicated him. Ned felt a searing heat rise within him, an anger so fierce it threatened to overwhelm him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain composure, offering his thanks to Varys. Yet, Varys revealed no satisfaction or joy. Rather, he appeared sorrowful. My lord, may I be so bold as to inquire what your next course of action will be? Varys leaned forward, his demeanor respectful yet tinged with urgency. Despite his clenched fists, Ned maintained a calm facade as he replied. I will provide Joffrey and the other 2 children with a means of survival. I intend to send Cersei Lannister across the narrow sea to the continent beyond. Perhaps they may find peace there for the rest of their lives, as long as I draw breath. Varys's eyelids flickered with disbelief at Ned's apparent naivety. My lord, while the Lannisters are rife with scandal, most of it is unfounded. We require more concrete evidence. Otherwise, the tongues of the people of King's Landing could drown us. Moreover, not all the nobles of the Crownlands are in our support, my lord. Taking a deep breath, Ned seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. I shall not repeat myself. As he spoke, the anguished cries of Rhaegar Targaryen's wife and children seemed to echo hauntingly in his ears. Such a disgrace was a violation of the chivalric code, Ned silently admonished himself. Varys attempted to continue his discourse, yet Ned had already turned away, striding purposefully down the corridor, his guards trailing closely behind. In an instant, only Varys remained, isolated in that space. A chilling breeze swept down from the north, enveloping everyone in its cold embrace, causing involuntary shivers. In the shadows of the corner, the green-clad Lysa Arryn observed the unfolding scene. Ned's words compelled him to abandon any thoughts of allying with Ned. According to inquiries made to the Maester, the death of his brother Robert was inevitable, igniting a fiery rage within Lysa. Subsequently, she departed hastily from the shadows, summoning her allies in King's Landing and rushing towards the city gates. Chapter 20. The consequences of an unworthy victor. Do you even comprehend the words you utter, my Lord Chancellor? Of course I do. I speak nothing but the truth. Did you feel any shame when you and your brother Jaime engaged in incest? Cersei burst into laughter after hearing a few words from Ned in the courtyard. Despite having borne 3 children, her figure remained graceful, her movements alluring, radiating the charm of the Westerlands. And what brings you here, my Lord Ned? Cersei inquired, her smile fading as she lifted her chin, exposing her alabaster neck, directing her gaze at Ned. Ned exhaled deeply and advised Cersei, You will have an opportunity, for your children are innocent. Take them across the narrow sea. No one shall pursue you for your actions, I assure you. Cersei merely shook her head, a smirk playing on her lips as she replied, "My lord Ned, I must confess, Jaime and I indeed share a bond. But what is so abnormal about it? We grew up together, emerged from the same womb, inseparable since childhood. It is perfectly natural." Ned's expression darkened. He was taken aback by Cersei's utter lack of shame. Unfazed by his reaction, she continued, "My lord Ned, Joffrey is still young. He will require time before he can govern from the throne. And a strong chancellor is essential to support him." As she spoke, her delicate arm reached toward Ned, the intention unmistakable without the need for words. Ned's breath faltered, a sound escaping him, heavy as a wolf roused to anger, poised to unleash a growl before striking. Yet, he strove to regain his composure, inhaling deeply to steady his heart. "Today is your final chance. Tomorrow, I shall lead a company to arrest you," he declared before turning away. Cersei sat poised in her chair, watching Ned's retreating figure, and called after him, "My lord Ned, remember this. In the game of power, if you do not emerge victorious, the only path left is death." Her seemingly sage advice garnered nothing but a sidelong glance from Ned. He merely regarded her with a fleeting look before departing without a backward glance. Cersei sat upon her chair, her head bowed, golden tresses cascading like a shimmering waterfall. This scene resembled that of a legendary elf, though the thoughts of such beings often elude comprehension. She remained still, a faint smile gracing her lips. After Ned departed the courtyard, he strolled down the corridor with his guard when a familiar voice called out to him, "Father." Turning, he beheld Edmund waving at him. Instinctively smiling, he hurried over and opened his arms wide. The two embraced warmly. "How fared you in the Vale?" Ned inquired, surveying his son, noticing Edmund had grown taller. As a father, Ned realized he seldom expressed affection towards his children, including his eldest, Robb. Yet, whenever he beheld Edmund, their second son who bore a striking resemblance to both him and Catelyn, a smile would naturally appear upon his face, bringing him joy. The servants of Winterfell often whispered among themselves, remarking that young Edmund bore the closest likeness to both lord and lady. Fairly well, though due to grandfather-esque matters. "I did not traverse the entirety of the Vale. I merely inspected north of the town of Evenfall," Edmund admitted, a hint of shame in his eyes. Ned placed his hand upon Edmund's shoulder, offering encouragement. "You have done exceedingly well." The tender moment between father and son was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected guest. "Good day, my lord." Peter appeared before the pair. Ned, puzzled, inquired, "Is the city guard prepared?" Peter did not respond directly, his gaze darting to the left as he remarked, "My lord, I have come to discuss a matter with you." Ned's confusion deepened as he glanced at Edmund, who mirrored his bewilderment. Peter then gestured gently, and Edmund instinctively positioned himself in front of his father, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Peter feigned alarm, hastily waving his hands. "Do not misunderstand, young Master Edmund. I merely wish to avoid prying ears." Ned and Edmund exchanged glances, and at a silent cue, Edmund dismissed the guards. Once they were assured of privacy, Peter lowered his voice and said, "My lords, I believe we can jointly govern the Seven Kingdoms." The unmasked ambition and desire for power gleamed in Peter's eyes. Ned remained perplexed, yet Edmund appeared to grasp the implication. He subtly swayed, caught between understanding and reticence, remaining silent in the presence of his father. Peter continued, "Now that King Robert, or rather the former king, is on the verge of departure, Prince Joffrey Baratheon, no, Joffrey of the Riverlands, is not truly entitled to ascend the Iron Throne." Ned noted Peter's use of truly with a slight frown. "Now that Cersei Lannister is vulnerable to our leverage, should we support Joffrey's claim? Their illegitimacy will be a tool we wield for a lifetime. We could stabilize the Seven Kingdoms in the interim. The remnants of House Targaryen still scheme for a return, and the Dornish have not forgotten their grievances, ever poised for vengeance, like a venomous sting hidden within the sands. The stability of the Seven Kingdoms will undoubtedly enhance the lives of the people and solidify our governance." Peter, concluding his thoughts, could not help but applaud himself, snapping his fingers in delight. However, the perfect words he spoke did not stir the hearts of Ned and Edmund. The father and son exchanged a simple glance, instantly grasping each other's sentiments. Ned, with a grave expression tinged with anger, declared, "The rightful heir to the kingdom is solely the Baratheon family. To allow Joffrey to ascend the throne is an affront to the realm." Peter's eyes widened in confusion, yet he looked directly at Ned, which only deepened his shock. He was determined to persuade Ned further, but met with the unwavering gaze of Ned. Reluctantly, Peter withdrew his hand, which had reached out to grasp Ned's, and walked away without uttering a word, his disappointment palpable. After Peter had departed, Edmund turned to Ned and said, "Father, I believe we should not outright reject Peter. After all, he is the master of coin. Perhaps I could send him a letter to persuade him. Edmund felt conflicted. He thought it unwise to rebuff a noble so brusquely, fearing they might lose valuable support. Unlike Ned, who was rather rigid. Edmund had his own thoughts during their earlier exchange, yet the ultimate decision rested with his father. Though Ned was currently agitated, he restrained his frustration, choosing instead to impart wisdom to his own son. We are Starks. Indeed, we lack allies in the South. However, those allies willing to support us are loyal and ready to stand by us in times of crisis. A loyal ally outweighs 10 treacherous warriors. Ned patted Edmund on the shoulder, hoping he would grasp this truth. Nevertheless, Edmund silently pondered that, despite differing motives, an astute individual would not delineate friend from foe so distinctly. As night descended, 5 letters were dispatched from the Prime Minister's tower. Ravens, blending seamlessly into the darkness, took flight. Chapter 21. The Astonishment of Edmund Watt. Edmund's astonished voice echoed within the Prime Minister's chamber. Ned scratched his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He too considered it foolish to reveal his hand so openly, yet he believed he held the upper hand. You directly informed Cersei of the Lannister incest, and she acknowledged it? Edmund continued, his tone fluid and rapid, maintaining coherence. Ned nodded, his gaze clear and unwavering, resembling a stubborn and tenacious moose. Edmund slapped his forehead in disbelief. Who could have anticipated Ned's naivety? He had unwittingly exposed their strategy, relinquishing crucial intelligence. Fortunately, it was not too late. After a moment's reflection, Edmund quickly regained his composure. Father, we must rally our forces. Every man we can muster from the north must be assembled. The Lannisters have long held sway in King's Landing, particularly at the Red Keep. We cannot afford to grant them an opportunity to strike. Without allowing Edmund to finish his words, Ned interjected, intending to seize the moment while King Robert was still gathering loyal nobles to the Baratheon house. Rest assured, Edmund. This time we have already triumphed. Peter has gone to summon the City Watch. With the City Watch at our disposal, we stand invincible. You should escort Arya and the others back to the north, where you can pay more attention to Sansa. Arya is well enough, but Sansa. Ned's voice faltered abruptly. Edmund noticed something amiss with his sister Sansa, yet the matter at hand was not to dwell on family affairs, which could be addressed later. Father, you must understand. If we fail, it would amount to treason punishable by beheading. Joffrey and his ilk would brand us as rebels, executing us before the citizens of King's Landing. Our heads displayed on the city walls. Even if you are confident of victory, I implore you to gather more forces. We need to ensure our safety. Edmund's hand rested on his chest as he earnestly urged Ned. His fingers twitched, revealing his anxiety and a hint of rudeness. For reasons unknown, whenever he thought of Peter, recalling that pair of narrow, perpetually squinting eyes, Edmund instinctively narrowed his own. Trusting Peter was beyond him. Ned displayed little reaction, merely pursing his lips in contemplation. Edmund, you must understand that this situation is not as straightforward as you envision. Rallying the lords of the realm would undoubtedly ignite the flames of war, obliterating the peace the Baratheon dynasty has maintained for nearly a decade. After a moment's reflection, Ned hoped to resolve matters peacefully, wishing to avoid escalation. A gust of wind rustled outside, marking the first divergence between father and son. Edmund spoke again. During my return to King's Landing, I conferred with Lord Stannis. He will dispatch the royal fleet to blockade the sea routes to the capital. Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort should have received my correspondence. He will heed our call and lead his forces to King's Landing. Ned turned sharply to face Edmund, who stood upright, meeting his father's gaze. Ned clenched his fists unconsciously. You have not informed me of these developments, Edmund. This is far too presumptuous. Edmund's mouth twitched as he replied, Father, I merely wished for our family to return together. However, Ned found it increasingly difficult to listen, burdened by the recent tumult, Sansa's defiance, Edmund's rebellion, Peter's persuasion on behalf of the regent, and the impending demise of his friend Robert. Confronted with betrayal from his own kin, Ned felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He felt powerless. At that moment, he longed for solitude, yearning to retreat to the snowy expanse. Go, Ned said, disappointment in his gaze as he looked at Edmund. I will arrest Cersei and the others tomorrow, assuming they remain here. He did not glance back at Edmund. The joy of seeing his children had evaporated, leaving only a sense of despondency. Edmund wished to call out to Ned, to keep him from leaving, but as the words formed on his lips, he found himself at a loss, unsure of what to say. As Edmund gazed at his father's receding figure, he felt as though his father had aged, no longer exuding the strength and security he once embodied. With resolve, Edmund gripped his sword and reassured himself. Father, one day you shall realize I am right. He summoned his retainer, mounted a chestnut steed, and galloped towards the city gates. As for his sisters, Edmund trusted that his father, Ned, would manage them well. Once he rallied the troops, all would be resolved. However, as Edmund raced along the road to King's Landing, the common folk hastily cleared a path for him. Suddenly, a filthy little girl darted into his path. Just as his guards raised their whips to strike, Edmund halted them with a gesture, signaling his retainer to give the girl a few copper stars. Yet, instead of departing, the girl approached and handed Edmund a letter. Though puzzled, he extended his hand to examine it. His guard quickly interceded, wishing to ensure its safety before Edmund read it, but Edmund refused, for he saw the fear glistening in the girl's eyes. He took the letter, opening it without delay. With just a cursory glance, alarm bells rang in his mind. The letter read, Jaime Lannister has departed King's Landing, heading for Casterly Rock. What could this imply? Was he fleeing in shame, seeking refuge with his family? Enraged, Edmund clenched the paper and tore it apart. Jaime Lannister was mustering his forces. War was imminent in the west. Without hesitation, Edmund commanded his men to deliver a message to his uncle Edmure, the Duke of Riverlands, instructing him to gather the troops and prepare for the west's incursion. If they could secure Golden Tooth, the gateway to the west, then when the northern army descended, the lions of the west would face certain doom. With urgency, Edmund cracked the whip and spurred his horse toward the gates. It seemed they were racing against time. He stroked the horse's mane and whispered softly. The steed, as if understanding his sentiment, let out a gentle neigh in response. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Stannis perused the missives with an inscrutable gaze. Upon finally encountering the letter from Edmund, a glimmer of intensity sparked in his eyes, akin to a hawk spotting its prey. Ser Davos, summon the armies, gather all my vassals, and requisition every available ship. We march westward. I am bound for King's Landing. Stannis's emotionless voice echoed through the hall as Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, placed a hand upon his chest before dutifully executing the command. In the shadows, Shireen observed her father Stannis and Ser Davos with curious eyes. She had intended to play with Davos and his latest toy, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away, leaving her with no choice but to depart in disappointment. Chapter 22. Betrayal. They have not left, have they? Ned inquired of Peter. Peter responded affirmatively. Ned then cast his gaze into the distance, unaware that Jaime Lannister had already departed from King's Landing. As soon as Ned turned his back, Peter revealed a cunning glint in his eyes, seemingly poised to draw a dagger at any moment. Oblivious to the undercurrents, Ned continued to direct his men toward the Iron Throne. Caw! Crows cried out from outside the window, while the once cowering mice, previously hidden in the shadows, emerged boldly, unafraid of human presence. Ned paid no heed to these peculiar occurrences and pressed onward, his eyes fixed resolutely on the Iron Throne, his footsteps heavy with purpose. As the door creaked open with a jarring sound, Ned found himself before Joffrey and Cersei, who were engaged in conversation with Ser Barristan, seemingly discussing matters of succession following King Robert's death. Upon hearing the door, Ser Barristan immediately grew alert, sword at the ready, prepared for combat. However, upon recognizing Ned, he exhaled in relief, yet gazed at him with curiosity. Out of respect for the prince and the queen, Ser Barristan refrained from interjecting and remained poised to follow orders. Cersei and Joffrey appeared unsurprised by Ned's arrival, with Cersei even sporting a mocking smile as she inquired, "What brings you here, my lord Hand?" Barristan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The words exchanged were laden with tension. He shifted his unwavering gaze between Queen Cersei and Hand Ned, puzzled. Ned Stark sighed and produced Robert's will, asking, "Ser Barristan, would you be so kind as to read the will of King Robert?" "At your service," Barristan replied. The honorable knight, who had fought his entire life for his oaths, was the most suitable reader for such a document. The sound of the King's Guard's boots echoed on the steps leading to the Iron Throne as Barristan took hold of the will and began to read aloud, "In the name of House Baratheon, I hereby appoint Eddard Stark as regent and protector of the realm until my rightful heir comes of age." Upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Cersei clapped her hands mockingly. Confusion swept through the assembly as all eyes turned toward her. Cersei gestured to Barristan, signaling him to hand over the will, which he dutifully complied with. However, upon receiving the document, Cersei merely glanced at it briefly before tearing it to shreds before the assembly. Only Ser Barristan dared to voice his objection, exclaiming, "This is the king's will." The Lannister guards, much like obedient hounds, stood by, awaiting their master's commands. Ned's expression turned icy, resolute in his decision to no longer engage in futile dialogue with Cersei. "Ser Genos Slint, I must ask you to apprehend Cersei and Joffrey." Genos saluted, then lowered his visor, commanding the gold cloaks to advance. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, yet the Northerners remained steadfast, focused on the immediate threat posed by the Lannisters. As the golden-robed men advanced, the red-robed ones drew their weapons, while the Northerners fought alongside the golden-robed. Sir Bolton remained blissfully unaware, unable to believe that Ned Stark would betray his oath, yet oblivious to the current turmoil. However, as a member of the Kingsguard, it was an unassailable duty to protect the king with his life. Sir Bolton stood before the king, flanked by the Hound and the other members of the Kingsguard. The red-robed men unsheathed their swords, and the grey-robed did not back down. Janos, with his sharp, slightly hoarse voice from long years of drinking, shouted, "Everyone, prepare to attack Stark." The scene fell silent as the golden-robed men, as if foreseeing the moment, turned and thrust their long spears into the bodies of the grey-robed men. Just moments before, they had stood side by side, ready to fight together. Ned's eyes widened in disbelief. The betrayal of the golden-robed was too sudden, and many grey-robed men fell to the ground without even drawing their weapons. Hearing the anguished cries of his guards, Ned, though initially bewildered, quickly rallied those grey-robed men still capable of fighting, forming a defensive circle back-to-back. As Ned Stark gripped the hilt of his sword, the situation in the hall reached a critical juncture. Only 4 grey-robed men remained standing, encircling Ned. His expression grew grave, yet he maintained a firm grasp on his sword. The grey-robed men beside him exhibited resolute determination, one of them smiling at Ned, saying, "To fight alongside you, my lord, is the greatest honor of my life." For reasons unknown, Ned found himself smiling in return. For an old wolf like him, perhaps a glorious death in battle was the best fate. His laughter turned to self-deprecation. Edmund. He now regretted not heeding Edmund's counsel, but it was too late. Cersei remained proudly seated beside the Iron Throne, her long neck surveying others, before her arm fell. And Janos commanded the attack. The grey-robed men tightened their formation, their legs coiling, prepared to split and advance to avoid harming their comrades. Just then, a sudden roar of battle cries erupted from outside the great doors. This startled Peter Baelish, who had been lurking in the shadows, and Janos ordered someone to look outside. The Kingsguard Sandor Clegane drew his sword, positioning himself to shield Joffrey and the others, bracing for the onslaught. As Janos' men approached the door, they were suddenly knocked down as the doors crashed open. Edmund, clad in grey armor, appeared in the hall. His soldiers behind him waving a white banner adorned with black wings and a black-gray checkered flag. "Soldiers of House Stout, charge!" Edmund commanded. Leading the charge, Edmund sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to a nearby golden-robed man, targeting his lower body. Bang! Crack! Though the golden-robed man wore greaves for protection, he was still toppled, and the sound of breaking bones echoed as he fell. Instantly, chaos erupted on the battlefield. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Janos quickly sought a place to take cover. Cersei and Joffrey, under the protection of Sandor Clegane, made their escape through a rear exit. The gold cloaks, accustomed to oppressing the populace, proved to be little more than disorganized rabble when faced with true combat. Furthermore, due to the rampant corruption spearheaded by Janos, the quality of the city guard's equipment had declined significantly, unlike in the days of Prince Daemon. Thus, when confronted with the methodical assault of the Stark soldiers, they were akin to fish pinned on a cutting board, swiftly cleaved apart. Had the grey cloaks not overly trusted their numbers, 10 of them could have easily dispatched 30 gold cloaks. Edmund swiftly breached the gold cloak's defenses, reaching his father, Ned. "Father," he uttered, a single word sufficing to convey the bond between them. "Follow me," Edmund commanded. The guards, Jory and Valley, exchanged silent glances, instinctively raising their shields to protect Ned. The Stark soldiers commenced their advance up the steps, striving to seize the high ground to enhance their offensive capability. With Edmund and the Stark soldiers covering him, Ned managed to escape the hall, taking refuge in a hastily moving carriage. A large contingent of red-armored soldiers, adorned with the Lannister lion insignia, emerged from the distant city walls. They moved swiftly and in formation, descending the stairs to converge upon Ned. Unlike the gold cloaks, these red cloaks were not as feeble. Clad in armor, they represented the elite standing army of the Lannisters in the Westerlands. Edmund dismounted and mounted another steed, prompting a puzzled look from Ned. "Father, I will go find Arya and the others. You head to Dragonstone. We shall regroup there," Edmund called out. It then dawned on Ned that his daughters remained trapped within the Red Keep, prompting him to ruefully tap his forehead. He wished to call out to Edmund, but the latter was already on horseback. Though regret weighed heavily in his heart, there was little else he could do. Now, he could only hope for Edmund's success. Chapter 23. Urban Warfare. What are you doing? This is the Prime Minister's carriage. The driver, brought from the north, shouted at the Lannister soldiers. In response, a red cloak unsheathed his sword and swiftly severed the driver's throat. In his final moments, the driver clung desperately to the soldier's greaves. At that moment, the once respected Prime Minister's tower transformed into a hellish inferno. The anguished cries of the Northmen and the sounds of slaughter echoed throughout, resulting in the untimely demise of some gray cloaks who remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Sansa curled up on her bed, enveloped in her blankets. Too frightened to open the window, she locked the doors and windows, trembling as she listened to the cacophony of battle outside, repeatedly whispering the names of her brother Edmund and her father Ned. Suddenly, there came a series of loud bangs at the door. Sansa screamed in terror. She is inside. Get a hammer. Break it down. The voices of the Lannister soldiers echoed outside as they conspired on how to breach the door and capture the Prime Minister's daughter. Sansa glanced around helplessly, yearning for an escape through the window. Yet upon pushing it open, she realized she was perched atop a high tower. A leap from such heights would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Regret washed over her as she lamented her exclusive focus on needlework, neglecting the art of swordsmanship. However, there was no turning back now. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a pair of scissors on the dressing table, akin to a parched fish catching sight of water. Without hesitation, she rushed over and grasped them tightly in her hand. If they break in, I shall take my own life. Sansa thought in despair, tears streaming down her neck to her delicate collarbone. In the bloom of youth, it would be a tragic loss for such beauty to vanish so soon. Bang, bang, crack. A series of forceful blows echoed against the door, culminating in a dull thud and a man's cry of anguish from outside. Sansa halted her weeping, her gaze fixed on the door as she clutched the scissors, indifferent to the crimson droplets that stained her palm. After a cacophony of clashing weapons, silence enveloped the exterior. Summoning her courage, Sansa cautiously approached the door, only to be startled by a knock. Thud, thud, Sansa. Relief washed over her as she recognized the voice of her brother Edmund. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung open the door, neglecting to check for danger. Her nerves frayed from the torment she had endured. Edmund's figure appeared before her, and Sansa could not help but throw herself into his arms, sobbing gently. Though clad in cold armor that offered no warmth, she felt this was the most comforting moment since their journey south from the north. Sansa, Edmund whispered tenderly, his eyes filled with affection. However, the subsequent sound of crossbows firing shattered their tender reunion. Edmund shielded Sansa in his embrace and hurried towards the inner door of the Prime Minister's tower. What of Arya? Sansa gasped in his arms. A flicker of anguish crossed Edmund's face, but he replied, I do not know where Arya has gone. Father arranged for her to have a fencing instructor. She should be fine. Yet the worry in his eyes and the tight grip of his fists, which drew blood from the friction of his nails against the gauntlets, revealed his deep concern for Arya. Sansa bowed her head in sorrow, seeking to curl deeper into Edmund's protective hold, wishing not to burden him further. Meanwhile, Ned sat in a carriage, observing the swift shadows around him as the crowd parted. He calculated his position. Since Edmund had managed to bring the forces of Castle Black into the city, he must have secured control of a city gate. It soon became evident that Ned's assessment was accurate. Long before Edmund participated in the tournament, he had used his prize money to bribe the commander of the Dragon Gate's guards. Previously, during his inspection of the lordship's territory, he too had passed through the Dragon Gate. The identity of the intermediary who facilitated this transaction remained unknown. As Ned's anxiety began to settle, he realized that he needed only to traverse the flea market and pass through the Dragon's Den to reach the Dragon Gate directly. Ned has begun to contemplate a journey to Dragonstone, intending to send a letter to his eldest son, Robb, and subsequently rally the Northern Army for a southern advance. However, misfortune often lurks in the most unsuspecting of corners. As the carriage rounded a bend, the driver vigorously cracked his whip to disperse the surrounding throng of commoners. In that very moment, a giant, nearly 8 feet tall and clad in black armor, surged forth, wielding a heavy sword with formidable strength. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the harness of the draft horse. The beast collapsed with a pained cry, yet fortune smiled upon them as another horse remained to pull the carriage. The vehicle shook perilously, its undercarriage threatening to crash down, but the driver deftly maneuvered the remaining horse into position. With only Ned and the driver aboard, they managed to maintain their precarious balance. The pursuing Stetan cavalry quickly closed the gap, charging toward the giant. Yet, instead of retreating, the behemoth raised his sword with a gleeful ferocity. The Stetan steeds whinnied in fear, hesitant to advance, while a handful of brave soldiers surged forward. But in mere moments, 3 Stetan soldiers fell to the giant's blade. Through the carriage window, Ned discerned the giant's visage. There was only one individual in the realm with such might and stature, the Mountain. Regret washed over Ned as he recalled the tournament when the Mountain had assaulted Loras. He should have struck him down then, but it was too late now. Fortunately, they still had one horse left, and as long as no arrows found their mark, the Mountain's size would prevent him from giving chase. Arrows whizzed through the air from the crossbowman, striking the remaining horse. In its final moments, the creature let out a desperate whinny, then reared on its hind legs and leaped, only to collapse, its front legs buckling beneath it. The carriage followed suit, tumbling down and pinning the driver beneath it, his fate uncertain. Ned clutched the reins tightly, narrowly avoiding a disorienting fall. Yet, the impact left him dazed, struggling to rise. Lannister soldiers encircled them, their crimson armor glaring in the daylight, as the Mountain and his companions drew closer. In a fleeting moment, Ned recognized the half-man, Tyrion, distinguished by his conspicuous height, especially when contrasted with those around him. The Lannister forces pushed back the surrounding civilians, while the Staton soldiers attempted to break through, only to realize the futility of their efforts against the Red Cloaks. In terms of weaponry, armor, and martial prowess, they were no match for the Lannisters. As Ned finally regained his footing, he stumbled and fell once more. Straining to keep his eyes open, he found himself overwhelmed by fatigue. In the last moment before darkness claimed him, he witnessed the Staton soldiers retreating, unable to penetrate the Lannister encirclement. Ultimately, he collapsed heavily, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 24. The breakout. The warhorse strained against its muscles, charging forward like a battle chariot. Edmund rode valiantly, cradling Sansa in his arms, with the Staton soldiers closely trailing behind. "My lord, shall we proceed directly to the Dragon Gate?" one of the Staton soldiers inquired. "No, we must take Silent Nun Street instead. The Lannisters will surely be on guard," Edmund shouted. Sansa, both anxious and curious, lifted her gaze to look behind Edmund, who had just emerged from the Prime Minister's tower. The Lannisters had yet to launch a timely pursuit, but given their well-trained movements, it was only a matter of time before they did. The wind stung Edmund's eyes, and dust infiltrated the crevices of his armor, causing discomfort. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such trivialities at this moment. He squinted, his gaze unwavering and resolute, focused intently ahead. If he could reach the old city gate, Count Lothar could provide assistance. He hoped that Stannis' fleet would arrive soon, with a waterway for cover. Their chances of success would increase. What of his father? Had he reached Dragon Gate? In a fleeting moment, Edmund's thoughts raced. Damn it, he should have sought more noble allies among the kingdom's lords. Regrettably, time was not on his side. If only he had a contingent of 5,000 soldiers. While capturing King's Landing might be ambitious, encircling a portion of the gates and blocking the waterways would pose no challenge. Yet, due to the passing of his grandfather, Duke Horst, Edmund had chosen to mourn him, missing the opportunity to rally more noble allies. Count Lothar of Raven's Roost was a loyal and trustworthy man, who had promptly heeded Edmund's call to arms. The Staton family had contributed a force of 600 men to support Edmund, a considerable strength for the beleaguered Raven's Roost, still reeling from the Blood Dragon's rampage. However, as Edmund pondered, an arrow suddenly shot from the shadows, striking with a resounding thud. A gray cloak guard deflected it with a shield, the force of the arrow momentarily staggering even the battle-hardened northerner, nearly unseating him. "Protect the Lord," shouted the gray cloak, summoning more soldiers, inadvertently revealing their position. Countless Lannister soldiers surged forth, emerging like vermin from the Red Keep, relentless and insatiable. Edmund raised his sword, instructing Sansa to grip the saddle tightly and steady herself. He bent at the waist, angling his body downwards to close the distance with the enemy, thrusting his blade forward. Alas, a hapless Lannister red cloak was impaled upon the tip of his sword. The finely crafted steel blade was insufficient to cleave through equally formidable armor. Yet it was sufficient to pierce a small opening. This, however, left Edmund in a predicament, as his sword became lodged and difficult to withdraw. To free it, he would need to exert all his strength, anchoring his feet firmly to the ground. Yet, Edmund did not yield. He swung his arm vigorously, bracing himself upon his steed. The Lannister red cloak, now skewered, was lifted aloft, but as Edmund's strength waned, he pushed the body down with his other hand. The red cloak plummeted like a turtle snatched by an eagle, crashing to the ground. Blood flowed down the blade, and at the moment the sword was liberated from the Lannister's body, a torrent of crimson erupted, staining Edmund's armor in the sunlight, glaringly vivid. Boom. The warhorses charged like a chariot devoid of harness, colliding with any red-cloaked figure daring to obstruct their path. Even those clad in armor would be sent flying with a mere kick. The sound of shattered ribs echoed as Edmund understood the urgency of their situation. Halting now would diminish the momentum of their steeds, significantly weakening their impact, leading the Grey Cloaks and the Stetan cavalry into a fierce battle. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, the remaining Stetan infantry joined the fray. Though their numbers were scant, merely around 30, they were sufficient to assist Edmund in navigating their present predicament. Edmund promptly raised his sword skyward, tracing a circle in the air to rally his troops for a concentrated assault. A dozen cavalrymen, organized under Edmund's command, formed a line in the slightly wider street. "Draw your swords. Charge," he commanded, and with the infantry at their side, they surged forward. The Lannister Red Cloaks were lacking cavalry here. Despite the sight of a considerable mass of red gathering from the direction of the Red Keep, resembling a wave advancing towards them, it would take time to arrive. As moments passed, the Grey Cloaks and Stetan soldiers around him continued to fall, while the Lannister forces received relentless reinforcements. A Grey Cloak shouted at Edmund, "My lord, you must go. Do not concern yourself with us, or we shall all perish here." Edmund's face twisted in unbearable shame, his teeth grinding together until one cracked. "We must go," he urged his cavalry, charging forth with him. The powerful steeds, equipped with shields though lacking armor, were formidable nonetheless. Moreover, the absence of armor allowed for greater speed. Under the cover of the infantry, Edmund swiftly disengaged from the Red Cloaks and dashed towards Silent Sister Street. Around him, the remaining Grey Cloaks used their bodies and shields to shield him from Lannister arrows, but Edmund had no time to dwell on their sacrifices, feeling only sorrow for the fallen soldiers. After galloping a considerable distance, Sansa, anxious and restless, finally lifted her head. During the battle, she had cowered in Edmund's embrace, too fearful to even peek out. Now, having gained some distance from their pursuers, she dared to look up. She wished to speak, but upon seeing her brother's resolute gaze, she swallowed her words, finding a fleeting sense of solace as she rested her head against his chest. It had been so long since she had leaned against her brother like this. How many years had passed? A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over Sansa as she recalled cherished memories. Meanwhile, Edmund remained oblivious to his sister's thoughts, his gaze scanning their surroundings, wary of any enemies that might spring forth from the dense underbrush. Looking around, he noticed that the Stetan soldiers had either perished or scattered, leaving only 3 Grey Cloaks beside him. With a grating sound, Edmund clenched his teeth, gripping his sword as if it were the very heart of a Lannister. A silent snarl escaped him as he continued to lead his troops onward. Once a pack of wolves escapes pursuit, they will relentlessly turn the tide and pursue their adversaries until the bitter end. Chapter 25. The Golden Cloak's Deception Crossing the Silent Nun Street. Edmund arrived at the old city gate, adorned with the banner of the Icefield Wolves, beneath which lay a white strip emblazoned with a pair of black wings, accompanied by a black and gray checkered flag. A sigh of relief escaped him. The situation had not yet deteriorated to the point of the Stetan forces being vanquished. Rushing to the gate, Count Rossawire stepped forward to greet Edmund. "My lord, I am relieved to see you unharmed," Rossawire expressed with unwavering loyalty and sincerity. Edmund, touched, grasped Rossawire's hands firmly, assuring him, "The Stark family will never forget you. You shall always be a friend of the North." Rossawire smiled momentarily, only for a serious expression to replace it. "My lord, we must depart swiftly. Not all of these Golden Cloaks are aligned with us. Indeed, loyalty cannot be purchased," Edmund acknowledged. The two swiftly organized their forces to rally and hasten towards the outskirts. As they traversed the city walls, some Golden Cloaks, swayed by wealth, lacked kin in King's Landing. This time, Rossawire had persuaded them with promises of gold and merchant passage, facilitating the opening of the gates. Upon witnessing Edmund's flight, they gradually became aware of the dire circumstances, considering the royal temperament, the consequences of their negligence, and how Cersei would treat this group of derelict soldiers. A shiver ran down their spines. Consequently, some among them urged Edmund, "My lord, for the sake of the 7 gods, please allow us to accompany you." These Golden Cloaks, having forsaken their duties for riches, now beseeched Edmund to take them along to escape the wrath of the Red Keep. Edmund tightened the reins, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. "Come along," he commanded simply. Yet, those words seemed to lift a great weight from the hearts of the Golden Cloaks, stirring a wave of relief. Some were even willing to kiss Edmund's shoes publicly to express their gratitude. Edmund surveyed the scene once more and beckoned Count Rossawire closer. "How many of us remain?" "About 500, not counting these Golden Cloaks," Rossawire replied somberly. "Very well. The losses incurred within King's Landing will be compensated by Stark," Edmund promised. Rossawire placed a hand over his heart, saluting in respect and gratitude. The war horses neighed fiercely as Edmund led his forces onward at a gallop. After some time, They reached the northeastern outskirts of King's Landing. Consulting the map, Edmund turned to Rossoire, inquiring, "Are we nearing Rosby?" Rossoire glanced at the map and affirmed, "Yes, my lord. We are approaching the southeastern part of Rosby, which lies to the west of Blackwater Bay." "Excellent." Edmund clenched his fist. The sound of his knuckles cracking reverberating as he thrust his arm beside him, stirring a rush of wind. "Once I reach the port, I can rendezvous with Duke Stannis. Together, we shall regroup our forces and advance toward King's Landing." Edmund contemplated his subsequent battle strategies. However, soon after, the soldiers from the Dragon Gate arrived, bearing news that struck him like a heavy blow. The mountain. It was the mountain. "Lord Ned has been slain by the mountain." "No, you mustn't speak such nonsense. The mountain merely rendered Lord Ned unconscious. I witnessed it with my own eyes. A giant wielding a sword as tall as 2 men cleaved through a horse in a single blow." The soldiers who had narrowly escaped recounted their harrowing experiences. As Edmund listened, the flickering flame of hope in his heart was extinguished, doused like cold water. "What's wrong, brother?" Sansa, like a wounded doe, looked up from his embrace, her eyes filled with confusion. She had been so exhausted that she had fallen asleep. Rosso hurriedly silenced the terrified soldiers, fearing their words might frighten Sansa further. Edmund lowered his gaze, forcing a pained smile as his features twitched, attempting to soothe Sansa. Yet, she could not overlook the absence of their father Ned and sister Arya. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart, and she buried her face in Edmund's embrace. Softly weeping, Edmund could only maintain a stoic expression, his trembling hand guiding the reins as they pressed on. As time passed, they reached a hilly expanse, and with the sun having set, Edmund decided to make camp for the night. The troops set up their tents in a vertical formation, from the high slopes to the low, facilitating the arrangement of their campfires while shielding against the impending rain. That night, Sansa, citing fear, sought refuge in Edmund's tent. Sighing repeatedly, Edmund found solace in the absence of others, with only his sister Sansa for company. He finally allowed himself a moment of respite, while Sansa, wanting to comfort her brother, struggled to find the right words. Remaining silent, she felt the urge to weep again but swallowed her emotions, reminded of Edmund's burdens. The forest at night was alive with the sounds of insects, and the hooting of owls echoed through the trees, marking the time of their hunt. For the forest was their natural dining hall. Perched upon branches, the owls stood like loyal sentinels, scanning for prey. In an instant, their gaze locked onto a target, and they swooped down with remarkable speed. Despite the moonlight, only shadows could be seen gliding through the darkness. "Ah, quiet, fool!" A man yelped in fright as an owl swooped past, earning a sharp rap on the head from one of his companions, who admonished him to keep his voice down. This group consisted of only 5 men, huddled together in hushed conversation. "Brother, do you think this is wise? Lord Stark has been rather gracious, allowing us to accompany him." Another scoffed dismissively, "Gracious? Bah, these noble lords are all the same. He simply hasn't revealed his true nature yet. Once he returns to the north, to that accursed Winterfell, his true colors will undoubtedly show." "Enough. Silence. Stay quiet. Our goal is to abduct his sister. If we capture a Stark lady, the Queen will surely reward us handsomely. Perhaps we shall even gain titles and become nobles ourselves." The man leading the group whispered softly, his eyes gleaming with fervent desire. These few clad in golden robes took delight in oppressing the common folk, and now, having accepted bribes from the Staunton family, their avarice had overwhelmed them. However, they did not anticipate that their greed would lead them to feign allegiance, only to subsequently abduct hostages and return to the Red Keep for their reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 men once again crouched low, lying in wait among the grass during a gap in the patrols of the Staunton soldiers ahead. Whoosh! One of them drew a golden-robed crossbow and loosed an arrow, which struck the Staunton soldier squarely in the throat. He chuckled sinisterly, brandishing his crossbow to boast of his marksmanship to the others. Tragically, the Staunton soldier did not have the chance to utter his last words before another golden-robed assailant rose and plunged a dagger into his heart from behind. They then dragged the body away into the grass, making a rustling sound. The Staunton soldiers stationed farther away merely heard the noise and glanced around. Suddenly noticing a lack of sentries in this area, one of them began to approach cautiously. As the soldier with the torch drew nearer, the golden-robed men held their breath in anticipation. Whoosh! Another arrow was released, but this time fortune was not on their side. It veered off course. The Staunton soldier, still somewhat puzzled by the night's darkness, scratched his head in confusion. "Hurry, hurry!" The golden-robed men urged their companion to continue shooting, but the one with the crossbow was still in the process of drawing the string. "Almost there, almost there." Though they endeavored to keep their voices low, the Staunton soldier began to sense something amiss. frowning as he unsheathed his weapon and cautiously advanced, just as they were on the verge of being discovered. With the soldier closing the distance to mere steps away, the golden-robed man had no choice but to leap up desperately, dagger in hand, and tackle the Staunton soldier. The others swiftly drew their weapons and dashed towards the tents on the hillside. Such commotion naturally heightened the vigilance of the surrounding soldiers. Chaos erupted beside the tents, and the Staunton soldiers by the nearby fires quickly rose to investigate the disturbance near Edmund. However, they were still quite far off, while the golden-robed men surged towards the tent. Yet, upon reaching the top of the incline, they suddenly realized they had no knowledge of which tent housed Edmund's sister, Sansa. This revelation left them momentarily dumbfounded, but they had no choice but to act as if they were grasping at straws. They hastily chose a nearby tent, slashing open the fabric with their blades before rushing inside. To their astonishment, they were met with an even more bewildering sight. A knight who had just removed his armor was preparing to rest. His squire, upon seeing the golden-robed intruders, immediately demanded, "Who are you, golden-robed men? This is not a place for you." The golden-robed men disregarded his words and lunged at the knight. Thus, the unfortunate knight had no choice but to grasp his sword, freshly relinquished from its scabbard, to defend himself. Clang! The blades clashed. While these golden-robed men were inferior in swordsmanship to the knight, they compensated with their numbers. With 5 swords in play, one was bound to strike the knight, especially since he was unarmored. After just a few exchanges, the first golden-robed assailant who charged forward was swiftly felled by the knight's blade. However, the advancing figures clad in golden robes demonstrated a remarkable tolerance to error in numbers. Each wielded a sword, launching a concerted assault against the knight of House Staunton. Initially, the knight managed to rely on his solid fundamentals, evading, counterattacking, and striking sideways to fend off the onslaught from his opponents. Yet, as the throng grew, chaos ensued, rendering his skillfulness ineffective against the relentless barrage. Soon, the knight found himself in dire straits, desperately calling for his attendants to summon reinforcements. One golden-robed assailant boldly surged forward, opting to position his sword blade against his chest, gripping the hilt at the upper end. This posture hindered his ability to exert force, though he remained oblivious to this disadvantage, fixated instead on subduing the knight swiftly. A sharp clang echoed as blades met, producing a crisp sound as they grazed each other. Seizing the opportunity, the knight aligned his sword to meet the incoming strike, leveraging the momentum of the opponent's charge, and deftly guided his blade to the golden-robed figure's neck. A swift thrust ensued, and blood erupted forth. The assailant crumpled helplessly to the ground, yet the remaining golden figures did not falter. Rather, they became increasingly aggressive. For them, retreat was no longer an option. With a series of clashes, the knight's sword was dislodged, and he suffered a gash across his arm from the earlier encounters. "Halt!" A commanding voice resonated. Startled, a nearby squirrel dropped its nut and scurried up a tree without a backward glance. The golden-clad figures turned toward the source of the voice, where Edmund, clad in armor, stood atop a slope, flanked by soldiers of House Staunton bearing crossbows. Realizing their disadvantage, the golden figures surrendered, muttering curses under their breath. "My lord." Rossor arrived promptly upon receiving the news, kneeling before Edmund in a gesture of accountability for his perceived shortcomings. Edmund narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Rossor, who, unable to meet his eyes, felt an intense scrutiny compelling him to bow his head even lower in sincerity. "It is of no consequence. It matters not." Edmund's nonchalant words brought a heavy sigh of relief from Rossor. Yet, his momentary ease was swiftly eclipsed by Edmund's subsequent revelation. "I have received a new raven from Dragonstone. It states that the Royal Navy will impose a complete blockade on the entire Blackwater Bay. Furthermore, I have a confidential missive from King's Landing, indicating that Cersei has summoned the Lords of the Reach to amass forces in preparation to eradicate us. She has sent a letter to my brother, demanding that, for the sake of my father Ned and sister Arya's lives, he must bend the knee and journey to King's Landing." Edmund's words, devoid of any overt emotion, nonetheless instilled a profound sense of unease. It felt as though an invisible flame was rising around Rossor, rendering him mute as he bowed his head, awaiting further commands. Edmund continued, "I shall strike first against Cersei's forces. Does she wish to see House Stark kneel? Let her experience the ferocity of our wolf's claw and determine whether the lion's claw is sharper than that of the wolf." With that, Edmund turned and approached his steed. Only after Edmund mounted his horse did Rossor dare to rise, shaking off the numbness in his legs. Rothwell felt neither despondent nor fearful of the future, for his side lacked formidable allies within the realm. However, the thought of his lord's valor and decisiveness invigorated him. Rothwell and his son Richard once again consolidated their forces, dispersing the golden-robed soldiers to ensure that each squad was predominantly composed of Stanton's warriors. Chapter 26. The ambush. A bumblebee emerged from the earth, surveying its surroundings to ascertain the presence of foes or potential prey. Its powerful mandibles waved vigorously, showcasing its robust physique. Yet, this display did not attract a beautiful female. Instead, it drew the attention of another equally formidable beetle. This beetle boasted resplendent purple skin and equally powerful mandibles. The two beetles, encountering each other for the first time, behaved like fated adversaries, sizing each other up. They exchanged glances for a time, reminiscent of boxers circling the ring, each assessing the other. Their powerful roars echoed, followed by a fierce leap, colliding with one another. Each clash was akin to shutting one's eyes, relying solely on brute force as they clamped their mandibles against each other. The purple beetle gained the upper hand, seizing its adversary's mandibles from below. The opposing mandibles could not close, and with a surge of strength, the purple beetle lifted its rival high into the air before delivering a powerful clamp. The defeated beetle emitted a mournful cry as its mandible was severed, retreating with its tail tucked, unsteadily colliding with trees due to its loss of balance. The purple beetle proudly raised its pincers, flaunting its might. However, in the next moment, a shadow loomed overhead, and as it struggled to look up, it could only raise its head at a mere 32 degrees before a massive foot descended. Crunch. The purple beetle was obliterated. "Hey, Brother John, what madness has overcome the lords this time?" Thomas inquired of Commander John. "We were merely training the troops, and suddenly there's a call to assemble. Are we to go to war?" John, wearing a stern expression, retorted brusquely, "Go play elsewhere. Can you fathom the Lord's intentions? Go amuse yourself with the mud." Disheartened, Thomas turned and retreated to the far side of the line, muttering under his breath, "Humph. What is so grand about them? It's not as if they've fought for years or participated in the Targaryen campaigns. If I had been by the trident back then, Rhaegar wouldn't have been fit to carry my shoes." His words grew increasingly buoyant, and soon he envisioned his return home to wed his beloved. Already concocting the first words he would utter, the nearby soldiers observed Thomas's smug grin, and from their impassive expressions, it was evident this was not his first display of such bravado. The troops gradually advanced into a forest surrounded by lush greenery, gray underbrush, and towering trees that greatly obstructed the soldiers' line of sight. The commander of the forces, Sir Bell, was the Lord of Rolling Stone Keep and the instructor of the Rosby garrison. At present, he serves as a vassal to Lord Gales of Rosby. Yet he finds himself engulfed in confusion. Initially, he was engaged in training the troops for his lord when a sudden missive arrived, summoning him to gather the forces and proceed to the western shores of Blackwater Bay to quell the insurgents. This demand perplexed him, particularly as he had heard of the recent capture of the newly appointed Prime Minister, Ned Stark. Given his previous acquaintance with the Stark family, it seemed improbable that he would betray his own kin. Simultaneously, the elevation of his lord, Gales, to the position of the Iron Throne's Hand of Justice raised suspicions regarding a possible connection between these two events. However, for a knight, obeying the summons of his liege lord is paramount. Thus, Beale suppressed his concerns and rallied his troops in response to the call. Not far ahead lay King's Landing. They were drawing near, and he contemplated allowing the troops a brief respite. As Beale ventured deeper into the forest, the underbrush grew thicker and more profound. A jumble of vibrant weeds and flowers obscuring the line between reality and illusion, blurring the distinction between man and plant. Upon reaching a slope adorned with fruit-bearing trees, Beale deemed it an ideal resting spot and was about to issue the command for a break when, whoosh, a fiery arrow soared into the sky, followed by an explosion. Instantly, numerous heads emerged from the slope, armed with bows and crossbows, unleashing a hail of arrows upon Beale's forces. The air filled with the sound of whistling projectiles and agonized cries as the arrows rained down, creating a mist of blood amidst the soldiers of Stonebreaker Castle. Sensing the dire situation, Sir Beale, drawing upon years of experience as a trainer, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. He bellowed commands to consolidate the troops and maintain their formation while casting his gaze toward the source of the arrows. Atop the small incline stood soldiers adorned with the emblem of a white stripe and a pair of black wings. Those of the soldiers from Crow's Nest Castle. Beale shouted, "Maintain formation, do not panic. Raise your shields. Shield up. Take cover." The knights under Beale's command began to react, issuing commands to their respective subordinates. As the soldiers of Stonebreaker raised their shields, they gradually regained their focus, realizing that the onslaught from the Crow's Nest soldiers was not as fierce as it first appeared. Round shields, square shields, and wicker shields procured from elsewhere all served to effectively deflect the arrows. The sounds of arrows embedding themselves in wooden shields contrasted sharply with the sickening thud of projectiles piercing flesh, creating a cacophony of chaos. Soon, the morale of the Stonebreaker soldiers was rekindled, and under the knight's directives, they reformed into their training formations. This resolve was particularly evident among Beale's personal guard. As for the hastily assembled militia, merely staying put was a commendable feat, however. Witnessing his loyal men not retreating, but rather organizing themselves and forming ranks reinvigorated the spirits of many among the Stonebreaker forces. Observing the disarray caused by the archers, Edmund, positioned atop the slope, signaled for the swordsmen to charge, intent on cutting through the enemy ranks and dispersing them. As the horn sounded, the soldiers of Crow's Perch were invigorated, and the troops advanced. "Do not panic. They cannot breach our formation," Bell shouted to his men, simultaneously commanding the knights to retreat with their steeds and assemble the cavalry, for the slope was ill-suited for a cavalry charge. As the soldiers of Crow's Perch approached steadily, Bell dismounted, and his bodyguards raised their shields to encircle him. The dust stirred by their movement began to settle, becoming increasingly discernible. Bell silently assessed the enemy's speed while instructing his aide to prepare to command the archers. "You are not the only ones wielding bows." Bell gritted his teeth. Observing the soldiers of Crow's Perch surging down from the slope, a portion of the newly recruited soldiers of Rockstone Fortress felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their palms grew clammy, and their bodies trembled with tension. Just as the sword and shield wielders of Crow's Perch slowed to approximately 10 or 20 meters away, Bell had not yet issued the command to fire when he instinctively shielded his eyes. A dazzling light flashed before him, and as he regained his composure, he beheld the soldiers of Crow's Perch leaning back, their arms straining as they hurled their weapons. Thud! Javelins pierced through shields, directly impaling the bodies of the soldiers of Rockstone Fortress, eliciting the sickening sound of flesh being penetrated. Roar! The formation of Rockstone soldiers was shattered, and the sword and shield bearers of Crow's Perch charged forth, valiantly advancing with shields to the left and blades to the right, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The air was once again filled with the sharp sound of projectiles slicing through the atmosphere, akin to swords cleaving silk. This onslaught resulted in heavy casualties among the soldiers of Rockstone Fortress, and in the chaos of reformation, Bell inadvertently revealed his position. The recent javelins had targeted him specifically. Had it not been for the iron shields carried by his guards, he surely would have been impaled by the wooden javelins. As he glanced at the fallen javelins, a sense of foreboding washed over Bell. This was a premeditated assault. "Surely, someone has betrayed me," he thought, recalling the enemies of his family. Yet his mind was a tempest of confusion, yielding no conclusions. The knights of Rockstone Fortress gathered, the few remaining cavalry assembling to shield the retreat of their forces. However, time was a luxury they could not afford. The battlefield allowed no moments for contemplation. Though the sword and shield bearers of Crow's Perch were not numerous, they skillfully integrated into the front line of the troops. Utilizing the advantage of the terrain, they charged down the slope, forcefully breaking the formation of the soldiers of Rockstone Fortress. Some valiant soldiers even leaped into the fray, disregarding their safety, wielding their shields to clash against their opponents' heads and bodies. The sound of metal striking flesh reverberated, revealing the fragility of human life amidst the chaos. Everywhere, filthy curses and the cacophony of clashing steel echoed. "We need a commander," shouted some of the knights of Rockstone Fortress, still clear-headed. In the absence of leadership, the majority of soldiers would follow the tide of the battle, akin to spineless creatures incapable of standing upright. Yet, a unit with definitive command would coalesce into a formidable fist, striking the enemy with the force of a deluge. Unfortunately, the soldiers of Rockstone Fortress faced an adversary that was precisely such a torrent. They were ruthlessly battered. The knight, still shouting and attempting to rally his troops for an effective counterattack, was under focused scrutiny. Javelins and arrows were sufficient to pierce them like a sieve, and not every knight had a seasoned squire to guard him. Byre, momentarily deterred by the javelins, dared not reveal himself, as the entourage he had gathered and the soldiers surrounding him obstructed his retreat to open ground. He could only expose an eye through the gap in his shield to assess the situation. Damned! Byre was filled with regret, wishing he had not heeded the Lord's call so eagerly. Initially, he had merely intended to train the troops in Rosby, not to rush to King's Landing for any commotion. He should have allowed the nearby town of Ager to respond first, and then followed suit. However, regret was a luxury he could not afford. Having served for many years as an instructor in Rodby, Byre was well versed in military strategy. At this moment, The foremost priority was to reorganize his troops and regain the initiative in communication. Dismissing the threat of javelins, Byr pushed aside his shield and looked towards the signal officers of the other formations. Unfortunately, under Edmund's orders, the signal officers were prime targets. In a formation of 3 signal officers, the first wave of javelins struck down no fewer than 10 riders. "My lord, we must retreat," suggested Byr's aide. Blood trickled from Byr's lips as he bit them in frustration and helplessness. Watching as the formation was gradually torn apart, he saw soldiers kneeling and pleading for mercy from the soldiers of Crow's Nest. A surge of crimson filled Byr's ears. "We shall depart." Upon receiving the command, his guards began to move, rallying towards the cavalry. After Byr mounted his steed, they began to withdraw in formation. "The Lord is fleeing." With the cry of the first soldier, the men of Rolling Stone Fort turned to gaze in the direction of their lord. Previously, the lord had been riding a magnificent steed at the forefront, but now he was silent, retreating in disgrace. This caused a portion of the soldiers to crumble psychologically, scattering like an avalanche. Edmund, positioned on the high ground, murmured softly, then gestured with his arm. Count Roswell beside him relayed the orders, and with the sounding of the cavalry charge, the Knights of Crow's Nest raised their weapons and charged into battle. The fighting and pursuit continued until dusk, with the sun vanishing from sight. Once the spoils of war were efficiently allocated, Roswell hastened to Edmund, but his first words were not to report the battle's outcome, but rather to inquire, "My lord, please forgive my impertinence, but I am genuinely perplexed as to how you knew the soldiers of Rolling Stone Fort would pass this way." Edmund, his eyes shifting to Roswell, reached into the joint of his armor and produced a parchment. "An unknown friend from King's Landing informed me. He does not appear to belong to the Lannister faction." Edmund was uncertain if he should trust the missive, but upon confirmation from the scouts that matched the movements of the Rolling Stone forces with the letter, he chose to engage this contingent. However, the situation on the battlefield was far from ideal. "What are our losses?" Roswell paused, then waved his hand towards the rear, summoning his son Richard. Richard reported to Edmund, "We have annihilated nearly 300 foes, seized enough provisions to last another 6 days, along with over 100 pelts and shields." Lowry lowered his head, nudging Richard's arm, his gaze indicating that he had missed the crux of the matter and had failed to use proper honorifics. Fortunately, Edmund was not one to dwell on such formalities. He merely nodded and continued, "What were our losses?" Richard's face flushed slightly, betraying a hint of embarrassment, before he hesitantly replied, "This time, nearly 100 soldiers from the Raven's Roost perished, with many more succumbing to injuries sustained in the urban warfare of King's Landing, as they did not receive adequate medical attention. Our losses during the engagement with the stone fortress were minimal, yet the expenditure of javelins and arrows was substantial." At that moment, Edmund fully comprehended what he could rely upon: speed. Previously in King's Landing, he had preemptively bribed the commander of the Dragon Gate to deceive and open the old city gates, allowing him to escape undetected by the Lannisters. Gazing at the distant coastline, his eyes sparkled like a shooting star, devoid of any sentiment, as he resolved, onward, to Blackwater Bay. Chapter 27. The meeting with Stannis. The cool sea breeze whispered across the face of Ser Davos, prompting him to lick his lips. The briny scent of the ocean always evoked a sense of home within him. For one who had spent the first half of his life engaged in smuggling, life at sea suited him perfectly. However, since he had transported a shipload of onions for Duke Stannis during the Usurpers' War and had been subsequently knighted, he had forsaken his smuggling activities. Achoo! Davos sneezed, pondering whether he still remembered the smuggling routes to King's Landing. In his youth, he had been renowned as a sailor capable of navigating through the night without a single mishap, arriving directly at the inner gates of King's Landing. Lord Davos. Turning around, Davos saw his son, Matthos Seaworth, who also served as his first mate, standing behind him. Davos opened his mouth, seemingly intending to dismiss the formality. But upon meeting his son's serious gaze, he abandoned the thought. "Is something amiss?" Davos inquired as he walked toward the ship's cabin. "Lord Stannis has summoned you." Davos halted, casting a puzzled glance at Matthos before responding, "Lead me there." Matthos guided Davos away from the Black Beth, towards Stannis' flagship, the Fury. This warship boasted 300 oarsmen, with crossbows lining both sides of the deck and a catapult positioned at both the bow and stern, designed to hurl barrels of burning pitch. It was both fearsome and swift, its sails glistening with golden hues, adorned with the sigil of House Baratheon, a crowned stag. Upon entering the cabin, Davos immediately spotted his lord, Stannis, followed closely by Edmund. Davos keenly sensed that something was amiss with Edmund's demeanor, though he could not quite discern the cause. "My lord." Davos saluted Stannis upon entering, then turned to acknowledge Edmund, signaling a gesture of goodwill. Stannis maintained his usual cold demeanor, devoid of any emotion. However, today was different. He exhibited a hint of agitation, his words betraying a yearning. Davos wrinkled his nose, recognizing the sensation of desire. A missive from the Lannisters had arrived, announcing the demise of the former king, Robert Baratheon. Now, there were claims to see Joffrey, that illegitimate child of dubious lineage, ascend to the throne. How could such a one occupy my seat of power? Davos mused. This was the first time he had witnessed Stannis so uncharacteristically flustered. Yet, as a loyal knight, he understood the necessity of tempering Stannis's fervor, otherwise, it could lead to unwarranted failures. Placing his hand upon his chest, he bowed once more, speaking with humble tones. My lord, the realm is well aware that you are the true Baratheon heir. In the wake of Robert's passing, you stand as the rightful successor. However, apart from you and Lord Ned Stark, the Seven Kingdoms are largely unaware that Joffrey is the incestuous offspring of Cersei Lannister and Jaime Lannister. Should we rashly advance on King's Landing, it may yield dire consequences. Davos's candid remarks indeed resonated with Stannis, who recognized that he lacked the military might needed to penetrate King's Landing. Thus, he turned to Lord Edmure, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Edmure displayed signs of inner turmoil, but strove to maintain his composure, replying, "I concur with Sir Davos's counsel. Now is not the time to assault King's Landing." Previously, Edmure had received word from the Lannisters announcing the execution of Ned Stark in the capital. When he first learned of this news, it struck him like a thunderbolt. In furious indignation, he brandished his sword, pouring forth boundless energy in his fury until he was utterly exhausted. Subsequently, he pondered the next steps. Realizing that breaching King's Landing was highly improbable, the three present reached a consensus. Davos took the initiative to request, "My lord, permit me to act as an envoy," conveying the king's directives to the nobles of Westeros, exposing the true nature of the false king, and allowing the radiance of the true monarch to shine once more. Stannis nodded slightly, gesturing toward the map, pausing to glance at Edmure, yet ultimately stating, "I shall march south to Storm's End and summon my rightful vassals." He then raised his eyes to Edmure, the implication clear. As the meeting concluded, Edmure opted not to return to the north, having received word that Cersei Lannister had dispatched ravens to inform Robb, urging him to come to King's Landing for judgment. Knowing Robb as he did, Edmure was certain he would not yield. Therefore, he resolved to head to the Riverlands to rendezvous with Edmure Tully. Meanwhile, his sister Sansa would remain on Dragonstone, as most of Stannis' vassals advised, to physically ensure the loyalty of the North. Although this decision left Edmure dissatisfied, he begrudgingly acquiesced. After ensuring Sansa's safety, Edmure resolved to set forth. Yet the Earl of Rosso brought unsettling news. "Are you certain you will not accompany me to the Riverlands?" Edmure inquired, his curiosity piqued. For Rosso's loyalty was beyond question. Rosso merely shook his head, resolutely declaring, "My lord, I cannot abandon my subjects. As a lord, it is my inherent duty to safeguard my territory. I cannot forsake them so easily." Edmure's gaze softened, reminiscent of a tranquil sea suddenly disturbed by a flight of seagulls, as if a thought crossed his mind. "You must understand that the Lannisters and we have severed ties, and neither Joffrey nor Cersei are merciful individuals." Edmure sought to persuade him further, his words laced with concern. However, Rosso's mind was firmly made up, and Edmure could only nod slightly in acquiescence. Before departing, Rosso entrusted his son, Richard Tully, the heir to Riverrun, to remain behind. Chapter 28. The advancing Northwolf in Winterfell. Robb Stark stood as the temporary head of the household. Upon receiving a deceptive letter from Cersei Lannister luring him to King's Landing, he promptly summoned his vassals and resolved to march southward. The war between the direwolves and lions was on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, in the Riverlands, the trout found themselves caught off guard. The speed at which the Western forces assembled far surpassed that of the Riverlands, completely disrupting the new Duke Edmure's plans for Riverrun. In a bid to prevent the devastation of the Riverland populace, Duke Edmure Tully chose to shelter the citizens within the city as Tywin Lannister enacted his plundering policy against the Riverlands, which inevitably strained the city as supplies. Duke Edmure dispatched Lord Vance and Lord Piper to garrison the pass beneath the Golden Tooth, aiming to thwart the Lannister army's incursion via the River Road. Unfortunately, the forces led by Jaime Lannister, numbering in the thousands, overwhelmed the defenses of the Riverlands from a commanding position. Furthermore, Tywin Lannister led a contingent that flanked from the south into the Riverlands. The situation in Riverrun grew increasingly precarious, and a siege was imminent. Edmure sent letters to his two sisters, Catelyn Tully and Lisa Tully, pleading for support. Regrettably, the north was too distant, and no replies were forthcoming. Meanwhile, there was no response from the heir. Fortunately, Edmure's nephew, Edmund Stark, expressed his unequivocal support. His letter set forth from Dragonstone and successfully reached Riverrun before the Lannisters encircled the city. This signified the Stark family's allegiance, which caused some discontent for the forces gathering in the south under Renly Baratheon, as Edmund's closeness to Stannis implied that there could only be one king in Westeros. Thus, Renly dispatched letters to Robb Stark in the north, simultaneously allying with the Reach's Tyrell family, boasting of an impressive army of 100,000 troops, formidable in strength. The Reach was exceedingly wealthy, capable of providing ample supplies to sustain a great host, and even had reserves. Even families in the Reach slightly inferior to the Tyrells could muster armies of 10,000, such as House Hightower of Old Town. The ancient town also serves as the largest harbor in Westeros, and it is home to the revered scholarly haven, the Citadel, where scholars from all noble families across Westeros are dispatched and appointed. Furthermore, in the Bay of Seals, one of Westeros's 3 great naval fleets, the Redwyne Fleet, lies anchored. Fortunately, Cersei Lannister has imprisoned the 2 sons of Lord Horus and Lord Hobber Redwyne, keeping them confined in the Red Keep, which has compelled the Redwyne Fleet to remain neutral. Otherwise, Stannis' royal fleet would have faced no hindrance in its southern advance, and Storm's Inn would not have found itself besieged. Dorne, still haunted by the deaths of Queen Elia and her 2 children, Rhaenys and Aegon, now yearns for vengeance amidst the chaos of war engulfing the 7 kingdoms. The north, with its pack of wolves, prepares to march south, while the Riverlands are engulfed in flames. The Westerlands and the Crownlands advance in tandem, forming an alliance with the Stormlands, while the Vale and the Iron Islands maintain an ambiguous stance, and Dorne remains neutral. It is uncertain who shall emerge victorious in this power struggle. Within the walls of Winterfell, Robb Stark engages in conversation with Maester Luwin, instructing him to take care of Bran and Rickon after my departure. Robb's demeanor remains calm, yet his palms glisten with perspiration, betraying his anxiety. He breathes heavily, feeling his chest thunder with a tempest's fury. Maester Luwin bows his head and assures, "As you wish, my lord. It is my duty." The exhaled breath transforms into a luminous arrow in the frigid air of the north, where temperatures remain perpetually below freezing, the warmth manifesting only as white mist. Robb endeavors to steady his emotions before making his way to the Great Hall. Even before he pushes open the grand doors, the cacophony of voices spills forth. Nobles of the north have gathered, many of whom last met during the War of the Usurper. The reunion brings forth a wave of joy, yet the presence of so many also breeds contention. Among the northern lords, disputes over territorial claims ignite arguments within the hall, with hands instinctively resting on swords, ready to spark a conflict. However, as the doors creak open, a clarion call of the ages resonates. All quarrels cease as the nobles turn to regard the newcomer. Clad in a gray leather armor, Robb's waist is adorned with a belt, the material uncertain, be it cowhide or sheepskin, with a finely forged steel sword sheathed within. A bearskin cloak drapes over his shoulders, and his face is graced with the favored stubble of the Northmen. His distinctive cavalry boots echo upon the floor. "My lord," a voice calls out. And whether familiar with Robb or not, the northern lords instinctively understand, and they all bow in reverence. Robb's expression remains as placid as a still lake, tinged with a hint of color, and he nods slightly in acknowledgement, prompting the assembly to rise and return to their seats. He then strides toward the high seat, the eyes of all present following his every movement. Only when Robb settles into the lord's chair does he reveal a smile, the first since entering the hall. With their lord's lead, the northern lords begin to relax, dispelling the earlier heavy atmosphere. Above the grand hall, cheerful melodies resounded as the Northmen once again found themselves engulfed in a joyous feast. Servants of Winterfell continuously presented sumptuous dishes alongside malt ale, even offering some wine sourced from the distant Isle of Tears. Robb sat at the head of the table, satisfied with the scene before him. Yet an overwhelming sense of responsibility soon swept over him. "Father, Edmure, Sansa, Arya." Robb lowered his gaze to the chain clasp in his hand, questioning himself. Can I truly do this? He felt a twinge of doubt, for he had only recently taken charge of Winterfell for a mere few months. Now, he was to rally his bannermen and march south to engage in a war that threatened to engulf all of Westeros. He could not shake off the feelings of uncertainty and helplessness, akin to many young lords who had assumed leadership too soon, lacking confidence in their own capabilities. A firm knock echoed upon the table, drawing Robb's attention to Maester Luwin, who regarded him with gentle eyes. Nodding, Maester Luwin subtly gestured for him to speak. Robb cast his gaze to the left, his resolve strengthening as a flicker of determination ignited within him. As the atmosphere in the hall reached a suitable crescendo, Robb raised his hand and brought it down heavily upon the table. Some northern nobles were momentarily dismayed by the sound, but when they turned to see their lord, their discontent vanished, replaced by earnest attentiveness. Lords and ladies, I am delighted to have you all here. I trust you are all aware of the purpose of this gathering, Robb proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority, each word striking like iron nails driven into wood. From the tables below, several slightly inebriated yet resolute voices responded. For House Stark. For Lord Eddard. A smile blossomed on Robb's face as he continued. We shall march southward. This shall be a challenge for us. However, for the men of the north, it is hardly a concern. The southern lions may boast greater numbers, yet every northerner can stand against 10 southerners. His words, bordering on arrogance yet imbued with confidence, invigorated the spirits of the Northmen. Soon, someone proclaimed, those southerners, who can barely wield a sword, stand no chance against us. Huh. I shall shatter their skulls and fashion goblets from them. The hall erupted into lively banter, yet all shared a common resolve, to venture south and rescue Lord Eddard Stark. As Robb observed his bannermen reaching a consensus, relief washed over him, but then an unexpected occurrence transpired. A sharp sound pierced the air, the unsheathing of a sword. All eyes turned to the source, revealing Jon Umber, known as Great Jon, the last lord of Last Hearth and head of House Umber. He drew his sword, placing one foot upon the table, his arm holding the blade dangling, and contemptuously addressed Robb. I fought for your father, at the Trident, in the south. Your father was a remarkable warrior, and I would follow him. But you? You are but a boy, still wet behind the ears. What have you to command my loyalty? With a resounding thud, Great Jon slammed his hand upon the table. This battle must be led by me as the vanguard. Otherwise, I shall withdraw my forces and return the army of House Amber to Hearthstone. Jon shouted, his countenance grave, his eyes gleaming like the sharp gaze of a hawk before the strike. The atmosphere around them grew tense, all eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. Just as the silence threatened to linger, a wolf's howl pierced the air, and Robb's dire wolf, Grey Wind, lunged forward. Grey Wind knocked Jon down, growling ferociously, teeth bared in a menacing display. Jon found himself momentarily helpless. He attempted to seize Grey Wind's neck, but the beast's size rendered him powerless beneath its weight. Robb leaned slightly forward, eager to assess the situation. Yet, mere seconds later, the noise subsided, and tranquility returned. Grey Wind rose and bounded towards Robb, presenting 3 fingers as if to claim victory, its tail wagging like a windmill. The onlookers dared not intervene. Jon, filled with fury, rose, kicking aside a nearby table before climbing onto a chair. Blood marred his face, and with his long beard, typical of the Northmen, he appeared quite fearsome. Robb, seated with poise, propped his chin on his hands and addressed Jon. My father once told me that drawing a sword before a lord is a capital offense. Yet, I believe Lord Amber merely wishes to assist me in carving the meat. Contrary to the expected fury, once seated, Jon gritted his teeth and remarked to Robb, your teeth are indeed sharp. Haha. He then burst into laughter. The northern nobles joined in the mirth, and Robb smiled in response. The minstrel resumed playing, and meat and food were brought forth in abundance. Chapter 29. Iron and Copper. How many years have passed? Stannis sat astride his steed, gazing at the face before him that bore his resemblance, prompting him to question himself. He had not conversed with his brother Renly in ages. And now, unexpectedly, their dialogue revolved around the contest for the throne. Once inseparable siblings, they had transformed into bitter adversaries bent on mutual destruction. Even the stoic Stannis felt a tightening in his chest. He grasped the reins and called out to Renly, if you kneel before me now, I can pardon your current rebellion and preserve your title as Duke of Storm's End. Perched upon the cliff, the brisk sea wind swept past, without raising his voice. It would have been impossible to hear. Stannis' mercy was met with laughter from Renly and his followers. Renly appearing as carefree as if attending a feast in King's Landing. Unlike his brother, who dressed in somber hues of gray and black, Renly adorned himself in resplendent armor, vibrant with colors and adorned with gemstones, his helmet shaped like a stag's head. Exuding a nonchalance that suggested victory was within easy grasp. After a moment of mockery, Renly's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and he called out to Stannis, Brother, if you are willing to submit to me now, I can grant you Storm's End. Together, we shall render the Lannisters powerless. Stannis' forehead pulsed with veins, and he did not perceive this as a generous act. It was merely what he rightfully deserved. He was the legitimate heir to all of this. Faced with the wrath of his biological brother, Renly merely shrugged. having anticipated this reaction and exchanged a glance with Loras that conveyed a sense of helplessness. Perhaps only a fierce battle between the two brothers would resolve the matter, as this meeting ended on a sour note. Upon returning to their encampment, Davos approached Stannis and said, "My lord, is this not rather rash? Your brother possesses forces several times our own, and the Riverlands lean in their favor." Stannis, already engulfed in fury, felt the flames of anger rekindle within him. Yet, as a competent commander, he suppressed his rage and listened to Davos's counsel. Even though it was often unpalatable, Davos noticed Stannis's jaw tightening, indicating that the words were penetrating his thoughts. "I have the support of the North. Once the moment is right, the alliance of the fish, wolf, stag, and eagle will reform," Stannis asserted. However, Davos bluntly interrupted. "The support from the North has yet to be confirmed. The Riverlands are preoccupied with their own troubles, and the current regent of the Vale, Lisa Tully, has been reluctant to send aid to her own brother. Furthermore, even if the alliance were to reform, it could not simultaneously support two stags at war." Upon hearing this, a cracking sound echoed, the sound of Stannis's fists tightening in frustration. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a woman appeared in the hall, seemingly foreseeing the moment. Following the sound of footsteps, Davos saw his son, Edric, standing respectfully to the side. The Red Priestess, Melisandre, approached directly, prompting Davos to instinctively step back. His eyes filled with wariness. "The king chosen by the Lord of Light shall not be hindered by trivial matters," Melisandre confidently proclaimed. Stannis's expression softened at her arrival. She seemed to exude a magical aura that brought him a sense of reassurance. "Speak of your king. What is his perspective on this?" Stannis inquired. Melisandre, considering Stannis's emotions, replied with care, "There is only one king for me. The Lord of Light is the deity I worship." Stannis, however, grew impatient upon hearing this. His teeth grinding as he spoke rapidly, filled with anticipation. "It matters not. It bears the title of king within its name. I simply need to be the king of Westeros." Melisandre drew closer to Stannis, her body radiating heat that seemed to elevate the surrounding temperature. Stannis intensified his breathing, and when Melisandre touched his face, he chose not to reject her. "Ah, within you lies a formidable power. With but a single opportunity, all will be resolved." Melisandre breathed softly, as if something alluring drew her to him. Davos stepped forward, extending his hand while gripping the hilt of his sword with the other. Yet his son, Edric, interposed himself in front of him, leaving Davos momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that the faith in the Lord of Light had unknowingly captivated so many. Stannis, however, remained oblivious to all that Davos had perceived, his gaze fixated on Melisandre, growing increasingly entranced. Her lips, as crimson as fire, her voluptuous bosom, and her elegantly long legs stirred Stannis's heart. Just as the atmosphere between them diverged dramatically, and Davos was on the brink of confrontation, Stannis suddenly surged forth, his entire being seeming to break free from some unseen restraint. He seized Melisandre by the throat, his voice a low growl. "What enchantment has your king bestowed upon you?" Yet, he quickly relinquished his grip, retreating a few steps away from her. Stannis, panting heavily, leaned against the table for support. Davos rushed to his side, calling for the maester. Meanwhile, Melisandre stood unperturbed, upright and composed. Davos regarded her with hostility, his inner alarm bells ringing. This woman exuded an ominous aura. He slowly shook his head, seemingly preparing to draw his sword at any moment. Davos Seaworth continued to stand between the two, though he did not unsheath his weapon. Instead, he remained a steadfast barrier. "Enough," Stannis bellowed, brushing aside the hands of his guards. This primal instinct, akin to that of a beast, felt alien to Davos. After all, his king had never displayed such behavior. However, everything had changed since Melisandre's arrival. With little time to ponder, Stannis chose to allow the Red Woman to remain alone with him, dismissing everyone else, including Davos. Concern and urgency were evident in Davos's eyes, his trembling arms betraying his unsettled heart. Yet, Stannis feigned ignorance, lowering his gaze to the floor, his eyes deep with contemplation. Once everyone had exited, Melisandre and Stannis stood alone in the hall. With the others gone, Stannis cut to the chase. "What means do you possess to help me reclaim my throne?" Melisandre stepped forward, her hand resting on Stannis's shoulder. Her lips, like a serpent's caress, brushed against his neck, her body pressing against him like a fawn. The warmth emanating from her, coupled with an intoxicating and flirtatious fragrance, enveloped him. This time, Stannis did not resist. He fiercely pulled Melisandre closer, yearning to envelop her within his embrace. On the other side of the standoff, the tent of Renly Baratheon contrasted starkly with Stannis's. Supported by the taxes of Storm's End and the backing of the Reach, he lacked for nothing. His tent was adorned with vibrant banners and exquisite artifacts. One might wonder what use such embellishments could serve on the battlefield. Yet, reclining upon a velvet bed, Renly was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was preparing to rest, attended to by his wife, Marjorie Tyrell, as he removed the armor of negotiation. Perhaps you should have a serious discussion with your brother, Marjorie casually suggested. Akin to a servant answering a request for wine. Renly's gaze became distant, quickly morphing into an insatiable yearning for the throne. He shook his head and said, "You do not understand. I have worked alongside my brother in King's Landing for many years, and I am well aware of his temperament. He is as stubborn and foul as a stone in a cesspool. Once a decision is made, it is not easily altered. Is there anyone who speaks of their brother in such a manner?" Marjorie replied with a hint of amusement. Blueberry smiled in response, but the truth remained. He could never forget the time during the Royal Council when Stannis proposed the closure of all brothels and taverns in King's Landing. King Robert had scolded him, exclaiming that he would deprive all the men of the city of their leisure. Ultimately, their meeting ended in discord. Marjorie chose to remain silent and listen, resting her chin on her hand while gazing at Blueberry, her eyes filled with tenderness. Blueberry continued to recount tales of the past, and they shared laughter intermittently. Outside the tent, the chill of the wind and the crashing of waves against the rocks created a stark contrast to their warmth. Chapter 30. The March to Harrenhal. How many men can you possibly provide me? I do not wish for vague estimates or your lengthy explanations. I require a specific number. My lord, please forgive us. We find ourselves in a difficult position. The Riverlands are engulfed in flames of war. The western forces are over 100 miles from Crab Bay. What are you afraid of? My lord, you must understand that the town of White Springs lies to the north of Crab Bay, and to its south is the Crownlands. In less than half a day, they could traverse the Boar Woods. At that moment, William Mouton and Edmund explained, their voices gradually diminishing, their meanings evident. Humph. Edmund inhaled deeply and continued to address Count William. You must realize that this is a war that encompasses the entirety of the realm. Any place could become a battlefield. The Lannisters assassinated the former Prime Minister, Lord John Arryn of the Eyrie. Moreover, they have unlawfully arrested my father, the current Prime Minister, and declared their intention to execute him publicly. This will be a war of vengeance. There can be no retreat. Edmund's fingers clicked as he spoke, radiating an invisible force that made Count William tremble. Gazing into Edmund's serious eyes, Count William wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a disregard for decorum and respectfully stated, "As you command, my lord. But please grant us some time. We must gather additional supplies from the surrounding territories, or the army shall lack adequate provisions." Upon hearing this, Edmund finally tempered his serious demeanor and responded to Count William. "Very well, I appreciate your efforts. I shall compensate you on behalf of House Stark." Count William bowed his head and placed his hand over his heart, saluting Edmund. Edmund declined Count William's hospitality, opting instead to return to the military camp at Crow's Nest, located east of White Springs. It was not that he mistrusted Count William, but rather his apparent reluctance to engage in battle raised suspicions. Edmund's fondness for Count William had evaporated during Duke Hostert's funeral. Due to Lord Roswell's departure, Edmund had allowed him to take a third of their forces with him. Now, Edmund finds himself with a mere 400 men, including the newly recruited Goldcloaks. Gazing at the banner of the Ice Wolf raised at Dragonstone, he feels a wave of fatigue wash over him, pondering the fate of Robb. Surely, he must have gathered his vassals by now. The Ice Wolves of the North are poised to engage in a fierce battle against the Lions of the South. Yet, with only 400 men at my disposal, I am of little assistance to Robb. It is imperative that I expand my forces. Edmund's gaze turns towards the vicinity of Crab Bay, New Town of the Riverlands, Derry, Long Lake by the God's Eye, Lakeside, and others, places where he could rally support. After landing, Edmund had dispatched letters early on. Except for some delays from Newtown, responses had been forthcoming from the other lords. However, Newtown possesses the largest military strength. While the other Riverland nobles remain unscathed by territorial plundering, Edmund mused. Tywin Lannister, like a filthy executioner, has unleashed Gregor Clegane the Mountain and Amory Lorch, along with the leaders of the Brave Companions, to ravage the Riverlands. Harrenhal has fallen to the Westerlands, and Lady of the River, who faced the army of the West, chose to surrender. Tywin Lannister has seized this strategic stronghold without losing a single soldier, controlling the vital throat of the Riverlands. Should the Northern and Riverland forces wish to advance towards King's Landing, they will inevitably require Harrenhal as a buffer. It serves as a potential strategic base. Edmund studies the map, accompanied by a handful of trusted allies, mostly gray cloaks from the north. Yet their numbers are scant and largely skilled only in the art of combat, lacking in strategy. The Lannisters would not be foolish enough to execute my father. Such an act would ignite a relentless feud between the North and the West as long as they seek to secure the throne. However, Arya seems to still be in King's Landing, and if time drags on for several years, she may soon reach maturity. Yet Sansa remains at Dragonstone. Though Stannis is a man of integrity, his newfound faith in the Lord of Light could lead him to make reckless decisions. Edmund's expression fluctuates, his muscles tensing and relaxing, revealing his inner turmoil and contemplation. His pupils dart about, reminiscent of light refracting through glass, reflecting the myriad of his thoughts. Faced with the lives of his family, he is unwilling to relinquish any of them. Lord Edmund, enter. A gray cloak steps into the tent, bearing a banner from Derry. Upon seeing this, a thought surges within Edmund. As night falls, standing beside the God's Eye, one cannot help but reflect on the passage of time. It was here, during the era of the Blood Dragon's wild dance and the internecine strife of the Black and Green factions, that the renowned Battle of the God's Eye took place. The armies of the West clashed with the Riverlands and the Northern Winter Wolves in a bloodbath. The Winter Wolves even charged with their flesh and blood against the spear formations of the West. After incurring heavy losses, they forcibly defeated the Western forces. Now, decades and centuries have passed, and the people of the North once again stand here. Though it may not shine as brightly as in times past, it signifies a certain historical resurgence. The soldiers of Derry, Longlake, and Lakeside have assembled, with support from Newtown as well. Now everything is in readiness. Only the east wind is lacking. Once Edmund gives the command, the troops will advance on Harrenhal. However, this force has its shortcomings, primarily in terms of numbers. It is estimated that they can rely on the various lords of the Riverlands to besiege Harrenhal. After all, Harrenhal is merely an enclave within the Westerlands, still encircled. Yet the Riverlands are vast, with the Riverlands basin dotted with villages. The Mountain and his ilk will not lack for supplies, as long as they continue their pillaging and slaughter. The reason Derry City is so compliant with Edmund's actions is largely due to its proximity to Harrenhal. Those mad dogs of Lannister have been specifically targeting the lords of the Riverlands, making life unbearable. With Edmund taking the lead to attack Harrenhal, they are naturally delighted. However, should they realize that Edmund possesses only the forces of these lords, their joy might quickly fade. Despite the historical trials Harrenhal has endured, including the burning by the conqueror Aegon, it has not been maintained for a long time, yet it remains one of the sturdiest castles in Westeros. Edmund's forces number just over 2,000, with only 300 cavalry, barely able to muster 3 cavalry formations. Fueled by hatred for the Westerlands, they charge forth recklessly. Yet when their fervor subsides, fear will likely return. It is imperative to strike while the iron is hot, to seize the moment and breach Harrenhal. Edmund mused. His fingers began to trace the map as he contemplated the vulnerabilities of Harrenhal. The castle is primarily defended by 3 factions, the Mountain, Amory Lorch, and the Brotherhood without banners. Firstly, the Mountain is out of the question. He is a madman. Amory is cruel and indiscriminate, sparing not even children. Having slaughtered Prince Rhaegar's offspring during the Usurper's War, such a man cannot be trusted. Edmund's eyes glimmered, his gaze keen and piercing. Chapter 31. The Encounter at Harrenhal, Part 1. These fools are truly dim-witted, believing such a small force can take Harrenhal, scoffed a soldier from the Westerlands. Oh, do not be so obvious in your movements. Indeed, these fellows are rather foolish. I suspect the Mountain will soon emerge to meet the enemy. He is not one to cower like a turtle. Another Westerlands soldier chimed in. At this rate, if I slay a few more of those Riverlands cowards, I might just earn my knighthood, the Westerlands soldier cheerfully declared. Once Edmund's forces set out for Harrenhal, they swiftly commenced the siege. However, hindered by supplies and their own numbers, the siege progressed slowly over the days. The Mountain repeatedly led night raids against the encampment, each time leaving Edmund's camp in disarray. The siege weapons being constructed by Edmund's men were continuously destroyed. Yet Edmund remained silent, repeatedly issuing orders to continue the construction of siege engines, besieging without attacking. Upon witnessing this, the lords of Hudgian, though perplexed, felt compelled to comply with the orders issued by the nephew of their own lord. This deference was further reinforced by the reputation that Edmund had cultivated during his youth while accompanying Duke Horst on inspections in Hudgian. Currently, Edmund commanded a coalition of forces from the north, the Sana Valley, and the Royal Territory, besieging the walls of Herlenberg. Fortuitously, the limitations of communication at this time spared him the mockery that such an endeavor would typically invite, for his strategy was undeniably illogical. One does not besiege one fort while neglecting 3. Nevertheless, The commander Edmund remained undeterred. He meticulously examined the topography of Herlenberg and the fortress's structure. Positioned to the south was the formidable Lake Xinyuan, granting the fortress an inherent advantage. By securing the defenses on the other three sides, he could effectively repel enemy assaults. The sole viable tactic was to lure the enemy into a trap. The brutish fool from the Demon Mountain, intoxicated by his prolonged successes and skirmishes, would undoubtedly fall prey to a well-timed provocation. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the direction of Herlenberg, and Edmund's gaze sharpened as he turned towards the source of the sound. Swiftly exiting his tent, "Prepare the horses." To the northeast of Lake Xinyuan, a landscape of grassy plains and gentle hills had become the battleground where the forces of the Western Realm clashed with Edmund's troops. The Demon Mountain, flanked by his subordinates and the men of Amori, arranged themselves in formation. The slopes were alive with figures cloaked in red, while across from them stood the disparate coalition forces, their camp adorned with a variety of family banners. The sigil of the Stark family, a dire wolf on a field of ice, prominently displayed. From his vantage on a high ridge, Edmund estimated the enemy's numbers to be around 2,000, with half of them adequately equipped. The Western Realm's forces were mostly organized, arrayed in a three-line formation, concentrating their strength at the center. Ideal for a powerful initial charge to breach the enemy's lines. Countless soldiers wielded long spears and shields, unmistakably the elite standing army of the West. However, their rear and flanks appeared somewhat disheveled, with an assortment of weaponry, though nearly all bore the signature red cloak. Understanding the situation, a glimmer of insight flashed in Edmund's eyes as he signaled with a sweep of his arm. The horn sounded once more, and the coalition began their advance. The front line of infantry pressed forward. Despite the lack of formal training, they managed to march in unison, advancing like a coiling iron dragon. Drummers struck their instruments, galvanizing the spirits of the soldiers. The forces of the West began to form their ranks as well, opting for a defensive posture rather than an aggressive charge, while their cavalry stirred restlessly on the flanks, raising clouds of dust, as if preparing for an impending change. Edmund's vanguard, led by Richard, comprised the troops of Crow's Perch and the royal gold-clad soldiers, steadily advanced in a measured manner, ready to engage the enemy. In the center, Edmund personally stood guard, while the troops established rudimentary defensive structures such as trenches, barricades, and barrels of oil. The rear guard, comprising the Lord of Sana's forces, was poised and ready as a reserve. The battlefield was on the cusp of eruption, and the crows, as if sensing the impending specter of death, soared high into the sky. The distant forest echoed with the sounds of wild beasts, yet at this moment, neither army on the battlefield paid heed to such distractions. Their gazes were solely fixated on one another, intent on annihilating their adversary. The resounding blast of the horn and the thunderous beat of war drums heralded the West Frontier troops' transformation. The formerly tight formation of pikes began to disperse, as cavalry surged forth under the banner of the Demon Mountain. The West Frontier pike knights and cavalry readied their lances, charging directly at the coalition with unrelenting ferocity. Dust billowed, and the tips of their weapons glimmered, slicing through the air like an invisible blade, propelling the West Frontier cavalry to an ever-increasing velocity. "Stand firm," Richard bellowed, as the standard-bearer swiftly waved the banner, and the herald relayed commands to align the army into the necessary formation. With a resounding thud, shields were raised, and the coalition braced for the cavalry's charge. Some soldiers within the coalition trembled, gripped by fear and uncertainty, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. Yet, upon witnessing their Lord Richard standing resolutely at the forefront, their anxiety briefly subsided, only to be shattered by the menacing cries of the enemy. The horses thundered ever closer, seemingly slowing time itself. Some keen-eyed soldiers could even discern the flaring nostrils of the steeds. The war horses expanded their nostrils and exhaled clouds of vapor, their every hair glistening with precision, perfectly arranged. Their powerful thighs, vibrant and well-defined, showcased their extraordinary physical prowess. Alas, they belonged to the enemy. Clang! The cavalry collided with the shield wall, the metallic clash ringing out, accompanied by the cries of wounded soldiers. The mere impact of a warhorse against the side of a shield could leave a crimson mark on the arm of the shield-bearer, or even result in fractures, not to mention the fate of those struck head-on. The cavalry crashed into the infantry line as though it were but a sponge, instantly distorting the formation and penetrating deep within. Yet, though a sponge may yield to force, it possesses an inherent resilience that proves difficult to shatter. Soldiers knocked down or thrown aside by the warhorses did not perish immediately. They staggered, regained their footing, and grasped their weapons to continue standing their ground. This resilience was vividly displayed among Richard's forces, the elite guards of Crow's Roost, who had undergone specialized training. The tenacity of the troops began to manifest. A steel serpent of infantry, composed of steadfast soldiers, began to exert its strength quietly, merging from a line formation into a cohesive mass. The West Frontier Cavalry had disrupted the first line of infantry, comprising only 3 ranks of heavily armored soldiers, yet 2 more lines of infantry remained behind. The cavalry, having broken through, attempted to launch a subsequent charge, but the tightly knit infantry formation impeded their progress. Unable to accelerate, the cavalry found themselves ensnared by the infantry, leading to a fierce melee. The cavalry of the Western Realm seems to have fallen into a state of decline, a fact that becomes particularly evident after the Rain of Arrows. Loose, whiz-whiz, loose, whiz-whiz. The commander of the archers in the vanguard issued shooting orders with an air of calmness, unleashing a barrage of black arrows that soared like harbingers of death towards the Western cavalry and the allied soldiers, reaping their lives. This indiscriminate assault became even more pronounced as the cavalry closed in. Arrows, which once could not penetrate steel armor for more than 30 paces, now barely managed to pierce the armor, embedding themselves into the flesh protected by steel plates within. Richard fought valiantly, wielding a two-handed knight's sword and donning a closed helmet that revealed only his eyes when the faceplate was lowered. His armor, forged from fine steel, was a legacy from ancestors long past. Although it had lost its historical luster, it remained functional. Suddenly, a lance came hurtling towards him as an overzealous cavalryman attempted to sever Richard's head from his shoulders. Bang! Thud! Richard's bodyguard raised their shield high, colliding with the lance, producing a sound akin to a blade striking wood. The lance then slid along the rounded edge of the shield, sparking as it scraped against it. The bodyguard, summoning all their strength, swung their weapon and struck at the cavalryman's abdomen, initially aiming for the head, but the height of the horse thwarted that aim, prompting a secondary attack targeting the midsection. The weapon emitted a sharp cry, yet it only elicited a cold grunt from the cavalryman, leaving a few nicks on the blade without any significant effect. Instead, the cavalryman, steadied by the recoil, resumed his assault with the lance. However, this played into the bodyguard's strategy. The cavalryman, who had not distanced himself in time, was soon encircled by the advancing infantry. As the first hand grasped his greaves, pulling at his legs to unseat him from the saddle, the cavalryman's face showed terror. Yet, apart from alarming his steed, which began to rear in fear and whinny, he could do nothing. He was ultimately dragged from his mount, crashing heavily to the ground, where Richard swiftly delivered a fatal blow. Thus, the battle raged on. The demon mountain loomed like an embodiment of madness, towering as high as 2 horses, and upon his steed, he appeared even more magnificent. He wielded a massive 2-handed sword, launching grandiose attacks upon the ranks of the allied forces. None among the knights could withstand more than 3 blows. As the knights of Raven's Perch were felled one after another, the soldiers in the vanguard, under the charge led by the demon mountain, were torn asunder, creating a breach in their line. The infantry in the rear surged forward like a relentless tide, pressing onward in a continuous wave. The messengers struggled to push through the congested formation, relaying information to enable the advance of the subsequent troops. The once elongated line had thickened due to the pressure from the reinforcements, merely blocking the newly opened gap. The cavalry of the Western Realm continued to fight fiercely, striving to break through, a determination vividly demonstrated in the figure of the demon mountain. He appeared to lack reason, oblivious to the necessity of deploying cavalry in repeated charges to maximize their advantage. Instead, he recklessly charged forth, as if he could single-handedly vanquish the entire coalition. The horn of the Western Front sounded once more, prompting the archers to ready their bows and the phalanx of pikes to advance steadily. Amalaloch remained perched above, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, making no move whatsoever. As the Western forces pressed forward en masse, the Lord of the Riverlands beside Edmund grew increasingly restless. "My lord, we must charge now. The front cannot hold," the Lord of Derry shouted at Edmund. Edmund merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, one hand firmly gripping the reins while the other rose and fell with deliberation. Chapter 32, The Encounter at Harrenhal Castle, Part 2. As the central forces of the Riverlands began to mobilize, this contingent primarily comprised soldiers from the town of Enquan. They spread out to the flanks, launching an offensive to encircle the vanguard cavalry of the Western Front. The originally tight formation of shield-bearing soldiers, arranged in 2 or 3 ranks, was shattered by the charge of the Western cavalry. Those cavalrymen, like disoriented ants, swarmed chaotically within the ranks. This proved challenging for the coalition's infantry at the front, who could not keep pace with the cavalry and were left to engage them with nothing but their flesh. Crashing against armored steeds, striking at horse legs, and employing various means to unseat the riders. At first, some soldiers were slow to react upon hearing the sound of the horn, uncertain whether it signaled their own side. Yet, the banners of those rushing to the front conveyed that both central forces were indeed on the move. A mere glance revealed that the soldiers of the Western Front were far better equipped than the coalition forces, adorned in splendid attire with uniform red cloaks. While the coalition's armor was predominantly gray and black, simple yet durable. Edmund squinted, striving to gain a clearer view. He astutely noted that the Western forces were centered around elite pike men and heavily armored infantry, with the flanks composed of a diverse array of militiamen, many of whom might have been farmers from the Riverlands, forcibly conscripted. With a decisive motion, Edmund turned, his arms sweeping down as the horn sounded once again, signaling the drums for an advance. As time elapsed on the battlefield, the Western cavalry began to exhibit signs of fatigue. The light cavalry fared better, but the heavily armored knights found their steeds faltering, even as they themselves held on. The horses of the Demon Mountain, panting heavily, slowed their pace, prompting the commander to cast a disdainful glance at his mount before rallying his troops to withdraw. Richard, having just cleaved the skull of a Western cavalryman, was alerted by his guards to the retreating intentions of the Demon Mountain. His face contorted in a grimace, muscles taut, he shouted angrily at the commander, drawing the attention of the imposing figure clad in black armor, who began to mobilize his cavalry in response. The coalition soldiers, initially wavering due to the rigors of battle, began to exhibit a decline in morale. A surge of bodies pressed together, prompting the supervisory troops to advance and stabilize the formation. In the distance, Amori conversed with his aide. "My lord, shall we provide some support?" "Support?" he replied. "I believe it is unnecessary. Once the second line of defense crumbles at Demon Mountain, we shall simply reap the rewards of victory." "As you command, my lord." In just a few words, the fate of the soldiers on the Western Front was sealed, and Amori resolved to observe a while longer. Edmund watched as his troops transitioned from a linear formation to a tightly packed shield wall. He continued to issue commands, maintaining distance, with a portion of the soldiers bolstering the front lines against the direct pressure, while the remaining forces flanked from both sides. Guard Jory was somewhat perplexed, eager to inquire why Edmund did not deploy cavalry, as this was an opportune moment to encircle the enemy's front line. However, upon witnessing Edmund's resolute and spirited gaze, all inquiries were swallowed back. For now, he needed only to follow orders. Richard trembled slightly, fixating on the colossal beast charging towards him, a creature towering over him by half his height. To claim he felt no fear would be a falsehood. Yet, as the heir of Crow's Perch and a man of the Roswell family, retreat was not an option. With piercing eyes, Richard gripped the hilt of his sword, resting its blade against his shoulder plate, his legs taut, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground. As Demon Mountain closed the distance, it surged forward, roaring incomprehensible words, likely curses and mockery of its foes. The warhorse thundered, stirring gusts of wind and clouds of dust. The sand obscured Richard's vision, yet the sound of the galloping steed remained unmistakable. Rather than utilizing the momentum of his horse to strike Richard, Demon Mountain raised its massive sword, prepared to cleave Richard in two with sheer force. Richard's bodyguards attempted to rush to his aid, but were momentarily hindered by the other cavalry from the Western Front, requiring time to break free. The warhorse moved with astonishing speed, closing the gap in mere blinks. Demon Mountain shouted, swinging its heavy sword without needing to lower its body significantly, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Richard. In a flash, Richard seized the moment as Demon Mountain swung its sword, angling his body. As he approached beneath the horse's legs, he swung fiercely. The warhorse let out a pained cry as its leg was struck, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. This was no trivial matter, for both horse and rider were encumbered by heavy armor, and even the formidable Demon Mountain would need a moment to recover from the fall. Richard rose from the ground, his arm trembling as if enduring the harsh winter of the north, occasionally stiffening. His sword bore a horrific gash, and the warhorse fared no better, its leg bent awkwardly. The armor cracked, and it lay convulsing on the ground. Under current medical conditions, it was rendered useless. Demon Mountain lay motionless on the ground, while Richard steadied his grip on the sword hilt, signaling his bodyguard to inspect the situation. They advanced slowly, while the remaining soldiers of the Allied forces grew increasingly emboldened. The fall of the Western Realm's commander triggered a significant chain reaction. A portion of the knights from House Clegane descended into madness. Should the mountain die, they would be sacrificed by the Lannisters in death. Thus, those knights of House Clegane surged forth with all their might towards the mountain, akin to bees striving to rescue their beleaguered hive. Ah, bang. A knight from House Clegane breached the infantry's defensive line, breaking through to the center. His steed's eyes were covered, rendering it unafraid of sharp weapons. Richard stood in the midst of the battlefield, slightly bent and unable to move, merely watching as the knight charged towards him. Fortunately, a sharp whistling pierced the air as an arrow struck the knight's faceplate, embedding itself into the flesh of his cheek. Crimson droplets beginning to seep forth. The knight fell before reaching Richard, while other cavalry from the west gradually grew weary, thwarted by the long line of allied soldiers blocking their advance. However, as all eyes were drawn once more to the western cavalry, the mountain quietly rose, towering over the battlefield like an iron edifice. Many allied soldiers gaped, their mouths agape, swallowing hard as they felt a slight choking sensation. Fortunately, reinforcements from the Riverlands arrived, encircling the mountain with sharpened wooden spears, various clubs, and arrows. Even so, the mountain, unarmed, managed to slay no fewer than 3 allied soldiers before being captured. The western forces, having lost their commander, began to disintegrate, particularly evident after the mountain was pierced in the thigh by a wooden spear, emitting a harrowing scream. Thankfully, Amory Lorch, upon noticing the mountain's recklessness, hastened to this location, promptly assuming command of the troops. Did you think he would continue the fight to rescue the mountain? No. He merely repositioned the soldiers, arranging the mountain's forces and vassals to the rear, while the remaining soldiers began their retreat. My lord, shall we abandon Sir Gregor? Amory's aide inquired. Amory licked the blood from the blade of his sword, his eyes revealing either bloodshot or some other madness. Exuding a sense of savagery and calm as he replied, what else is there to do? Do you have confidence in winning a battle against this rabble of fervent madmen? At his words, the aide fell silent, executing orders to organize the retreat. He knew that continuing the conversation with Amory would only add another corpse to the battlefield. My lord, the west is retreating, exclaimed a noble from the Riverlands beside Edmund, unable to contain his joy. Edmund's expression remained as placid as a still lake, his fingers continually stroking the reins. Clear the battlefield, cavalry to provide cover, pursue briefly but do not delve too deeply. Harrenhal lies ahead, we cannot afford to advance recklessly. With these simple commands, Edmund spurred his horse onward, for the next step for him was to seize the entirety of Harrenhal. Chapter 33, A Shift in the Tide Boom. Crack. The trebuchet roared, a symphony of machinery, a romance of engineering. As the machine of divine power whirred to life, it propelled cannonballs into the air, tracing a graceful arc before crashing down upon the heads of the adversaries. The clash of stone against stone epitomized the pinnacle of weaponry in the age of cold steel. Following the skirmish at Harrenburg, Edmund had acquired an abundance of supplies and gained considerable notoriety. The local lords of the Riverlands hastened to offer their support, while some knights from the Vale, hesitant to declare their allegiance due to the ambiguous stance of their leader, Lord Robert Arryn, also ventured forth to assist. Naturally, the mercenary knights were eager to join in, and taverns began to sing praises of Edmund's valor, likening him to the esteemed Ser Lisa Tully. The dread of the mountain, known across the 7 kingdoms, was now overshadowed by the fact that he had been captured by Edmund. This news brought jubilation to the hearts of the Riverlands and the citizens of the 7 kingdoms alike. In a fleeting moment, Edmund's name began to echo throughout the valleys of the 3 rivers and the realm. Yet, the protagonist, Edmund, remained indifferent to such accolades. In his eyes, they were trivial matters. To the east of God's Eye Lake, within the central tent of the Allied camp, Edmund was engaged in a discussion regarding the campaign with his subordinate, Richard Staunton. You need not have placed yourself in such peril, seeking a chance for survival. Such actions are unbecoming of a gentleman. However, my lord, it is through such risks that we can achieve victory most swiftly, and I did not anticipate the mountain's ferocity. As Edmund conversed with Richard, a smile crept into the corners of his eyes, akin to stars illuminating the vast sky, prompting shared laughter between them. Edmund nodded, signaling Richard to accompany him. The two then proceeded to the location where captives were held. A sturdy enclosure of thick wooden beams surrounded a patch of ground, upon which remnants of excrement had been scattered and subsequently set ablaze to ward off insects. This was a stark contrast to other holding areas where captives were merely bound with ropes. Here, the fortifications were significantly more formidable, with well-equipped sentinels standing guard and the feeding bowls for the prisoners being more elaborate, albeit still insufficient for sustenance. Mountain, or shall I address you as Ser Gregor? Edmund remarked coldly, his expression impassive, though his chest subtly heaved. Richard, keenly attuned to the tension, instinctively rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. Humph, Ser Gregor. Upon hearing his name called, slowly lifted his gaze, only to recognize Edmund. Despite their brief acquaintance, those capable of wielding his sword were few within the realm. He identified Edmund, especially upon seeing Richard, the architect of his capture, as he gasped for breath and struggled against his bindings, as if attempting to break free from the ropes that restrained him. The guards nearby exchanged wary glances, their bodies tense, awaiting their lord's command. Edmund merely extended his palm, raising it before him to signal the guards to halt. If you are willing to proclaim your surrender to the garrison at Harrenhal, I shall afford you an opportunity for trial. At the very least, you may die with the honor befitting a knight, though you are hardly worthy of your title. Richard cast a sidelong glance at Edmund's decree, yet out of respect for his lord, he chose to remain silent. The Demon Mountain's eyes widened, bloodshot and fierce. Its mouth agape from an injury, rendering its visage quite grotesque. It continued to heave heavily, muscles taut and veins prominent, yearning to launch another assault on Edmund and his companions. Losing patience, Edmund turned to leave, followed closely by Richard, as the guards once again secured the gate. My lord, I believe that discussing honor with the Demon Mountain is utterly futile, Richard respectfully remarked after they had distanced themselves, his muscles still coiled with tension. In response, Edmund calmly elucidated, once today's events are disseminated, you shall understand. We will parade the captured Demon Mountain through the nearby villages. Richard paused, momentarily taken aback by this declaration, while Edmund merely smiled, exuding an air of confident composure. A week later, news of Edmund's victory and the capture of the Demon Mountain spread widely. Countless citizens of Hudgian witnessed the captured Demon Mountain raging within its prison cart, affirming earlier reports and invigorating the morale of the Hudgian forces. Upon receiving this news in Flowing City, Duke Edmund Tully, beset by the urgent food shortages across Hudgian, felt greatly encouraged, with servants recounting that he devoured an entire roast pig on the very night he received the tidings. The earlier triumphs of the Western Army at Golden Tooth seemed to have faded into obscurity as the military and civilian populace of Hudgian began to regain their confidence. Noble families throughout Hudgian mobilized additional troops, determined to confront the Western Army ravaging their lands with fierce resolve. Meanwhile, the northern wolf packs descended southward, gathering at Winterfell before crossing the Neck. However, the Fry family of Twin Rivers appeared to adopt a different stance. Their lord, Walder Fry, had only joined the conflict during the rebellion when the outcome was already clear, earning him the derisive title of late Lord Fry from the former Duke of Hudgian. Horst Tully. This mockery had lingered for years, contributing to the Fry family's silence as their territory remained distant from the frontline battles against the Western forces. If the northern armies sought to advance south, Twin Rivers would be a crucial passage. White Harbor lacked sufficient vessels to transport troops, and there were no suitable southern ports for docking. The Aelin family of the Vale also remained unresponsive. The current regent, Lady Lisa Tully, reportedly showed no sign of mourning or acknowledgement even after the passing of her father, Duke Horst, as she spent her days entangled with suitors in Eagle's Nest. Only a handful of knights from the Vale discreetly joined Edmund's ranks. Count Jon Royce of the Vale, known as Bronze Jon, consistently urged Lady Lisa to partake in the impending conflict, asserting that the Vale must stand united with the fish, wolves, and deer. Meanwhile, Stannis remained locked in a standoff with Renly, these two bitter brothers providing ample amusement for onlookers. The reputation of the Baelish family is diminishing with each passing day. Stannis has reportedly not been seen for a long time, spending his days in the company of the Red Priestess, Melisandre. Renly, however, remains unperturbed. He possesses the most formidable military force in the Seven Kingdoms, along with substantial economic power. By vanquishing Stannis and seizing the royal fleet, he could advance directly northward towards King's Landing. The forces of the Westerlands are marauding through the Riverlands, and Duke Tywin has adeptly showcased his personal strategies, effectively exploiting his advantages to stall the entirety of the Riverlands. This has afforded the noble houses of the Crownlands the necessary time to muster their troops. Currently, there is much speculation regarding the lineage of King Joffrey, who has already claimed the throne, while Stannis and Renly are on the cusp of doing the same. However, the majority of the Crownland nobles, unlike Lord Roswell, who has sworn fealty to Edmure, remain loyal to the king. Following the death of King Robert, Prince Joffrey is indeed the rightful heir to the throne. Among the more powerful nobles of the Crownlands, troops are being assembled, and even the town of Duskendale has responded to the call. The Royal Council has welcomed a fresh influx of nobles, invigorating many who see their opportunity to return to the heart of the kingdom within reach. Dorne and the Iron Islands have remained silent, yet it is said that the Ironborn fleet is steadily gathering. On every beachhead, one can observe the Ironborn laboring diligently, felling trees, If they do not intend to join the war by constructing ships, what purpose does their logging serve? Burning firewood, perhaps? The timber felled in recent days would suffice for the Iron Islands for an entire year. Edmure stands beside a trebuchet, gazing at the magnificent Harrenhal, with the howling winds swirling around him, seemingly expressing some unspoken sentiment. Chapter 34. The cunning capture of Harrenhal. My lord. Lord Edmure summons you. I am aware, Richard replied. Setting aside the dagger gifted by his father, Lord Roswell, and pushing aside his concerns and yearning for his family, he tidied his collar and stepped out of the tent to join Edmure. My lord. Richard saluted Edmure respectfully. Indeed, Edmure responded succinctly and beckoned him closer. Casting his gaze towards Harrenhal, he noted that its position was dominated by a statue of a lion, surrounded by the North's wolves. We are not yet in a position to besiege Harrenhal. We are merely leveraging the geographical advantages of the Riverlands. Harrenhal is situated in the heart of the Riverlands, encircled by various lords. Previously, the mountain had a formidable cavalry, while the lords of the Riverlands failed to effectively rally their forces, leading to repeated defeats against the mountain and other Westerlands troops. Now that we have captured the mountain, the situation has improved slightly. Nevertheless, the overall battle in the Riverlands remains grim. Tywin Lannister's whereabouts are uncertain, and Jaime Lannister's forces march directly towards Riverrun. Edmure offered a brief analysis of the situation, to which Richard nodded frequently. Although he may not be an exceptional commander, he is nonetheless a nobleman trained for warfare, possessing more knowledge than those in the Grey Cloaks. We now aim to encircle Harrenhal. To the south lies the God's Eye Lake, which is advantageous for us, as they have only 3 avenues for escape. Our military might can only encircle a single side. Victory is attainable solely through relentless bombardment, which will erode the enemy's morale and compel them to abandon Hellenberg or willingly open the city gates. Otherwise, our chances of triumph are slim. After Edmund finished speaking, he fixed an intense gaze upon Richard and commanded his men to draft a letter to be hurled into Hellenberg. Boom, crack, boom, crack. The catapults roared incessantly, and today, the valiant warriors stood guard at Hellenberg. Given the vastness of Hellenberg, they were obliged to alternate watch duties with Amory's subordinates. Previously, with that fellow from Demon Mountain commanding the Western Territories, the relationship, though strained, had not erupted into widespread conflict. However, the shifting tides in the Riverlands had caused these mercenaries to waver, leading to daily clashes with Amory's men and escalating tensions within Hellenberg. Wag, what are we to do? The second-in-command of the warriors lamented to Captain Waggett, his teeth chattering, exhaling an unknown foul odor. Wag's expression darkened, his eyes resembling a stagnant pool devoid of color. If that scoundrel Amory dares to provoke us again, I shall cut out his tongue and serve it as a delicacy. With that, Wag spat on the ground, his disdain palpable. The second-in-command, recognizing Wag's unpredictable nature, chose silence, aware that in such precarious times, discretion was the better part of valor. Bang, bang. The walls trembled as Edmund continued to order his subordinates to launch munitions, causing Hellenberg to shudder. Dust and cobwebs danced from the walls, littering the city. Just as Wag grew impatient, a subordinate reported, "My lord, a letter has been found among the cannonballs launched into the city." Wag's expression turned quizzical, yet he allowed his subordinate to retrieve the letter and summoned a scholar from Hellenberg to decipher its contents. The former scholar of the Heian family was no longer present, and the academy had yet to send a replacement. Fortunately, a disgraced former scholar lingered in Hellenberg. Coburn was summoned by Wag's men. "My lord." Coburn bowed respectfully before Wag. Though Wag merely glanced at him sideways without overt acknowledgement, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Coburn then read the letter aloud to Wag. Upon hearing it, both Wag and his second-in-command were taken aback, their pupils involuntarily dilating. "What do you think of the veracity of this matter?" Wag inquired of his lieutenant. "I believe it holds merit. I've heard that even that wolf cub from Demon Mountain is willing to grant him a chance for judgment. Perhaps we too could consider a change of allegiance." The second-in-command's eyes darted about before he spoke. Wag remained silent, but the furrowed brow he wore betrayed a burgeoning intrigue. Noticing this, the lieutenant, receiving a tacit signal, promptly ordered his men to seal off any information, ensuring that Amory and his cohorts remained oblivious. On the third night, the warrior brigade had already taken over their posts from the soldiers of the Western Territory, a band of lightly armored mercenaries. Their appearances varied and their faces smeared with an unidentifiable substance, stealthily approached the city gate. The guards, engrossed in observing the surroundings, paid no heed to what transpired behind them. "Hey, Carl, what do you think of our situation now?" one soldier asked. "Not great. Life here is rather monotonous," Carl replied. "Haha, I find it quite tolerable. The women of the Riverlands offer a charm unparalleled to that of the West. With that, the Western soldier flicked his tongue against his lips. Carl feigned a strike at him, admonishing him to maintain vigilance during their watch. Yet in an instant, his body froze. His mouth agape, unable to utter a sound, his arms suspended as if caught in a snare. The Western soldier, puzzled, approached to touch Carl, only to be met not with the warmth of his comrade's body, but with a blade piercing through his abdomen. With a gasp, the soldier's body lurched forward, collapsing onto the ground. The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of other Western soldiers, who, in the dim light of night, could only discern a silhouette and hastily formed into small squads to converge towards the source of the disturbance. The warrior brigade launched their assault with the swift sounds of unsheathing swords and arrows slicing through the air, replacing the need for words. The Western soldiers were caught off guard, shouting loudly for reinforcements. A quick-thinking soldier grabbed an arrow, intending to ignite a signal to summon other guards for assistance. However, upon retrieving an arrow from the quiver, he was stunned to find it lacked a tip. The warrior brigade had switched their equipment. Regrettably, it was too late to realize this. The Western soldiers were left to fight alone, and given the vast terrain of Hellenberg, the fastest reinforcements would take at least half an hour to arrive. Suddenly, a noise emanated from outside the city walls, and the Western soldiers turned in haste to see a group of individuals, cloaked in weeds, approaching the city gate. As they moved to defend the gate, they were astonished to find that the warrior brigade moved with the speed of thunder, having already seized control of the entrance. Left with no alternatives, the Western commander chose to die with honor, while the remaining soldiers fled or surrendered. Notably, the commander of the Western forces at Hellenberg, Amory, had mysteriously vanished. Some claimed he was slain by the warrior brigade, while others suggested he had sensed the impending doom and fled long before. By the following morning, Edmund, surrounded by his loyal guards and the warrior brigade, entered Hellenberg. Varg stood by the city gate, his armor marked with several fresh gashes, likely from the recent skirmish. He knelt on one knee, reluctantly addressing Edmund. "My lord, Hellenberg is yours." Edmund's lips twitched as he responded, "Indeed, Hellenberg is mine, and it is also yours." Varg, taken aback, failed to comprehend the implication, glancing up at Edmund with a look of confusion. Edmund continued, addressing all present, "When I meet my brother, I shall propose that Hellenberg be granted to you as a reward for your judicious choice." The atmosphere was charged with excitement and a sense of discontent among the gathered crowd. Most fervently animated were the mercenaries of the Warriors Guild, who expressed immense satisfaction with Edmund's decision. Wag was rendered speechless by overwhelming emotion, bowing his head to the ground, wishing to kiss the very tips of Edmund's toes. The nobles of the Riverlands, who joined Edmund in besieging Harrenhal, were equally stirred, eagerly anticipating the rewards that might come their way. Richard, somewhat taken aback, noticed the restlessness among his ranks. As the earliest supporters of Edmund, they had yet to receive any significant recompense, while the recently defected Warriors Guild basked in such favoritism. However, as a noble who adhered to ancient traditions, Richard understood that his oath of fealty to Edmund would remain unchanged. Thus, he sternly quelled his subordinates' discontent, restoring order to his forces. Upon concluding the distribution of honors and promises to his company, Edmund commanded the release of ravens to convey the momentous news, which would surely astonish all of Westeros. The tidings of Harrenhal's fall reached the Red Keep, where Joffrey, akin to an enraged and helpless giant, paced restlessly within the hall, vociferously bellowing. Cersei exhibited little reaction, seemingly in control of the situation, though her gaze occasionally flickered toward Joffrey, her thoughts appearing distant and unfocused. Sandor Clegane, now a member of the Kingsguard, stood clad in a white cloak, his cruel scars rendering the attire incongruous. He remained impassive, a silent hound, revealing his true self only during the hunt. A knock echoed through the hall, and a servant entered with news. Peter Baelish had discovered Arya's whereabouts. The young girl was in the company of her sword instructor, seemingly still within King's Landing. This revelation caught Cersei's attention, her eyes glinting as a smile crept across her face. She beckoned Lancel, whispering a few words into his ear. Lancel then bowed respectfully before exiting the hall, making his way to the camp of the Gold Cloaks. The storm raged on, waves rhythmically crashing against the rocks, while the wind howled like a banshee, tightening one's heart. Stannis and Renly stood poised on opposite cliffs, each determined to emerge victoriously, knowing that one would not survive the clash. Chapter 35, The Wolf of Dragonstone. Sansa. "Let us go play with the statues," shouted Shireen Baratheon to Sansa Stark on Dragonstone. The nearby Septa cast an unpleased glance, disapproving of such behavior, which contradicted the decorum expected of a lady. Yet, considering that Lady Shireen had seldom smiled since her affliction with grayscale. The prospect of companionship with a peer was indeed a welcome respite. Upon hearing Shireen's call, Sansa couldn't help but smile. Her days on Dragonstone had been brightened by Shireen's company, and she had grown accustomed to the young girl's appearance, developing a fondness for this innocent and kind-hearted child. "Of course, Your Highness." Sansa, embodying grace yet tinged with shyness, greeted Shireen with a delicate curtsy, lifting the hem of her gown and spreading it to either side while bowing her head. Unperturbed by Sansa's reticence, Shireen took her hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "The Onion Knight has brought me a new toy. Come, let us go and see." The sound of footsteps echoed against the stone floor, drawing the attention of the nearby nuns and attendants, who subsequently lowered their heads and stood aside. Sansa and Shireen turned to look, but before Shireen could utter a word, Lady Celis interjected, "Shireen, I have told you not to shout within the castle." "Good day, my lady," Sansa said, observing Shireen's bowed head and her fingers fidgeting. Casting her gaze downward, in an effort to break the tension, she greeted Lady Celis. Upon seeing Sansa, the stern expression on Lady Celis' face softened momentarily, and she inquired with concern, "Hello, child. Are you adjusting well to Dragonstone?" "Everything is well, my lady," Sansa replied, once again lifting her gown to curtsy to Lady Celis. This gesture brought a semblance of warmth to Lady Celis' demeanor, who felt a sense of satisfaction at Sansa's propriety. However, upon glancing at her daughter, her frustration reignited. Ever since Shireen's birth, afflicted by grayscale, her husband Stannis had distanced himself from her. Each time she sought to add new blood to the Baratheon line, he would dismiss her with indifference. All of this ire was unjustly directed at Shireen. If it were not for this child, Celis would have torn at her gown in frustration. Nonetheless, considering Shireen was her own flesh and blood, Celis had not entirely shunned her. For years, she had adhered to the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, neglecting Shireen entirely. As Sansa observed the situation deteriorating, she quickly addressed Lady Celis, "My lady, I still need to learn about the history of Dragonstone from Shireen. May we take our leave?" Lady Celis looked at Shireen, who resembled a startled doe, her gaze evasive and her body stiffening. A glance at her mother, Celis, sent a shiver through her. However, Sansa's actions instilled a flicker of confidence and comfort in Shireen. Sansa grasped Shireen's hand, her gaze unwavering as she peered into Shireen's averted eyes, unintentionally tightening her grip. Shireen swallowed hard, performing a courteous gesture towards her mother, then took Sansa's hand and departed. Lady Celis remained motionless in the hall, watching the retreating figures of Shireen and Sansa. "Sansa, do you know? I was nearly frightened to death just now." Shireen exhaled heavily, her cheeks flushed as she confided in Sansa. Sansa covered her mouth with one hand, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Shireen, remaining silent. Yet, the longer Shireen observed her, the more she felt something amiss. The next moment, she pouted, "Oh, you Sansa, dare to mock me," and playfully swatted at her. Sansa pivoted to evade, disregarding the risk of her gown tripping her as she dashed towards the exit. In the corridor, Shireen and Sansa engaged in a spirited chase, their laughter and youthful exuberance resonating through the air. The sun hung low in the distance, nearing the horizon, casting a fiery glow as it dipped below the sea. "What do you suppose lies beyond the sun, Sansa?" Shireen asked, her breath coming in quick bursts. Sansa, taking a moment to ponder, replied, "I'm not certain. I once heard Maester Luwin say that beyond the sun lies another vast continent. To the east of Westeros lies Essos, where I've seen people from distant lands in King's Landing." Upon mentioning King's Landing, Sansa's expression dimmed, her gaze falling as her eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling ashamed of her past desire to wed Joffrey. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, Shireen remained oblivious to Sansa's melancholic demeanor and exclaimed, "I aspire to be an adventurer one day, to unearth the legendary tales of the world." Sansa smiled at this, momentarily dispelling her earlier sadness. She turned to Shireen, teasingly replying, "Before that, you ought to possess the physique of the Onion Knight, otherwise, a single wave might knock you down." Their playful banter resumed, drawing laughter from both. In the distance, a guard observed the scene and leaned towards his companion, before one of them made his way towards the tower. As night descended, Sansa returned to her chamber. The moment she stepped inside, she collapsed onto her pillow, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Before she could reflect on all that had transpired or write a letter to her brother, a knock echoed through the room. "Knock, knock." Sansa looked up, slightly puzzled, and called, "Come in." A figure in a flowing green gown appeared, prompting Sansa to sit up straight. "I apologize, Lady Celis. I did not realize it was you." Lady Celis waved her hand dismissively, signaling for Sansa to relax. "How was your day, dear? Are you settling in well on Dragonstone?" Of course, my lady. I had a delightful time with Lady Shireen, Sansa replied, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Celis, noticing her nervousness, nodded with satisfaction and continued, Child, I am not one for subtlety, intend to speak plainly. She paused, her mouth slightly agape, then fell silent. Sansa raised an eyebrow in curiosity. And despite the potential rudeness, she encouraged Lady Celis, Please, go on. I am listening intently. With a deepened breath, Lady Celis seemed to brace herself for an important revelation. What do you think of marrying Shireen to your brother Robb? Sansa gasped in surprise, her hand instinctively flying to her mouth as she accidentally knocked over a nearby table. Causing a clatter, Lady Celis maintained her composure, seemingly unfazed by Sansa's reaction. My lady, this. Sansa stammered, at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond to such a proposition, having recently been a noble maiden dreaming of marrying a prince. A faint smile graced Lady Celis' lips, as she exhibited remarkable patience towards Sansa. Child, there is no need for alarm. This is entirely normal. Lady Cersei spoke with a tranquil demeanor, her eyes curving like a crescent moon as she gazed at Sansa. Sansa's nostrils flared, her breath quickening, and her mouth slightly parted. My lady, my brother Robb is merely 14. Could this not be too soon for him? Upon hearing this, a broader smile graced Cersei's lips, for she had already acquired a satisfactory answer. It is not too early. I was just a teenager when I wed Stannis. Cersei's eyes flickered, seemingly lost in a reverie, reminiscing the blissful days of her newly formed family with Stannis. However, the thought of his disfigured visage sent her spiraling into a frenzy, her emotions surging as she exhaled forcefully. Unbeknownst to Sansa, Cersei's agitation went unnoticed. Her mind was a tumultuous storm, blank thoughts occupying her mental landscape. Feeling somewhat impolite for displaying anger in Sansa's presence, Cersei rose slowly, casting a stiff smile at Sansa before departing. Sansa, you must not be so weak. Once Cersei had left, Sansa patted her own face, murmuring to herself, Why? How can this be? Drawing in deep breaths, she endeavored to regain her composure, her slightly heaving chest betraying her insecurity. Sansa uttered, burying her head into her pillow. If it were father or my elder brother, how would they respond to such a predicament? A gust of sea breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it the briny scent unique to Dragonstone. A flavor both sharp and unpleasant, yet it perfectly mirrored Sansa's current mood. In the distance, a watchtower stood resolutely on the beach, battered by the waves. Like a steadfast warrior defending the rights of its sovereign, heralding yet another sleepless night for Sansa. Chapter 36, The Shadow Assassinage. A flock of seagulls flew across the horizon, their crisp calls reminiscent of a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. Yet, each year, the migrating seagulls knew to return home. Would those soldiers summoned by the Lord ever find their way back? This question loomed like a fog around Catelyn, and no amount of shouting could dispel it. I salute you, my lady. A knight from the Riverlands greeted Catelyn, extending his arm to kiss the back of her hand. Catelyn merely nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for Ser Roderick to follow. The knight from the Riverlands, undeterred, stepped forward naturally to escort Catelyn to meet Lord Renly, or rather, now he should be addressed as king. Just the day before, Renly Baratheon had crafted a crown, opulent and extravagant, symbolizing his royal authority, which he donned upon his head, declaring his claim to the Iron Throne. This proclamation invigorated the nobles of Storm's End and the Riverlands, who viewed it as a herald of imminent victory in the war ahead. It seemed as though the enemy was akin to a dilapidated house, merely requiring a single kick to collapse spectacularly. Lord Mace Tyrell, the father-in-law of King Renly, wholeheartedly endorsed the notion of his ascension to the throne. His sole reservation was that during the coronation ceremony, the crown was not placed upon the king's head by his own father-in-law. However, adhering to the long-standing reverence for the faith of the Seven in the Reach, which holds the Seven as the supreme deities, the priests serve as their earthly representatives, embodiments of the divine traversing the mortal realm. Thus, Lord Mace reluctantly conceded this honor to the most authoritative priest of the faith of the Seven in both the Reach and Stormlands. Renly's claim to kingship could be regarded as advantageous, yet it also bore its drawbacks. The merit lay in his undeniable assertion to the throne, which would foster greater loyalty among his vassals, bestowing his royal decree with enhanced authority. On the contrary, the disadvantage stemmed from his lack of compelling evidence regarding Joffrey and the other offspring of King Robert. Should he fail to convince the citizens of King's Landing and the realm that Joffrey was the illegitimate spawn of incestuous relations with the Lannisters, he would forfeit the righteousness of his cause in the war, earning the label of a traitor, with the majority of the nobles in the Stormlands reluctant to support him. Moreover, It is worth noting that whether due to King Joffrey's excessive cruelty or the undeniable charisma of the Baratheon brothers, a number of nobles in the southern part of the Stormlands bordering the Reach maintained a stance of neutrality, which inevitably aroused suspicion. Nevertheless, Renly deemed these matters irrelevant to himself, or perhaps chose not to dwell upon them. He commanded the most formidable military force across the Seven Kingdoms, and all he required was a singular opportunity to obliterate his foes. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon Renly's lips, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. His chin's beard quivered occasionally, standing upright with the movements of his mouth. Catelyn, under the guidance of a knight from the Reach, successfully met with Renly. He was seated at the head of the table, observing his knights engage in a display of martial prowess. A tall, unidentified warrior wielded a longsword, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Ser Loras Tyrell. This warrior's skill was remarkable, his sword dancing as if imbued with life, each blow impeccably timed. He struck precisely as Loras sought to catch his breath, compelling Loras to focus on defense, leaving little room for counterattack. Both combatants clad in heavy armor soon found themselves breathless, perspiration and mist accumulating within their breastplates. Loras was continuously pressed back by the relentless onslaught, ever on the lookout for an opportunity to strike, retreating methodically while his gaze remained fixed on the wrist of his opponent. Yet, he seemed to have underestimated the speed of the opponent's assault, which left him scant time for contemplation. Clash. The blades met with a resounding clang, sparks flying. Loras's blade was nicked, and as his ankle buckled, he left an imprint upon the ground. The formidable strength of his adversary rendered Loras's defenses nearly futile. Subsequently, the opponent twisted his wrist and sidestepped to slash with both hands firmly gripping the hilt. Loras's pupils, concealed beneath his armor, constricted sharply as he cursed inwardly. Subsequently, he was compelled to wield his sword with one hand, angling the blade to deflect the incoming strike. The impact left Ser Loras's hands tingling, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the hilt. A fierce battle cry erupted from his opponent, who advanced with increased speed, launching a determined charge. Taking advantage of Loras's momentary disorientation and instability, the adversary delivered a powerful kick, sending Loras sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, the opponent descended upon Loras with another strike, compelling him to brace the sword across his chest in defense. Wait, I surrender, Loras's voice pleaded. Observing from the sidelines, Lisa chose to intervene, praising, "Well done. Quite impressive. It is rare to witness Ser Loras in such disarray. What is your name?" The warrior who had vanquished Loras, panting heavily, removed her helmet. Revealed was a rugged face with thick lips and a pallid complexion. The spectators were taken aback, astonished that the victor over Ser Loras was a woman, and one whose appearance was somewhat unappealing, with her towering height not serving to enhance her femininity. "Your Majesty, I am Brienne of Tarth, hailing from House Tarth of Evenfall Hall." Her knee armor clattered to the ground, indicating that beneath the armor lay a layer of chainmail. "Excellent," Lisa beamed, turning to regard Queen Marjorie, who mirrored the smile. Upon catching Lisa's gaze, she remarked, "Your Majesty, it seems we ought to reward this remarkable warrior." Marjorie's voice, gracious and courteous, was like a gentle spring breeze, refreshing those who heard it. This caused Brienne to nervously stomp her foot, her gaze lowered in humility, too self-effacing to meet Marjorie's eyes. Lisa, upon hearing this, first offered a smile to Marjorie and then addressed Brienne. "Speak, Brienne, what type of reward do you desire?" The king's promise was priceless. However, Brienne did not seize the opportunity to request wealth or titles. Instead, with a hint of emotional fervor, she stated, "Your Majesty, I harbor no other desires, merely the hope of serving by your side." Brienne lifted her gaze to Lisa's face, finding his neat, clean beard remarkably handsome, causing her expression to soften momentarily, only to quickly realize her impropriety and lower her head, a blush rising to her cheeks. Lisa was taken aback, for it was rare for anyone to forego gold or other rewards in favor of serving him. In light of this, Lisa turned once more to seek Marjorie's counsel. He received an affirmative glance from his wife. "Very well. Henceforth, you shall be my Rainbow Guard. Thank you for your endorsement, Your Majesty." Brienne bowed her head even lower, addressing Lisa with reverence. "Is there any distinction between the Rainbow Guard and the King's Guard?" Catelyn quietly inquired of Roderick. Roderick pondered for a moment before responding. "Not much of a difference, merely a change in title and the color of the armor." After concluding the affairs of the tournament, Renly returned to the tent, accompanied by Catelyn, the eldest daughter of House Tully, Ser Roderick, and the Rainbow Guard. "Good day, Your Grace." Catelyn respectfully addressed him. "Good day, Lady Catelyn. There is no need for such formality. Your husband once fought for my brother to claim the Iron Throne. You deserve the courtesy, Renly replied with a humble demeanor, exuding an aura of gentleness. Not wishing to linger on pleasantries, Catelyn turned to Renly and said, Your Grace, the Lannisters are ravaging the entire realm. My eldest son, Robb, has summoned the troops. Now is the optimal moment for the alliance of Wolf and Stag. Renly nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lady. The Lannisters, through deceit, have slain my brother and usurped what rightfully belongs to me, the throne. This is treason. After some time, Renly and Catelyn successfully negotiated the terms of their alliance. In exchange for House Stark's loyalty to Renly, the Baratheons would fight alongside the Starks to rescue Lord Eddard. You must understand, our houses are natural allies. The friendship between my brother Robert and your husband Ned upheld the peace of the kingdom. I hope we can do the same now. Renly's words eased Catelyn's worries, and she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The relentless journey had finally yielded some results. After leaving King's Landing, she had intended to take the waterways directly to White Harbor, then to Storm's End to honor her father, Lord Hostine. However, the Lannisters' coup had taken her by surprise, and she had heard that Ned was captured, with Arya also in their clutches. Though the Lannisters claimed this, Arya's whereabouts remained uncertain. This news pierced her heart, causing her legs to tremble with weakness, making her feel as if she might collapse. Thus, she resolved to seek allies for House Stark in the Stormlands, even though she had received word of her son Edmure's alliance with Stannis along the way. Yet, for the sake of caution and practicality, she still chose to discuss an alliance with Renly. After all, Stannis controlled only the barren Dragonstone, whereas Renly held the Stormlands and the Reach. Just as Catelyn began to relax and sought a moment of respite, only Brienne, Renly, and Catelyn were present in the tent. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow silently slipped beneath the tent's hem, without a sound or warning, and approached Renly from behind as he adjusted his collar, oblivious to the impending danger. An invisible dagger pierced Renly's throat, emerging from the back, causing his body to shudder, unable to produce a sound as blood gushed forth like a river from his neck. Catelyn's pupils dilated in shock, and she screamed before covering her mouth, astonished by the scene. No, Brienne cried out, her voice trembling with regret and anguish. She lunged forward, embracing Renly, intent on confronting the shadow. What is happening? The guards outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed into the tent. But the shadow vanished in an instant. As a result, the guards, witnessing Brienne cradling the bleeding body of Renly, took her life. She has slain the king. Without hesitation, the guards drew their weapons and advanced upon Brienne. Catelyn hurriedly defended Brienne, attempting to intercept the guards, but their fury rendered them deaf to her pleas. Left with no choice, Brienne unsheathed her sword and retaliated. In merely 3 strikes, 2 guards lay defeated. The sound of approaching footsteps and the clamor of shouts outside filled Catelyn with foreboding. She implored the grieving Brienne, still mourning Renly's lifeless form, saying, We must flee. They shall not spare you. They will deem you the murderer. Brienne disregarded Catelyn's counsel, pushing her hand away, consumed by her sorrow. If you perish here, who will avenge Renly in the future? Who knows that a shadow took his life? Catelyn's words seemed to awaken Brienne. She paused, tears staining her cheeks, and then rose. Seeing this, Catelyn swiftly grasped Brienne's hand, leading her from the tent in search of Roderick. Brienne, heartbroken at the sight of Renly's increasingly cold body, felt the recent joy of becoming a member of the Kingsguard slip away. The footsteps outside grew ever closer, prompting her to hasten alongside Catelyn. Chapter 37. The Stag of Great Power, my lord. This is dark magic. It is an ominous summoning. The Seven will not favor such deeds. Davos cautioned Stannis, his hand, marred by a severed finger, trembled with apprehension, every pore of his body quaking. Unlike before, Stannis did not heed Davos's warning with the seriousness it deserved. With a scowl, he barked rather than spoke. How can you be certain this is dark magic? Do you possess any tangible evidence? I have seen no dark sorcery. All I know is that my vassals have returned. My lord. Davos sought to dissuade him further, yet Stannis waved him off and turned away. This left Davos feeling ominous dread, as if doused with cold water. The sense of defeat rendered him despondent. To voice his thoughts would invite disbelief, even from his own son. A shadow resembling Stannis had slain Renly. Should he speak of it, others would surely think him mad. Stannis ascended the cliff, a vantage point of exceptional clarity. His prior choice to negotiate with Renly here was to showcase his military prowess. From this precipice, he could observe any movement within miles. Now, with Renly dead, Stannis felt a twinge of emotion for his brother, yet duty and the rightful claim to the throne prevailed. Renly was in rebellion. With this thought, Stannis ground his teeth anew, sharpening them. Nevertheless, Renly was gone, taken by dark magic, whatever that may be. Let it be deemed a miracle of the Lord of Light. This must remain unspoken. Davos's loyalty is beyond question. He will not betray me, Stannis thought to himself. The image of Melisandre, that fiery sorceress, flashed through his mind, and the memories of that night of indulgence lingered with him still. Stannis's gaze wavered, his body began to weaken, and as the sea breeze swept by, he nearly toppled from his horse. What am I truly fighting for? A voice suddenly echoed within him, causing his pupils to constrict in pain. The darkness in his eyes resembled an inescapable shadow, akin to the specter of Renly's death. He thought he saw Renly. No. Stannis tightened his grip on the reins, his fists hard as forged steel, resolute and cold, clenching the reins and his sword with all his might. I am the heir to the Iron Throne, the rightful successor to King Robert, the true scion of House Baratheon. Stannis's eyes cleared, his thoughts crystallizing as the shadows seemed to dissipate. The wind howled, stirring the sand into the air, and Stannis rallied himself once more. He beheld the troops below, steadily advancing towards him in a linear formation. Feeling the tremors of the earth, Stannis smiled with satisfaction and turned, urging his horse onward. The shadow that had haunted him re-emerged after his departure, resembling Renly's specter, letting out a banshee-like wail as the sea breeze swept over the cliffs, sending chills down one's spine. "Good day, your grace," exclaimed Alistair Florent, the Count of Brightwater Keep, and also the maternal uncle of Queen Celis. Following Renly's demise, Alistair had hastily concluded that Catelyn Stark was responsible for his death. Driven by a thirst for territory, he consolidated the forces of House Florent and pledged allegiance to Stannis. Notably, he was the first noble to defect from Renly's camp to Stannis, marking a promising beginning. Stannis nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Stannis's measured demeanor, Alistair sighed in relief. After all, the tale of the Onion Knight Davos was well known. He had aided Stannis, gained lands, yet had to sacrifice his fingers. Alistair had no desire to lose any of his own. Stannis began to tally his forces, and after a while, he arrived at an accurate figure: 32,000 soldiers, including the 4,000 from Dragonstone. Nearly all the nobles from Storm's End had come to pledge their fealty to him, along with a contingent of soldiers from his wife's family in the Reach, a considerable improvement compared to before. "Milady, may I inquire why you choose to assist me?" "There is no reason. I simply cannot bear to see a loyal warrior perish without cause," Catelyn replied, conversing with Brienne as well as Roderick, all navigating the muddy terrain. To avoid detection by Renly's former supporters, they had to take a secluded path. Brienne's eyes shimmered, streaked with tears, clearly still grappling with the loss of her beloved. She occasionally sobbed, her body shaking, and Catelyn could only gently pat her shoulder in a futile attempt to offer solace. "This is dark magic. There must be someone with ill intentions." Upon hearing Catelyn's words, Brienne's hazy eyes sparkled with determination. "It must be Stannis. He has murdered my king with black magic." Brienne gritted her teeth, her armored arms curling inwards due to her bent posture, the bones creaking within. Catelyn refrained from interjecting, instead continuing her dialogue with Roderick to seek a path of escape. Chapter 38. The cold wind has quietly begun to blow. "Are you saying that Renly is dead? Stannis has acquired Renly's army?" Edmund inquired of Richard, while Jory stood guard beside them. With Richard's affirmative response, Edmund fell into contemplation, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized the map. "This is favorable news. After all, my sister Sansa is still on Dragonstone. Supporting Stannis is preferable to aligning with the Lannisters," Edmund declared. Richard shared his own perspective. "My lord, now in Westeros, there is only one stag. The Stormlands will soon be unified. However, the Riverlands remain uncertain, and we do not know the stance of Dorne, the Iron Islands, or the Vale. If any faction chooses to join us, this war could come to a swift conclusion." Richard's words garnered the approval of those present. The alliance of the Fish, Wolf, Stag, and Eagle had already formed 3 factions. Though the agreement with Stannis was merely Edmund's verbal commitment, lacking the endorsement of the Stark Patriarch, the current circumstances suggested that matters were progressing favorably. Edmund promptly instructed his subordinates to write to his brother Robb and King Stannis, hoping to expedite the alliance between the Starks and the Stags. Simultaneously, following the news of the capture of Harrenhal, letters arrived from Riverrun, where Edmure expressed his desire for Edmund to lead a force to assist Riverrun promptly. The battle at Gold Tooth had shattered the front lines of the Riverlands, leaving Riverrun besieged by Jaime Lannister. This news had instilled a sense of dread among the people of the Riverlands, though the victory at Harrenhal had alleviated some of the gloom. Now the situation in the Riverlands was clear. The Lannisters had split their forces, one contingent advancing towards Riverrun to implement a siege, while the other invaded from the southern Riverlands, beginning to plunder resources with intentions to unite with the king's army. Edmund then resolved to dispatch a 1,000-man contingent to remain at Harrenhal while the rest would accompany him to the Twins. There, they would first rendezvous with the northern forces before marching southward together. In the north, at the Bay of Carhold, the northern army was moving south in an orderly fashion. "My lord, we need to consult with House Fry. Their twins are a critical passage for us, and without their permission, it will be difficult to reach the south," suggested Roose Bolton to Robb. As soon as he finished speaking, Great John Umber rudely interjected, "Pa, as if the cowards of House Fry could resist our march. If they refuse to allow us to cross the river, we shall leave them battered and bruised." With those words, the formidable John thrust his sword into the ground, clearly dismissing the Fry family with contempt. The blade met the earth with a resounding clash, the soil yielding effortlessly to its sharpness, sliced apart with ease. The northern sword and the southern soil seemed to foreshadow the Fray's vulnerability. Robb did not respond immediately to John's declaration. Instead, he gazed contemplatively towards the distant silhouette of Riverrun. The two towering towers and the rushing river formed a bastion of strength. The Fry family had accumulated unimaginable wealth over generations by charging tolls at this formidable fortress. This would be a challenging battle. "We ought to consider a more conciliatory approach," Robb mused. He decided to send a letter to Lord Fry, hoping for a productive dialogue. Robb addressed Roose Bolton and his vassals before departing, bowing in response to their respectful gestures. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Robb arrived at Riverrun. "My lord, allow me to go. You cannot afford any misstep," implored Lord Tully, his voice filled with urgency. Robb nodded slightly, yet before he could speak, a voice called out his name. "Robb." The surrounding vassals were momentarily taken aback by the boldness of the caller. However, their indignation quickly dissipated upon recognizing the face of the speaker, transforming into expressions of humility and silence. "Edmund," Robb exclaimed, joy flooding his heart as he beheld his brother approaching, the first smile gracing his face since their father Ned's capture. The two brothers embraced, their bond akin to that of twins, sharing an unspoken understanding forged through years of growing up together. "You didn't mention you would be here," Robb remarked. "Haha. Isn't it because you've been so busy? Besides, I rushed here. My infantry is still 10 miles away. I only brought cavalry. Had I not encountered Lord Ricard on the way, I would have informed you before entering." As they exchanged their excitement and joy, the gravity of the situation soon returned to the forefront. "What is the state of affairs?" Edmund inquired earnestly. Robb lifted his chin, his lips pressed together. "It is not favorable. Lord Fry has yet to grant us passage, and the northern forces are currently stationed south of the Carhold. We require the right of way and are preparing for negotiations." Edmund pondered briefly before straightening his posture, the two brothers locking eyes, instantly comprehending each other's intentions. Robb remained silent. Some matters transcend verbal expression. He placed a reassuring hand on Edmund's shoulder, and they embraced once more. Subsequently, Edmund, accompanied by Fry guards and his own gray-cloaked retainers, made his way towards Riverrun. Lord Walder Fry had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. The northern nobles observed the deep bond between the Stark brothers with encouragement. The harmony of the ruling family is the cornerstone of strength. At the gates of Riverrun, upon catching sight of the figure seated at the head, Edmund immediately recognized Lord Walder Fry. The aging nobleman, nearing his centenary, possessed an unappealing visage. His elongated face resembled that of a sharp-nosed weasel, and his eyes, narrow and squinting, conveyed an impression of cunning and treachery. "Salutations to you, Lord Robb Stark." Lord Fry was the first to speak, raising his goblet and gesturing towards Edmund. "My apologies, Lord Fry, but I am not my elder brother. I am Edmund Stark, the second son of Lord Eddard Stark. I stand here to represent my brother and the North in this negotiation." Upon hearing Edmund's words, the attendants behind Lord Fry stirred restlessly, whispering among themselves. Some of the older men even dared to display disdain upon their faces, believing that Robb Stark's absence signified a lack of respect towards them. The speaker, positioned to the left of Lord Fry, appeared to be around 60 years of age. Edmund deduced that he was likely Stevern Fry, the heir to Riverrun. Rather than feeling anger at Stevern's comments, Edmund calmly took a seat after a gesture from old Walder, stating, "Lord Fry, you must understand that you are a vassal of my grandfather. You once swore fealty to House Tully, and now the Riverlands are engulfed in war. You have a duty to raise arms in honor of your oath. The North requires passage through Riverrun to aid your liege lord." Initially, Walder Fry did not react. Stevern attempted to retort, but was silenced by a glance from old Walder. Edmund's words bypassed Stevern entirely, as long as old Walder remained. He was still the true Lord Fry. Ha. Old Walder suddenly chuckled, his health and appearance ravaged by time, his skin sagging and speckled with age spots. His laughter sharp and hoarse. You speak the truth. I indeed swore loyalty to House Tully. However, do not forget that I also pledged my allegiance to the king. Your rebellion against King Joffrey's rule is tantamount to treason. Old Walder's words were sharp, punctuated by his incessant tapping on the table, his narrowed eyes fixed intently on Edmund, as if seeking to glean some insight from his gaze, or perhaps to intimidate him. Yet, Edmund remained undeterred. Joffrey is not the legitimate son of King Robert. He is the product of the Lannisters' incest, Edmund asserted, resting his arms upon the table, tilting his head back, and leaning casually against his chair. Old Walder remained silent, chewing thoughtfully, producing a smacking sound. He then beckoned his attendants to approach and whispered a few words in their ears. Once finished, he turned his gaze back to Edmund. Let us get to the point. I am of advanced age and lack the vigor for prolonged discourse. The chill here is quite unbearable. I cannot withstand the cold for too long. Haha. Edmund made a gesture of invitation. Old Walder's eyes gleamed with a flicker of light as he spoke. I have 7 legitimate daughters, and House Stark has 4 sons. I hope that our 2 houses can jointly sign this contract, so that we may face the coming winter together. Edmund pondered for a moment and replied, I can represent my family in signing the marriage contract with the phrase. However, my elder brother is destined to lead House Stark in the future. His marriage cannot be decided so hastily. My younger brothers are still quite young and not of marrying age yet. Old Walder merely shook his head and said, 2 sons, your elder brother, and any Stark. Edmund ceased to negotiate further and considered, I need to discuss this with my brother. Old Walder gestured invitingly, and after Edmund departed, he could not resist offering a smile, albeit one that was rather unsettling. Upon returning to the northern encampment, Robb approached immediately, inquiring about the outcome. The northern vassals gathered around, and under their scrutinizing gazes, Edmund recounted Lord Walder's terms. Great John, upon hearing this, scoffed in disdain, spitting on the ground as he declared, that weasel Walder is truly greedy. Not even one Stark can satiate his appetite. Lady Mormont also expressed her contempt, raising the battle axe she bore on her shoulder and striking it heavily on the ground, proclaiming that if the phrase maintained such an attitude, Bear Island would demonstrate the ferocity of its claws. The surrounding northern nobles voiced their objections vehemently, filled with righteous indignation at the phrase opportunistic behavior. Edmund kept his gaze fixed on Robb, their gray eyes strikingly similar. What would father do in this situation? Robb's expression grew distant, confusion clouding his mind as the voices of those around him bombarded his senses. In that moment, he longed for guidance. He looked up to see his brother Edmund staring intently at him, eyes brimming with encouragement, causing Robb's chest to swell slightly. His gaze brightened, reminiscent of a forest shrouded in morning mist, gradually revealing its true form as time passed. The course of war cannot be determined by mere words. Robb suddenly spoke, silencing the surrounding northern nobles, who turned to him, eager for their lord's next move. Robb surveyed the expressions of those around him, before finally addressing Edmund. Tell Lord Fry that I accept his terms. Chapter 39. The executioner, a soldier clad in armor and draped in a golden cloak, rode through the streets with an air of arrogance. The impoverished, who lay prostrate on the ground from hunger, saw the golden-robed figures approach and quickly knelt, waving their hands in supplication, pleading for a morsel of food. A young soldier, his armor somewhat tattered, felt a pang of compassion and reached for his waist. Just as he was about to retrieve his purse, a large hand suddenly seized his arm. The soldier jolted and looked up to find his commanding officer shaking his head at him. Though the soldier had words to express, the officer's gaze merely indicated for him to remain silent. He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and pretended not to see the destitute individual, then turned away, wielding the reins. Upon returning to the camp, the commander summoned the soldiers to a secluded corner and earnestly advised them, John, you must understand that we are merely pawns executing orders, not noble knights free to extend our kindness. You may have saved one impoverished soul just now, but can you rescue all the destitute in King's Landing? The soldier named John, puzzled, replied, but Brother Orton, we are the city's garrison, the steadfast shield of the capital. Is it not our duty to protect the common folk? Orton sighed at John's remark, brushing his hand across his forehead with a sense of resignation. You are still young, John. You possess the fervor of youth, unwilling to be constrained by the present. This is commendable. Yet, one must act within their means. The kingdom is at war, and your meager salary is sufficient to provide for your family. John's gaze dimmed. Although he was bewildered, he recognized that Brother Orton had his best interests at heart. The young soldier, untouched by corruption, found himself engulfed in confusion regarding his future. Observing Jon's expression, Orton understood that the boy had yet to grasp the full weight of his words, but as long as the message resonated within him, that would suffice. He adjusted Jon's cloak, encouraging him, to assist others, one must first ensure their own stability. Just as Jon and Orton were about to conclude their conversation and return to their posts, a sudden clatter of hooves interrupted them. A soldier clad in crimson rode into the camp, tightly gripping something in his hand, followed by a battalion of red-cloaked figures. In the name of the regent, assemble the city garrison to undertake a mission, the red-cloaked soldier proclaimed. Not only Jon and Orton, but nearly every golden-cloaked soldier present was engulfed in confusion. Yet, due to the demands of their positions, they quickly gathered and followed the red-cloaked soldiers to the designated location. Jon was both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate, as being Orton's subordinate allowed him to march at the forefront, thus enhancing his chances of showcasing his capabilities. Unfortunate, as the task at hand was utterly distasteful. He was but a child, still in the cradle of youth. I cannot, Jon stuttered, his voice trembling, his arms shaking uncontrollably, unable to grasp even a dagger firmly. Orton, tense, remained focused on the silhouette of the red-cloaked soldiers beyond the curtain. Jon, if you cannot do it, hand me the dagger. As he spoke, Orton constantly averted his gaze, fearful of revealing any signs of weakness to the red-cloaked soldiers. Meanwhile, Jon's pupils dilated, his heart twisted in turmoil. He felt himself growing weak, fearing that a misstep might lead to his downfall. The red-cloaked soldier appeared to sense something amiss. He parted the curtain, the pearls upon it clattering as if stones had crashed into Orton's heart. Sweat beads cascaded down Orton's face as he steeled his gaze, rushing to stand before Jon, abruptly seizing the child and the dagger from his trembling hands. Orton's rough action caused the child pain, filling the room with the sound of the child's cries. Still too young to articulate his distress. Oh, no, he has lost the opportunity to ever learn to speak again. Orton averted his gaze, attempting to grant the child a moment of respite. It was only upon witnessing this that the figure in crimson felt reassured enough to depart, leaving Jon and Orton in a state of stunned silence. The corridors of the Red Keep echoed with hurried yet crisp footsteps as the imp Tyrion Lannister hastened forward, quickening his pace. Upon reaching a corner, he thrust open a grand door and immediately surveyed his surroundings. What are you doing? Cersei's voice resonated in the hall. Tyrion turned to face her, his eyes darkening, fists clenching intermittently, as if he had come seeking vengeance. In response, Cersei remained silent, raising her goblet and tilting her head back to reveal her swan-like neck, casting a sidelong glance at Tyrion with an expression of keen interest. Tyrion's lips twitched as he cut to the chase, addressing Cersei directly. You have committed a grave folly. The people of King's Landing now refer to the Lannisters as executioners. We should not brazenly slaughter the illegitimate offspring of Robert, let alone your decree to eliminate all infants in King's Landing. This is sheer barbarity. Our adversaries will seize upon this. As Tyrion spoke, he gestured emphatically, striving to augment his authority. Yet Cersei merely tilted her head, her gaze fixed upon him, a slight smirk playing upon her lips, seemingly reveling in Tyrion's evident agitation. Before Tyrion could finish, Cersei slowly interjected. The lion does not concern itself with the opinions of the flock. I am the Queen Regent, the ruler of this kingdom. Her tone was deliberate, imbued with an undeniable authority. Tyrion gazed upon her malevolent visage, feeling an unsettling chill. The former King Robert had once remarked on Queen Cersei, noting her outward charm belied a cold indifference. Cersei's heartlessness extended to the point of condemning all infants in King's Landing to death alongside Robert's illegitimate son, sending a shiver down Tyrion's spine. He looked at Cersei with a throbbing headache, particularly as she displayed no sign of remorse, utterly oblivious to her misdeeds. Tyrion inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, before moving to a nearby table to pour himself a goblet of wine. With a gulp, Tyrion consumed the wine as though swallowing his own discontent, and continued. You must understand that even lions have their own kin. Ruling a kingdom cannot solely rely on violence. Such an approach will alienate us from the crucial support we require. Cersei leaned her head against her shoulder, somewhat exasperated, pursing her lips, feeling she had little more to say to Tyrion. What of the forces in the Riverlands? Is Ned Stark's trial prepared? In response, Tyrion succinctly replied, if you would be willing to relinquish a few seats at the small council. More nobles from the Riverlands would be eager to lend their support. Harrenhal has allied with the Starks, and they are still resisting, which has left the morale of our forces unstable. Moreover, various rumors about the crown have been circulating, causing even fewer nobles to align themselves with the royal cause. Tyrion swallowed hard, continuing, Stannis is marching towards Storm's End. Gods help us. If he were to arrive in King's Landing at this moment, we would have no choice but to open the gates and surrender. After voicing this ominous thought, Tyrion could not resist making a comical expression to highlight the current predicament. Yet Cersei remained unperturbed, or perhaps indifferent, as she gazed at him. The Baratheons are nothing but fools. I had initially presumed the two brothers would engage in a relentless struggle, but I never anticipated Renly's demise to be so hasty. Stannis, if he dares, let him come forth. Our father's army has already set out, having achieved considerable victories in the Riverlands, and soon they shall arrive in King's Landing to provide protection. Cersei stated with unwavering confidence. Tyrion frowned, uncertain whether to deem his sister naive or something else entirely. In any case, this was not a favorable situation. The northern forces have also begun their march southward, unless the Riverlands are first decimated. The Old Lion may not necessarily triumph over the alliance of the fish and the wolves. These thoughts remained unspoken between Tyrion and Cersei. He rubbed his forehead, contemplating that Rosby and the town of Duskendale had responded to our call, with their vassals covering half the realm. We still possess some advantage. We shall first march north to vanquish the Crow's Perch, and then await our father's directives, whether to advance west to defeat the wolves and fish, or to campaign eastward to guard against the stag's attack. Cersei did not respond, but continued her monologue. Ned Stark must confess his crimes before the people of King's Landing, admitting his treachery against the king. There remains one of the Stark pups in King's Landing. My spies have already been dispatched, and I trust they will not disappoint me. With a confident smile, Cersei's round face radiated like the winter sun. Tyrion found himself momentarily speechless, excusing himself from her presence while taking one last sip of wine. As he stepped outside, he instructed his new squire, Podrick, "Prepare my horse. I shall first visit the dungeons, and then go to welcome Lord Giles and his companions. Truly, this day offers no respite." Podrick nodded vigorously and hurried off to the stables to gather the necessary items. Meanwhile, within the squalid confines of King's Landing, a filthy boy was cautiously making his way forward, hunched over. He moved with care, peering around with each step, just as silence enveloped the air. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. An untimely gurgle erupted from Arya's stomach. She glanced down at her rebellious belly, contemplating a vigorous thump to silence it, but soon abandoned the idea due to her weakness. Suddenly, a waft of spices filled the air, prompting Arya to sniff eagerly as she followed the enticing aroma. This led her to a stall overflowing with cookies, each uniquely shaped and steaming with fragrant warmth, causing her mouth to water. As she reached out to touch one, a rush of heat surged towards her, compelling her to retract her hand just as a searing red iron spatula crashed down onto the table laden with cookies. Arya looked up to see a burly man, his face adorned with a thick beard, glaring down at her. The man growled, "Where did this little beggar come from? Get lost. This is no place for you to beg." Arya, feeling a twinge of hunger, licked her lips and summoned her courage to address the man. "I am truly famished. Could you spare me a biscuit?" In response, the man exhibited no trace of sympathy. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms and brandished a shovel. With no other option, Arya turned to leave, running with all her might. Upon reaching a secure location, she inhaled deeply, as if trying to imprint the scent in her memory. After an indeterminate time, Arya found herself in a narrow alley, overwhelmed by hunger and thirst. Suddenly, she heard the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, she discovered a small stream meandering through the area. Without hesitation, she rushed towards it and bent down to drink. This water, likely intended for washing the garments of noble lords, was not particularly sweet due to the dilapidated infrastructure and the moss that had taken over, yet it was still somewhat palatable. Sighing, Arya finished drinking and caught her breath while surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. She had no idea how to return to the Red Keep, let alone leave King's Landing. Just as despair began to settle in, a girl of similar age appeared, tapping the ground to draw Arya's attention. Puzzled, Arya approached, and the girl took off running, stopping about 20 meters ahead to glance back at her. Realizing the girl wanted her to follow, Arya, though filled with uncertainty, decided to pursue her, reasoning that things could not possibly worsen. After navigating through various buildings and turning numerous corners, Arya was led to a modestly decorated inn. At first glance, she spotted a familiar figure, the night's watchman, Yoren, who was leisurely enjoying a drink after escorting prisoners to the wall. Turning back to seek the girl, Arya found that she had vanished. With a gulp, Arya swallowed hard, her senses heightened by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the inn, which stirred her appetite. However, her experiences in the capital cautioned her that this was not the opportune moment. Any rash actions could lead to dire consequences. Understanding that Yoren, as a seasoned night's watchman, would favor the north, Arya opted to approach the stable stealthily, taking cover among the grass. Time passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. The horses, sensing her presence, neighed loudly, startling Arya awake from her near slumber. She had been nodding off, and upon regaining her senses, she quickly wiped the drool from her mouth, a smile unconsciously forming as she looked towards the approaching figure. Yoren, reeking of alcohol, ambled toward the stable. Once Arya confirmed that no one else was in the vicinity, she sprang forward like a startled rabbit. "Wait," Arya called out, stepping into Yoren's line of sight. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke. "Little beggar, I am no noble knight, and I possess no kindness to offer you. Begone." With that, he loosened his grip on his sword and proceeded toward the stable. "Wait, I am Arya Stark. When you visited Winterfell, my brother welcomed you," Arya exclaimed hastily. Yoren paused in disbelief, turning back to scrutinize Arya's face. He then retrieved a piece of hide from his waist and gently wiped her face. After a moment of confirmation, Yoren recognized her. "Let us depart, my lady. This is not a place for conversation." Yoren immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, shielding Arya as he helped her mount a horse, leading her towards the Night's Watch camp. The night in King's Landing was eerily silent, almost unnervingly so, especially following Joffrey's ascension. Chaos reigned, and public safety plummeted, leaving the citizens of King's Landing in dire straits. As a result, few dared venture out after dark. Yoren swiftly escorted Arya to the Night's Watch camp. "What will you do next? Will you rescue my father?" Arya asked, her tone imbued with innocence and concern. Yoren merely licked his lips and replied, "I shall take you back to Winterfell. As for anything beyond that, I cannot guarantee." Arya's heart sank at his words. She bowed her head, pondering the fate of her brothers, her hands clasped as she silently prayed. Meanwhile, Edmund and Robb, advancing into the Riverlands, suddenly sneezed. Was it a chill, or were they merely unaccustomed to the southern climate? Edmund mused to himself, his gaze fixed on the map, searching for any signs of the Lannisters' vulnerabilities. Chapter 40. Northern Campaign Strategy. The Trident River is arguably the most vital waterway in the Riverlands, traversing more than half of its territory. Without it, the fertile lands of the Riverlands would not exist. The Lannisters were now divided into two forces, one led by Tywin Lannister in the south, likely aiming for Harrenhal, and the other commanded by Jaime Lannister in the west, besieging Riverrun and launching continuous assaults. Robb pointed to the map and addressed his northern allies. "We must establish a focal point for our campaign. Harrenhal would be an excellent choice. Whoever occupies Harrenhal will control the King's Road, providing advantageous routes to either relieve the siege of Riverrun along the Red Fork or march southward to King's Landing." Edmund supported this suggestion. Lord Roose Bolton slowly raised his hand, placing a finger on Stone Mill while lifting a figurine with the other, and spoke. "Tywin Lannister is cunning. He will not allow Harrenhal to remain under northern control. My informants have relayed that Tywin is mobilizing troops to coordinate with the Crown's forces for a northern advance. He will undoubtedly prioritize reclaiming Harrenhal." Edmund regarded Lord Bolton, noting the middle-aged man's graying hair and somewhat frail physique, which gave an impression of fragility. Yet, upon meeting his gaze, one would be warned to remain vigilant. His eyes resembled dead wood floating on a stagnant pond, instilling a sense of dread. "The Vale will stand with us. In my opinion, we should first rendezvous with the cavalry from the Vale, and then, with this heavy cavalry, launch a direct charge along the King's Road or wherever it may be. The enemy's line will be rent asunder, much like a throat pierced by a dagger." Lord Jon thumped his chest, unabashedly proclaiming. His words garnered the support of the majority of the northern lords, who believed that a man from the north could easily vanquish 10 southerners. Robb felt a twinge of helplessness in response to this. He turned to Edmund, who, understanding the unspoken sentiment, remarked, "Lord Jon's assertion holds merit. Historically, both during the War of Usurpation and the Dance of Dragons, the northern Stark forces have exhibited extraordinary valor. Even when outnumbered, the Wolf army has proven itself capable of fierce resistance." Observing the nods of agreement from the surrounding northern lords, Edmund sensed an opportune moment to interject. However, the battlefield cannot be measured solely by morale and courage. Factors such as equipment, supplies, and weather also play critical roles. Even the old gods cannot guarantee victory in every battle, and the South is not our home ground. Should the northern lords fall into blind arrogance, this war is destined for decline. Lord Jon, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative, while the other lords exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. "I concur with Lord Edmund's sentiments. Excessive bravado could lead to disaster, spoke Lord Ricard, head of House Stark. The silver-haired, elderly lord's words carried significant weight among the northern lords, and many expressed their agreement. Lord Roose Bolton narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Edmund silently regarded Lord Bolton, who seemed to sense something, his eyes flickering, evoking a mutual feeling of caution between them. A leech, perhaps? Edmund mused internally, grinding his teeth. For this campaign, we can center our operations around Riverrun, rather than Harrenhal. Robb addressed the assembly. Edmund discreetly stepped back, allowing Robb the space to elaborate. While Harrenhal may be strategically sound, it is not the most practical choice. The Lannister forces and the Crown's army are both positioned near Harrenhal, should we choose it as our focal point of attack. We would undoubtedly face a disadvantage in troop numbers. However, if we opt for Riverrun, we can unite with the forces from the Riverlands and alleviate the siege of the castle. As Robb spoke, he absent-mindedly stroked his beard, clearly having contemplated this idea for some time. Seeing the assembly still wavering, Edmund offered his support. I have resided in Riverrun for a period, and I am well acquainted with its terrain. Riverrun possesses a sluice gate, situated conveniently near the Red Fork. Once opened, the waters will surge forth like a fountain, encircling the castle on 3 sides. This geographical advantage would compel the Lannisters to disperse their forces, with Jaime Lannister commanding only half the military strength of the Westerlands. This presents a significant opportunity. As the siege of Runestone was lifted, we were presented with the opportunity to expand our victories and advance our forces into the Western territories, thereby effectively depleting the enemy's living strength. Upon hearing Edmund's words, several lords present, well-versed in military strategy, were struck with inspiration. Robb, with a smile, turned his gaze towards Edmund, realizing that his younger brother had once again proven himself, consistently offering crucial counsel in pivotal moments. Lord Bolton, with arms crossed, rhythmically tapped his fingers against his arms. Though he remained silent, a softness crept into his gaze. Had Lady Barbary of House Dustin been present, she would certainly have recognized this as a rare expression of satisfaction from Lord Bolton. Lady Barbary had once remarked on Lord Bolton's character. He is a man devoid of emotions. Look at him. All these years, his obsession with those leeches has drained him of all fervor. He neither loves nor hates, nor does he feel sorrow. To him, everything is merely a game, gentle yet amusing. Some indulge in hunting, others in falconry, some in dice. Lord Bolton, however, plays with people. You and I, the phrase, Count Manderley, his new bride, and even his illegitimate son, are but his toys. This further accentuated Lord Bolton's aloofness while underscoring his remarkable capabilities. Even during the War of the Usurper, he remained a powerful lord in the north, with Count Ricard being the first to express agreement with the proposal. The remaining lords of the north soon followed suit in their support. The cold wind rustled the branches, yet the nobles within the tent remained oblivious to the dropping temperatures. Their eyes fixed on Robb as he made the decision to disperse their forces into 2 paths. The north had not adequately prepared to rescue Ned, given its vast expanse. Once the families of Amber, Stark, Bolton, Manderley, Dustin, Karstark, and Flint had gathered, they would march southward. The combined might of these houses could rival half of the northern nobility. However, constrained by the harsh northern climate and a sparse population, Robb could ultimately muster only a meager 20,000 men, excluding laborers. Fortunately, the plains of the north were abundant in their unique long-haired horses, allowing him to command 4,000 cavalry. Though these northern steeds lacked the explosive power of their southern counterparts, their endurance was remarkably superior. The outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. Robb would lead 3,400 cavalry directly westward, launching a surprise attack on Jaime Lannister's rear. The remaining troops and supplies would be under Edmund's command, who would lead the forces south of Harrenhal to distract Tywin Lannister's army. The question of who would command the northern infantry, however, remained contentious. Robb had initially wished to appoint the more seasoned and astute Lord Bolton as commander. Yet, at the behest of the lords of the Riverlands within Edmund's ranks, who insisted on following the command of Duke Hostein's grandson, Robb ultimately entrusted the command to Edmund. Although the Northmen were not entirely familiar with this recently renowned youth who had vanquished the mountain, they were nonetheless compliant. Robb unsheathed his sword and handed it to Edmure. The brothers, their eyes ablaze like torches, engaged in a wordless exchange of understanding. The clash of the sword against the gauntlet produced a harmonious sound, resonating with their bond. After the meeting concluded, all the northern lords departed from the tent. Robb called Edmure aside, and the 2 brothers conversed within the confines of the tent. The fire in the center crackled, sending sparks into the air, reminiscent of the past. Doesn't it evoke a sense of nostalgia? Robb began. striving to ease the tension in the atmosphere while gazing into the flames, seemingly lost in memories of yore. Back when their father Ned had yet to journey to King's Landing, their family would gather around the hearth, sharing tales of the day's events. In Rob's eyes, he caught a fleeting glimpse of his youthful visage, perhaps a reflection of his childhood self. Perhaps, Edmure replied somewhat dismissively, pouting slightly. He preferred to focus on the present rather than dwell on the past. Do you think Stannis is trustworthy? Rob inquired. The calls of nightingales outside the tent heightening the tension. Edmure's demeanor grew solemn as he answered. He could be our most suitable ally on the continent. Should we support his claim to the throne? Meanwhile, Sansa remained on Dragonstone, and Edmure fell into a brief silence, contemplating his own limited knowledge of Stannis. Yet, he mused, if it were their father Ned, he would undoubtedly support Stannis. With this thought, Edmure clenched his fists, his index finger and little finger intertwined, his nails digging in like a constrictor tightening around its prey. Rob noticed Edmure's discomfort, and his own worries for their father and two sisters rendered him, a brother not well versed in comfort, silent. From his initial intention to share childhood stories, he had shifted to directly questioning Stannis' trustworthiness. Although such a transition was not unnatural given their bond, it revealed his struggle with expression, a trait common among the Stark men. In this moment, Edmure took the initiative, patting Rob's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. It's all right. Although Arya is currently missing, the Lannisters would not dare to harm her or our father. Cersei may be foolish, but she is not quite so deranged. Sansa is safe on Dragonstone. Stannis will look after her. He added, I occasionally receive letters from Dragonstone, including some from Sansa. Upon hearing this, Rob's brow relaxed, his expression brightening somewhat. Haha, we are lacking allies in the south. Only our uncle Edmure stands with us in the Riverlands. Our Aunt Lisa, however, has been indifferent to our letters. I've heard she is lost in the company of her suitors in the Vale, living in a state of indulgence. Edmure's expression shifted to seriousness as he redirected the conversation back to pressing matters. Rob nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, this reflects a deficiency in our family cohesion. If we, the offspring of noble houses, could engage in mutual discourse and cultivate profound friendships, the alliance of the wolf, the deer, and the fishhawk would surely not be as it stands now. Upon hearing this, Edmund nodded in agreement. Outside the tent, the nightingale's cries abruptly ceased, and a sudden chill swept through the tent, causing Edmund's hair to stand on end. He cast a puzzled glance toward the north, but all he could see were the animal hides draped over the tent. Rob, maintaining his composure, remarked, Your father, Eddard, made the right decision sending you to live in the Riverlands. You must understand that the ruling family there is the Tullis. Were I in your position, I could not command the Lord of the Riverlands with such ease. During his childhood, Edmund had lived for a time with his maternal grandfather, Hostine Tully, after being sent away by his father, Ned. Throughout that period, he had traversed the Riverlands alongside his grandfather and Uncle Edmure. Consequently, even the common folk of the Riverlands knew of their lord's favored grandson, which rendered them willing to heed Edmund's commands. In contrast, should Rob or Sansa attempt to issue orders, they would be met with indifference, unless the rightful heir of House Tully were to perish. You are aware of Lord Frey's proposal, are you not? He suggests that we brothers each take a daughter of House Frey as our wives, while he will send his two sons, Big Walder and Little Walder, to Winterfell as our wards. This presents an opportunity to strengthen our ties with the southern lords. It was through such alliances that our father secured the support of the Riverlands, ultimately leading to victory in the War of the Usurper. Rob stated with a hint of excitement, noting how the impending war acted as a catalyst for his growth. In the past, he would not have contemplated such matters so deeply. Indeed, however, the Frey family does not wield significant power. They are primarily known for collecting tolls from travelers crossing the river, were it the Martells of Dorne or the Iron Islands. Oh, speaking of which, where is Theon? I haven't seen him in ages, Edmund suddenly interjected with surprise. At this, Rob's expression shifted to one of discomfort, his previously pale skin wrinkling as he awkwardly scratched his head. I sent Theon back to the Iron Islands. He claimed he would support us and persuade his father to bring the Iron Fleet to the north. Edmund felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, a sense of unease washing over him as he recalled his father Ned, who often acted with stubbornness, ultimately falling prey to the Lannisters. Edmund's countenance fluctuated between stormy clouds and howling winds, his brow furrowing repeatedly. Theon, a Greyjoy, had indeed grown up alongside us, and I wish to trust him, but only insofar as he considers himself a Stark. He has harbored many vices in Winterfell and has shown disdain for our true brother, Jon. Edmund's tone, tinged with a bitterness he scarcely recognized, became sharp and hurried. laden with scorn and anger. Rob's eyes widened slightly, the whites of his pupils narrowing, replaced by darkness, a clear sign of his rising ire, familiar to those who knew him well. Edmund, I did not anticipate your disdainful attitude toward Shaun. After all, he grew up alongside us. You are aware of this. He is our brother, and despite our differing surnames, I am certain he would lay down his life for me. Jon is merely a bastard. He cannot even be considered a Stark. Robb reprimanded Edmure, attempting to assert the authority of an elder brother. However, the moment he uttered that Jon was a bastard, he felt a sudden flutter in his heart, coinciding with the nightingale's renewed song outside, causing a shiver within him. Yet, Edmure's response was silence. The two brothers, reminiscent of their childhood days vying for favored steeds, stood resolutely, locked in a gaze that seemed to suspend time. How long did they remain like this? Perhaps 10 seconds? A minute? In any case, they appeared oblivious to the passage of time, their eyes solely focused on each other. Once I secure victory for our family in this war, you shall see. You will understand that I am right, Edmure declared, turning to exit the tent. Robb could only remain rooted in place, staring at the fire, lost in thought. Chapter 41. The Siege of Windy Hill has that fool, whose intellect resembles that of a stone in a latrine, not yet surrendered. Stannis inquired of Davos, his tone animated and fluid, imbued with an unfamiliar confidence. Davos gently touched his chest and respectfully replied, Indeed, your grace, Ser Courtenay is a loyal knight. However, he has made a grave error in judgment. When I was at Windy Hill, holding the Riverlands for Robb, he was still unaware of the situation. Stannis exclaimed, his agitation palpable. To him, such men were traitorous scoundrels deserving of execution. With his hands braced on the table, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His eyes constantly flickered, haunted by the visage of Renly, which intermittently invaded his vision, intensifying his restlessness and emotional turmoil. Your Grace? Davos called out, concern etched upon his features. Stannis suddenly lifted his gaze towards Davos, his eyes sharp, causing Davos to retreat in trepidation, his limbs unsteady. A sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from outside the tent, halting abruptly, followed by whispers of conversation. Eventually, it seemed they had selected a representative among them. Your Grace, Lord Alistair of Brightwater keep requests an audience with you. A guard outside the tent reported. Allow him to enter, Stannis commanded, his tone resolute as he directed his attention towards the entrance. Davos, with his dark eyes, discerned a tall, slender elder with silver-gray hair and a meticulously trimmed, pointed beard framing his noble visage, exuding an air of decorum and erudition. Your Grace. Alistair greeted Stannis with a bow, also acknowledging Davos with a brief nod. Davos felt a surge of astonishment. A man of his humble beginnings, having risen through smuggling, stood before the head of House Florent, feeling rather insignificant. Yet, even the slightest nod was a tremendous honor. Furthermore, the Earl of Illister is the elder uncle of Queen Celis Velarine, which further elevates Illister's noble status. However, this Earl of Brightwater Keep appears to be quite pragmatic. When faced with the summons from Stannis and Renly, he chose to respond to Renly. Yet, after Renly's demise, he defected to Stannis. While such a betrayal is distasteful, he is not the only one to make such a choice, and hence, few mock this act. Your Majesty, Lord Courtenay Pompous is a man blind to the circumstances and rather foolish. He fails to recognize that you alone are the rightful king of Westeros. I suggest we bring the old pompous earl here and have him hanged before Courtenay's eyes. This will strip the soldiers within Wind's Rest of their courage to continue the fight. Illister advised Stannis, while Davos, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. In Westeros, it is a widely accepted principle not to harm the families of nobles. Such an action would be deemed reprehensible if it were a lord of Ned's caliber. However, Stannis was not so rigid. His jaw muscles began to tighten, and Davos perceived that his king was swayed by the suggestion. Ahem, Your Majesty. I beseech you to grant me a moment to articulate my thoughts on the assault on Wind's Rest, Davos implored Stannis. The king remained silent, turning his gaze between Illister and Davos. Illister might not be wholly loyal, yet Davos was excessively rigid, placing too much weight on honor, Stannis mused internally. A spark erupted from the nearby fire, capturing Stannis' attention. He gazed into the flames, as if peering into the depths of his beloved. The sea winds swept through Wind's Rest, battering the castle's outer walls like a hammer. However, for Wind's Rest, it was merely a tickle. Its walls, composed of countless sturdy rocks, were said to be inscribed with magic, rendering them impervious to even the mightiest gales. Within the hall, a bald man was incessantly berating the guards, notably distinguished by a tuft of red beard. Lord Courtenay, the Raven has already been dispatched. though it may be intercepted or ignored. In any case, we have received no external aid, stated a man dressed as a scholar. A pack of fools. Stannis is a coward. I shall never surrender to him until I see the body of Lord Renly. At your command, my lord. We possess ample provisions and well-trained soldiers. We need not fear Stannis. However, Stannis is also of the Baratheon bloodline. Perhaps we could seek support from the crown. Codenay's beard trembled as his cheeks puffed up like a sieve. No. Lord Renly once declared that Joffrey and those two from the Riverlands are the illegitimate offspring of Lannister incest. If we seek their aid, I might as well throw myself against the walls of Wind's Rest. Upon hearing this, the scholar retracted his inclination to speak further, bowing to Codenay's silent dismissal before retreating from the hall. Once alone, Codenay sank into a chair, his gaze weary, his body slumped in exhaustion. With his right hand propped against his head, he could not help but question himself. Was he indeed correct? After all, Balon Greyjoy was dead, or so everyone claimed. Yet where was his body? There must be a conspiracy at play. Cotane resolutely decided that he would not open the gates of Wind's End until he had seen the late Lord Balon's remains. Memories of the past flooded his mind, particularly the moment when Lord Balon entrusted him with the position of acting lord. It all seemed vividly clear. Cotane's left hand caressed the badge upon his chest, a symbol of his honor. In truth, there was another reason for Cotane's reluctance to surrender. He felt that Edric Storm, the illegitimate son of the late King Robert, would be treated unjustly once Stannis took residence. Having watched Edric grow, he regarded the boy as his own flesh and blood. Drawing strength from these thoughts, Cotane slowly rose from his chair and approached the window, gazing at the sea breeze sweeping over the beach, where various objects floated. This scene had been his vigil since Balon Greyjoy had departed for King's Landing to serve as the hand of the king, day after day, year after year. As Cotane reminisced, a shadow suddenly slithered through the crack of the door. The shadow moved like a serpent, branching out like tree limbs, gradually coalescing into the silhouette of a person. Cotane remained oblivious, the shadow approaching him soundlessly. The sea wind grew fiercer, howling against the cliffs like a banshee. Suddenly, blood trickled from the corner of Cotane's mouth as he realized, in horror, that he could not utter a sound. A translucent dagger had pierced through his chest. The banshee's wail echoed mournfully, lamenting the knight's demise as he plummeted from the cliff. That afternoon, a servant entering the hall discovered that Lord Cotane had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood that raised suspicions. However, the acting lord, Ewood Mado, quickly suppressed the matter and chose to open the gates the following day to surrender to Stannis. The stag successfully took residence in his castle, and after consolidating his forces, he resolved to send the royal fleet north to Blackwater Bay. At the same time, Stannis ordered the imprisonment of Edric Storm, the illegitimate son of the late King Robert Baratheon, entrusting him to the Red Priestess, Melisandre. Chapter 42. The Battle of the God's Eye Lake. It is said that in the farthest reaches of the north lies an entirely different landscape, blanketed in pristine white snow upon high plateaus and cliffs. The ground is covered with snowflakes, and the forests are enveloped in an eerie silence, with scarcely any living creature to be found. An elder clad in bearskin spoke to his companions nearby. A younger soldier listened intently, his face alight with longing. What comes next? Is there a place even farther north? The soldier's naive question drew laughter from the veterans gathered by the fire, who erupted in a cacophony of mirth, mocking him without restraint. The soldier's expression darkened. Yet he remained spirited, gazing at the elder. Clearly, he was unwilling to let the matter rest without further inquiry. The elder cleared his throat and continued to address the soldier. There are certainly more distant places to the north. The reason the north is referred to as such is partly because we are descendants of the ancients, and also because the lands south of the neck are collectively known as the South. You have yet to visit the wall, have you? It is the most magnificent structure in all of Westeros, erected by the builder, Lord Brandon Stark. As he mentioned Lord Brandon, the elder's chest swelled with pride. The soldier's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. He wondered what kind of creatures could survive in the far north. Naturally, the direwolf, the elder proclaimed. The most formidable and courageous creature of the north. As long as there is a pack led by a wolf king, they would even dare to hunt bears. Then there are the White Walkers, though they have not been seen for over a century. Before the elder could finish his thought, he was interrupted by a group of old veterans nearby. Stop spinning tales. Young lad, this old fool is just prattling. Ha ha. The White Walkers are merely a story to frighten children, right? For you, that might be just about right, haha. The soldier's confidence wavered in the face of their jests, and he felt a twinge of insecurity. The elder cast a sidelong glance at the veterans, muttering a few words under his breath before turning away to drink. Pack wolves thrive, lone wolves perish. The soldier remained rooted in place, recalling a proverb his father had shared during his childhood. It seemed Lord Edmund resembled a lone wolf. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, and he anxiously scanned his surroundings, relieved to find that everyone else was engrossed in conversation and drinking, oblivious to his thoughts. He felt a wave of shame wash over him for having such thoughts about his lord. It was a grave disrespect. He hurried to a nearby riverbank, splashing his face with the icy water, which invigorated him. The temperature of the river was milder than the frigid north, yet its dampness made many soldiers from the north uncomfortable. As he continued to splash water on himself, he sank down, gazing into the water's reflection. In that moment of reverie, he noticed the surface of the river ripple, as if it were parting. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to the water, following the current's course, and slowly peered downstream. A mass of dark shapes was approaching. The soldier's expression turned grave, his arm trembling slightly as the clouds obscuring the moon drifted away, illuminating the river with a sudden brilliance. Realizing the imminent threat, he shouted, "Enemy attack!" His cry immediately drew attention, and the tents of the garrison sprang to life. Several soldiers, quick to respond, dashed from their tents towards the source of the sound. Upon spotting the Western forces launching their assault, they hastily rang the alarm bell. The clattering of armor echoed as Northmen, undeterred by the biting wind, rushed out of their tents. The horn of the Western raiding party blared, met with a corresponding call from the camp facing them across the river. Everyone understood that the West was initiating an attack. The Western realm's assault troops advanced swiftly across the river, sending splashes of water into the air. Clad in armor, they aimed to overwhelm the enemy with their rapid offensive. However, they miscalculated their opponent. Although the Northerners were less well-equipped than the Western forces, not a single soldier from the north would consider retreat. The silver and purple unicorn emblem glimmered under the moonlight, the crest of the Black's family of the Western realm. Sir Thaddeus, the heir of Castle Jiaogu, appeared on the eastern side of Lake Divine Eye, having likely traversed the riverside path along the valley to arrive behind the northern encampment. There was no time for further contemplation, as the northern front, positioned behind the Western forces, was guarded by soldiers from the Savin family. Their lord, Count Meki Savin, had previously expressed reservations about securing the rear. Yet, when Edmund voiced his concerns regarding the Bolton family, Count Meki ultimately accepted the assignment. Unexpectedly, what was once the rear became the front line of battle against the enemy. "Do not retreat. Hold your formation. The enemy cannot be numerous," Count Meki shouted, mounted on his steed, while his attendant frantically attempted to assist him with his armor. However, Count Meki vigorously pulled the reins, urging his horse toward the front lines, with the Savin family's retainers following closely behind. In the midst of the northern encampment, the soldiers facing the Western army were somewhat bewildered by the events unfolding to the west. The sentinels, however, clearly observed the movements of the Western forces and immediately sounded the alarm, signaling the troops to assemble. Edmund hurriedly exited his tent, climbing to a vantage point on a hill to assess the situation, soon joined by Count Luz. A brief exchange of glances revealed that both were clad in armor, indicating their preparedness for the Western assault. At this juncture, it became imperative to analyze the composition of the Northern army. The North was comprised of 9 notable lords, along with the Fry family from the Riverlands, who had joined the fray. The Northern forces were spread throughout the eastern side of Lake Divine Eye, which was not a fixed body of water but rather a network of small tributaries. Edmund strategically positioned his troops along the largest and nearest river to Hellenberg, which was most suitable for supplying the army with water. The formation was arranged in an oval pattern around the river, with the main and secondary tributaries converging like a pair of scissors. The vanguard of the Northern army was led by the Bolton family, stationed to the south of the river to draw enemy fire and lure them deeper into the fray. The remainder of the forces was divided into 3 sections: the Savin family guard stationed near the rear on the west, the Stark family and other northern soldiers commanding the central northern front, and the Riverland troops positioned as the main force to the east. The western contingent boasted nearly 2,000 infantry, while the Boltons commanded 4,000 soldiers to the south, and 3,000 Riverland troops occupied the eastern front. The central forces were the most numerous, totaling 8,000, with the Stark family at their helm. However, the majority of these troops were infantry, with cavalry numbering no more than 700. Edmund's strategy relied on effectively utilizing the river to restrain the enemy's advance. Should the enemy launch a fierce assault, he would abandon the southern position. Through the river's ambush, subsequent trenches, fences, forests, and hills effectively depleted the cavalry's numbers, thereby safeguarding the stronghold of Harrenhal. As long as the rear camp on the western flank remained intact, an orderly retreat to Harrenhal could be executed. The sole shortcoming was the insufficiency of provisions in Harrenhal, posing a perilous situation for the north, where retreat was not an option. Withdrawing to Harrenhal without disrupting the enemy's supply lines would spell entrapment. Tywin Lannister recognized this vulnerability and dispatched soldiers from House Brax to flank the enemy. He personally led the main force in a frontal assault. Yet he overlooked a crucial factor: the indomitable spirit of the Northmen. Count Severn, at the forefront, plunged into the enemy ranks with reckless abandon, inspiring his soldiers behind him. The Brax forces, few in number and clad merely in leather armor, found themselves no match for the overwhelming numbers of House Severn's troops. Sir Tytos, slipping on the wet ground, fell into the water and was captured by the Knights of House Severn. Consequently, the morale of the western flank crumbled, leading to successive defeats and captures. Meanwhile, on the front line, Bolton soldiers were utilizing the terrain and trenches to resist the western forces. The Lannisters' red-cloaked cavalry charged through their lines with unbridled momentum. Had it not been for the trenches, they would have already been overwhelmed. Lord Roose Bolton maintained a composed demeanor atop the hill, yet he gripped the reins tightly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Edmund. As Edmund observed the Lannister cavalry becoming disconnected from the infantry in the rear and beginning to venture into the forests south of the River Combe, he commanded the troops from House Glover, House Hornwood, and House Karstark, 4,000 soldiers, to advance into the hilly terrain between the tributary and the main branch of the river. This land was soft and overgrown, dotted with trees, and crucially, it was elevated above the southern expanse, providing a rare vantage point that could obstruct most routes to the center, with the river offering additional concealment. Should the western soldiers advance, they would be met with a torrential rain of arrows from the north. Edmund turned to Lord Roose, simultaneously instructing the soldiers of House Manderley to provide support, assisting the frontline Bolton soldiers in regrouping and retreating in an orderly fashion. The western soldiers engaged in trench warfare with the Boltons. Within a trench barely wide enough for a single person, it often required the sacrifice of 3 lives to gain a mere meter of ground. This inflicted considerable psychological strain on both sides, yet this was not the most formidable aspect of the northern line. The ensuing river ambush would present an even greater challenge for the western soldiers. Tywin Lannister was no fool. He discerned the North's tactical intentions. Edmund aimed for the western soldiers to advance and capture the Bolton trenches, thereby crossing the river for an offensive. However, akin to the distribution of a pair of scissors, once the western army advanced to the former position of the Boltons, the northern soldiers would leverage the elevation to encircle the western forces from both sides, establishing a net of firepower. To the west of the western army lay the northern forces under House Karstark, who could utilize the terrain and wind to enhance their archery. To the north lies the Stark forces. Without delving into whether they can cross the river, the combat prowess of the Winter Wolves suggests that the men of the west cannot achieve a decisive victory without incurring threefold casualties. To the east, the troops of the Riverlands have yet to engage in battle. They represent a fresh and vigorous force. Kevan Lannister advised Tywin, "My lord, I believe we should leverage our cavalry advantage, using the eastern valley as a stronghold to swiftly maneuver and launch a surprise attack on the flank of the Riverland forces. These Riverlanders have already proven to be easily vanquished." Upon hearing this, Tywin cast a cold glance at Kevan, his visage as frigid as the north's ice. Slightly parting his lips, he remarked, "Kevan, when did you become so presumptuous? The Riverlands possess military strength comparable to ours. They merely lack effective command. The northern forces maintain a tight formation. Although the Bolton soldiers may have been scattered, they are still capable of a disciplined retreat. Our objective now is to engage the northern army with honorable force and exhaust them through attrition." Tywin then issued the order to advance. Consequently, the banners of the Lannisters, the Black Dog of House Clegane, and the Boar of House Craighall began to mobilize within the forces of the west. The Lannister pikemen pressed forward from the right flank of the west, clad in armor and moving with steady, synchronized steps. The ominous glint of their pikes and shining iron armor foreshadowed an imminent clash. The Lannister pike formations, interspersed with light and heavy infantry, approached the Riverland troops. Meanwhile, the left flank of the west faced off against the north's main force led by House Stark, while Tywin himself commanded the Lannister cavalry at the center. Gazing across the river at Edmure, the right flank began to close in on the Riverland troops after the Bolton position had been secured by the west. Compared to the left and central flanks, the gentler terrain of the right was more suitable for cavalry operations, allowing the larger contingent of soldiers to spread their formation. The Lannisters recognized this advantage. As the forces of the west entered the range of the Riverland troops, Stevern Fry commanded the archers to prepare for fire. Knock, aim, fire. The arrows soared through the air, raining down like droplets of rain upon their foes. Initially, at a distance of 100 paces, the arrows fell lightly, lacking force, allowing the Lannister pikemen to rely solely on their armor for protection without the need for shields. However, as they drew closer, the arrows became increasingly swift and dense, transforming the gentle rain into a torrential hailstorm. The Earl of House Tully led the charge at the forefront, shielded by his guards. He peered through the gaps in their shields to gauge the distance, and, upon entering a range suitable for retaliation, immediately commanded his troops to counterattack. The archers of the west hastily advanced from the center, forming a line to unleash a volley at the Riverland forces. Unable to target the front ranks of the west's infantry, the Riverland archers turned to return fire against their counterparts. Steverin, observing the steady advance of the Lannister pikemen, felt a growing sense of dread and ordered his troops to fall back into the trenches for cover. Here stands a soldier from the west, whom we shall refer to as Shell. Fortuitously, Shell possesses a brother who serves as a captain, which has secured him a position within the Lannisters' standing army, equipped with the finest weapons and armor. Consequently, he is mandated to take the front lines during wartime, shielded only by the 2 ranks of soldiers ahead of him, while he occupies the 3rd row of the frontline troops. To be candid, he is not well read, and thus remains oblivious to the thoughts of the lords. Uncertain of the war's progression, he understands that his sole duty is to unconditionally obey the commands of the nobleman. Shell is renowned for his amiable temperament and willingness to follow orders. However, as he advances into the trenches with his comrades, this situation begins to alter him. Help! Save me! A soldier, pierced by an arrow and lying in a pool of blood, reaches out to Shell, murmuring a faint plea. Shell grits his teeth, steps over the pool of blood, and continues to push forward. In strict terms, young soldiers like Shell possess little combat experience. They are too youthful. The most recent conflict in Westeros was the Iron Islands Rebellion, a distant memory for this young cohort. At a corner of the trench, Shell hesitates, tentatively picking up a stone and hurling it forward. Thud! A soldier bearing the Twin Towers sigil thrusts his spear into the earth at the corner. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent struggles to switch weapons, Shell raises his spear, gripping it firmly with his left hand in the middle and his right at the rear, and lunges forward. However, the soldier of House Fry appears to be seasoned in battle, swiftly lowering his spear and reaching for his sword at his waist. The blade clashes against the spearhead, sending sparks flying. Shell quickly steadies himself, exerting force through his legs to maintain his stance while tightening his grip on the spear. With a mighty shout, he thrusts forward, the spear tip gleaming ominously. Clash! The Fry soldier swings his sword, deflecting Shell's spear, but the force of the attack is overwhelming, causing the sword to be jolted aside, leaving the soldier's hand trembling momentarily. Fortunately, the impact lessens the spear's force, granting the Fry soldier a moment to pivot. Shell's thrust merely grazes the chainmail, leaving a scratch. The Fry soldier opts to advance, stepping into Shell's inner circle, delivering a punch imbued with fierce velocity. Caught off guard, Shell is struck in the face, his body leaning back as his arm instinctively loosens, causing his spear to clatter to the ground and stir up dust. To make matters worse, Shell's foot slips back into a patch of mud, and in his disoriented panic, he struggles to free it, yet finds himself unable to exert the necessary strength. Just as the Fry soldier prepares to unsheath his dagger and charge, another soldier from House Lannister rushes to the scene. The Lannister soldier brandishes his sword, demonstrating superior skill compared to the Fry soldier. Simultaneously, the Fry soldier's dagger is too short before he can penetrate the Lannister's inner circle. The blade slices through his waist. The Lannister soldier, with a flourish reminiscent of a skilled performer, executed a series of intricate sword movements, effortlessly disarming the Fry soldier of his dagger within mere breaths. With a swift motion, he then struck the Fry soldier's leg, turning to deliver a fatal slash across the throat in a manner akin to fencing. In his final moments, the Fry soldier, consumed by despair, gazed at them with a pained expression, his right hand clutching his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. His left hand was raised in a desperate gesture, as though calling out for something, his eyes widening with crimson streaks before he collapsed into the earth. Witnessing the Fry soldier's last breath, the Lannister soldier pressed onward, while the wounded shell of a man, Beekle, slumped to the ground. Throughout this time, numerous Lannister and Clegane soldiers passed by, yet none lingered. The only ones to take note of Beekle were the soldiers of the Watch, who harbored suspicions that he might be a cowardly deserter. They approached to examine him, and upon noticing the blood flowing from his head, exchanged a few words before continuing on their way. Beekle felt a dizzying fog engulfing his mind, the world spinning chaotically around him, every sound piercing his ears, until he tilted his head, and succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, it was not to the calls of comrades, but to the acrid stench that assaulted his senses, prompting him to cough violently. His vision transitioned from a blur to a stark brightness, gradually returning to clarity. The scene before him caused his legs to weaken. Countless corpses surrounded him. Summoning his courage, he crawled out of the trench, finding the forest transformed into a hellish landscape. The blood of fallen soldiers pooled sufficiently to form rivers, saturating the ground a dark crimson. In the distance, Harrenhal loomed, shrouded in plumes of black smoke that enveloped the land. Nearby trees bore the bodies of what appeared to be cowardly deserters. The Lannisters had claimed victory in this battle, despite their ambush strategy failing to achieve its intended effect. However, the indomitable Lannister cavalry, bolstered by the lives of light infantry, surged across the river, swiftly breaching the heavy infantry line formed by the Boltons and Starks. To avert a subsequent harvest by the Western infantry, Edmund chose to use Bolton's soldiers as a rear guard, leading his forces in an orderly retreat to the northeast of the God's Eye. Simultaneously, Tywin Lannister received troubling news. The supplies transported from the Westerlands had been ravaged by cavalry bearing the white banner with a green dragon and the Black Tower. This setback compelled the Westerlands forces to delay their operations, awaiting reinforcements from the Crownlands. Edmund penned a letter to Stannis, who was far away in Storm's End, seeking naval support. Meanwhile, Lord Manderley of White Harbor arranged for the Northern forces' supplies to be delivered via sea route. The battle had cost the North over 4,000 lives, primarily those of the valiant Bolton frontliners, while the Westerlands suffered approximately 2,000 casualties, mostly among the newly recruited soldiers. As victors of the conflict, they were entitled to manage the battlefield, recovering a considerable amount of armor. In King's Landing, the watchful Maester Pycelle was filled with excitement at the sound of a crow's caw. In a flurry, he hastily removed the letter from the crow's leg and rushed down the stairs towards the council chamber. A golden rose quietly blooms upon the letter. Chapter 43, The Battle of the Whispering Forest. Bang! Boom! The catapults and wild donkey cannons relentlessly launched their projectiles, striking the city of Rushflow with thunderous force. The terrain of Rushflow City primarily consists of wetlands, with the territories to the west and south providing sustenance from Riverside Town and the forested Ironhead Fortress, which is well suited for defense and early warning. The hilly area of the Temple of the Seven Fish, ideal for transporting supplies, features a broad avenue constructed under the stewardship of the Tully family, leading directly to Stonefen City and the inter-river territories. The Lannisters have breached Ironhead Fortress, advancing with remarkable speed. After the defeat of Count Vance and his allies, Edmure adopted a scorched earth strategy. However, in an effort to protect his people, he ordered Rushflow City to accept the surrounding refugees. This decision left many of their supplies unconsumed, which were swiftly looted by the forces of the Westlands. The influx of refugees caused the daily consumption of provisions in Rushflow City to soar, leaving Edmure in a state of distress. In the conference hall of Rushflow City, Edmure listens attentively to the remarks of the lords in his cabinet, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Commander Jason reports on the recent battle conditions, while Advisor Lucius discusses the depletion of supplies and the maintenance of weapons. Stop. Enough, Edmure exclaims, feeling overwhelmed. He forcefully strikes the table to ensure the discordant voices cease before he inquires, "What news from the north?" Regaining a semblance of confidence, Edmure gazes at the bachelor with anticipation. The bachelor, sensing the attention, simply nods, placing a hand on his chest as he states, "The northern troops have descended southward. They have agreed to the terms of House Fry and have crossed the river crossing. They should soon arrive at Rushflow City." Edmure, filled with a sense of pride, stretches his body and leans back in his chair, exclaiming, "This is the best news I have heard in days." However, the oblivious Commander Jason resumes speaking, "My lord, you must remember that we are still besieged. The forces of the Westlands are just outside the city. We must execute every step meticulously, leaving no opportunity for them." Edmure takes a deep breath, looking at Jason with exasperation, while the latter remains unyielding, addressing Edmure in a businesslike manner. With a pained expression, Edmure rests his head in his hand, grasping the pen and the letter brought by the bachelor, and resumes handling affairs. Just a few kilometers outside Rushflow City, the lion banner of the Lannisters flutters in the air. In the central tent, Jaime Lannister discusses strategies with his subordinates. The temperature drops daily, winter fast approaching, and this summer has been unusually prolonged. "Indeed, my lord," one remarks, "in Westeros, a longer summer typically heralds an even longer winter. When winter arrives and the rivers of Rushflow freeze, we will possess a significant advantage." Count Andros expresses this with a nonchalant demeanor, buoyed by the optimism of the Westland nobility following their victory at Golden Tooth. Before Jaime can respond, he is interrupted by Sir Flepplest, who is intently studying the map. Such an idea seems rather overly optimistic, does it not? Summer is on the verge of departure. Yet this does not imply that the river beside the bustling city will freeze. The fertile land between the rivers is primarily due to the distribution of the Trident, where the waters rush fiercely in summer. Although winter brings its chill, it has yet to reach the point of freezing the river. Should we force an assault now, the turbulent waters would impede our advance. If we choose to engage in a protracted struggle until winter, the northern forces would have already descended southward. Sir Fowler's words cannot be disregarded. His assessment of the battle's direction is astutely measured. James nodded thoughtfully upon hearing them. However, this simultaneously incited the displeasure of Count Andrus, who glared at this knight from the Prester lineage. Despite being a distant cousin of Garrison Prester, the Count of Emberfire, it was still insufficient in the eyes of Andrus, the Count of Hornvale. Nevertheless, after years of leading the Brax family, Andrus retained a semblance of noble decorum. Observing James lost in contemplation over Sir Fowler's words, he snorted disdainfully, turning his head away and silencing himself. Unaware of the discord among his subordinates, James continued to mutter to himself, meticulously pondering the situation surrounding the bustling city. After an indeterminate period, the blazing sun had set, yielding to the hazy moon. James led his men back to the encampment besieging the bustling city, where the western forces were divided into 3 factions, encircling the Red Fork and the Stone River. As night descended, James rode upon his chestnut steed, a magnificent creature adorned with robust muscles, rumored to have been imported from the Essos continent, bred by the Dothraki. The horse's sleek coat danced in the wind like reeds swaying gracefully. His groom had taken excellent care of it. With one hand gripping the reins and the other resting upon the hilt of his sword, James stood gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Moonlight cascaded upon his face, accentuating his chiseled features and radiant golden hair. His lips occasionally murmured, exuding an aura of quiet authority, as if he were on the brink of roaring like a lion. Yet, his expression shifted abruptly, as fleeting as the warmth of winter's sun, a melancholic emotion spreading across his gaze. "Hear my roar," James Lannister muttered to himself, while his retinue remained a respectful distance of 50 meters away, casting occasional glances in his direction. The wind rustled softly, carrying a hint of commotion. Those attendants surely caught wind of his musing, yet it mattered little, for none could decipher the motives behind their lordess' words. James recalled the first time he encountered blood, when the Dawnblade had not yet faded from memory, and he regarded it as the most legendary swordsman in his heart. In both skill and character, it placed James in the position of a valiant warrior gazing up at towering peaks. He had fought alongside the fearless Barristan against foes that were either a free knight or a brigand. The evening breeze eased the fog in his mind. Having just consumed a bit of wine, which left his recollection somewhat muddled, he endeavored to conjure the figure of that individual, his eyes and visage. Yet, all that came to mind were the desolate trees surrounding him, the gleaming armor, and the white cloak that had bestowed upon him a lifetime of glory. With a sharp clap, Jaime attempted to shake off the haze clouding his mind, but alas, he still felt a weightiness pressing upon him. Perhaps a bowl of sobering broth or a brief slumber would suffice, he murmured to himself. The night's wind grew increasingly tempestuous, akin to the lament of a widow mourning her lost husband, seated by the window each day. This unsettling sound sent shivers down the spines of Jaime and his men. "My lord, we should return," suggested one of his retainers, turning to see Jaime's own golden-haired companion. Yet, due to the effects of alcohol, Jaime could not recall the retainer's name. Nevertheless, it was evident he belonged to a branch of House Lannister, as many golden-haired individuals hailed from Lannisport. This was the legacy of the Lannisters' long-standing dominion over the Westerlands. Indeed, their golden-haired figures could be found even in the far-off continent of Essos. Jaime nodded slightly, tightening his legs to regain his balance as he prepared to return to the tent. Suddenly, a piercing ringing filled his ears, causing him to frown in annoyance as he turned his head in an attempt to clear the dreadful noise. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. His retainer was racing towards him in a frenzy. A few others, clad in shields and armor, appeared momentarily dazed, yet upon witnessing their knight galloping forth, they hastened to follow. The Lannister retainer lunged at Jaime, prompting him to instinctively reach for his sword. But a sudden force struck from behind, throwing him off balance and causing him to tumble forward. The retainer promptly fell atop Jaime, leaving him bewildered as a sharp pain surged through his back. This sensation was discomforting yet vaguely familiar, akin to a fisherman who, despite being away from the sea for too long, could instantly smell the brine of the ocean. An arrow. Jaime's pupils dilated as he realized, and his steed let out a pained cry, soon attracting further fire due to its massive size, before it painfully lifted its front legs and collapsed heavily. "My lord, you must go." The retainer rose, sword raised, resolutely standing before Jaime. Frustration welled within Jaime as he clenched his fists, only to find them caked in mud. Resigned, he pressed his knee into the ground for support, then rose, retreating under the cover of his remaining retainers. As he mounted his horse, Jaime glanced back and beheld the true identity of his assailants, a banner depicting a trout. An unnameable fury surged within him, and he forcefully shoved aside the retainer who attempted to steady his saddle. Raising his hand, he called out for the cavalry within the camp to emerge and confront the enemy. These defeated wretches dare to launch a sneak attack. There is no honor in this, Jaime exclaimed in righteous indignation, oblivious to the irony of his own betrayal of oaths. A sharp whistle echoed throughout the camp, inciting chaos within as the clamor of armor clashing and the scornful shouts directed at sluggish aides surged. Jaime refrained from rushing into the fray. Instead, he instructed his men to form a defensive line with sturdy shields, standing at an angle while retaliating with arrows. Upon realizing the precariousness of their situation, the Trout Brigade twisted like a serpent, retreating towards the opposite side of the camp, pivoting around their cavalry at the rear. At this moment, a squadron of crimson-clad Lannister cavalry on patrol arrived, prompting Jaime to act without hesitation, rallying his forces to charge forth. The squadron's captain attempted to dissuade him, exclaiming, "My lord, the enemy is few in number," indicating their agility. "To pursue recklessly under your command is fraught with peril. Allow me to take the lead." Jaime, having been sobered by the arrow wound in his back, recognized the wisdom in not placing oneself beneath a precarious wall, thus acquiescing to the captain's counsel. Within the Westlands camp, the previously tumultuous sounds of conversation had vanished, replaced by the orderly cadence of footsteps and the rhythmic clattering of hoofs. The red-caped forces, spearheaded by the Lannisters, surged forth under the leadership of Sir Jaime Lannister, with 3/4 of the cavalry launching into action, while the slower infantry and remaining cavalry remained behind to guard the camp. "My lord, is this not overly ostentatious? The enemy is merely a small contingent," inquired Count Gavin Westerling of Casterly Rock. "Sir Jaime, I propose that I take your place in battle. I shall assuredly secure the head of the enemy commander, unlike that weakling who married a merchant's daughter, bringing shame upon his lineage." The speaker was Count Quentin Bainfort, known for his steadfastness and prioritization of family honor above all else, and he held in disdain the notion of sacrificing dignity for a substantial dowry. This prompted his sardonic request for action. Count Gavin's discomfort was palpable, his expression flickering with indignation, yet he refrained from engaging in a dispute. To quarrel with Count Quentin at this moment would surely offend the powerful Lannister family, compelling him to seethe silently in the background. The weakness exhibited by Count Gavin did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, as one of Jaime's attendants, seemingly eager for praise, shouted, "I saw it. The enemy bears the Trout banner, albeit tattered, obscuring the gleam of its fish eyes." This declaration ignited the fervor of the Westlands nobility, for there was nothing more advantageous than squeezing a soft target to secure a favor from the Lannisters. The clamoring calls for engagement surged, and Jaime, swept up by the fervor, struck his steed vigorously, causing the horse to rear, letting out a roar akin to the thunderous sound of drums before battle. Meanwhile, concealed within the thicket adjacent to the Westlands camp, among the foliage, insects, and birds, an entity cloaked in leaves, exuding the scent of earth and dung, stealthily maneuvered. With unwavering focus, it observed the movements within the camp, silently calculating the number of cavalry units that had surged forth until a rough estimate was firmly established in its mind. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and he chuckled. "Oh dear, I seem to have laughed too heartily and eaten a bit of the mud." He wiped the dirt from his lips and began to move slowly backward. The Lannisters were utterly oblivious. They could not fathom how their foes managed to bypass their sentinels and launch a surprise attack on the camp. Although the area surrounding Riverrun was vast, it was implausible that not a whisper of warning had reached them. Moreover, the Lannisters had not received any reports from the forward outpost as they usually did. The scouts sent forth had vanished like stones cast into water, never to return. The sounds of wind and galloping hooves echoed through the forest as the troops, led by Jaime, pressed deeper into the thicket, observing the increasingly dense underbrush around him. An unsettling sensation surged within Jaime's heart, an inexplicable anxiety. The rustling of the grass made him halt suddenly. He raised his arm, signaling the troops behind him to come to a standstill. "Where are the scouts? Have they not reported back?" He inquired of his companion, to which Lord Kuwait promptly responded. Though no longer youthful, the Earl's complexion remained vibrant, and he wielded his weapon with the ease of a seasoned warrior. Eagerly, Lord Kuwait placed a hand on his hip, his eyes shimmering with excitement, yearning for glory in the heat of battle. Jaime remained silent, ordering the entire army to regroup while dispatching scouts to gather intelligence ahead. He decided to disperse the troops, splitting the cavalry into 2 divisions. He entrusted the more seasoned Lord Rhaegon to lead one half to the outskirts of the forest for support. The remaining cavalry would accompany him in pursuit of the Riverlands forces, continuing their advance into the heart of the woods. The mobility of the cavalry afforded them a chance to escape even in the event of an ambush. Moreover, Riverrun was currently besieged, with his father keeping a majority of the Riverlords occupied. Surely, there would be no complications. Jaime reassured himself, though his fingers trembled, making it difficult to grip the hilt of his sword steadily, betraying his inner turmoil. Fortunately, the twilight rendered his anxious gestures less discernible, compounded by the gauntlet shielding his hands. As time progressed, the cavalry under Jaime's command began to grow restless, the horses whinnying anxiously, the increasingly dense foliage obscuring the vision of the Westerland soldiers. Suddenly, a more frantic clatter of hooves resounded from ahead. Jaime squinted, attempting to focus. And soon a scout emerged, clutching something in his hand. As he approached, his palm gradually unfurled to reveal a banner emblazoned with the Lannister lion. A chill of foreboding washed over Jaime, and he quickly reined in the reins, pivoting his mount. Yet, it was too late. The blaring of horns resonated from the west and east of the forest, abruptly invigorating the previously tranquil woods. The thunderous gallop of hooves rattled the very branches, sending birds spiraling from their perches. Jaime shouted for the troops to retreat in an orderly fashion, but as he opened his mouth to command, a sharp pain radiated from the wound on his back, a tearing sound indicating that it had reopened. This made cold sweat trickle down Jaime's forehead, yet at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. Gather around me, cavalry, form ranks to the rear. Jaime's commanding shout reached the ears of the various cavalry commanders, and amidst the panic, nobles and knights instinctively fell into formation through muscle memory. Continuous curses directed at the soldiers echoed. Yet more resonant than the curses was the haunting sound of horns from the north. Countless soldiers from the Westerlands discerned the enemy's banner, a pure white dire wolf, shimmering with a radiant glow. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Count Reginald also heard the horns. However, his sluggish reaction prevented him from realizing that this did not seem to be the call of the Westerlands. His blind optimism regarding the siege of Riverrun led him to dismiss the thought of an enemy attack. Behind him, William Lannister sensed something amiss. He stepped forward cautiously and addressed Count Reginald. My lord, is it not peculiar that the sound of the horns from the Westerlands is not this expansive? It seems not to be from the Westerlands, but rather carries the essence of the north. As he spoke, William's gaze flickered with unease, his words betraying a hint of uncertainty, yet he mustered the courage to voice the pressing concern. Reginald, somewhat puzzled, tilted his head back in contemplation and nodded slightly, though he did not immediately issue any commands. Observing the scene before him, William grew increasingly anxious, but due to his experience and rank, even as the son of Kevin Lannister, he could not overstep his authority and thus remained still, awaiting orders. As time passed, the horns grew ever more insistent, and birds and game alike hastily fled the forest. This bizarre phenomenon unsettled the soldiers of the Westerlands, and fear and anxiety spread among them. Whispers began circulating. Is this a punishment from the Seven? Why do I feel so uneasy? Perhaps Sir Jaime has already been attacked. We must breach the defenses to rescue him. Why have the scouts not returned with news? O Seven, grant me the chance to return home alive. Even Count Reginald, despite his usual sluggishness, recognized that something was amiss. He promptly ordered more scouts to investigate the situation, but their efforts seemed as futile as stones cast into the sea. With no word returned, just as Reginald and his companions anxiously awaited news, a figure burst forth from the trees, and soon sharp-eyed soldiers identified it as a member of the Lannister cavalry. We are under attack. Sir Jaime is surrounded. Reinforcements are needed. The cavalryman's cry resonated through the night forest, reaching every ear. The knights of the Westerlands stirred restlessly. Proposals for battle and suggestions for retreat flowed ceaselessly, as every knight and noble voiced their opinions. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers exchanged anxious glances and murmured among themselves. Count Reginald stood frozen in place, and William, growing impatient, touched his shoulder. Upon contact, he was taken aback to discover that Reginald had been rendered dazed by fear. The rainy season in Castration seems to have sounded its call within the Islamic family. Count Regend recalled the imposing visage of Duke Tywin, a shiver coursing through him as he became aware that his armor was somewhat damp. It was evident that his back was soaked with cold sweat. William hastily shook Count Regend's frame, and Regend slowly turned his head, a blank expression gracing his features. "My lord, please issue your command swiftly. Sir James is merely encircled, yet not captured." However, William dared not speak too boldly. Urging the commander to make a decision at this juncture was a breach of decorum. Regend's expression grew serious. Though still somewhat flustered, he tightened his demeanor and advanced into the depths of the forest. "If we cannot rescue Sir James, we shall all meet our demise." Regend led his troops toward James's position, while William dispatched scouts to inform the rear camp of their circumstances. As they hastened into the forest, a multitude of eyes observed them from the shadows. With every scout that sprinted toward the western camp, a nightingale's call echoed, followed by the disappearance of a pair of eyes into the darkness. The scene shifted to Sir James, who found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, flanked by enemies on both the east and west. The primary battlefield was the Whispering Woods, where his cavalry was encircled, leaving only the front and rear for movement. Otherwise, they would have to break through the enemy lines head-on. Fortunately, James remained composed, discerning the situation beneath the protective shield of his guards. The western terrain was elevated, dotted with small slopes, where a banner of the Icefang wolves stood resolutely aloft. The eastern banner prominently featured a great bear, likely that of House Mormont from Bear Island. Damn it, when did the northern forces arrive here? Could it be from my father? James's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Yet the sword clenched in his grip bestowed upon him a surge of strength to continue fighting. After a brief assessment of the enemy's numbers, James decisively abandoned the notion of a frontal assault. He commanded a retreat for the cavalry, as the northern charge had come too unexpectedly, forcing the cavalry into a cramped formation. Consequently, James's orders failed to relay in time. Mere shouts proved woefully inefficient for communication among men. More perilously, the sound of horns from the rear instilled panic among the western soldiers, uncertain whether they were facing foes or allies. In truth, it was merely Robb's psychological tactic, sounding the horns behind the western army to confuse the enemy and sever their escape routes. Meanwhile, the forces of House Stark in the valley ahead were already poised for action. With a battle cry, Great John surged forth, leading the cavalry of House Umber into the fray. James, acutely aware of the dire circumstances, felt a mix of despair and dread engulf him, yet he remained a Lannister, a proud knight, for honor, for the West. His aide-de-camp, perceiving the situation, swiftly rallied the troops, charging alongside James up the small slope. The location of that great banner must surely be the heart of the enemy. The following day, Robb led his forces to conclude the battle. Jaime Lannister, along with nearly 200 nobles and knights, has been captured. The encampment to the east of the Westerlands has been annihilated, with no scouts or cavalry from the west managing to escape alive. Subsequently, Robb consolidated the scattered forces of the Riverlands and minor lords he encountered along the way, swelling his ranks to a formidable 6,000 men. With the support of the garrison from Riverrun, defeating the remaining two encampments of the west would be a mere formality. However, there is also a grim piece of news. Before his capture, Jaime Lannister retaliated fiercely, claiming the lives of the two sons of Lord Rickard, Ed and Torrin. It is said that Rickard was seen in silence, seated within his tent, quietly gazing at the lifeless bodies of his sons, his stillness as deafening as the frigid winds of the north. Chapter 44. A focus on defense today has turned even colder, Jory, Edmund remarked to his guard, Jory, as he rubbed his fingers together in a futile attempt to warm himself. He felt a desire to hunch over, curling his body tighter to shield himself from the biting cold. Yet, he reminded himself that he was now a commander leading an army of 10,000, and could not afford to behave like a child. Resolving to straighten his posture, he found the chill even more penetrating. Observing his discomfort, Jory astutely draped a cloak over Edmund's shoulders. Edmund ceased his chatter, instead absorbing the scene before him. Harrenhal had yet to see snow. The Riverlands, after all, lacked the extreme cold of the north, with its fertile lands that lend themselves well to agriculture. Farming in the north is not insurmountable, as the Wolfwoods are rich in avian and terrestrial game. Not far from Winterfell lies vast plains, sparsely populated and suitable for large-scale sowing. However, the north's harsh climate permits but a single harvest each year. Yet, as the scholars from the Citadel have noted, land that yields once a year requires a longer fallow period, which is beneficial for the next planting season. Nevertheless, how can the common folk of the north endure until the next harvest when even their basic sustenance is not secured? Edmund's brow furrowed, these questions perpetually haunting his thoughts. Jory wisely chose to remain silent, standing by Edmund's side. What are our losses? How many soldiers have returned to the embrace of the old gods? Edmund exhaled a cloud of white breath, turning to Jory, his sleeve tightening as he pondered the implications for the war's trajectory. Jory inhaled gently, stating, "In the battle at God's Eye, our forces suffered over 4,000 casualties. The Bolton soldiers became disconnected from the main force, incurring heavy losses. Most critically, the forces of the West seized a portion of our supplies from our camp, which were predominantly captured from the Bolton front lines. Thanks to our defensive strategy along the river, the cavalry of the West was quickly impeded by ditches, palisades, and caltrops after crossing the water. As a result, they relied chiefly on infantry, albeit employing a blend of seasoned and inexperienced soldiers. This tactic allowed the fresh recruits to serve as shields while the veterans acted as swords, leading to relatively light overall losses." Edmund tapped his fingers against his arm within his cloak, pondering the total losses inflicted upon the West. A rough estimate suggests there are approximately 2,000 individuals, though the number of soldiers capable of continuing the fight remains uncertain. Jory replied with a grave expression. "That means there are still over 20,000 troops." Edmund solidified his decision, casting his gaze toward the distant western encampment. From the vantage point of Harrenhal, he could discern the rising black smoke of the camp. "Summon the lords of the north and the vassals of the Riverlands. I wish to convene a council to discuss our forthcoming strategy." Jory saluted Edmund, and then turned to hasten down the path. Edmund's demeanor grew icy as a memory surfaced. On a summer night in Winterfell, yes, a rare summer night, when much of the north languished in chill and hunger. Even during the summer months of Westeros, Winterfell was one of the few places that could bask in the warmth of summer. In that moment, his siblings Bran, Rickon, Sansa, Arya, and Robb had gathered by the hearth, with only Jon absent, practicing in the training yard. Recalling this, a smile graced Edmund's face, his eyes softening like autumn waters. Bran sat upon their father Ned's lap, ever the affectionate one, even more so than Sansa. He clutched Ned's fingers, gently nibbling them, prompting Ned to playfully poke Bran's cheeks. A child's face is delightful to touch, smooth and round, glowing rosy in the firelight, evoking a desire for tenderness. After being playfully pinched, Bran would beam with smiles, laughter bubbling forth like music. Rickon nestled in their mother Catelyn's embrace. Unlike his current boisterous self, as a child, he preferred to lie still and sleep rather than scamper about. Sansa and Arya were engaged in their familiar playful skirmishes, a delightful dance of sisterly rivalry. Meanwhile, Robb and Edmund sat beside Ned on the floor, comfortably ensconced in soft blankets near the hearth. The summer temperatures, though still mild, felt far superior to the biting cold of winter, and the extended daylight hours of summer afforded them ample time together. At that moment, Ned conversed with Robb by the fireplace, saying, "Robb, as the eldest son, you are destined to inherit our legacy. Thus you must embrace the responsibility of protecting your family. You guard your kin, and likewise, you must protect your subjects as if they were your own family." Robb, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Father, I understand the meaning of protecting family. But why must I safeguard my subjects and treat them as family?" Ned, unperturbed, gently stroked Robb's head with his broad hand. After a brief pause, he asked, "Robb, do you like the blacksmith's son, Mark?" Robb, taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, contemplated the question for a moment before earnestly responding, "Of course. Mark often practices swordplay with me. He says he wants to become a knight and protect me." A blend of curiosity and seriousness marked the youthful features of Robb's face. Gazing into Robb's eyes, Ned continued, "Since the age of heroes, the North has remained as frigid as ever, rendering it nearly impossible to cultivate sufficient sustenance upon this land. In those times, our family, the Starks, was not the most prominent in the North. The Boltons of the Dreadfort proclaimed themselves the Red Kings, standing in opposition to us. However, through the relentless efforts of every Stark patriarch, the North gradually unified, compelling even the self-proclaimed Red Kings to bow before us. Robb, do you understand why this is so?" A fleeting glimmer passed through Robb's eyes as Ned elaborated. "It is due to the allegiance of the people. The Starks have always cherished our own kin, safeguarding the welfare of our vassals. This is something the Boltons lack. They wield fear as a banner, seeking to dominate their bannermen through terror. The Amber family of Winterfell and the like have never truly treated their vassals with equality." Ned cradled Bran's head with one hand. Withdrawing his hand from Robb's shoulder, his expression grave. "It is the ancestors of the North who chose us, not we who chose them. For this reason, the Stark family cherishes every child and every individual of the North. The Manderleys of White Harbor migrated from the South. We are the only place in all of Westeros willing to accept them. Now, White Harbor has flourished under the Manderleys, becoming one of the largest ports in Westeros. They offer us loyalty and tribute, while we provide them with protection. Robb's eyes flickered, his lips murmuring. Edmund remained silent beside him, his pupils devoid of color as he sank into contemplation. The chilling wind howled through the trees, making them rustle, pulling Edmund's thoughts back to the present as he tightened his cloak around him. Calculating the time, he decided it was nearly time and proceeded directly towards the meeting hall. "My lord." Jory respectfully stood aside, opening the grand door for Edmund. Upon entering the meeting hall, the assembly of northern nobles was sparse. Most had accompanied Robb to the Riverlands. Present at the Harrenhal defense line were only a few nobles of note, such as Lord Roose Bolton, Lord Meryn of the Greyjoys, Commander Harrenhal, Halion Stark, and Sir Willis Manderly. Edmund strode confidently to the head of the table, and, before he could even speak, Lord Meryn rose to address him. "My lord, I request that I lead the next assault as the vanguard. The men of House Greyjoy are not mere cowards lurking in the shadows." His words were accompanied by a glare directed at Lord Roose. Edmund took in the scene, pausing momentarily before responding, "I understand. Thus, the next battle will see you, Lord Meryn, as the vanguard, commanding the front lines. You are a wise elder, and I have faith in your capabilities." Lord Meryn stood tall, akin to a sturdy oak, saluting Edmund before returning to his seat. "Sir Willis Manderly, I would like to seek your counsel regarding the soldiers from White Harbor. Why is it that, as one of the most formidable families in the north, the Manderlys can muster only a mere 1,000 men?" Edmund subtly gestured to Jory, urging him to speak on behalf of House Stark. Rather than a genuine inquiry, it felt more like an attempt to assert dominance. Jory's tone was laced with sarcasm. As a loyal man of the north, he held a deep disdain for the hypocritical individuals who presented a facade of loyalty while harboring ulterior motives. Furthermore, the Manderlys were not true northerners. They had migrated from the south and had been welcomed by the Starks. Without the Starks, the Manderlys would not exist as they do today, which led many northerners present to regard the Manderlys with scorn and derision. Sir Willis, the heir of White Harbor, was as rotund as his father, unable to ride a horse comfortably, which rendered him naturally reticent and overly polite. At that moment, Willis's countenance was troubled. His eyes flushed with embarrassment as he fidgeted, clasping his hands together awkwardly. He stammered to Edmund, "My lord, you may rest assured of the loyalty of the Manderlys to House Stark and of White Harbor to the north. We are prepared to deploy all our ships to assist House Stark and help Lord Ned reclaim justice." Jory intended to reprimand Willis once more, but he was stayed by the raised arm of Edmund. Edmund replied, "If White Harbor did not stand with House Stark, we would have long since faltered at the Trident due to a lack of supplies." The reassuring words from his lord felt like a gentle spring breeze upon Willis's face, causing his expression to relax as he sank back into his chair, his massive form resembling that of a walrus. However, Edmund promptly reminded him, "Yet the number of soldiers the Manderly family can muster is still insufficient. While the Northern Navy is largely supplied by the Manderlys, we are gravely lacking in our land forces. Moreover, with Theon Greyjoy, we will receive support from the Iron Islands." At the mention of the Greyjoys, Edmund's gaze sharpened. The Ironborn had woven treachery into their very essence. Having grown up alongside Theon, Edmund found it hard to trust him. Nevertheless, with the situation as it stood, Theon had been released by Robb, and all they could do was hope for stability and morale among their ranks. Fortunately, the Northerners present were oblivious to the underlying intricacies, and they became blindly optimistic. However, some felt a sense of shame, believing that the victory sought by the North should be claimed by their own hands, not through collaboration with those who had pillaged their lands. Edmund observed the discontent on the faces of those who reacted unfavorably to the notion of alliance with the Ironborn, quietly resolving to take note of their sentiments. The Iron Islands had a notorious reputation. They valued brute strength over hard labor, viewing honest farmers as weak. Consequently, the Ironborn frequently raided coastal villages along the borders, causing significant suffering to the Northerners. During the reign of King Robert, the Greyjoys had instigated a rebellion in a bid for the throne. Yet they were ultimately defeated by the combined forces of the Six Kingdoms, a war destined for failure that the Greyjoys pursued regardless. It was during that tumultuous time that Theon Greyjoy was taken as a hostage to Winterfell after his father, Balon Greyjoy, faced defeat. This is also one of the reasons why Edmund has yet to trust him. He is not a Stark by blood, but rather a pawn cast aside and treated as a hostage. "My Lord Willis, I implore you to compose a letter to Lord Wyman, urging him to swiftly deploy ships to rendezvous with Stannis' royal fleet while simultaneously attempting to restrain the Lannister navy. It would be most advantageous if we could blockade Lannister Port." Edmund's concerns are not unfounded. Should the fleet from White Harbor advance alongside the royal fleet towards Lannister Port, it would not only facilitate an assault on the naval forces of the West, but also served to intimidate the Iron Fleet from the Iron Islands. The Western Navy, having been decimated during the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy, is now but a shadow of its former self, lacking the capacity to confront the royal fleet alongside the Northern Alliance in direct combat, a seemingly fortuitous development. Yet, Edmund remains furrowed in thought, despite the appearance of progress. An unsettling anxiety grips him. Lannister Port lies to the west of Westeros, and for the fleets of White Harbor and the Royal Navy to strike at them, they must traverse half the continent. The journey is long, and the Riverlands and Dorne have yet to declare their stance. Additionally, the Redwyne fleet from the Arbor is a formidable force. It is said that the two sons of Lord Paxter Redwyne currently reside in King's Landing. Gaining their support could tilt the scales of war in favor of the North even before hostilities commence. Edmund cleared his throat, surveyed the assembly, and spoke. Lords, it is now time for us to deliberate our next course of action. In the face of Lannister aggression, shall we choose to retreat or advance? No sooner had he posed the question than several voices eagerly chimed in, advocating for a continued offensive, most of whom were lords from the Riverlands. Their lands are situated around Harrenhal, and should the northern forces opt to withdraw, they would be left exposed to the full might of the West. However, there were also those with a more pragmatic outlook, such as Lord Harroway, who suggested perhaps we could stage a feigned attack while actually retreating to Harrenhal. This strategy would allow us to preserve our territory and buy us some time. Sir Willis intended to voice his thoughts, but found himself constrained by Jory's previous barbs. Recognizing the inopportune nature of his commentary, he blushed yet remained silent, grappling with his thoughts in solitude. As he awkwardly shifted his gaze, it fell upon Edmund, who was likewise observing him. This sudden connection heightened his anxiety, causing him to clench his hands and fidget. Edmund, redirecting his attention to the assembly of nobles, interjected, Lords, permit me to clarify the situation regarding this war. The Western Army, numbering 20,000, stands before us across the eastern shores of the God's Eye. Our forces are significantly outnumbered. Fortunately, the densely wooded and hilly terrain east of the lake is narrow. In previous encounters, the cavalry of the west was impeded by the rivers, while the infantry was hindered by trenches and their inability to maneuver effectively. Had the land beside the God's Eye been a plain, our heads would have long been severed and displayed at the gates of King's Landing. Edmund, like a lone wolf thrust into a foreign pack, captivated the hearts of those present with his commanding presence and incisive words. The crowd ceased their debate, captivated by his words. This is a war with no retreat. We must charge forward without hesitation. Only when my father is rescued, and Baelish ascends the throne once more, will this conflict find resolution. Edmund pointed to the map's royal territory, his finger extended like a sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the heart of the enemy. The forces of the crown must first gather in King's Landing. The Lannisters, lacking the people's support, are destined to have only a few nobles genuinely following them. Their primary target will undoubtedly be Crow's Nest, for its presence has stretched the Lannister front lines. Crow's Nest clings to the enemy like a nail embedded in flesh. If the Lannisters do not resolve the situation at Crow's Nest, they will be compelled to extend their defensive lines, leaving over 1,000 troops stranded on this side. Edmund's words were sharp, his gaze ever flickering. Even those unfamiliar with military theory found their eyes alight with understanding. We possess the entirety of the Riverlands. The enemy cannot seize land or supplies from us. Now, we need only safeguard 3 locations: Harrenhal, Crow's Nest, and the west of God's Eye. Thus, the forces of the west will find themselves hindered at every turn. Upon Edmund's conclusion, the nobles under his command began to murmur amongst themselves. After a moment's contemplation, Earl Mutton was the first to voice his support for Edmund's military strategy, bolstered by Crow's Nest as a buffer zone. The town of the Springs would be rendered safer. And many lords of the Riverlands agreed. For them, as long as the flames of war did not encroach upon their own fiefs, all would be well. Although the northern nobles harbored some dissatisfaction regarding the previous defeat at God's Eye, Edmund remained their rightful lord and the commander of this campaign. With the subsequent endorsements from Sir Willis and Count Meach, the assembly unanimously affirmed Edmund's military directive. My lord, is this strategy not overly rash? The soldiers of the West vastly outnumber us, and extending our lines may prove more detrimental than advantageous, suggested the guard Jory after the others had departed. Closing the door behind him, Edmund merely nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. Jory, you are too naive. This statement struck Jory like a thunderclap, awakening him to the crux of the issue. My lord, do you imply that there is a traitor among us? Indeed. Jory's astonishment contrasted sharply with Edmund's calm demeanor as he gently brushed off his shoulder, moving to the window to gaze at the clouds outside, lost in thought. Chapter 45. The lioness vision in a distant future within the Red Keep. A bard with an accordion sang passionately. The only audience present was Cersei and her guards. At that moment, Cersei was imbibing copiously, raising her goblet, and slowly rising, swaying to the melody. The bard felt somewhat uncomfortable, his gaze darting, occasionally attempting to steal a glance. Just as everything seemed tranquil, an unexpected turn of events arose. Hearing footsteps, Cersei furrowed her brow. Knowing without needing to look that it was Tyrion approaching, Cersei, somewhat disheartened, suspended her wine cup in the air, prompting her attendant to immediately present a tray. After placing the cup down, her rosy complexion illuminated her features as she impatiently addressed Tyrion. "What is it, our little giant? Are you here to lament that your gold dragons for whoring are insufficient?" Huh. Among the gathering, only Cersei found amusement in her own words, while Tyrion, with a resigned twist of his lips, feigned indifference and remarked, "The king's army is prepared and ready to march at any moment." Cersei's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she raised her gaze towards the nameless ceiling, inquiring, "By when can we expect the rabble at the Raven's Roost to be dealt with?" Tyrion did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the wine jug in Lancel's hands, his lips pursed. Cersei raised an eyebrow, her striking eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. Yet she still signaled for a cup of wine for Tyrion. As Lancel poured the wine into the goblet, Tyrion began to speak. "The rabble at the Raven's Roost is not the primary concern. Although I am no military strategist, I understand the human heart. Our most pressing adversary is not in the north, but rather to the south. Should Stannis conquer King's Landing, he will spare no one." Tyrion's words were simple yet profound, causing Lancel, who served as the cupbearer, to involuntarily shiver at the memory of Stannis's formidable presence when he served as the master of ships in King's Landing. He was known for his stubbornness and rigid sense of justice, with an unyielding intolerance for wrongdoing. The commander of the city guard, Janos, had once provoked Stannis to declare, "If I ascend the throne, Janos will lose far more than his position." Cersei waved her arm, her mismatched eyes glinting as she supported her swan-like neck with her right hand. "I assume our little Lannister giant has devised a solution?" Cersei said, her eyes glistening with a rare moment of astute judgment. Tyrion swallowed the wine, aware that Cersei favored the southern vintage, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, as he preferred stronger spirits or increasingly aromatic Alish. Feeling the satisfying warmth travel down his throat, he straightened his posture and declared, "We must ally with Highgarden. The Stormlands under Stannis' leadership will not cooperate with Highgarden. If we gain the support of the Reach, then half of Westeros will be ours." Cersei raised an intrigued eyebrow and offered a sound of approval. "Your proposal is indeed commendable, but how do you expect Highgarden to support us? They are the granary of the Seven Kingdoms and possess wealth to rival our own." Whether it was a lack of foresight or something else, Cersei continued to press Tyrion with her inquiries. Without hesitation, Tyrion replied, "The marriage of King Joffrey can be put on the agenda." With that, Tyrion turned to leave, glancing back at Cersei just before exiting. Cersei remained unchanged, her gaze fixed on an unknown point. "Podrick, prepare my horse. There are more matters in King's Landing that require my attention." "At once, my lady." After Tyrion exited the parlor, he instructed his attendant, slowly smoothing the cuffs of his sleeves, the trembling hairs gradually relaxing. In his recent conversation with Cersei, Tyrion had concealed certain details. The Lannisters still possessed a prince and a princess. At this moment, Tywin Lannister was engaged in strategizing with his brother Kevin, confronting the northern forces, assessing their troop strength and deployments. Our scouts report that the northern camp likely retains hundreds of fire pits left by the Boltons. This merely accounts for the vanguard camp we have captured, and the numbers would increase significantly when considering the riverside. Kevin conveyed this to Tywin, who maintained an impassive expression, his calm demeanor reflecting a profound self-assurance and strategic prowess. "How long until the new recruits from the Westerlands are ready?" Tywin inquired. "I have already dispatched Stannis for the task. It is anticipated that it will take 6 months for them to be adequately trained for deployment. Otherwise, sending these new soldiers to battle would be tantamount to suicide, as the North boasts numerous seasoned veterans, many of whom are noble warriors with extensive combat experience." Kevin answered with composure, while also reminding Tywin that the threat from the north should not be underestimated. The southern forces, particularly the stags, were also preparing for action, while Dorne lurked like a serpent amidst shifting sands. Tywin chewed thoughtfully, slicing through a piece of steak and savoring the buttery texture as it slid down his throat. The movements of the Stark forces are peculiar. In recent skirmishes, the banners of the Flayers have been prominently displayed at the forefront. Moreover, they rarely deploy cavalry, as even the slightest oversight on the battlefield could result in catastrophe. Upon finishing his statement, he set down his knife and fork. His pale green eyes speckled with hints of gold fixed on Kevin. In response, Kevin offered a respectful gesture, then reached for a nearby parchment. Allowing Tywin to attend to his affairs, Kevin subsequently exited the tent, advising his guard to remain ever vigilant. Chapter 46. King in the North. In the depths of the forest, a rustling sound echoed as cavalry maneuvered through the underbrush. As their movements intensified, the thickets thinned, revealing the full assembly of the troops. They donned steel helmets and black iron armor, brandishing the banner of the dire wolf. Many of them were tethered with ropes, leading captured soldiers from the Westerlands. Just a few days prior, Robb Stark had launched a surprise attack on Jaime Lannister's encampment. Underestimating the scale of the northern forces, Jaime, accompanied by the majority of his cavalry, had ventured forth, only to fall into a trap. Not only was he captured, but he also lost the Lannister encampment. Robb Stark, well aware of the importance of swift action, immediately initiated a raid on the camp. With the consent of Edmure, Blackfish Brynden Tully led the forces from Riverlands, serving as the vanguard for the assault on the Lannister camp. Prior to this, Duke Edmure had intended to lead the charge himself, but was dissuaded by Brynden, who cautioned against placing the Duke in harm's way. Thus, Edmure stood atop the castle walls, observing the unfolding battle as Brynden employed grappling hooks and iron spikes to breach the palisade, encircling the soldiers within. The defensive structures surrounding the Lannister encampment proved to be ineffectual, as catapults were incinerated by scouts from the Riverlands. Fences and iron mesh were dismantled by grappling hooks, and the hastily assembled troops faced limitations imposed by their own iron spikes. Robb Stark dispatched Great John Umber and Lord Rickard to launch a joint assault. While the cavalry of House Stark and House Umber successfully breached the defenses of the Blackwood and Craig families, the forces of the West suffered a series of catastrophic defeats, ultimately encircled and annihilated. Except for Ser Falaplace's contingent stationed on the southern bank of the Red Fork, the remaining forces of the West faced utter failure. Recognizing the irreversible tide of battle, Ser Falaplace made a decisive retreat, withdrawing his 4,000 warriors, comprised equally of infantry and archers, back to Castle Goldtooth. This event swiftly spread through various channels. At that moment, Tywin Lannister, who was confronting Edmund's forces in the Harrenhal region, received word from Craig, learning of the North's victory and Sir Jaime's capture. According to Tywin's guards, he had never witnessed such fury emanating from the Duke. His expression was as dark as storm clouds, seemingly ready to burst. Of course, this may also be a matter of perspective, as the guards lacked the privilege to gaze directly upon their liege. Within the resting tent, the sound of snapping quills often filled the air. Meanwhile, news reached Edmund in Harrenhal even more swiftly than it did the Lannisters, greatly uplifting the morale of the northern forces. Simultaneously, several northern commanders, including Edmund, recognized that the Lannisters would not linger long in the Riverlands. Lord Meryn proposed an immediate pursuit of the Lannisters to diminish their burgeoning reputation. However, Lord Roose opposed this notion, asserting that the Lannister troops remained well organized and their morale intact. A reckless pursuit could prove detrimental. Ultimately, Edmund made a decisive choice, dispatching a contingent of free knights to pursue. The pursuit initially proceeded smoothly, until the forces entered the realm of the Crownlands. There, unfamiliar with the terrain, they fell into an ambush set by the Lannisters. The outcome of the pursuit yielded neither significant gain nor loss, yet Edmund gleaned valuable insights, such as which families within the Crownlands would align with the Lannisters. Without local guides familiar with the landscape, the soldiers of the West were unable to ensnare the cunning free knights. In the aftermath, Edmund rewarded each of those free knights with 50 golden dragons. The scene shifts to Harrenhal, where Richard arrives at Edmund's chamber. He knocks rhythmically upon the door, standing tall and awaiting entry. Upon receiving Edmund's permission, Richard pushes the door open. He is met by an imposing oak table adorned with a map of Westeros. The North occupies half of the map, and indeed, it is more than that. During the era of the Seven Kingdoms, the combined lands of the other 6 kingdoms were not as vast as the North. Edmund, cloaked in a black robe, sits in a chair, the loose fabric trailing on the ground, exuding warmth akin to a hearth beside him. The robe is embellished with a silver emblem, the sigil of a dire wolf shimmering at its center. Richard keenly observes a droplet of water in Edmund's hair, suggesting he has just bathed. What urgent matter could have necessitated such a hurried summons? A flicker of doubt coursed through Richard's mind. Yet years of discipline instructed him to remain silent and await Lord Edmure's next command. Thus, Richard straightened his posture, standing attentively to the side, poised for Edmure's directive. Edmure exhaled deeply, the excitement within him surging to the surface like a tidal wave. Richard's Teton, I have a task for you." As the words left his lips, Richard once again straightened, his gaze resolute and piercing, fixated intently upon Edmure. "Your father, your family, and you have pledged loyalty to House Stark. Stark shall not forget your friendship. I have received word that the noble houses willing to follow the Lannisters have gathered, congregating in Rosby. Only the forces from Moat Cailin and Rosby are mustering thousands of troops. Departing from Harrenhal, I shall dispatch Count Marin, Ser Willis, along with a contingent of Bolton soldiers for your command. Make haste to arrive at Crow's Nest before the forces of the Riverlands." Edmure made no further gestures, merely leaning back against his chair. In contrast, Richard was far from composed. The emotions seemed to have exchanged between them. Richard's heart raced with exhilaration, its rhythm echoing with fervor. Outside the window, a raven observed the scene, its yellow eyes reflecting Richard kneeling before Edmure, who then assisted him to rise. Meanwhile, Edmure's brother, Robb Stark, engaged in conversation with his noble bannermen within the grand hall of Riverrun, where the lords of the North and the Riverlands laughed and shared camaraderie. Wine served as the elixir that bridged the gap between men, and Robb was no exception. His guards, including the likes of Catelyn Stark's kin and descendants of House Amber, sat at the table with him, permitted to partake in the revelry. The table was tiered, with Robb seated above while the others occupied the lower level. Beside him stood the formidable Lady Daisy Mormont, ever vigilant, yet subjected to ridicule due to her gender, reluctant to share wine with such gossips. She rejected Robb's attempts to persuade her, citing her duty as a guard. Robb acquiesced to the sentiments of this bear woman and found his opinion of Bear Island considerably improved. Previously, he had only known that the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch was the last Earl of Bear Island, and that their former heir had forsaken his oath, fleeing to Essos, a disgraceful act that drew a frown from Robb. A nearby attendant seemed to sense his discomfort, but, constrained by her station, could only flusteredly present him with more dishes. As Robb reached for a platter, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the attendant's hand. He remained oblivious to the significance of the touch, but she reacted as though electrified, her body jolting. Robb raised an inquisitive brow, gently patting the back of her hand to encourage her to relax. The attendant's face flushed crimson, and with a bashful gait, she hastily retreated. Turning back to face the banquet spread before him, Robb locked eyes with Daisy, who silently conveyed the unmistakable message that she had witnessed everything. Robb Stark felt a slight itch in his ear, and as he scratched it, he discovered a sensation of warmth. Daisy, perceptive as ever, averted her gaze elsewhere. It would have been preferable if her lips had refrained from emitting a conspicuous whistle. The hall was abuzz with voices as nobles indulged in merriment, oblivious to this minor incident, let alone the sound of the whistle. As the atmosphere escalated to a fever pitch, a loud crash echoed. One of the tables had been overturned. All eyes were drawn to the commotion, and the hall abruptly fell silent. Robb's attention was captured, and as he turned his head, he beheld the visage of Lord John Amber, his face flushed from the ale, resembling a comically inflated balloon on the verge of bursting. Ahem. Lord John coughed several times, his gruff voice compelling even the nobles seated in the remote corners to set down their goblets. The Southerners are but a herd of sheep. The direwolf shall not submit to the rule of sheep. Just days prior, I received a missive from Stannis, whose words dripped with the feeble rhetoric of the South. If battles could be won through ink and paper, then all would be mere chatter. As Lord John spoke, he scanned the room, his gaze fierce and aggressive. His hands alternated between splayed and clenched, his thigh muscles taut. A portion of the gathered nobles remained bewildered by the unfolding events. The Northerners were generally straightforward, particularly those loyal to Robb. I have had my fill of oppression from the South. Why should we allow those cowards, who retreat to their nests at the first chill, to govern us? Their deities are impostors. The North has always been meant to be ruled by our forebears. Lord John swallowed hard, his face suddenly contorting in fury, his swift motion causing him to bite his tongue. Now, a young king stands before us, Stark. The king in the North shall only be Stark. With that, John Amber drew his sword, lifted it high, and laid it flat upon the ground, first pledging his allegiance to King Robb. This act stunned all present, particularly the lords from the Riverlands. Yet, many soon found themselves elated, predominantly those from House Fry. It was crucial to remember that Robb Stark was betrothed to their kin. Should Robb ascend to the throne, their family status would undoubtedly rise, potentially dispelling the long-held perception of there being parvenus in the Riverlands. The glint of joy in the narrow eyes of Steve Fry could not be concealed, no matter how he attempted to shield it. Encouraged by John Amber, the northern nobles unsheathed their swords in loyalty to Robb. The lords of the Riverlands looked to Edmure, knowing the support of House Tully was of utmost importance at this moment. A Fry attendant beside Steve hastily restrained him. lest he prematurely express his allegiance before their lord had made a decision. Sir Brynden Tully nudged Edmure, who was still grappling to grasp the situation unfolding around him. He raised his knife and fork with a bewildered expression, only to realize that this was not a sword. Sir Brynden, unable to bear the sight, handed over the sword he had dropped on the ground. The king in the north. Although his loyalty came a bit later than Jon Arryn's, it mattered not. With the declaration from House Tully, the lords of the Riverlands swiftly chose to pledge their allegiance. Yet, amidst the blind optimism of all present, they were astonished to find that the king they wished to swear fealty to had yet to make his own declaration. Would Robb Stark be willing to don this crown? Attention turned once more to Robb, whose bodyguard, Daisy, was visibly trembling with anticipation, even more so than Robb himself. Faced with the moment, Robb's gaze did not waver, yet it lacked conviction. He had matured following the experiences of the Battle of the Whispering Woods and the Siege of Riverrun. He was no longer the boy he once was. However, as the weight of responsibility regarding the North settled upon his shoulders once again, he felt a sense of confusion and uncertainty. What is responsibility? Robb pondered, recalling the teachings of his father, Ned. The Starks were born to bear the burden of the North, for its people believed in him and were willing to support him. He thought of House Manderley of White Harbor, who were ready to sacrifice everything for the North, or rather, for House Stark. This was the reward for Stark's initial acceptance of them, as countless families were willing to offer their loyalty to the Starks. The Stark family, ruling the North since the Age of Heroes, held unparalleled prestige and authority in the region. Yet behind this loyalty lay countless tears and bloodshed. The barren lands of the North rendered proper cultivation nearly impossible. Each year, a number of elders would sacrifice their lives for their families, simply because the land could not yield sufficient sustenance. The Starks always endeavored to assist those families who faced starvation during the winter, yet it was never enough. Even if they were to cultivate the plains and forests surrounding Winterfell, it would still fall short. Robb's thoughts turned once more to his father, Ned, who was just and formidable, willing to journey south for the sake of the North and the king. But what had this brought him? Now he was a prisoner, and King Robert had perished, slain by a boar. This would surely become a jest whispered in the streets. His sister Arya was missing, leaving Robb with a sense of helplessness. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a resolute conviction surged within him. House Tully had made its declaration, and the Riverlands and the North would unite. Robb was uncertain if his choice was the right one, but he rose without hesitation. The cheers before him roared like a wave, igniting a fire in Robb's eyes for the first time. This hardened ice from the North had successfully kindled the fervor in his heart. A new North would be forged by his hands. Robb murmured to himself. The other lords fell into a frenzy, embracing one another in excitement. At that moment, even a punch thrown in jest would be seen merely as an overflow of exhilaration. Chapter 47, Reinforcements, Part 1. The forest echoed with sounds reminiscent of bird calls, intermingled with the crisp sound of branches snapping and falling to the ground. Richard turned to his aide, a retainer of the Stoughton family, and inquired about the enemy's situation. Had they successfully established contact with the garrison within Raven's Perch? A barrage of questions assailed him, yet his aide responded with remarkable composure. The enemy camp lay directly in front of Raven's Perch, flanked to the west by a river known as the White Crow. Two crossed black Warhammer banners waved above, symbolizing the Lake family of Twilight Vale. The White Crow meandered, but at the center of the camp's fields, it bent, failing to entirely envelop the royal army's encampment. The enemy had deployed numerous watchtowers around Raven's Perch, and they had been unable to make contact with the garrison. All ravens fell like directionless seagulls upon the cliffs. The aide succinctly relayed the information he had gathered, and Richard then exchanged glances with Count Mech and Sir Willis. They sought to derive the most judicious judgment from the limited information at hand. Their forces numbered fewer than 2,000 soldiers. Although the men of the Seven family exhibited valor rivaling that of the Winter Wolves, choices had to be made based on reality. Otherwise, even in victory, they would emerge battered and bruised. Count Mech spoke first, recalling that the Bolton soldiers had been halted before their departure, with Earl Luss citing significant troop losses and the need for rest as a pretext to retain a contingent that should have been under Richard's command. However, bound by military orders, he promised to dispatch reinforcements to Raven's Perch as soon as they had recuperated. Richard's eyes glimmered, yet his conviction to rescue his family remained unshaken. A proficient commander knows how to judiciously wield all available forces to vanquish the enemy. Richard addressed Count Mech and Sir Willis, noting that among the current troops, only the three of them held the highest command authority. Bolton's delay inadvertently fortified their cohesion and control over the army. I am intimately familiar with every contour of Raven's Perch, he asserted. It is situated upon a hill, chosen by my ancestors for its fertile soil. The White Crow necessitated that Raven's Perch be built at a higher elevation, towering 20 feet above the land below. Each winter, the river gradually calms, facilitating our crossing. There exist shallows in the midsection of the White Crow, where we can mount a surprise assault under the cover of night. Once we cross the river, the enemy camp will be within our grasp. The Lake family occupies the flank, which is advantageous for us. This indicates a lack of unity within the royal army. If we can shatter the Lake family, the remaining troops will surely flee in disarray, posing little threat. Richard articulated his thoughts, and Count Mech and Sir Willis exchanged glances. They did not fundamentally disagree with Richard's strategy. Rather, they felt some reservations, which Count Mech gradually articulated. My Lord Richard, you must recognize that the enemy outnumbers us significantly. The Lake family occupies the flank, suggesting that the main force assaulting Raven's Perch comprises lesser nobles. This indeed reflects their intent to conserve their strength. However, the Lannister family is not feeble. Even if we could swiftly cross the river and catch them off guard, once the enemy secures their position, we too would find ourselves in a precarious situation deep within their encampment. Sir Willis concurred with this sentiment, his twitching beard eloquently reflecting his thoughts. Richard furrowed his brow, realizing that his assumptions may have been somewhat naive. In matters of military strategy, any hint of negligence or carelessness is unacceptable. At this juncture, Earl Mechib spoke up. I propose we consider a flanking maneuver. The enemy is positioned in the fields, and the White Raven River does not bisect their camp. Thus, we could attempt an assault from downstream, in conjunction with the garrison at Raven's Roost, to execute a pincer attack. During Greyjoy's rebellion, we executed a similar landing on the Iron Islands under the leadership of House Baratheon. A portion of our vanguard crossed the river to seize a foothold, while the majority of our forces charged along a more gentle slope. This coordinated effort proved not only prudent, but also effective. As a seasoned northern noble loyal to House Stark for many years, Earl Mechib has not only studied military texts, but also possesses a wealth of combat experience, enabling him to provide invaluable counsel. However, Richard harbored reservations about this approach. I believe this may not be wise, my Lord Mechib. You have not visited the Crownlands, nor Raven's Roost, have you? Earl Mechib's brow furrowed slightly in contemplation. He responded, I have been to the Crownlands, but not to Raven's Roost. I once attended a tournament in King's Landing, bringing along the younger members of my family. Richard did not elaborate further, getting straight to the point. Then you must not be familiar with the fortifications of my family's ancestral lands. Raven's Roost is immensely strong, having been maintained by my forebears for over a millennium, though it is not extensive. The cliffs restrict enemy assaults, but they also limit the fortress's capacity. Thus, the number of defenders cannot be too great, as that would lead to supply shortages. Yet, it cannot be too few, or the garrison would be unable to adequately man the walls. Richard gestured towards the map, indicating that midway along the White Raven River, there exists a hidden door to the west of Raven's Roost, which could be opened under the cover of night. We need only breach the enemy's flank to coordinate with the defenders of Raven's Roost. The forces of the Crownlands lack siege equipment and provisions. They cannot sustain a prolonged conflict, just as we cannot. With that, Richard withdrew his arm, his gaze reminiscent of lightning flashing through ominous clouds as he regarded Earl Mechib and Sir Willis. Earl Mechib instinctively frowned in thought, while Sir Willis glanced between Mechib and Richard before ultimately lending his support. With Sir Willis's backing, Earl Mechib reconsidered and chose to agree. Gaining their consent, Richard immediately set to work on formulating the battle plan. As night fell, the moonlight gleamed intermittently, as if a fine silver sand were scattered across the land. A soldier, cloaked in leaves and filth, stealthily crossed the watchtower and made his way beneath Raven's Roost. He seized the reins discarded by the castle's defenders and began to scale the fortress. In the year 299 of the Age of Heroes, there remained but 3 hours until the northern forces would launch their assault against the Crownlands army besieging Raven's Roost from the south. Approximately 3 days ago, Lord Gales Rosby, the Earl of Rosby and commander of the region, received news regarding the northern army's discovery near the town of Springwell in the Wild Boar Woods, located to the west of Crow's Perch. Despite his advanced age and waning strength in handling various affairs, Lord Gales accepted with alacrity the king's decree appointing him the Hand of Justice for the Iron Throne, necessitating his role as the commander to advance against Crow's Perch. The Rosby family, and indeed all families of the Reach, yearned to return to the political epicenter of King's Landing, aspiring to restore the status and glory they once held during the Targaryen reign. Lord Gales perceived this as an opportunity. However, a letter from Dragonstone instilled a sense of suspicion within him. Duke Stannis claimed that the royal bloodlines of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella were the offspring of Lannister incest. The first letter to arrive in King's Landing was personally delivered by Gales to the Red Keep, where the elderly noble sensed an insidious odor, a foul stench reminiscent of sewers, that rendered him profoundly uneasy. He sensed a conspiracy that had long been in the making. Contemplating the uncertain future, Gales felt a desire to retreat. Yet, driven by personal ambition and the allure of power now within his grasp, he found himself increasingly avaricious. Age had caught up with him. He gazed at his thinning hair and decaying teeth, his gnarled hands adorned with age spots. Countless times had he pondered whether he would live to see another spring. He became increasingly autocratic, reluctant to relinquish authority to those beneath him. In the upcoming assault on Crow's Perch, the soldiers of House Lannister had initially been eager to take the vanguard. However, Gales was unwilling to entrust the command of the forefront entirely to Lord Rain, causing House Lannister to establish their encampment to the west, creating a slight disconnect from the main army. Yet, in Lord Gale's eyes, these were trivial matters. That little wretch Rain dares to play his schemes before me. Let it be known that even his father, the previous Earl of Lannister, gained little favor in my presence. Gales mused with a sense of satisfaction, his fingers unconsciously drumming upon the chair, the sound echoing like a woodpecker's assault on a tree, irksome to those around him. However, Gales remained blissfully absorbed in his reverie until he sensed something amiss. First, he felt a tremor beneath his chair. Although his vision was failing, he could still discern the water cup on his desk vibrating incessantly before it fell to the ground. Startled, Gales spun around, shouting, "Guards! Guards!" His voice was grating, akin to a cat's claws scraping against wood. The guards rushed in, swiftly supporting the Earl. With their assistance, Gales ambled outside, commanding the sharp-eyed members of House Rosby to gaze into the distance. Upon receiving an accurate report, he felt himself weaken in disbelief. The guards around him trembled uncontrollably as the words of the Rosby kin echoed in their ears. Yes, the dire wolf. A banner of the icebound wolf draws near. Before Gales could fully comprehend the gravity of this statement, it struck him like a thunderclap, shattering his thoughts. What of Riverrun? Wasn't his army stationed to the west? How could the northern forces have crossed over? The scene shifts back to roughly a day prior, within the northern encampment. Richard had already conferred with Count Mech and Sir Willis regarding their battle strategy, designating the Stoughton soldiers as the vanguard. Familiar with the terrain, none were better suited for a night raid on the lake encampment, swiftly crossing the river to seize the initiative. Once the plan was solidified, Count Mech promptly set about organizing the troops. The northern forces were divided into approximately 6 battalions, each comprising 400 men at full strength. The standard composition included 60 archers, 30 knights, a mix of cavalry, 60 heavy infantry, with the remainder being light infantry. The Stoughton soldiers led the charge, constituting half of the vanguard, while the other half consisted of mercenaries and a contingent of irregulars from the Riverlands. Originally, the Bolton soldiers were to provide the bulk of the firepower, but their sluggishness had necessitated the inclusion of these newly recruited units. As night enveloped the White Raven River, it resembled a serene maiden, breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were a poem, gently combing her hair by the water's edge. The moonlight occasionally breaking through added a layer of tranquility to the scene. Yet, Richard had no time to admire this picturesque moment. His gaze was resolute, fixated on the tower of Raven's Roost. This was my homeland, my territory. Clutching his weapon tightly, Richard smeared ink across his face, an attempt to render himself inconspicuous, enabling him to approach the enemy undetected. It was said that in Essos, among the mountain clans of the Vale, this was a symbol of honor, endowing the bearer with courage and unparalleled strength. As Richard neared the lake encampment, a rudimentary watchtower loomed on the left bank of the White Raven River. Surely, the lake forces had anticipated such a move. It remained uncertain whether someone had discerned the river's intentions or if they had coerced the nearby farmers from Raven's Roost to reveal their knowledge. At the river shallows, the banner of House Lake fluttered in the air. "Sir, what is that?" Richard's aide inquired, but Richard silenced him with a gesture, pointing ahead. The aide followed his gaze, noticing that the shallows extended beyond just the lake encampment. This encampment was too small to conceal the entirety of the shallows. A brilliant plan flickered through Richard's mind. He remained silent, merely conveying a few simple hand signals, his eyes darting over the scene. The aide understood instantly and directed the troops to move. The Stoughton soldiers lowered their banner, unsheathed their weapons, and pressed them to the ground. They split into approximately 3 small squads of 30 men each, crawling towards the western side of the lake encampment. Their pace was steady, albeit unhurried. The sentinels of the lake encampment engaged in light-hearted banter, their faces illuminated by the flames, oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. As the first torch was ignited, the watchtower of the lake encampment ignited in flames. It was late autumn, the onset of winter approaching, and the air was dry and crisp. The flames erupted with a ferocity that swiftly consumed the surroundings, leaving many soldiers of Lake oblivious to the chaos unfolding, only able to hear the cacophony of frantic shouts. The knights and their men rushed from their tents, lest they become sacrifices to the inferno. The soldiers of Stanton seized the opportunity, not aimlessly hunting down the disoriented troops, but rather setting their sights on the more valuable knights. The black Warhammer banner fluttering at the center of the camp was of utmost importance. At this moment, Richard's hands trembled, his palms moist with perspiration like dewdrops. This was the pivotal moment of the battle. A failure to launch the assault on the camp would spell doom for the entire squad. They could not evade the pursuit of the Lake cavalry from the other kingdoms. Their only hope lay in seeking refuge in the White Crow River, drifting downstream for a chance at survival. As he witnessed the banner of the Lake camp tear asunder and fall into the night, Richard clenched his fist and bellowed, "Charge!" The lieutenant immediately commanded the drummers to sound the call, while the herald waved the banner, and scouts advanced in succession to relay the command from their leader. Chapter 48, Reinforcements, Part 2. The forces led by Count Mechi were positioned to the southwest of the White Crow River, with a thicket serving as a natural barrier. His contingent was the largest, comprising 3 battalions, totaling around 1,200 men. The woods were not extensive, capable of concealing just over 2 battalions. For the sake of strategic concealment, Count Mechi designated 1 battalion as a reserve, stationed at the rear. Their commanding officer, lacking clear combat instructions, would refrain from taking any rash actions. Thus, while the northern forces appeared dispersed, they were, in reality, remarkably cohesive. Especially under the veil of night, when the royal troops could scarcely discern friend from foe. The northern army could swiftly support various fronts. Count Mechi cast a worried glance towards the lake camp, uncertain of Richard's success. If Richard's ambush failed, the entire situation would collapse. The northern army would struggle to defeat the lake troops, whose numbers were comparable, especially in a scenario requiring a river crossing. However, should the issue of crossing be resolved, the fearlessness of the northern men would render the royal forces vulnerable. Count Mechi's gaze flitted between the hooves of his horses and the distant camp, a tension palpable in the air. Despite his extensive experience from numerous battles, even he felt a twinge of anxiety as he remained on watch. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a crow echoed, heralding the arrival of a messenger crow from the lake camp, stirring Count Mechi and his troops. Now, under the cloak of night, even the messenger crow struggled with direction. Yet, its shrill call resonated across the vast fields. Count Mechi swiftly urged his horse forward, leading the charge at the forefront of his ranks. Following the established plan, the Mechi forces advanced from the southwest, poised to strike eastward. The commander of the Lake Army, Rafley, could hardly have anticipated the formidable strike from the north, not from the forces of Richard stationed at the shallow waters, but rather from the southern troops led by Sir Willis, in conjunction with the southwestern forces commanded by Earl Mech together. They executed a coordinated assault on the rear of the Lake Army. Consequently, after Richard's forces seized the shallow crossing, the retreat of the Lake Army was obstructed, leaving their western camp under attack and surrounded on 3 sides, inevitably leading to disarray among their ranks. The northern army functioned like an adept boxer, skillfully disrupting the enemy's strategy with its agile maneuvers. By exploiting openings with one hand feigning an offensive to draw the enemy's gaze, while the other, concealed behind its arm, prepared a lethal strike. Within the lake encampment, Richard had successfully commandeered most of the facilities, though many had been reduced to ashes. Upon witnessing the fall of their main banner, the western contingent of the Lake Army succumbed to panic, scattering in all directions. The knights, recognizing the dire situation, opted to flee to the eastern camp. Although the Richard forces were outnumbered, they managed to capture the watchtower as some of the lake soldiers crossed the river, allowing the northern archers stationed at the advantageous heights to deliver effective fire upon the enemy. The river ran red with the blood of the fallen, and the fish of this year would grow even mightier. At this juncture, to the east of the Lake Army, Earl Rafley emerged swiftly from his tent amidst the gasps of his subordinates. He gazed at the distant plumes of black smoke rising high and the agonizing wails echoing through the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately commanded, "Prepare the troops. Have Sir Rufus assemble a contingent. I will entrust him with the command of the central forces to counter the enemy at once. Let those ungrateful Stantons witness the ferocity of the lake house." With a vigorous swing of his fist, as if wielding a warhammer, Rafley resolved to retaliate against the adversary. His calm demeanor inspired confidence among his subordinates, and the initially frantic lake soldiers and vassals gradually regained their composure. Following their lord's orders for deployment, it must be acknowledged that Rafley exhibited considerable military acumen, though perhaps not well versed in logistics and geography. The majority of the lake soldiers' supplies were sourced from the Western Territories, the Crown, and the Rosby family. Some claim that Rosby was willing to contribute significantly due to promises made by Peter Baelish. Furthermore, the choice of location for the lake encampment was not entirely prudent, while the shallow crossing was indeed a suitable site. The disconnection of the troops would ultimately contribute to their downfall. Nevertheless, Rafley's meticulous nature led him to station his forces southwest of Crow's Nest. Even though this location was relatively distant from the front lines of the conflict, he insisted that his soldiers construct trenches. However, this effort was limited to the frontal battlefield, as the defensive installations to the south of their encampment were virtually non-existent, lacking even a single wooden wall. Given their long journey and limited resources, they primarily focused on preparations for the siege. As a result, while the defensive front of the Lake Army was deemed adequate, their rear was somewhat lacking. Ultimately, this led to a high level of cohesion within the Lake Army, enabling them to muster a significant force for a counterattack even in the face of a night assault. Sir Rufus Lico, a vassal of the Lake family, though bearing the title of knight, was utterly illiterate. His noble lineage and temperament merely endeared him to Lord Revere. His loyalty was beyond question, yet his abilities were somewhat lacking. This was the most generous appraisal one could give him. Sir Rufus organized his troops with reckless ambition. Eager to claim glory, have the cowards of Crow's Roost emerged? I shall crush them, he bellowed, his exuberance unrestrained, flailing about like a drunken gorilla, pounding his chest with fervor, heedless of the danger his sword posed to himself. Knights of the Lico family, witness our loyalty. Charge! For Lake! For the king! The final exclamation was not a clarion call, but rather Rufus's own howl, unabashedly revealing his excitement for battle and thirst for achievement. He surged ahead, with only a handful of retainers on horseback keeping pace. The remainder of his forces lagged behind. Along the way, Rufus encountered numerous fleeing soldiers, their armor discarded in panic. He spat derisively, harboring contempt for these cowards. This disdain made him unwilling to assist comrades who had fallen into the water. Instead, he lashed out with his whip, striking those soldiers who obstructed his path. Thus, under Rufus's unrelenting drive, they crossed the shallows and arrived at the western edge of the lake encampment. As they traversed the shallow waters, their horses instinctively slowed, splashing water that dampened Rufus's trousers. Yet, this did not draw their attention. Even as the crimson hue began to emerge on the soaked fabric. "My lord, something seems amiss." A hired knight bent down to inform Rufus. Prompted by this observation, Rufus glanced up, momentarily perplexed. The splashes had obscured his view. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although much of the encampment lay in ruins, some structures remained intact. Just as Rufus intended to scrutinize further, a blaze erupted from the watchtower within the camp. The flames illuminated their faces, and the furious roars of Stanton's soldiers reverberated through the air. Rufus's realization struck him. This was not the garrison from Crow's Roost. A retainer, galloping from behind, hastily tackled him just as a volley of arrows rained down upon them. Rufus's mind swirled in confusion, but as the blood of his attendant dripped onto his face, he grasped the gravity of the situation. There could not possibly be enough troops within Crow's Roost to seize the encampment. The shock within him morphed into regret for his recklessness. Situated to the northwest of the camp, near the White Raven River, he had been isolated by a hill separating him from the other encampments, leading to a dearth of information. Coupled with Richard's swift capture of the watchtower and the camp's main banner, this confluence of events resulted in Rufus receiving only the barest news of an assault, prompting him to engage without proper intelligence. Had he possessed even a modicum of empathy for his fellow soldiers, he would have realized that the force attacking the camp was not solely comprised of the Crow's Roost garrison. Regrettably, he did not. Richard swiftly led the Stoughton soldiers to encircle him, leaving him no choice but to surrender in resignation. "I hope to receive the treatment I deserve," Rufus declared, casting aside his sword and ordering those around him to cease their resistance. "Of course, my lord," Richard signaled to his men to bind them. The scene shifted to Reverie. "What? Rufus has already launched an attack. That foolish scoundrel." A surge of anger welled up within Reverie, rising from his gut to his chest, ultimately coalescing in his throat, where he exhaled a long breath. "How many enemies are there?" Reverie inquired of the scout. "The numbers are unclear, my lord. The night obscures visibility. However, judging by the intensity of their assault, it cannot exceed 300 men." The camp's downfall began with the destruction of the watchtower. Followed by the felling of the main banner, which led to the troops' retreat, the scout replied swiftly, explaining that he had been observing the battle from the shallow crossing, thus clearly witnessing Richard's maneuvers. Although there was a slight misjudgment regarding the numbers, it sufficed. A fleeting shadow crossed Riveri's eyes. Yet he spoke with an appreciative tone, continued to ascertain the situation. I shall reward you with 50 gold dragons. Upon hearing this, the scout's face brightened, and he promptly bowed and hurried away. The night in the fields was unusually tranquil, yet within the lake camp, no one felt at ease. Repeated defeats had frayed Riveri's nerves. He found it increasingly difficult to calm himself, feeling as if he were ablaze with frustration. Which unit is closest to the river? We cannot allow the enemy to cross peacefully, Riveri shouted, his arms slicing through the air like sharp blades. Reporting, my lord. It is the forces of Dagood, Dak, and Dakwo. The quartermaster of Lake responded. Riveri raised an eyebrow and commanded, order Baron Rasha to assemble the central troops at the camp's heart. Those confronting the garrison at Crow's Nest must not be moved. The remaining forces shall advance towards the White Crow River. I intend to crush this pack of northern whelps. At once, my lord. The knights around him pressed their weapons to their chests, signifying their loyalty to Count Riveri. At that moment, beside the White Crow River, the western lake camp had already been seized by Richard. The remaining lake soldiers either surrendered or were slain, with a few swiftly retreating along the river. After capturing the camp, Richard hoisted the banners of the Icefang Wolf and the black wings of Crow's Nest at the center. This act served to proclaim sovereignty, indicating the camp had changed hands, and simultaneously to bolster morale, signaling to the garrison at Crow's Nest that reinforcements had arrived. Time is victory. Richard understood this principle well, and he immediately ordered his men to establish defensive structures at the shallow crossing, scattering countless iron spikes along the necessary pathways. Subsequently, makeshift wooden walls were hastily constructed from materials sourced on-site and transported from the camp. Richard's forces began preparing for the impending battle as Riveri's army approached with alarming speed. In less than half an hour, Riveri had successfully assembled his troops and led them to the shallows. The sky, having torn away its dark veil, revealed a glimmer of light. Dawn had arrived, invigorating the morale of Lake's forces. The Lake army would not be constrained by the night, which rendered the discernment of friend from foe impossible. Although most soldiers had not rested well, the surge of adrenaline invigorated them nonetheless. Curiosity arose among the ranks. Who was this man? Edmund Stark of House Stark did not resemble him. Could he be Robb Stark, the one who fancied himself a king? Huh, ridiculous. Riveri scoffed, having assessed the entirety of the enemy's force, merely around 400 men. This made his own contingent of 1,400 vastly superior, rendering the opposition insignificant. A squire of the Lake family, hailing from noble lineage, spurred his horse forward to the space between the two armies, proclaiming to Richard's side, "Before you stands the Earl of Moorgate, the commander of the king's forces, one of the most loyal supporters of the great King Joffrey. Lord Riveri Lake. Insolent interloper, state your name." The tone of Lake's inquiry and self-introduction dripped with disdain and arrogance, provoking visible displeasure among a number of Staunton soldiers, who felt their lord had been affronted. As loyal guardians of House Staunton, they shared in each other's glory and misfortune alike. Richard, with a subtle gesture to his aide, prompted him to raise the black-winged banner once more. The aide rode forth and declared to Lake's forces, "Before you stands the friend of the North, the vanquisher of the mountain, the heir of Crow's Nest, Richard Staunton." Though the aide's voice was not loud, it was sufficiently clear for both lords to hear. Riveri's eyes narrowed, a calculating glint within them, as he absently rubbed his fingers together while inquiring of his attendant about the movements of the rear troops. It became evident that his aim in engaging in this dialogue with Richard was to delay until his reinforcements arrived, intending to leverage their numerical superiority to crush the enemy. However, as a noble of the king's realm, Riveri chose to extend a degree of respect towards Richard, or rather, towards the Staunton family, which was also of the king's domain. He informed Richard, "Staunton, is it? Should you wish to surrender and pledge your allegiance to King Joffrey, I would be inclined to recommend you, thereby sparing your family from calamity." With an air of pride, Riveri raised his head and spoke to his attendant. Richard, upon hearing this, resolutely replied, "Impossible." Chapter 49, Reinforcements, Part 3. The war horn sounded, and the battle at the shallows erupted. Lake's forces raised their battle flags, with a concentrated cadre of light infantry leading the charge. In contrast, Richard opted for a defensive strategy, positioning his troops around wooden walls and watchtowers for perimeter protection. Although the river's waters at the shallows were less formidable than upstream, A reckless advance with heavy armor or cavalry would still invite perilous consequences. Heavy armor would become cumbersome in the river's embrace, while cavalry would lose their speed advantage as the horses struggled to traverse the terrain. In response, Sir Dagud decisively issued the command. He ordered the soldiers of the three houses to lead the charge, declaring that whoever could breach the enemy's formation would be rewarded with 200 gold dragons. Baron Rasha divided his troops into waves for the assault. The crow's nest lay to the north, and any dispersal of the forces could lead to unfavorable circumstances. Upon receiving the order, the light infantry began their advance. Although they were light infantry, they progressed at a slow yet steady pace across the turbulent river, careful to avoid being drenched by splashing water that might obscure their vision. Richard stood atop the watchtower, where the situation below was clear and any changes were easily discernible from his elevated position. "Oclara, prepare to fire," Richard shouted down, commanding his aide to relay the shooting orders. The aide, upon hearing this, immediately instructed the herald to wave the flag. Richard's archers, positioned advantageously on the heights, began to rain arrows down upon the enemies on the shallow banks. Though the arrows were somewhat scattered, their increasing numbers formed a considerable cloud above. This dark mass surged towards the troops of Lake. However, the vanguard, composed of noble retainers, recognized the flashes emanating from Richard's forces. Sir Dagud swiftly grasped the enemy's intent and commanded, "Shield up! Advance!" The troops of the three houses, utilizing their shields, withstood the initial barrage from Richard's forces and continued their advance, closing in on Richard's men. Sir Dagud was no fool devoid of military acumen. Despite his fall from grace, he had received a basic noble education. Although he outwardly expressed no discontent with Earl Revere's arrangements, inwardly, he felt a growing annoyance. Damn Lake! Had it not been for the chaos in Mornvale, who would allow them to dictate terms here? In the days of the Blood Dragon's dance, Mornvale had been a loyal guardian of Targaryen. Now, alas, Lake had become a mere pawn of the Lannisters. And who could tell whether the wretch Joffrey seated upon the throne was a stag or a lion? Sir Dagud's sentiments echoed the thoughts of many weakened minor nobles in the middle class. They desired to shield their families from the horrors of war. A victory would yield them no benefit, while a defeat would leave them at the mercy of the conquerors. Yet, with a roof overhead, one must bow their head. Reluctantly, he steeled himself for the impending clash. Judging the distance to Richard's forces, and with only about 10 meters remaining, he commanded decisively, "Charge!" The soldiers of the three houses erupted in a battle cry as they charged. Not to be outdone, Richard ordered his men to beat their shields in response. Meanwhile, Oclara seized the moment, unleashing arrows amidst the enemy's advance, thereby curbing their momentum. At the forefront of the charge, Sir Dagud shone resplendently in his armor. Though he drew the attention of enemy archers, the quality of his armor ensured that the arrows merely grazed him, leaving him with a dull ache in his chest as he pressed on with the charge. Richard stood atop the watchtower, gazing downward as Sir Dagud led his forces into a fierce melee with Richard's troops. The two sides clashed with fervor, comprising seasoned noble mercenaries who fought with a level of discipline absent in the inexperienced militia who charged blindly or crawled on the ground. These soldiers operated in squads, adept at mutual support and cooperation, effectively dismantling the enemy's defenses. A wooden wall, crafted from locally sourced oak, stood beside the shallow waters, featuring a strategically designed gap intended for siege warfare. The majority of the wall structure could withstand arrows from the defenders, while the attacking forces could exploit the opening to fire upon them. Now, this wooden barrier had been brought to the front line, where Richard's army employed it as a chevaux de frise, an obstruction to intercept the enemy. Many of Dagud's soldiers found themselves hindered by this barrier, engaging in combat with Richard's forces. Though the Dagud soldiers could not penetrate the wall, Richard's men were free to shoot at them from within. However, this seemingly impregnable defense soon revealed a vulnerability. One Dagud soldier seized a flask from his belt, uncorked it, and doused the wooden structure, igniting it with a match. The wall burst into flames. Cursed be this coward! The Stuntun soldiers erupted in furious exclamations, yet they quickly regrouped, assisting their wounded comrades as they retreated to the next line of defense, which Richard observed intently. Abandoning the first wooden wall, the soldiers withdrew to the second. Ockle had already taken his position at the forefront, prepared to lead. Should Sir Wylis and Earl Mek arrive too late, Ockle was to lead the troops to Raven's Perch, where Richard's father would provide support. Richard conveyed his instructions to his attendant, casting a glance at the man whose hair matched his own and whose nose stood as proud. A sense of disorientation washed over Richard. The attendant was perhaps his cousin. He could barely recall. Ever since his father, Lord Roswell, pledged allegiance to Lord Edmund. The fate of the Stuntun family had become inextricably linked to the north. Richard exhaled deeply, his breath manifesting as a white arrow soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, his hands instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword, the weight offering him a semblance of clarity. The attendant, feeling a pang of reluctance, attempted to dissuade him. "My lord, you need not burden yourself so. Stark has given us little. At Harrenhal, despite our utmost efforts, he bestowed it upon that despicable mercenary." The attendant's words, laced with disdain and resentment, reached Richard's ears, causing his expression to harden. "Silence, you fool. This is no matter of rewards or mercenaries. The Stuntun family values honor. Our lineage is long and steadfast, unlike those capricious families lacking foundation. Having pledged to fight for Stark, we must remain steadfast," Richard reprimanded, exhaling with agitation in an attempt to calm himself. Yet, the arrival of a messenger soon informed him that Lake's forces had begun to divide into formations, crossing the shallows to encircle their camp. This compelled Richard to cast but a fleeting glance at the attendant before he resumed his observation of the unfolding situation. The Lake army had assembled their equipment, forming a line on the eastern edge of the shallows. The soldiers in the front row predominantly donned dark gray armor, likely the private troops of the Lake family. The ranks on either side appeared somewhat inferior, even from a distance. One could discern the lack of a proper sheen on their armaments. It seemed they lacked the financial means to equip all their soldiers adequately. "Advance. The noble leading the troops must take the lead, so that the wretched spawn of Stuntun may witness our valor." "Ha!" Rivley exclaimed with fervor. Though he was no longer in his prime, the prospect of commanding thousands still ignited his blood. Such exhilaration, during peacetime, could only be rivaled by the thrill of the hunt. With Count Rivley riding forth, the knights and vassals of the Lake family were compelled to muster their courage and charge ahead. They formed the front line, while most of their accompanying soldiers were relegated to the rear. Only a handful of attendants were able to remain at their side. Richard's expression was tense, his gaze frequently drifting toward the southeastern horizon of the White Crow River, where he had hoped to witness the scene he longed for. However, the Lake army was still in preparation, their knights converging to expand their gains behind Sir Degude. Sir Degude, shielded by his attendants, retreated to the cover of a wooden barricade. As he wiped the blood from his face, he spat in contempt at Rivley's actions. "That damned Lake is taking advantage of our lack of a lord. If the Darkland family were still around, he wouldn't dare show his face here." Sir Degude's words were not without merit. As a distant relative of the defunct ruling family of the now-vanished Twilight Town, the strength of the Degude family had diminished considerably. If this were still the era of Targaryen rule, prior to the Twilight Town uprising, their three houses would have been among the foremost noble powers in the kingdom, for the vassals and lands of Twilight Town comprised nearly 1/5 of the royal domain. Nonetheless, the current military leader remained Rivley Lake. Regardless of Degude's resentment, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. The troops began to slow their advance. "We must not let our men perish upon this cursed land. Await the Lake army, and prepare for a second charge. Let us first regroup behind the wooden barricade and regain our strength." Sir Degude's voice resonated across the field, prompting his aide to act decisively. Some soldiers from the front ranks fell back, while the remainder retreated behind the barricade to rest and recuperate. The battle had raged for half an hour, and most soldiers began to feel the strain of fatigue, although they were all light infantry. The shallow terrain combined with the river's resistance and the enemy's arrows had significantly drained their stamina. In contrast, Richard's forces benefited from the protective cover of their fortifications, allowing them to conserve energy. However, when the soldiers of Stuntun beheld the vast numbers of the Lake army, a tremor of apprehension coursed through them. After all, the enemy is about to descend like an overwhelming tide, a force of a completely different magnitude. Richard refrained from elaborating further, shouting, "Akal, lead the first squad to withdraw, and the second squad to advance." Richard had only one phalanx. For the sake of effective command, he divided his forces into 3 squads. The first squad, responsible for frontline infiltration, would breach the enemy's defenses and penetrate their camp. This mission had already met with great success, followed by the second squad, which needed to coordinate with the frontline troops to capture the camp. The third squad was the most critical, serving as Richard's reserve, poised to deliver a decisive blow at the pivotal moment of battle. Now, the Lake army launched an assault, and Degude's troops had seized the first line of defense. The situation for Richard's side took a sharp downturn. However, as the Lake army regrouped, a dazzling white light flashed from the south of the White Crow River. Richard gazed southward, a subtle smile curving his lips. "What is that over there?" A sharp-eyed soldier noticed the stones on the ground trembling and looked up in confusion. It was known that the Lake Army had not yet charged. Their front lines consisted solely of nobles and knights. Logically, there should not be any significant disturbance. The soldier's eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment as the white light dazzled his vision, and as his sight gradually clarified, he discerned the source of the light. It was a banner emblazoned with the sigil of the Ice Wolf. Exclamations erupted within the Lake Army. What is happening? Why is Stark appearing from the rear? Whose troops are these? Damn it. Quickly inform the Earl, do not charge. At this moment, 3 kilometers from the camp, in the forest, the troops led by Count Meiji gradually emerged. They were well equipped, marching in unison as they approached the Lake Army at a steady pace. Revere was still oblivious to the impending danger, having just donned his armor with the assistance of his attendants. Are the Lake men ready to charge? However, the commander's fervor failed to ignite the enthusiasm of those present. As the herald rushed through, he finally reached Revere. Revere glared at the herald in irritation but allowed him to approach. With a sidelong glance, he impatiently inquired, "What is it?" A large number of enemy troops have appeared to the south, bearing the Ice Wolf banner of Stark. The herald gasped, breathless. Revere immediately straightened, disbelief evident in his eyes. How is that possible? What about the watchtowers I deployed to the south? Revere's attendants exchanged glances, and finally, the tallest among them stepped forward, saying, "My lord, we deployed along the river. The southern forest is dense, not easily scouted like the plains or fields." As these words reached Revere's ears, he felt a surge of suppressed rage. At this moment, Sir Gawain got interjected. "Count Revere, this is not the time to quibble over such matters. We must make a decision immediately. Lord Gales's royal forces are still 30 miles away. Now, our troops are amassed at the shallows. If we do not act decisively, we shall doom all these forces here." Sir Gawain speaks sensibly, yet the nobles have lost their reason, particularly in the absence of Earl Revere's voice. They are in disarray. Their earlier unity against Richard has dissipated, giving way to discord. If it were up to me, I would suggest surrendering outright, whether they are Lannisters or Baratheons. The throne will not fall to me. We should heed Lord Revere's command. He is the Lord of Duskvale, a noble of the highest standing. Who are they? A family that seized power amidst the turmoil of Duskvale to command us. The various nobles of the Vale are embroiled in heated disputes over their own interests. Revere had originally sought to disperse them to better maneuver the troops, but now a hasty charge has disrupted all of that. Revere feels a headache coming on. Pressing his hand to his forehead, even the recent comments that tarnished his family's reputation go unacknowledged. Prepare the troops. Revere wants to shout, but the words stick in his throat, unable to escape, like a fish gasping for air. It is his attendant who realizes this and loudly commands the others to cease their bickering. All the nobles turn once more to Revere, awaiting his address. The troops will be deployed as originally planned, with the soldiers of House Lake at the forefront. The others may disperse with their forces. Upon concluding his words, Revere feels a sense of resignation, as though he is deflated like a punctured football, slumping slightly on his horse. Sir Gawain and the landless knights are bewildered. But soon Revere's remarks silence their doubts. The enemy is clearly prepared. Our troops were initially stationed by the White Crow River. The hills to the northwest obstructed communication, while those to the southeast hindered our visibility. The moment we chose to reclaim our camp, we had already lost this battle. If I surmise correctly, some of the defenders of Crow's Nest have already infiltrated our ranks. We are to be sliced apart, then surrounded and annihilated. Revere's voice grows softer, akin to a defeated rooster stripped of its former glory. Yet soon, he regains his composure, his gaze resolute. Regardless, I am the leader of House Lake, the Earl of Duskvale. There is no reason to surrender. Revere clenches his fist, indifferent to the pain of flesh piercing, blood seeping from his palm. Sir Gawain does not choose to retreat. He resolutely draws his sword and proclaims, "I am a descendant of House Gott, and my ancestor, Galwin the Kingsguard, sacrificed his life for loyalty. Today his progeny have not lost such courage. The glory of House Gott shall be exalted upon the spilling of our enemy's blood." The determination of Sir Gawain and Earl Revere continues to inspire a portion of the nobles, who rally, shouting their loyalty as they charge towards the enemy. In the year 299 of the Westerosi calendar, during autumn, Lord Riverrun, the Count of the Vale, engaged in battle with Richard Stark, the heir of Winterfell, the Wolfguard, and commander of the North. Due to Riverrun's own recklessness, the Lannister forces fell into a trap, resulting in the near-total annihilation of their army. Riverrun was captured, and the remaining nobles, both high and low, were taken prisoner. Under Richard's leadership, the Northern Army advanced towards the eastern forces of the Vale. Chapter 50. Confiding with Bolton invitations for feasible matters do not necessitate commands. Power can exert its utmost efficacy when enveloped in the guise of etiquette. Outside the window, a raven circled high above, occasionally emitting a harsh cry that was both jarring and awakening. Edmund sat beside the window, as composed as a sentinel, gazing outward while taking a sip of tea. The fragrant leaves unfurled in his mouth, bringing forth a subtle smile upon his lips. Knock, knock. The seemingly untimely sound of a knock echoed suddenly. My lord, Count Bolton has arrived. Upon hearing the servant's voice, Edmund tilted his gaze slightly. Yes, please let him in. As the door creaked open, Count Bolton entered the room. The Count's expression revealed no hint of change. His eyes resembled a desolate well, and an aura of cold indifference surrounded him. Edmund did not shy away from his scrutinizing gaze upon Bolton. He simply rose, extended his hand for a handshake, and gestured for him to sit. This was the demeanor befitting the second son of House Stark, demonstrating both authority and respect towards his vassals. A lord who ceases to extend respect to his subordinates will find it reciprocated in kind. This lesson, imparted by Ned, was firmly etched in Edmund's mind. As Edmund assessed Bolton, the latter was also observing him. After the recent battles, Lord Roose was acutely aware of Edmund's wariness towards him. This sentiment was understandable. Bolton's infamous reputation was well known throughout the North. Moreover, instilling fear in others was a mark of power and prestige. Bolton took pride in the fear he evoked. Once Lord Roose settled into his seat, Edmund spoke. Lord Roose, I must first express my gratitude for your contributions to the North. In the Battle of the God's Eye, and during several encounters with the Lannisters, you have led the charge, earning significant commendations for the North. Lord Roose's demeanor stiffened, and he momentarily held his breath upon hearing these words. However, his face remained impassive, though his arms involuntarily tensed. I shall propose to my brother that, upon our victory against the false king of the Lannisters, the banner of Bolton will be raised over Casterly Rock, and you shall henceforth be acknowledged as a duke. Roose's eyes narrowed, his lips pressed together into a thin line, the surrounding skin taut. He found this young Stark somewhat inscrutable, unsure of his true intentions. Nevertheless, after a brief pause, Roose responded with a trace of respect. In my view, Casterly Rock is far too precious. The Bolton family has fought for the Starks for centuries out of a sense of duty. Our battle is solely for our liege lord, and that is sufficient. Casterly Rock is unnecessary, being far too distant. The Boltons have long grown accustomed to weathering the storms of ice and snow together. Moreover, in the North, there can only be one sovereign, which means that the remaining heirs of the royal family will each possess their own fief in the future. The fate of Castle Carhold presents a more favorable option. Count Luss spoke succinctly, initially acquiescing to Edmund's praise of the Bolton family, thus bestowing him with honor. He then appealed to reason and sentiment, returning the contentious Castle Carhold back to Edmund. The Bolton family, with a lineage spanning a millennium, once proclaimed themselves under the banner of the Red King. Should they depart from the North and venture into the West, their influence and familial power would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Nobility across Westeros, it can be said, are inherently nostalgic. While the Baratheons have held the throne for nearly a decade, beneath the surface, unrest brews. The last scion of House Targaryen is amassing forces across the narrow sea, and ambitious vassals are increasingly unable to restrain their desires. Certain nobles, still loyal to the Targaryens, secretly refer to King Robert as a usurper. Thus, it is evident how arduous it is to govern a fief that does not rightfully belong to oneself. After listening to Count Luss, Edmund lightly tapped the back of the table. You seem quite knowledgeable about the future circumstances, my Lord Bolton. On behalf of House Stark, I extend my deepest gratitude for your assistance. Should you find Castle Carhold undesirable, you may choose any gold mine in the West as recompense for the Boltons. Luss felt a flicker of intrigue, yet he was beginning to grasp the situation. Indeed, in the next moment, Edmund unveiled his true intentions. I have heard that the Boltons are in need of supplies. Therefore, I have proposed to Lord Mandrill of White Harbor that a fresh shipment of provisions be sent to the Boltons. I hope you can expedite this matter and deploy your forces to the front lines. Although the Riverlands have allied with the North, the Lannisters still possess the Crownlands and the West. The gap between us is not insurmountable, particularly after the devastating losses suffered by the families of the North in the Battle of the God's Eye. The strength of House Bolton makes it the most suitable leader for this endeavor. Edmund adeptly countered Luss's objections, leveraging the fact that all families in the North have suffered losses yet continue to fight, thus compelling the Boltons to muster their forces. Otherwise, Richard's army could have included nearly half again as many soldiers, providing a significant advantage in battle. Count Luss remained silent. but the intensity of his gaze fixed upon Edmund revealed his displeasure. Edmund, undeterred, met Luss's stare. Ultimately, this exchange concluded with Count Luss being the first to withdraw his gaze. "As you command, my lord," he conceded. "Indeed," Luss and Edmund replied in unison. In the next moment, Edmund lifted the teapot and poured tea into the cup before Count Luss, filling it slowly. "You are a wise lord. Even while I was learning swordsmanship in Winterfell, I was aware of the esteemed name of House Bolton. My father, Ned, has always held you in high regard. He spoke of you as an exceptional vassal, one of the foremost lords of the North." As the tea cascaded from the pot into the cup, Edmund set the teapot down gently and continued, "I wish to seek your counsel on how to govern my own lands. After all, as Lord Lussberg stated, I will inevitably have a territory to manage in the future. It is never detrimental to gain knowledge beforehand." Lord Lussberg's eyes glimmered as he remarked, "A tranquil populace and peaceful lands. That is the essence of my governance." Upon hearing this, Edmund raised an eyebrow and jestingly replied, "Is that so? I had thought the governance of Bolton was akin to their banner. Those stripped bare possess little in the way of secrets, and those flayed have none at all. At times, I even consider this a motto of House Bolton." Huh. The corners of Lord Lussberg's mouth twitched upwards, perhaps amused or simply adhering to the decorum of a polite smile. Indeed, Bolton's emblem of the flayed man serves as a method of rule. "We are not madmen. We have continually sought to learn from House Stark. You and your family symbolize benevolence and justice." As he spoke of benevolence and justice, Lord Lussberg's voice rose in pitch, indicating his strong endorsement of the Stark family's principles. Edmund pondered silently whether Lord Lussberg was entirely devoted to the Starks. If Bolton could wholeheartedly serve Robb in the future, he would be an exceptional choice, a powerful vassal. As long as mutual trust and cooperation flourished between liege and lord, the North would surely thrive. Edmund rose and paced the room, while Lord Lussberg, appearing somewhat anxious, placed his hand at his waist. A mere sidelong glance from Edmund captured the moment. It seemed prudent to delay matters concerning Bolton. "Let us conclude our discussion for today. Lord Lussberg, please prepare yourself, for we shall journey to the Trident." With a sweeping gesture of his arm, Edmund nodded, signaling that Lord Lussberg could take his leave. "At your command, my lord," Lord Lussberg responded, placing his hand upon his chest and bowing his head before exiting the room. Once Lord Lussberg had departed, Edmund seized a quill and parchment from the table and began to write. "Robb, though I do not endorse your ascension to kingship, as family, I shall always stand by your side. I have dispatched a raven to Sansa, and Arya's whereabouts remain uncertain. May the old gods protect her and turn her fortunes around. I am honored by your appointment of me as the master of coin, yet I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. Thus, I shall offer a few suggestions for your cabinet." Edmund tapped the table and continued to write. "No one is more suited for the role of master of coin than Lord Manderley, despite White Harbor's insufficient assistance. However, I trust in Sir Wylis's character and their loyalty. The Manderley family, having migrated from the south, is well versed in dealings with the Iron Bank. It would be ill-advised to appoint Lord Lussberg as the Master of Whisperers, for Bolton excels at manipulating hearts. Lord Amber would be a far superior choice, though often boisterous. He is astute and capable, making him well-suited for the role of Master of Whisperers." As he penned the letter, the faces of Lord Lussberg and Lord Amber flickered through Edmund's mind. "For the arrangement of the remaining ministers, I suggest heeding Sir Bryndon's counsel. The Tullys are our closest allies, and if the position of Hand of the King can be entrusted to Uncle Edmure, he possesses the lineage and experience, even if his abilities may be lacking." Having completed his letter, Edmund rolled it up and placed it upon the raven's leg. As Edmund watched the raven disappear into the distance, he felt the chilling wind pierce his bones, leaving his mind somewhat foggy. Chapter 51. The Death of Ned. I am the king. Those fools are merely jesters, fit only to perform in the streets, delighting others as grotesque little clowns. Inside the Red Keep, Joffrey Baratheon II was bellowing at his mother, Cersei Lannister, his snarling visage starkly contrasting with his once handsome golden locks. His uncle Tyrion stifled a laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, while his sister, the Queen Regent Cersei, wore a frown of concern. "Joffrey, you are the king now. All of Westeros should bow at your feet. Thus, you must always uphold the dignity of your station," Cersei soothed her son. Yet the young king disregarded her counsel, continuing his tirade. Though he gasped for breath, it seemed that this was the only way to vent his pent-up fury. Perhaps he sought to instill fear in others, to affirm his authority, no longer wishing to be treated as a mere child. Cersei, however, remained oblivious to his intent. She reached out to stroke Joffrey's forehead, reminiscent of the days when he would nestle in her lap as a child. In response, Joffrey stubbornly waved her hand away. Cersei was not angered. She offered her utmost patience and tenderness to her son. Indeed, a king must always exude majesty. The North currently thrives. Had it not been for the intervention of the king's grandfather at the Riverlands, Robb Stark might have already breached King's Landing. Tyrion remarked with a hint of jest, his eyebrows arching comically, his demeanor provoking laughter. Whether his comment was a veiled jab at the king's recent remarks or merely a reflection of his own twisted humor was uncertain. Cersei frowned at this, finding his words both crude and detrimental to the dignity of the crown. Yet, Joffrey found amusement in it, swaying back and forth as he chuckled. "Ah yes, uncle. That little pup. What a fitting description. And those 2 stags from the south. How I lament not having the pleasure of slaying the traitors myself. My 2 so-called uncles, huh? They have already determined their fates. Otherwise, I would have surely beheaded them and displayed their heads upon the spikes of the Red Keep for all to witness the price of rebellion." Tyrion shook his head uneasily, diverting his gaze from Joffrey, fearing that further observation would elicit uncontrollable laughter. This king could be exasperatingly naïve, utterly unmindful of others' perceptions, and completely unconcerned about the repercussions of his reckless words. Yet Tyrion quickly reminded himself that he was indeed Joffrey's uncle, and the Lannisters were deeply mired in turmoil. If the current predicament was not addressed properly, it was no exaggeration to say that the Lannister name might well cease to exist. This thought led Tyrion to ponder his own fate should the Lannisters fall. Perhaps I shall endure a lifetime of mockery within the circus, never again to witness the golden dragon reveling in the brothels. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. How utterly dreadful. Tyrion retracted his previous twitching expression, adopting a more solemn demeanor. He pondered carefully before articulating, "We cannot wage war on multiple fronts. The North has always been a steadfast supporter of the crown." Before Tyrion could finish his statement, Joffrey interjected vehemently, "They are traitors, having forsaken their oaths to the crown. They deserve to burn in hell." A true king would never compromise, for he knows it to be a mark of weakness. Gradually, Tyrion's face also contorted with irritation. He rose from his specially crafted chair, his short legs stamping upon the ground as he approached Joffrey. Though diminutive in stature, at that moment he resembled a roaring lion. This was not compromise, but rather a sensible strategy regarding the situation. The Lannisters, along with half the realm, could not simultaneously engage in conflict with 2 kingdoms, especially with the Iron Islands and the Vale to consider, and Dorne's position remains ambiguous. We must seek a truce with one side, and presently we possess an excellent bargaining chip. Tyrion gazed intently at Joffrey, his eyes betraying no hint of retreat. Joffrey's previously menacing visage gradually settled into calm, his hunched form slowly straightening as he nervously swallowed. "Though I harbor no fondness for the imp Tyrion, I must concede that he speaks the truth. Restoring Ned Stark to the North would secure a truce. Jaime is also in the hands of the Northerners, which benefits both parties." Cersei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her hand gripping her sleeve tightly as Tyrion continued, "Jaime may not return, but the Northerners will care for him. One Stark can only secure a truce, and that is contingent upon their willingness. The initiative lies with the North, not us. Unless we can find another Stark to use as leverage, there may yet be a glimmer of hope." With that, Tyrion turned to signal the servant to pour wine, his throat parched after such lengthy discourse. Joffrey narrowed his eyes, his hands clenched into fists, teeth grinding ominously, reminiscent of a porcupine displaying its quills. After some deliberation, Cersei addressed Tyrion, "As for the other Stark, I have some insight. That little girl named Arya surely has not escaped King's Landing. Consider, how could an underage girl survive in the capital without money or family? Moreover, even without Arya, the Starks remain unaware of the truth. We can dictate the narrative." Gulping down the wine, Tyrion felt a refreshing wave invigorate him. "Of course, you may proceed as you wish. Yet the Starks can also act similarly. We must deliberate carefully regarding Jaime's situation." Tyrion's voice resonated throughout the hall, not overly loud, yet clear enough for all to hear. Cersei's lips curled downward, though the corners lifted slightly, her eyes brimming with discontent towards Tyrion. At last, Joffrey brought the discussion to a close, stating his desire to witness Ned Stark confess his transgressions, after which he could don the black garb and proceed to the wall. Cersei, for the first time since the onset of the war, displayed a satisfied smile, pleased by Joffrey's unexpected maturity. Tyrion nodded in agreement, asserting that it was indeed a prudent choice. Here, they could employ some well-placed fabrications. As far as he knew, Lord Ned had been languishing in the dungeons, oblivious to the circumstances at hand, leveraging a child as a means to coerce a father. Though it was somewhat distasteful, he feared there was no better alternative. Upon finishing his remarks, Tyrion stuck out his tongue, licking his lips in an effort to savor every last drop of wine. Thus, the trial of Ned Stark was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, to be held at the execution grounds under the watchful eyes of the people of King's Landing. Meanwhile, within the Night's Watch encampment in King's Landing, a disheveled young man was practicing swordsmanship with a middle-aged gentleman. The contest between the youth and the older man, while spirited, lacked the gravitas of a true duel of life and death. The young man was notably lacking in strength, his arms slender as those of a pampered noblewoman. The middle-aged man wielded a dull sword, while the youth brandished a rapier, thrusting repeatedly. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not grasp the hem of the older man's garment. Continue. Keep your hands steady. Maintain your grip. The older man encouraged him. Finally, at a moment when the older man's wrist rotated, the dull blade began to twirl, compromising his ability to exert force. Seizing the opportunity, the young man swiftly bent forward, tucking in his arms, and with his back foot pushing off with vigor, he propelled himself like an arrow released from a bow, catching the older man off guard and striking him directly, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. As the older man toppled, the onlookers erupted in delighted cheers. Among them, those confined within the prisoner cart were the most animated, shouting and pounding on the cart as if to drum in support. However, the young man did not share in their elation. He quickly rushed forward to assist the older man to his feet. "Yoren, your swordsmanship seems lacking. A mere child has bested you. Perhaps you should return to farming instead of serving as a night's watchman." The criminals in the cart jeered loudly. Yet Yoren appeared unfazed, having long since developed immunity to such mockery. He took the young girl Arya's hand and, rising, remarked, "Well done, Wysar." Note: Arya is currently using the alias Wysar, a surname associated with bastards in the Riverlands. This phrase bore a hint of ambiguity, yet Arya felt no disquiet, perhaps due to Jon's influence, leading her to harbor no negative sentiments towards bastards. The surrounding individuals also failed to perceive any impropriety, likely believing that the bastard had grown accustomed to such appellations. The Night's Watchman, Yoren, after rising, beckoned Arya aside and spoke with a grave expression. "I bear ill tidings. The Red Keep has issued an announcement, declaring that Lord Eddard Stark will be tried at the execution grounds. I suspect they intend either to execute him or to make him don the black, casting him away from all." Upon hearing this, Arya's gaze shot up, her pupils dilating in sheer shock. A desperate urge to rescue her father, Ned, rose to her lips, only to be swallowed back down. She recognized her own limitations, aware that enlisting Yoren for such a venture would be futile, even if he heeded her plea. It would only be a futile endeavor, a path to certain doom. Arya lowered her head, attempting to veil her tears, yet her quivering voice betrayed her turmoil. Yoren, not particularly adept at offering comfort, turned his head away, gently embracing Arya as she mourned. The following midday, as the sun blazed overhead, the light in King's Landing was particularly intense, especially during the deep autumn when the air grew increasingly frigid. Even under the fierce rays, one would feel merely a warm embrace, free from the fear of sunburn. King Joffrey, accompanied by his mother and a throng of nobles, sat by the judgment table. Even in the execution of a traitor, Joffrey insisted on having his court jesters present, their faces adorned with powder, evidently having been meticulously prepared for the occasion. The execution grounds were already thronged with onlookers. The citizens and merchants of King's Landing had gathered. Their anger was directed not at the injustice of the situation, but rather at the proclamations made by the Kingsguard, under Cersei's direction, branding Ned as a traitor and the architect of chaos in Westeros. These ignorant masses, lacking any understanding of the true circumstances, readily accepted the narrative spun by the Lannisters, who easily stirred the emotions of a portion of the crowd. Thus, as Ned was blindfolded and brought to the scaffold, enraged commoners hurled eggs and tomatoes at him. All around him was darkness, his senses dulled. After spending so long in the dungeons, the sunlight felt jarringly foreign. When the blindfold was finally torn away and light flooded his eyes, Ned blinked repeatedly, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself from the brightness, only to realize the futility of this action. His arms were bound, and the projectiles from the King's Landing populace struck him like arrows. While most missed, those that connected caused considerable pain. Ned could distinctly feel the swelling and ache where he had been hit, likely a consequence of his prolonged malnutrition in the dungeons. The sound of eggs shattering released a foul stench, provoking a wave of nausea within him. As his vision transitioned from blur to clarity, the realization that the voices cursing him were not Lannisters, but rather the common folk of King's Landing, struck him as incredulous. Was this truly the populace he sought to protect? Ultimately, it was King Joffrey who quelled the throng, raising his arm in triumph. a self-satisfied grin adorning his face. The citizens of King's Landing ceased their outcry, their attention fixed upon their king. The commanding sensation it bestowed upon Joffrey was intoxicating. As the muscles beside his nose twitched in an effort to suppress a grin. Today marked an extraordinary occasion. The traitor Ned Stark would meet his demise. He was to pay the price for his disloyalty and betrayal of his friend. Now let us listen to his confession and last words. As his words fell, Joffrey pointed towards Ned, igniting the crowd's emotions once more. They hurled objects at Ned in fury, their faces contorted in rage as they cursed him. Tyrion, seated nearby, beckoned Cersei closer with a subtle gesture. Cersei narrowed her eyes, clearly displeased, yet she leaned in. How can you be certain that Ned Stark will admit his guilt? After all, he values his honor above all else, Tyrion inquired softly. In response, Cersei merely pursed her lips in a slight smirk, seemingly mocking his timidity. A lion does not fear whispers, she disdainfully retorted, her confidence in her actions unwavering. Turning her neck, Cersei pondered for a moment before deciding to explain herself to Tyrion. Considering it an act of mercy, a small favor. Her laughter grew, and Tyrion remained oblivious, instead becoming somewhat entranced. The woman's smile was beguilingly beautiful. Tyrion's tense throat, devoid of unnecessary movement, was testament to this. As Cersei leaned closer, her voice, neither loud nor soft but imbued with force, resonated as if it were her loudest whisper. I have arranged for the spider to handle this matter. He is not like some who only know how to defy me. Her words struck Tyrion like a warning, causing his pupils to slightly tremble. He instinctively swallowed and turned his gaze toward the execution grounds, where the spider, Varys, stood clad in a loose robe, his attention fixed on Ned Stark, utterly oblivious to Tyrion's stare. This offered Tyrion a modicum of comfort. Yet when he met Cersei's gaze, a shiver coursed through him, his breath momentarily caught. Sometimes, he could not comprehend why his sister consistently regarded him with such disdain. She adored Jaime's words. Why? They were both her brothers. With a hint of frustration, Tyrion let his head droop, while Cersei had already redirected her focus towards Ned. She had never cared for Tyrion, nor for anything concerning him. The sun blazed ever hotter, and standing beneath its relentless rays for too long could induce weariness. The restless commoners had beads of sweat trickling down their faces. Ned did his utmost to stand tall, stubbornly shaking off the grasp of the red-robed guards beside him. Glancing around, he confirmed that the figure he sought was nowhere to be found before addressing the crowd. I am Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell. Traitor! A voice erupted from the crowd, followed by an egg hurled, splattering against Ned. With a sense of resignation, Ned hunched slightly, hoping to conserve what little strength he had left, for he had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time. I am a friend of King Robert, personally chosen as his prime minister. His passing fills me with profound sorrow, and I must confess something. I betrayed him. A chorus of boos erupted around me. While Joffrey and Cersei laughed with even greater delight, everything was proceeding according to plan. Tyrion, though still grieving, steeled himself and observed every move Ned made. In a corner unnoticed by all, Varys was quietly reaching into his sleeve pocket. The makeup on his face, dampened by sweat, began to slide, and he hunched over, striving to avoid drawing attention. My betrayal of Robert lay in my failure to protect his kingdom adequately. The boy seated on the throne, Joffrey, is but a bastard. He is not the progeny of Robert Baratheon. Rather, he is the product of the Lannister incest. Only the heirs of Baratheon are worthy of occupying this throne. My words flowed seamlessly, leaving everyone bewildered. The Red Cloaks stood helplessly, unable to act without Cersei's orders. Cersei's mouth gaped in shock. Joffrey was the first to regain his senses, his face contorted with rage. Kill him. Behead him. Sir Ilan Payne stepped forward, and as a gold cloak restrained Ned, he slowly unsheathed his massive sword. At last, would this be the end? With his head pressed against the executioner's block, Ned's vision began to blur. As his head inclined almost parallel to the ground, the surrounding world faded into the distance. Catelyn, Edmund. In the instant when the great sword severed his neck, he thought of his family. Yet, his final whisper would perhaps be known only to Ilan Payne, the executioner who would never share it, for he possessed no tongue. Cersei, realizing the gravity of the situation, sought to dissuade Joffrey, while Tyrion leaped from his seat, attempting to command Ilan Payne to halt, but chaos reigned, rendering any command ineffective. Chapter 52. The Wolves' impulsive advance. Do you deem this action reckless, or a reasonable tactical assault, Jory? My lord, you know I lack military knowledge. The words in those tones are as indigestible as raw flesh, impossible for me to swallow. Edmund pointed to the map, conversing with Jory. Ever since the Earl of Meryn and Sir Wylis were dispatched to Richard. Currently, The forces in the north at Harrenhal are almost entirely subject to Edmund's command. The Earl of Bolton can merely direct his own Bolton soldiers and a portion of the first men of the Barrowlands. The current head of the first men, Lady Baelish, is related to Lord Roose. Lord Roose's eldest son, Domeric, once served as a squire to Lady Baelish, who, notably, has no offspring. According to some of her servants, Lady Baelish does not trust scholars and thus never discloses the heirship of the first men. Yet, she often calls out Domeric's name in her dreams, expressing an intention to merge Harrenhal with the Barrowlands, leaving both to Domeric as a foundation for his future in the north. As for the other noble families, such as the Glovers, Hoths, Karstarks, and the Locks, their leaders or heirs are presently in Riverrun. Edmund can directly mobilize their forces, not to mention those of the Riverlands. In his youth, Edmund gained notoriety in the Riverlands for being constantly in the company of Duke Hoster. The nobility of the Riverlands are generally aware of the intellectual prowess of the Tully family, with even Duke Hoster frequently consulting Edmund on resolving disputes among the various noble houses. For instance, the blood feud between the Blythewoods and the Brackens has led to frequent skirmishes, escalating at times into large-scale armed conflicts. In the Riverlands, apart from the head and heir of House Tully, Edmund stands as the most authoritative figure. It is noteworthy that he ranks among the guardians of the Riverlands heirs. And now that his brother Robb has ascended to the throne, their status has risen significantly. Here lies the God's Eye Lake, and here is Long Lake Town. The Lannisters are fortifying Long Lake Town, exposing their flank beyond their shields. Their defenses, supplies, public support, and military management will inevitably suffer. Therefore, Tywin Lannister will not engage in protracted warfare in the Riverlands. With Robb and his forces gaining momentum, should they march towards Casterly Rock, the lion's throat will be laid bare before us. Edmund raised a statue of a knight adorned with a stag's helm, placing it by the Blackwater River, asserting that Stannis, an exceptional military strategist, would help us contain the forces of the Crownlands. The Lannisters are clearly in decline, with only 3 usable armies remaining. Tywin leads the main force, currently positioned near Lakeshore Town, while most of the Crownlands troops are under the command of Count Giles of Rosby, stationed near Crow's Nest. The garrison of King's Landing is uncertain, with perhaps no more than 4,000 men available, primarily focused on the defense of the capital. Indeed, my lord, under such circumstances, why do we not charge directly? Let us use our fangs to shatter the Lannisters head-on, preventing their retreat to the Westerlands or King's Landing. Upon hearing Edmund's analysis, Jory felt invigorated and exuberantly shouted. Edmund merely shook his head in response, saying, "No, it is not that simple. Though the Lannisters appear to be faltering, they are not without their defenses. Tywin still commands a formidable main force, and their cavalry remains largely intact, whereas we possess fewer than 1,000 horsemen. Should we pursue the forces of the Westerlands, once we enter the plains of the Crownlands, we risk being struck hard by the enemy. At that point, victory will not be our only concern. It will be a matter of whether we can survive to return to the north." Next, Edmund crouched low, akin to a wolf sniffing out its prey, as he scanned the map. According to scouts, the Westerlands are assembling new troops at Lannister Port. The Lannisters are not short on gold or weapons. They will soon be able to arm a new army. The troops of the Crownlands are not fully gathered, as many nobles retain reserves of strength. If Tywin Lannister employs both fear and favor, another substantial army could emerge. Has there been no news from the Golden Rose of the Riverlands? What of the Iron Islands? It is rumored that Peter Baelish is now in charge of the Vale. Edmund absent-mindedly stroked his beard, pondering the peculiar circumstances surrounding the betrayal of the King's Landing garrison and the capture of his father, Ned, by the Lannisters. This situation weighed heavily on his mind. The Stark family had been remarkably merciful. Upon arriving at the old city gates of King's Landing, Edmund had shown great compassion by bringing along those gold-cloaked men who had forsaken their duties. Yet, how did those same men repay his kindness? By attempting to abduct his sister. Jory was notably irked by this, having suggested on multiple occasions that he should behead a few of the gold cloaks to establish their authority before the rest. However, Edmund dismissed his proposal, reasoning that the upcoming battle required these men, and it was unjust to hold the actions of a few against the entire group, for such judgments would only sow discord. Peter? The abruptness of recent events had left him oblivious to how Peter had managed to align himself with Aunt Lisa. The King's Landing garrison was also his doing, wasn't it? The more Edmund contemplated, the more he felt a sense of foreboding, yet he could not afford to dwell on it further at this moment. He turned his attention back to the map before him. "My lord," a sudden voice broke the silence, causing both Edmund and Jory to look up, alert. "Enter." Upon recognizing the voice of his guard, Edmund set aside his current task and called out. The guard, standing rigidly, stepped into the tent, clutching a scroll of parchment tightly in his hand. What's this? Edmund thought, exchanging a glance with Jory. He then gestured for Jory to take the scroll. After receiving it, Jory unfurled the document and began to read aloud. At midnight, the Lannisters will withdraw their defenses from King's Landing, while a contingent will feign remaining stationed at Lakeside Town. As these words registered, Edmund's curiosity piqued, and he began to pace within the tent. Just as someone had previously alerted him to the Lannister scheming, a new piece of intelligence had arrived. Who could it be? Edmund's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings, lost in thought, observing his lord deep in contemplation. The guard and Jory stood at attention, awaiting further instructions. Who delivered this? Edmund inquired. Report, my lord. It was a knight of House Fry who discovered it on a dead wild boar. They ventured into the forest to hunt without permission and stumbled upon it by the riverbank. The guard responded truthfully. Edmund's confusion deepened. To find such information on a wild boar seemed rather coincidental. Nevertheless, he turned to Jory and instructed, reward each of them with 50 golden dragons. However, as a matter of military discipline, let those who hunted without authorization be prohibited from consuming meat for 3 days as a warning. Jory saluted immediately and then dashed out of the tent. Within the northern camp, numerous scouts swiftly departed, dispersing towards Lakeside Town in search of the Lannisters' movements. At dawn, a northern scout lay hidden on a hillside, taking cover in the surrounding brush. His gaze was keen, fixed intently on the Lannister camp. Finally, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land, new developments in his reconnaissance began to unfold. The forces of the West have dwindled significantly, with the campfires being extinguished and buried by the Westmen to avoid detection by enemy eyes. However, this effort appears to be in vain, as scouts from the north have observed everything. It is worth noting that Edmund has offered a bounty of 500 golden dragons to uncover the movements of the Western army. With such a substantial reward, a courageous soul is bound to emerge. One scout boldly traversed the western defenses, ascending a hilltop to survey the area. Adjacent to the thicket where he lay concealed stood a watchtower belonging to the west. The scout chuckled to himself, fully aware that the reward was already within his grasp. With this fortune, he could return to his homeland, acquire a vast expanse of land, and no longer live each day in a state of anxiety. Thoughts of his childhood friend, Suehua, filled him with happiness and hope. A glistening droplet escaped his lips, falling to the ground and dampening his chest. He quickly wiped his mouth, remaining still as he withdrew a finger from the soil, placing it in his mouth to savor the salty, bitter taste that brought him a sense of calm. Nearby, soldiers from the west were idly chatting at the watchtower. Seizing a moment of transition, the scout swiftly descended the tree-covered slope and hurried back to the designated meeting point with his team. That afternoon, Edmund sat resolutely at the conference table, facing the noble lords of the north, primarily from the Glover, Horwood, Stark, and Locke families. Gentlemen, you are all now aware of the situation. Our adversary comprises approximately 3,000 to 4,000 men. The Lannister main force has retreated, and the remaining troops, based on the intelligence brought back by the scout, are mostly soldiers from minor houses of the West. Their ranks are disheveled, their morale inferior to ours, and they are relying on previous fortifications for their layout. We only need to ascertain their movements further, and then we can strike decisively. Edmund's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it exuded an undeniable firmness that left little room for dissent. The nobles present found it challenging to counter his assertions, for the North's lesser knights were more eager for war than anyone, as it promised them land and honor. Count Luss raised a slight objection, pointing to the statue representing Tywin Lannister on the map, and slowly remarked, I can understand that Lannister has abandoned his position and refrained from further skirmishes in the Riverlands. But why has he stationed a force at Lakeside Town? Could this not be a feigned attack, luring us into action before his troops return to the Riverlands? They may not have relinquished their plans to further weaken our strength in the Riverlands. If we abandon the cover of the forests and hills, the cavalry of the West will surely crush us. Count Luss and the other northern nobles were unaware of the letter's contents. Edmund had ordered Jory to seal the information. Jory instructed the Frey knights that if they could not keep their mouths shut, they would lose their tongues forever. Edmund nodded slightly, having indeed considered Count Luss's perspective, understanding that caution is always prudent. Thus, Edmund continued, the cavalry of the Lannisters primarily donned full-body armor characteristic of the Westerlands, riding the unique, short-haired horses of the region. These steeds possess remarkable explosive power, yet lack endurance, prompting the Lannister forces to retreat at dawn. My scouts have informed me that they discovered a dense array of hoofprints 20 miles south of Lakeside Town, so closely spaced that only a pinky finger could fit between them, indicating a herd of galloping horses. Consequently, The valiant knights of the Lannister Lion and the cavalrymen of the Westerlands must surely be marching at a swift pace. I surmise that Stannis has indeed taken action. For the royal fleet requires merely 3 days to traverse from Griffin's Roost to King's Landing. At this juncture, the implications were evident. The majority of the northern nobility present were convinced by Edmund's assessment. Even Lord Roose chose to contemplate for a moment before nodding slowly in agreement. After surveying the room and noting the absence of dissent, Edmund proceeded. Sir Alf Karstark, I require you to serve as the vanguard, leading the men of Karstark to breach the enemy's defenses. You shall charge at the sound of the first horn, with your sole objective being the trenches where the Westerlanders conceal themselves. The enemies within Lakeside Town should be surrounded, but not attacked. Sir Alf raised his arm, striking his chest with conviction, exclaiming, At your service, my lord. Sir Robert Glover, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the Northern Alliance's vanguard, which will consist of the infantry of Glover, Fry, and Karstark. You shall possess the authority to mobilize the troops prior to my issuing commands. Seize upon the weaknesses of the Westerland forces and vanquish them. It is my utmost honor, my lord. Sir Robert, the heir of Deepwood Motte, is also a renowned military strategist in the north. In the original text, Lady Catelyn considered Sir Robert one of the most capable candidates to lead the Northern Army. The central force will comprise Stark infantry, for which I shall take personal command, while the remaining troops will be classified as the rearguard. The rearguard will be under the command of Lord Roose Bolton, and I hope that the Bolton soldiers will not use the need for rest as an excuse to hesitate. Edmund briefly outlined the troop allocations, though he had not intended to grant command of the rearguard to Bolton. However, there were no better alternatives, as most influential commanders of the North were currently in Riverrun. Additionally, Bolton had previously charged into battle. Without a suitable rationale, it would be challenging to maintain morale. Lakeside Town is a quintessential village in the Riverlands. Situated along the shores of God's Eye Lake, and due to its proximity to the Crownlands, it experiences a significant flow of merchant caravans. It is regarded as one of the most convenient routes to the Riverlands, aside from the town of the Maiden's Fountain. Nestled within a verdant valley, the town is bordered to the south by tiered rice paddies, resembling the fingerprints of the earth, artfully extending towards the foothills in the distance. To the west, rolling mountains rise, their bases cloaked in dense forests, providing the town with ample timber resources and hunting grounds. At the forest's edge, a crystal-clear brook meanders, its waters gurgling gently, nourishing the surrounding land and serving as a vital source of water for the townsfolk. In the heart of the town stands the Church of the Seven Gods, a principal gathering place for the people, with the commercial square of Lakeside Town not far off. Residents and passing merchants converge here to conduct their trade. After briefing the commanding officer of his troops, Edmund, accompanied by his guards, ascended a nearby hillside that afforded him a clear view of Lakeside Town's silhouette. He had already formulated his strategy for the impending battle. He merely awaited the command to execute it. Chapter 53. The encirclement is underway. Please, my lord, I beseech you, show some mercy. This is all the food I have left, and I must provide for my wife and children. I implore you. An elderly man knelt on the ground, clutching the soldier's thigh while uttering desperate pleas. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. The soldiers of the western frontier harbored no concern for the lives of the peasants in the Riverlands. The soldier whose leg was grasped had no intention of responding. He simply lifted his leg and forcefully kicked out. The elderly man was struck in the chest and fell backward, colliding with the table. The dishes atop the table rattled, some crashing to the floor, producing a sound akin to ringing bells. Meanwhile, the man's wife and children could only kneel helplessly in a corner, too fearful to utter a word, dreading that these brutes might harbor further sinister intentions. Observing the trembling mother and child, the Western soldiers felt a twinge of boredom, largely due to the woman's unremarkable appearance. Her emaciated frame revealed bones beneath her bare skin, and her face bore the waxy pallor of malnutrition, presenting little allure. Let us depart, Jack. There is nothing of value left to scavenge here. The apparent leader of the Western soldiers called to the one who had just kicked the elderly man, turning to leave the premises. Jack remained silent, casting a disdainful glance back at the mother and child before exiting without a backward glance. In his departure, he slammed the wooden door, causing the terrified pair to shut their eyes in fear, relieved only when they realized the soldiers truly had departed. For the outcome was clear. In the theater of war, the vanquished possessed no choices. A horn sounded from the church, and almost instantly, all soldiers of the western frontier who heard it looked up in confusion. Previously, troops had been assembled with the ringing of bells. Why had the method changed? However, the scouts racing through the town soon provided the answer: enemy attack. It is the Icefield Wolves. The soldiers of the western frontier promptly began to assemble, following their commander's orders along the pre-planned routes towards the church. The suddenness of the Northern Army's assault necessitated that the western soldiers unite. If they chose to fight individually without proper concentration, they risked falling into the encirclement of their adversaries. Fortunately, the western forces were organized into squads based on noble affiliations. With the Lefford family of Golden Tooth City stationed at the forefront of Lakeside Town, tasked with holding back the initial wave of the Northern Army. Originally, the responsibility lay with the Brax family. However, Sir Kevin Lannister of House Lannister believed that despite the capture of Earl Brax during the Battle of God's Eye, his bravery was commendable, and it would be unjust to let the heavily burdened Brax continue to resist at the front lines. Thus, the defense was entrusted to House Lytton, the owners of Golden Grove, who boast a long and illustrious history, along with formidable strength. It was clear that once the North and the Riverlands had the opportunity to strike, the first family from the West to suffer would undoubtedly be the Lyttons. Consequently, their morale was high. Not a single soldier wished to witness their homeland being overrun by enemies. Count Leo Lytton found himself at the front line, and it was through his message that the West defenders in Lakeside Town learned of the impending attack by the dire wolves. How many foes are there? And what is their distance? Count Leo inquired of the scout. I cannot ascertain their numbers. I only saw the roads filled, adorned with the banners of the dire wolves. The scout stammered, appearing quite youthful, with fair skin and the golden hair characteristic of the Lannisters. Compared to seasoned veterans, he resembled more of a gilded dandy. Count Leo's gaze was intense. He realized that he could glean no further information from the scout. Rorymore, I need you to take 30 men, mount the swiftest steeds, and accompany me to ascertain the enemy's movements. If we do not engage soon, we shall lose our grasp on their position, rendering us akin to the blind. Count Leo promptly instructed his vassal, Sir Rorymore, while also assembling the members and knights of House Lytton. We are situated northeast of Lakeside Town, to the west. The mountains encircle us, while dense forests lie to the east. Those wise enough would avoid the substantial risk of attacking our rear via the southern terraced fields. Therefore, our defensive focus will be on the front and the east. According to the terrain, we have excavated a trench 3 meters deep in front of our camp. It is sufficient to accommodate a small contingent of 200 men, allowing us to fortify the front line as we await reinforcements. Count Leo adeptly assessed the enemy's direction of attack and made the necessary defensive arrangements, prioritizing the use of fortifications to wear down the adversary, exchanging space for time until the reinforcements arrived in Lakeside Town. Meanwhile, within the Northern Army, Sir Alf led his troops at a steady pace, planning to halt approximately a kilometer from the enemy to regroup and restore their strength. We shall rest here, Alf declared, casting his gaze towards the distance where the contours of the Lytton camp were becoming visible. Long before Edmund assigned the command of the vanguard, Sir Alf had received instructions from Robert. He was to crush the Lyttons before nightfall, providing flank cover for the western encircling forces. The vanguard consisted of Stark infantry, numbering around 1,600, roughly equivalent to 4 battalions. The total strength of the vanguard was 5,000, surpassing the entire forces of the West's encampment. The Lannisters had suffered a setback due to intelligence failures, unaware that someone had leaked information, prompting the Northern Army to initiate their assault immediately. Count Leo can only place his hopes upon the scouts, hoping they will timely alert Duke Tywin. Otherwise, while the Northern forces may have had reservations before, now they are akin to fish released into the vast ocean. With the assistance of his attendants, Alf begins to don his armor, preparing to take the front lines, leading his personal guard into battle. The valor of the Stark men is best manifested on the battlefield, and Alf raises his battle axe, weighing it in his hands. The axe glimmers with a cold light, and the wooden handle feels superbly balanced. Etched upon the axe is the white sunburst emblem of House Stark, appearing vividly alive under the sunlight. After half an hour, the Northern Army completes its preparations, while the Lannister forces also assemble. Although the Lannister troops are impeccably turned out, with uniform equipment and high morale, they are undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet, the Northern men are never afraid of death. This is merely a return to the old gods, where the souls of the brave shall endure eternally. Clutching his battle axe, clad in white plate armor and draped in a bear skin, Alf strides to the forefront of the ranks, surveying the soldiers beside him. Among them are both the young and the aged. The youthful may be the nephews or kin of seasoned veterans. House Karstark has brought nearly all the able-bodied men from their stronghold of Carhold, demonstrating their unwavering support for House Stark, as well as the trust among family, for the Karstarks and Starks belong to the same lineage. Alf refrains from lengthy speeches, simply casting a glance around, and seeing the determination in the soldier's eyes, he feels invigorated. His chin, adorned with a thick beard, causes it to sway like flames with every word spoken or expression changed. The soldiers in the front row keenly observe Alf, their eyes fixed upon his beard's movement, intuitively sensing that he is gathering strength, and that in the next moment, he will unleash a battle cry for the charge. Charge! At Alf's thunderous shout, the Karstark soldiers spring into action, roaring as they run steadily towards the Lannister forces. Steady! Form ranks. Should I discover any formation that breaks first, I shall execute their commander. Count Leo bellows, as the Lannister knights encircle him, each wielding a long shield from the west, effectively guarding against any enemy ambushes. Faced with such defense, aside from projectile weaponry, there is scarcely a means to breach their lines head-on. On the front lines, the Lannister army dispatches skirmishers, those once conscripted from the ranks of hunters, possessing some skill in archery. However, lacking extensive training, they find themselves positioned in the front row as expendable assets, tasked with providing initial fire against the enemy. Even the loss of this troop would not significantly alter the larger scheme of things. Such forces are naturally not endowed with much fighting capability, and their equipment is subpar. Their arrows, once released, lack power and fall feebly, landing in the ground without reaching the Karstark ranks, the only result being the dust they kick up. Alf charges forth like a yak. The arrows from the skirmishers cannot penetrate his plate armor, especially with an additional layer of padded armor beneath. The valiant warriors of Karstark, wielding their swords and shields, pressed forward without the slightest hesitation, propelled by the battle cry of Alf, which reignited their fervor. In mere moments, the scattered forces of Lyford found themselves face to face with the Karstark infantry, engaged in close combat, and they were utterly outmatched. Soon, the battlefield echoed with lamentations. Some of the rearward skirmishers sought to traverse the trench and retreat to their encampment, but Count Leo deemed this would disrupt their formation and create congestion. These skirmishers were left to serve as sacrificial pawns, perishing on the front lines, perhaps their greatest contribution being the sacrifice of their bones to dull the blades of Karstark. The leader's ruthlessness was mirrored in his subordinates, as the knights of Lyford uttered harsh words to demonstrate their resolve before their lord, while simultaneously intimidating the soldiers to prevent retreat. Alf's gaze sharpened, and he swung his axe with ferocity, akin to a meteor striking the earth. The Lyford soldier caught in the onslaught had no time to contemplate before being cleaved in two. His shield was rendered useless, unable to muster even a feeble struggle against Alf's battle axe. With a swift pivot, Alf surged forward, wielding his axe in both hands, and began to circle with unparalleled agility. This was a unique northern tactic, utilizing his towering stature to unleash unmatched force, charging forth with a momentum that would shatter any enemy within the first instant. The tightly knit formation of Karstark's sword and shield bearers shattered the line of Lyford's soldiers immediately. As the first Lyford knights succumbed to Alf's axe, the front line of their forces collapsed, allowing Karstark to advance, breaching the second line of defense, with the skirmishers constituting the first. At this moment, the ditches dug by Lyford became significant. Their soldiers, like curled-up weasels, mounted a defense from the trenches. They held steadfast at every strategic point, and Alf, emboldened by each encounter, found that in the confined space of the trenches, few could withstand more than 3 strikes from him. Each Lyford squad comprised 2 lightly armored shield bearers and a spearman. This composition could have posed considerable difficulties for Karstark, but Sir Robert's decision to charge with sword and shield effectively dismantled Lyford's strategy. The sword and shield bearers, adept in both offense and defense, were clad in superior chainmail, the distinctive silver-blue armor of the north, capable of easily withstanding the blades of Lyford's light infantry, unless struck by a spear, which could potentially inflict several punctures. The northern men remained undaunted, knowing that should they fail to secure ample spoils on this southern expedition, they would miss the sowing season and face a grim fate in the autumn harvest. Within the Lyford trench, a Karstark soldier advanced too eagerly, his blades slightly curved, a design choice made by the smiths for enhanced usability. Severing an enemy's flesh was as effortless as drinking water. However, against armor, there lay the risk of breaking, as the blade was ill-suited for penetrating armor. The Karstark soldiers remained vigilant, closely observing movements on the opposite side of the trench, aware that the enemy could emerge at any moment and from any unforeseen location, and just a moment of carelessness could lead to their demise. The soldier raised his shield before his chest, advancing cautiously, with the blade resting against the edge of the shield. This posture not only preserved his line of sight, but also enabled him to respond swiftly to any sudden threats. As the Karstark soldier approached a corner, it was important to note that Lyford had excavated the trench to a considerable depth, curving it just right according to the terrain, resembling a semicircle when viewed from above. The trench was composed of 2 layers. The front was designed for the swift transport of resources and rapid mobilization of troops, while the rear was constructed as a defense against cavalry and heavy infantry. Within the trench, there were no guards. Instead, Lefort had scattered iron spikes and wooden stakes throughout. Returning to the matter at hand, the Castark soldier began to advance slowly, realizing that he had become separated from his comrades. Retreating now would risk being branded a coward. If I am deemed a deserter and hanged upon a tree, I would rather die valiantly on the battlefield. At least that would afford me some honor, he mused to himself. Suddenly, a branch snapped underfoot, producing a sound that heightened his alertness. The soldier immediately looked up towards the source of the noise, which emanated from the left side of the corner. He angled his shield slightly, scrutinizing the reflective edge to ascertain the enemy's position. Footsteps gradually approached from around the corner, dense yet subdued, indicating a small squad with some spacing between each member. Through the reflection, the soldier discerned a glimmering piece of leather armor, confirming his suspicion that it was Leiford's squad. His gaze sharpened, and he momentarily suspended his breath, forgetting to swallow the saliva pooling in his throat. As time passed, the distance between Leiford's squad and the Castark soldier diminished. He tightened and loosened his grip on the shield, pressing himself against the earthen wall, striving to remain undetected by the enemy. In the instant both parties converged at the corner, the Castark soldier swung his shield forcefully, delivering a rapid blow that knocked the foremost Lefort soldier to the ground. Incapacitated and mingling with the dirt, 2 more Lefort soldiers remained, and the Castark soldier keenly observed that one was clad in leather armor, wielding a sword and shield, while the other donned chainmail, brandishing a spear. Without time to ponder further, combat erupted immediately. The narrow confines of the trench hindered the Lefort soldiers from leveraging their numerical superiority. They exchanged blows with their swords, engaging in a fierce contest of skill. The Castark soldier lunged forward, intent on using his shield to clear a path, aiming to slice through the enemy's leather armor and savor their blood. The lightly armored Lefort soldier understood that retreat would result in a collision with the spearman behind him, placing him in a precarious position. Thus, he surged forward, bracing his shield against that of the Castark soldier. The 2 began to grapple, their weapons constrained by the trench's narrowness. The victor would be the one who could first overpower the other with sheer strength. However, within mere moments of confrontation, the soldiers of Castark discerned something amiss. Their adversaries wielded elongated shields, while they themselves held round ones. The shields of the Lannister soldiers were not only larger, but also heftier, though not as thick as the Castark round shields. The dimensions of the long shields afforded greater leverage, amplifying their force. Yet, in the next instant, a Lannister soldier retreated sharply, evading the clash as nimbly as a rabbit, falling back with agility. The Castark soldier, caught unprepared, lost his balance and lunged forward. The tip of the Lannister spear protruded dangerously close to the lightly armored warrior's side, cursing silently. The Castark soldier felt the sting as the spearhead struck him like a venomous snake, piercing his flesh. He hastily withdrew, the spear's length preventing a deeper wound, allowing him to escape as the tip slid free from his body. This pain did not deter the Castark soldier. Rather, it ignited a fervor within him. Instead of retreating in fear, he chose to engage further, brandishing his blade with tenacity. With a long knife and shield in harmonious concert, he aimed to advance. However, the thrusts of the Lannister spearmen proved more effective. The Castark soldier positioned his shield defensively across his chest, gripping it tightly as he tensed his thigh muscles, bending low to charge forward, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Failing that, he aimed to breach the enemy's inner ranks. Otherwise, within the trenches, he would inevitably succumb to attrition. Yet, the Lannister soldiers worked in seamless unison, providing each other with cover. As the Castark soldier employed his shield as a primary weapon, the Lannister light infantry surged forward. Should he attempt to switch tactics, the long spears would inevitably strike. Before long, the Castark soldier bore several new wounds. He began to gasp for air, his breaths growing labored. It was still early in the engagement. The dew-laden forest air rendered each inhalation laborious, the moisture and mist sapping his strength. Ultimately, in a moment of oversight, he failed to shield his legs in time and was swiftly upended by a Lannister spearman. The long spear pierced his throat, and the warrior could only widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at his foe as he succumbed to the embrace of death. Such scenes were commonplace on the battlefield. Even in uneven odds, the Northerners often secured commendable exchanges. Alf severed an enemy's head and then vaulted into the trench. Casting a glance towards the Lannister ranks, Count Leo had already retreated, leaving only a handful of Lannister soldiers and mercenaries to continue the fight within the trench. Unaware of their lord's withdrawal, Alf promptly summoned a messenger, instructing him to launch a propaganda assault against the Lannister soldiers, claiming that Count Leo had been slain and their defenses had crumbled. This ploy struck a decisive blow. The Lannister soldiers within the trench began to communicate amongst themselves and soon realized their lord was conspicuously absent. Among them were free knights and mercenaries, who felt neither gratitude nor loyalty toward the Lannisters. Alf successfully seized the entire trench in merely half an hour. He directed his troops to concentrate on the hills north of the Layford camp and the forest to the east, thereby avoiding the risk of being picked off one by the enemy, while simultaneously exerting psychological pressure upon them. Edmund's preliminary plan had come to fruition, and now it was time to await the final moment. Chapter 54, The Wolfpack Tactics Advance. Do not halt. The voice of the overseers echoed at various points within the ranks, as Sir Robert walked amidst the soldiers. My lord, mount your steed, if you exhaust yourself. Our vanguard will be left without a commander, suggested Sis, Robert's squire and nephew, sharing the same lineage. In response to Sis's concern, Robert merely shook his head and replied, There is no need. The soldiers are marching on foot. As their leader, how could I not empathize with them? Until we encounter the enemy, I shall not mount a horse. Upon hearing this, Sis lowered his head, discreetly shifting the reins to beneath his sleeve, and gradually moved to the other side of the formation, awaiting the next command. Earl Harrenhal then stepped forward, walking alongside Sir Robert. My lord Robert, I apologize for not inquiring sooner, but you have yet to share our next course of action. Are we to attempt a flanking maneuver against the enemy? The detour may be excessively lengthy. The forest east of Lakeview Town presents numerous obstacles, demanding at least 2 hours of movement, and we lack cavalry. Earl Harris should not have been present here. He was the head of the Hwood family, often regarded by the northern nobles as an optimist in all matters. Due to Edmund's arrangements, Hwood was originally designated as the rearguard, serving as a reserve force. However, unwilling to remain in the shadows, Earl Harris led half of his troops to the front lines to fight under Sir Robert's command. Rumors circulated in the army that Hwood had previously clashed with the Bolton family while hunting on ancestral lands, thus fearing retaliation. He disregarded the original orders and altered his battle plans. It is known that both the northern and western armies allocate troops based on noble influence, with each family possessing absolute command over its forces. The effectiveness of their contributions relies on the commander's ability to maintain control over the situation. Failure to do so often leads to unsatisfactory outcomes. Should each noble recklessly alter their troops, the army's overall commander would inevitably find themselves in a compromising position. After reflecting on Earl Harris's words, Robert pondered for a moment and replied, We shall operate as a flanking unit, employing a rapid assault tactic. The wolves of the north have always thrived in packs, making it more advantageous for capturing prey. We will traverse from Mother Pig's Horn to Silknet Town, encircling our target and ultimately returning to the Riverlands. Harris's pupils dilated in shock, and he hesitantly remarked, Might this not be overly perilous? Furthermore, does Lord Edmund possess knowledge of this plan? The realm of the Crownlands is not our domain, and this audacious raid is indeed a reckless venture. Upon hearing this, Robert shook his head and replied, No. The main forces of House Hogg from the Boar's Horn have already accompanied House Harvard to Crow's Nest. This information has circulated throughout King's Landing for some time. The Lannisters do not conceal their movements. Each time their army mobilizes, it is done with great fanfare. And the populace of King's Landing is well aware of the whispers surrounding it. Gazing at the distant castle barely visible on the horizon, a subtle smile graced Robert's lips as he continued to speak to Harris. The Crownlands forces are far from united, particularly due to the ramifications of their feudal system. Typically, the nobles of the Crownlands are middle-tier families ruling over lesser houses, while larger families govern these middle-tier ones, with the crown overseeing the two major noble houses. In the entire realm, only the towns of Winterfell and Rosby are qualified to take the lead. The other nobles either lack the strength or possess no desire for power. At this juncture, Harris grasped the implications of Robert's words. He formed a hypothesis. There are traitors among the Crownlands, or perhaps allies. This notion had already stirred a tempest in King's Landing since the arrest of Prime Minister Ned, though Cersei Lannister remained unconvinced. Yet the cunning Tyrion had been discreetly investigating the matter. Robert himself was not entirely privy to the intricacies involved. Prior intelligence shared by Edmund regarding the battle plans had not fully convinced him. Nevertheless, as a vassal of House Stark, he bore the obligation to fight for his liege. With Edmund not elucidating the reasons clearly, Robert believed this was merely a concern over leaks that necessitated caution. "Forward," Robert commanded, raising his arm and seizing the battle standard from the ensign, holding it aloft above his head. Birds soared into the sky, flapping their wings and circling above, emitting sharp cries as they were driven away by the arrows of men below. Initially, the intent was to disperse the birds from their nests, but it gradually escalated into a widespread effort to scatter flocks, as their numbers had become overwhelming. Which family claims dominion over Lakeside Town? Why are there so many birds and beasts? Do they never hunt? Lawrence Snow inquired of Sir Donald Locke, as they walked side by side in the forest, both belonging to the Northern Army under the direct command of the Earl of Oldtown, Lord Orlok. Yet, the Earl, advanced in years, displayed remarkable resolve in joining the campaign. In truth, command of this contingent lay in the hands of Ronas Stout. Some might wonder how Ronas, a man unworthy of the title knight, could wield authority over a troop. This stemmed from the close ties between House Stout and House Bolton, with the former becoming increasingly burdened by the Earl's waning capabilities, especially in managing family affairs. Thus, even as an earl, he found himself obliged to heed the Stout family's directives, or rather, those of the Boltons. Returning to the matter at hand, Lawrence and Sir Donald incessantly lamented the vast numbers of birds and beasts, if not managed properly. They could significantly impact the dynamics of the battlefield. The circling birds, to the keen eyes of experienced hunters, clearly signified disturbance. Should these birds be left unchecked, the army's movements would soon be detected by the enemy. Indeed, the abundance of fauna here presents its own advantages. At the very least, it promises a hearty meal tonight. Does it not? Sir Donald, with his commendable demeanor, reassured Lawrence, and his Adam's apple quivered instinctively, revealing his eager anticipation. Perhaps. I once heard a scholar mention that in the downstream towns, their fowl would consume the flesh of the deceased. If one were to partake in the meat of these birds, then the remnants of humanity would inevitably be present. Lawrence, upon this thought, felt the urge to vomit. In contrast, Sir Donald merely chuckled at Lawrence's reaction, finding it amusing. As a knight, he had long since acclimatized to such matters. "How much longer until we reach Lakeview Town?" Lawrence inquired. Sir Donald's expression turned serious as he replied, "Approximately 3 hours more. We have circumvented the valley. This time we are heading west of Lakeview Town. Remember, we are the central forces, primarily coordinating with the vanguard to execute a pincer movement from east to west." Lawrence, pondering this, replied with a hint of confusion, "Why take such a long detour? The enemy numbers only a few thousand. Cannot we break through directly?" No sooner had he spoken than a sharp slap met his head. One must not assess battle plans so flippantly. You are not even a knight and lack the right to voice such opinions. To casually critique the commands of our sovereign is an act of great disrespect. Sir Donald admonished Lawrence. The current state of the battlefield was quite clear. The front line at Lakeview Town had already been breached by the vanguard of Alv. To the southeast, Sir Robert was tirelessly maneuvering for encirclement. Meanwhile, the central forces led by Edmund were marching swiftly, intent on surrounding both the western side of Lakeview Town and the subsequent forces in the west. The northern wolf tactics had been successfully executed, yet the final decisive unit remained absent. Led by Earl Luce, the rear guard lacked a specific battle plan, as they were designated as a reserve force. However, they were the most critical unit. Once all planned contingents entered the battlefield, this reserve would serve a crucial role in executing a sudden strike. With a single command, the resolve of the entire Western Army would crumble. At this moment within Lakeview Town, Earl Lindsley was engaged in conversation with Earl Damon Marblin, both lords of Deep Pit City and Marked City, respectively, and commanders stationed in Lakeview Town, alongside Earl Leo, who was at the front lines. The enemy advances with ferocity. Have the scouts and ravens been dispatched? We must urgently inform Lord Tywin. Without reinforcements, we cannot withstand the Northern Army. Earl Lindsley expressed his concern to Earl Damon. Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances, Damon remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this all along. Since Sir Kayvon had indicated that the Marblin family would remain behind, Damon had maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Seeing Damon's silence, Earl Lindsley, in frustration, stamped his foot and commanded Sir Hanmei to lead a contingent of 300 men to the front lines to support the Layford defense. The vanguard of the north must have already engaged with Count Rio and his men. Count Lin sighed wearily. Just moments ago, in the church, he could still hear the clanging of weapons and the sound of horns from the Lafford camp, but now there was nothing but silence. Lin had prepared himself for the worst. If Count Rio had been defeated, then he too would have to die for his country. He placed a hand on his chest, and his gaze sharpened. "Sir Gareth, report." "My lord." You are to lead all the latent soldiers to the western market of Lakeside Town and ensure a blockade, restricting enemy movements as much as possible. The enemy must be numerous, and a flanking maneuver is inevitable. Understood, my lord. Count Lin continued to issue commands, diligently arranging defensive measures, while Earl Daemon remained silent, as if turned to stone, like a statue, motionless. At this moment, in the central army of the north, Edmund and Jory rode side by side on their steeds. My lord, we are approaching quickly, Jory remarked. Indeed. Edmund gazed towards the outline of Lakeside Town that was becoming increasingly visible ahead. He knew they had reached the area west of the town. All troops, stand down. After half an hour, we shall sound the horn and command Alf to launch a full-scale attack. Yes, the central army of the north arrived at their planned destination, began to rest, set up a fire, and commenced cooking. Each soldier's face was adorned with longing, their eyes reflecting a fervent desire for glory. Actually, it's nothing much. I thought we might have meat today, Lawrence said to Donner as he bit down fiercely on the flatbread in his hand. Lawrence had intended to have a bowl of soup, but Donner stopped him, explaining that consuming too much food before a battle would hinder physical agility. After that, Donner pulled out his own rations, eating while scanning their surroundings with his gaze. Do you think that once this battle is over, the war will come to an end? Lawrence suddenly posed a question that seemed out of place. Donner did not respond, as if accustomed to his partner's erratic musings. Receiving no reply, Lawrence stood up. Gazing towards Lakeside Town, absorbing the cacophony around him, the breeze felt particularly soothing. Justice S. Wrath, may you bless me, though I know I am not yet worthy to be called a Howard. Lawrence drew his sword, pressed his face against the blade, and silently prayed. Time flew by swiftly. Edmund was about to launch a full assault on Lakeside Town. To the southwest of the town, Sir Robert had already appeared on the horizon, leading his troops. The morale of the northern army surged, rising like a tide. As per the plan, Alf initiated the first wave of the charge, and the Castark forces collided with the Lafford troops, who, fraught with tension, dared not relax for a moment. The Lafford army, weary and demoralized, despite Count Rio's repeated orders to execute retreaters, could not reverse their downward spiral. The situation of the battle plunged into chaos. In the end, the forces of Lord Lannister were abandoned, and within Lakeside Town, Count Lins commanded a retreat, gathering his troops around the church, praying for Lord Tywin Lannister to arrive with reinforcements. However, all of this was merely a figment of his imagination. They had long been forsaken. The moment they were chosen to remain as the garrison for Lakeside Town, their fate had been sealed. Count Daemon had unexpectedly appeared at the front lines. Clad in a form-fitting leather armor, devoid of any family crest, perhaps donned merely for the sake of convenience. As the lord of the branded city and head of the Malbrand family, his presence in battle failed to inspire any significant morale among the common soldiers of the West. They continued with their duties, with only a few noticing the throng of soldiers surrounding Count Daemon for protection. Yet, due to the stark disparities between the nobility and the common folk, even seasoned veterans who had lived in the branded city for a decade might not recognize their own lord. They could only speculate about which notable figure had come to the front lines to rally the troops. Count Daemon wielded a two-handed sword, its blade forged from fine steel, broad and radiant, with a red serpent hanging from the end of the hilt, serving to balance the blade. Suddenly, a soldier from the north, adorned with the sigil of the rising sun, charged forth with a furious roar, his sword swinging with a deliberate slowness akin to an elderly man. Too purposeful and thus easily discernible, Daemon advanced swiftly, his personal guards instinctively stepping aside to grant their lord the battlefield. The northern soldier, seeing Daemon stand firm instead of retreating, grew even angrier, his rage igniting from his gut to his throat, unleashing a more ferocious bellow. The northern soldier's movements were overly exaggerated, and Daemon effortlessly evaded the strike by merely twisting his waist and tilting his head aside. However, instead of seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Daemon spun his wrist in a delightful flourish, showcasing a display of swordplay that was akin to a monkey exposing its rear, taunting a tiger unable to climb a tree. The northern soldier felt humiliated, his eyes bulging and face contorted in rage. With a whoosh, the sword cleaved through the wind as the northern soldier launched successive attacks, yet his actions were too sluggish, each thrust glaringly obvious, allowing Daemon to evade just before the soldier encroached upon his inner circle. Perhaps weary of the game, Count Daemon began to retaliate, his blade striking with sharp precision towards the soldier's vital points. Yet, due to the soldier's armor, there were several instances where the blade should have found its mark, but the armor successfully deflected the blows. A flicker of panic crossed Daemon's eyes as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, emitting a low growl as he surged forward once more. The northern soldier adopted a more cautious strategy, slowly retreating while engaging in a continuous clash with his blade. Clang, clash. The two sides exchanged blows, momentarily locked in a stalemate, seemingly unable to overcome one another. Daemon, relying on his agility afforded by the leather armor, launched a fierce thrust aimed directly at the soldier's chest. Boom. The sound of the two-handed sword colliding with the armor resonated sharply. However, Daemon soon found himself at a loss, as the tip of his sword failed to penetrate the deeper layers of the armor. Beneath the outer shell, a layer of padded armor awaited, causing his blade to become ensnared. Ah! Roar! The northern soldier roared once more, swinging his sword with great force, striking Daemon upon his shoulder. This time, the shoulder armor proved its worth, safeguarding Daemon from immediate dismemberment, thereby leaving room for healing and preventing a future of living with only one hand. I surrender. Daemon decisively released his grip on the sword's hilt, kneeling on one knee while using his other hand to tend to his wound, hoping to avert further deterioration. The northern soldier's gaze became singular, his pupils dilating as reason briefly returned to its zenith. Observing this, Daemon's loyal guard also chose to surrender. Nearby, other Western soldiers harbored thoughts of chastising them for their weakness, but upon recognizing the burning tree emblem on the guard's attire, Daemon's identity as the chieftain of the Malbrand clan became evident. The Western soldiers began to lay down their arms, opting for surrender instead. Confiscate their weapons and command them to disperse to the sides. Do not hinder our advance. Edmund issued a succinct order before continuing to lead his troops forward. Even when faced with the encirclement of the northern army, Count Linus did not abandon the fight. Just before being pressed against the table by the guards, he was still directing his aid, urging scouts to venture forth, even if just one could convey the message of their predicament to the outside world. The Battle of Lakeside Town would later be deemed a blunder, with Edmund, the future Duke of the North, reflecting on it as, "We fell for this old lion's scheme." However, regardless of future interpretations, from the present perspective, the tactical outcome of this battle concluded with a victory for the North. The lords of Malbrand, Lefford, and Leighton were captured by the northern forces, and the western soldiers, along with the wounded, numbered no less than 2,000, now prisoners. Yet this captured force proved to be a double-edged sword, neither suitable for reinforcements nor easily executed. Keeping them close would consume supplies, while neglecting them would breed new brigands. After a brief respite, Edmund led his troops towards Flowing City, fully aware of the old lion's machinations. Simultaneously, Sir Robert commanded a contingent to Raven's Roost to support Richard's forces. The stag had already moved northward. Edmund's eyes, darkened by black pupils, mirrored the inky night sky, eerily silent. Chapter 55. The politics of Flowing City. From the summit of the hill, the panorama of Flowing City unfolded below. The banner of the Northern Ice Wolf fluttered prominently at the town's center and along its surrounding walls, a symbol of the Lord's status. Further back, or rather beneath the wolf's banner, the silver trout flag was prominently displayed. Both flags gleamed in silver, the Ice Wolf's pupils a muted green, while the trout's shimmered silver. These banners complemented each other, one above the other, signifying noble standing and the intimate bond between the two houses. As for the other families, the black crowfish banner of the Blaywood family, the crimson warhorse flag of Brecon, and the sunburst star banner of Castle Stark were arrayed along the city walls. Additionally, a significant number of family banners stood within the town itself, in locales such as stables, training grounds, markets, and agricultural areas, effectively serving to confuse the enemy's perception. Should an enemy scout arrive, they shall lose their ability to gauge the strength and distribution of the forces at play. A procession of wagons continues to advance, journeying southward from White Harbor. Vessels ferry supplies to Greywater Watch, which are then transported along the King's Road, ultimately reaching the Trident River Basin and arriving at Riverlands. These wagons bear a unified and striking banner, the unmistakable White Mermaid flag. The Manderley family of White Harbor extends their benevolence to the Riverlands, delivering thousands of supplies to those whose homes have been ravaged by war. This noble act undoubtedly warms the hearts of the Riverlanders. Yet it also gives rise to peculiar rumors. In the Riverland army, whispers of discontent circulate, suggesting that the Manderley Lord of White Harbor harbors ulterior motives, choosing to appear only after the Northern Coalition's victory. Despite his rotund appearance, which may lead one to underestimate him, Lord Wyman Manderley possesses a keen intellect. While the Northern forces remain largely indifferent, these murmurs within the Riverland army ferment rapidly, akin to bread in an oven. Naturally, such gossip reaches the ears of the esteemed individuals within Riverrun, including the Northern King, Robb Stark. "Salutations to you, my lord," exclaimed Lord Wyman Manderley as he dismounted. albeit with the assistance of 3 attendants, a feat that could scarcely be described as dismounting in the traditional sense. Even the wildlings north of the wall could be deemed skilled riders by comparison. Chuckles escaped the lips of Lord Pounce, who stood behind Robb, unable to contain his mirth. His reaction, however, failed to resonate with the onlookers, despite its inherent absurdity. Lord Wyman, slightly abashed, scratched his head before kneeling on one knee to accept the sword offered by his attendant. Bowing his head in reverence, he addressed Robb, "In my lifetime, I have encountered countless knights and sages, each possessing remarkable martial prowess and extraordinary talents. Yet, never have I met one who inspired me to pledge my life and loyalty. I had thought that after the death of King Robb, I would never again swear fealty to another sovereign. However, the 7 have blessed me, granting me the fortune to once again encounter a noble ruler in my lifetime. He stands before me now. House Stark has been the rightful kings of the North since time immemorial. Truly, Lord Wyman Manderley is a man capable of managing one of Westeros's largest ports with exceptional skill." His astute political discourse successfully alleviated the tension within Robb's heart. The earlier rumors circulating in Riverrun seemed to dissipate as the people began to reassess their perception of this Manderley lord. Aside from a select few, most found no qualm with the 7, as the Riverland lords held similar beliefs, further endearing them to Lord Wyman. Lord Pounce considered approaching to pat his old friend's shoulder. However, his wide yet perceptive eyes remained fixed upon Robb, knowing he would not speak until his sovereign made the next move. "I accept your fealty. Rise, Lord Wyman. The North shall never forget. A place beside my fireplace will forever be reserved for you." Robb personally assisted Lord Wyman, his eyes resembling those of a wolf, their dim yellow pupils fixated intently on the earl before him. Lord Wyman first inclined himself once more, showing reverence to the king, before rising with the support of Robb's arm. This elicited a smile from Robb, and the remaining vassals relaxed, exchanging smiles and light-hearted banter. "Come with me, Lord Manderley. I shall bestow upon you the responsibilities of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. It is my brother Edmund who recommended you, and I am eager to convene our first council." Robb spoke to Lord Wyman in a buoyant tone that easily betrayed his youth, still shy of 20. Upon hearing this, Lord Wyman clasped his chest in salute, responding gratefully. "At your command, my lord." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. In the grand hall of Winterfell, Robb sat at a square table with his esteemed vassals. Positioned at the center, Robb, the most distinguished of them all, was diligently reviewing documents with a quill made of wool. In the past, Robb had merely managed local affairs near Winterfell. Issues arising from distant nobles could take a year and a half to reach him, necessitating their own resolutions. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically since Robb ascended to kingship. Northern lords gathered in Riverrun, each presenting their grievances to Robb, which weighed heavily upon him. Yet, the accompanying sense of duty compelled him to address these matters. Disputes between House Hornwood and House Bolton, the Stark family's insufficient funds for tax payments, and the Amber family's re-implementation of the First Night rights. These requests inundated him. Fortunately, Sir Brynden, with his wealth of experience from decades stationed at the Bloodgate, possessed a profound understanding of the kingdom's politics. Most importantly, he was a blood relative of Robb's, making the young king rely heavily on this knight. Were Sir Brynden not merely a knight, Robb would have considered granting him the position of Hand of the King, given the opportunity. Of course, among these issues were also several meaningful suggestions. For instance, Lord Rickard Stark proposed the execution of Lannister prisoners to conserve resources, given that the captives from the battles at Whispering Woods and the camp had overwhelmed their confines. Additionally, Lord Rickard contended that the death of Lord Eddard Stark required Lannister accountability, advocating for the execution of Jaime Lannister as an act of honor, a retribution for a beloved kin. Robb was deeply pained by the loss of his father, Ned, but there was little time for sorrow. His sister Arya remained missing in King's Landing. Until her whereabouts were known, Robb could not entertain any life-threatening actions against Jaime Lannister. However, actions that would merely vex the Lannisters, such as denying them food or subjecting them to poor conditions, were indeed options he could consider, lest the Stark name be seen as weak. A feeble lord would bring shame upon the family. Upon reflecting on this, Robb cast his gaze around the table, where Edmure Tully, John Amber, Daisy Mormont, Wyman Manderley, Brynden Tully, and several advisors from the north were seated. The council convened by Robb had begun to take shape, though it still lacked the appointments of the Minister of Justice and the Chief of Intelligence. Edmure had been bestowed with the title of Military Commander of the North, tasked with the oversight of military forces. After receiving a letter from his brother Edmure, Robb reached a resolution regarding the matter. He instructed the maester from Riverrun to draft a letter appointing Roose Bolton as Minister of Justice, while the role of Chief of Intelligence would be filled by Edmure. This arrangement would not only provide an explanation for Bolton's repeated frontline actions, but also mitigate certain risks, for although Bolton outwardly professed fealty, his underlying ambitions were as lethal as a viper. I require the tax revenue and grain situation from Riverrun, Robb commanded, his authoritative voice resonating within the chamber, the walls amplifying his words for all to hear. At that moment, Edmure cleared his throat softly, striving to relax his spine, his chin adorned with a more prominent beard, which lent him an air of gravitas. He then spoke. This year, Riverrun's tax revenue amounts to 37,000 golden dragons. As the church was previously occupied by the Lannisters, and a portion of local supplies has been plundered. Consequently, the merchant caravans that would typically arrive have dwindled to less than a tenth of their usual numbers. Furthermore, due to the influx of refugees, several buildings in Riverrun have been dismantled and repurposed for agricultural use. Edmure held nothing back from Robb, as they were bound by blood, despite Robb's indifference towards him. However, during this tumultuous time of war, unity was essential for survival. Upon hearing this, Robb nodded slightly, while Daisy, a loyal member of his guard, regarded Robb's profile with growing admiration. The prowess of their sovereign would dictate the future paths available to them as his vassals. Earl Wyman, noticing a brief lull in the atmosphere, took the initiative to break the silence. White Harbor has not suffered the ravages of war, yet we remain acutely aware of the threats emanating from Lannisport. Stannis has sent numerous letters, his words dripping with feigned loyalty and requests for troops. I have chosen to overlook these overtures, but now that we have united the Riverlands, it is time to reassess our relationship with Stannis. Upon hearing this, Ser Brynden expressed his concurrence. I have yet to receive any news of Lisa during my time stationed at the Bloody Gate. I had hoped she would join me in mourning Duke Hotine, but she declined. Now, with Peter having married her, he has ascended to the title of Lord of the Vale, and the Lannisters have granted him Harrenhal. I suspect there is a deeper conspiracy at play here. As these words hung in the air, the members around the table exchanged glances. Robb, casting a sidelong gaze at his own reflection, remained largely still. Silence was his most potent weapon. Edmure, inopportunely, interjected, that fool Peter could never have attained the title of Duke of the Vale through merit alone. It is evident that he has charmed Lisa with his sweet words, and we ought to dispatch envoys to persuade her. The hand of the king should, by all accounts, be a person of considerable merit. While Edmure is not entirely unsuitable for the role, he is not the most fitting choice either. Robb felt a twinge of discontent. Perhaps Ser Brynden would have been a more appropriate hand. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply observing the vassals as they debated. John Amber exclaimed that the Vale should indeed stand united with the North and the Riverlands. If Stannis is intent on claiming the throne of Westeros, let him do so. After all, we only require the North and the Riverlands. Does he truly wish to come and wage war against us? The Lannisters are our common foe. Several advisors from the North expressed their opinions at this moment. Half supported Lord Wyman, advocating for a conciliatory approach towards Stannis, while the other half sided with Lord Amber, asserting that the North would never yield, leaving no room for negotiation. Certainly, the current kingdom of the North possesses the strength to stand firm. The Riverlands in the North rank among the most formidable powers in Westeros, and their alliance constitutes the mightiest military force in the realm at present, barring the vastness of the border and the scarcity of provisions. Ahem, how did the autumn harvest fare in the Riverlands? I recall that there are fertile fields upstream along the Trident, one of the few places capable of yielding 3 harvests a year. Robb interjected, directing his inquiry towards Edmure. Edmure stood tall, declaring, indeed, at the quiet marsh, the terrain is gentle and the soil rich, with a plethora of game in the forests. Each year, the beauty of the area attracts visitors, making it a significant gathering place for the populace of the Riverlands. We are in need of soldiers, particularly when facing the west. The Lannisters possess an abundance of gold mines. Without sufficient troops, we cannot even maintain our front lines. Brynden glanced sideways, surprised that Edmure articulated such military wisdom. It appears that war has fostered growth not only in oneself, but also in Edmure. Robb nodded in agreement. Ultimately, they deliberated for quite some time. And as night enveloped the city of Riverrun, the decisions made in the Royal Council echoed through the halls. At that moment, the northern forces stationed at Lakeside began their journey. They chose not to march southward. Instead, they opted to keep a garrison at Harrenhal while the rest advanced west to join Robb's army. Of course, the commander at Harrenhal was not the leader of the Brotherhood, but rather Lord Roose Bolton. The Knights of House Tully were also left behind to restrain Lord Roose. Edmund gazed eastward, feeling the mountain breeze from the vale gently caress his face. He mused that his uncle still remained in Regency. Lord John Royce had sent letters on multiple occasions, expressing hopes for the alliance between the North and the Vale, while simultaneously denouncing Peter's actions, characterizing him as a troublemaker who had thrown the Vale into chaos. It would have been even more fortuitous had he not only mentioned Peter, but also expressed a desire to see Lady Lisa wed to him. Although Count Yora appeared to harbor personal motives, he had long supported the union of the Vale and the North, a fact that Edmund kept in his thoughts. The Lannisters were waning, and unless Edmund turned his gaze southward, where a field of wheat lay, it was unfortunate that autumn was nearing its end at this time. The crops at the confluence of the Riverlands and the Crownlands had already been harvested. Otherwise, this expanse of wheat would have appeared as a boundless sea of gold, reminiscent of imagery found in poetry. Chapter 56. The Judgment of the Stag. Sansa Stark. Are you aware of the recent events? I am, my lord. The waves crashed against the cliffs, and the gulls, or perhaps some other creatures, cried out incessantly, infusing the still air with an eerie resonance. Lady Celis inquired of Sansa, who bore no trace of fear on her youthful visage, responding with a tranquil eloquence that carried a hint of deliberation. Stannis had returned to Dragonstone, standing behind Celis, his displeasure evident upon his countenance. This obstinate lord's face hardened in anger, his skin roughened by years of exposure to the sea winds, while his eyes bore the marks of some unseen affliction, making it difficult to discern his gaze at times. Sansa felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood that, as a Stark, she bore the weight of familial responsibility. Her brother had declared himself king, resurrecting a title that had not graced the North for a century, now echoing throughout Westeros. Though she held the status of a princess, it was one confined to Dragonstone. There, she had only a few gray cloaks for company. And beyond that, her only solace lay in playing with Shireen. Robb's claim to the throne had prompted Edmund to send letters on more than one occasion, hoping to forge an alliance with Stannis to preserve the North's independence against the Lannisters. Yet Stannis was far more obstinate than most. He refused to read the letters, many of which he cast directly into the flames. He was taken aback by the betrayal of even the Starks, recalling how, while Lord Eddard still lived, he had sent letters encouraging Stannis to claim the throne. It seemed that loyalty could not be inherited merely through bloodlines. Stannis felt a pang of heartache. Though he had never met Robb, he had come to regard these dire wolves with considerable esteem due to Edmund's conduct and Eddard's unwavering support during his lifetime. Lady Celis spared no mercy, fixing her gaze upon Sansa before advancing to chastise her. Your brother is now a traitor. What was once merely the claim of a false king in King's Landing can no longer be tolerated, even by the true king of Westeros. The candlelight in the hall illuminated Sansa's face, her hair vibrant and fiery as the blazing sun. Sansa felt no fear. Upon learning of her father's death, she had matured swiftly. Particularly, she reflected on her own self-reproach, pondering that had she not succumbed to anger towards her father and simply chosen to leave King's Landing, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Countless nights of restless introspection had filled her with guilt. Westeros had but one king, and my brother Robb was a man who cared for his family and showed compassion to his subjects. Surely, there lay some misunderstanding within this turmoil. If Robb were to choose to declare himself king, how would that differ from acknowledging himself as a traitor to Joffrey? Sansa shouted at Lady Celis, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Stannis. At that moment, Stannis stood like a sentinel, immobile as a stone tower overlooking the sea. Lord Alistair interjected, stating that before his death, Lord Eddard Stark revealed the truth before the citizens of King's Landing. Although there was no substantial support to corroborate his claims, many still harbored sympathy for the Starks. Can you assert that Robb Stark harbors no ambitions for the throne? Perhaps he intends to leverage the death of Lord Eddard to his advantage. This assertion caused the assembled crowd to cast wary glances at one another. Davos, his face suffused with anger and indignation, thought it disgraceful to bully a girl. Such behavior was unbecoming of nobility. Yet not all present shared Davos's chivalrous sentiments. Many had chosen to align themselves with Stannis following Renly's demise. This was neither loyalty nor honor. The ancestral legacies that had endured for centuries seemed to dissolve into mere farce at this moment. Stannis remained silent, and Sansa, taking note of this, addressed Alistair. The Starks have long been the guardians of the North, stationed in the most perilous winds for the sake of the realm. King Robert, due to his friendship with my father, helped to forge nearly 2 decades of peace for the kingdom. Moreover, the alliance of the fish, wolf, stag, and eagle was the primary foundation for the kingdom's establishment, far more steadfast than the ambiguous loyalties exhibited during the War of Usurpation, when House Florent supported the pretender Renly. Sansa, albeit still youthful, struck at the heart of the matter with her incisive words, yet they bore little practical weight, merely showcasing her eloquence. Now, with Sansa under his roof, if Alistair were to harbor resentment, her future could become precarious. Alistair's beard bristled and his posture stiffened. It was evident that being publicly exposed by a young girl would incite the ire of any noble who valued honor. However, to continue debating with Sansa would diminish Alistair's own stature and tarnish his reputation. Thus, with a disdainful grunt, the Earl turned away, plunging the atmosphere into a brief silence. Lady Sellis was not foolish. On the contrary, she possessed a certain shrewdness. During Stannis' absence from Dragonstone, she had adeptly managed the affairs of state, earning her considerable respect. After a moment's contemplation, Lady Sellis silently stepped back, allowing space for others to speak. The assembled nobles exchanged glances, unprepared to contribute. Sir Davos then rose. Addressing the assembly, "Your Grace, Robb Stark's actions may have been unintentional. One must remember that Edmure Stark rushed to Dragonstone to inform you of the upheaval in King's Landing. This indicates that the Starks are not our enemies. The true threat lies with the Lions of Lannister." Outside, the sea wind continued to howl, mocking the incompetence of those present. Stannis leaned on the table, chewing pensively. "Robb Stark must kneel before me and beg for my mercy. Otherwise, I shall declare him a traitor. All of Westeros will turn against him. Yet if he swears fealty to me soon, the North shall remain his domain." Stannis' seemingly generous remarks failed to impress Sansa, yet the noblemen of Storm's End appeared quite taken by his words. They lauded King Stannis for his open-mindedness, with Alistair being the most effusive in his praise. Sensing that the attention had shifted away from her, Sansa exhaled softly, unaware that a pair of fervent eyes among the crowd was intently fixed upon her. "Forgive me, Sansa. My father is a stubborn man. He has been since my childhood. Perhaps he does not favor me because he has always longed for a son." Shireen walked alongside Sansa in the corridor, uttering words of apology and remorse. Sansa, however, remained unfazed and reassured Shireen with a tranquil demeanor. "It is of no concern. This was never your fault. By the way, I never imagined my brother Robb would ascend to kingship. It is almost beyond belief. In my memory, Robb has always been a person of little ambition. Moreover, he seems to have aspirations for the throne. Had it not been for my second brother Edmure's letter, I would have remained uncertain." Shireen's eyes sparkled with realization, grasping that Sansa was implying she indeed believed Robb had been crowned. Due to her tender age and the affliction of grayscale, Shireen had not been deeply involved in court politics, leaving her with limited direct knowledge of many matters. However, she was far from dull. Her limited exposure simply went unnoticed. The Onion Knight, Davos, had suggested more than once that Princess Shireen attend the council meetings to prepare her for the future. Yet, Lady Sellis was reluctant. And since Stannis had not expressed a definitive stance, the matter had remained unresolved. With a quickening pace, Shireen chose not to confront Sansa, seeing her as a pitiable child. Having lost her father and now being compelled to stay in a foreign place, Shireen resolved to offer Sansa more encouragement. Silently, she made her decision, her bun swaying in rhythm with her emotions. As Sansa and Shireen approached their chamber, the sea breeze, which had been rare, momentarily ceased, and the clouds obscuring the sun shifted away, allowing sunlight to pour into the corridor, lending a touch of vitality to the island.